in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
KMVP-FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ahead of Week 7 for the Arizona Cardinals, quarterback Kyler Murray was listed as limited on the team's injury report yesterday, and Marvin Harrison Jr. is currently in concussion protocol. But first-round pick Walter Nolan, his practice window has opened after returning from the PUP list as the Cardinals get ready for the Green Bay Packers coming to town. And here was tight end Trey McBride on where the vibes are in the locker room.
No, I think the vibe's high. I think the guys are excited to be here at work and excited to play a very good Packers team this week.
From one QB to another, ASU's quarterback Sam Levitt, after practicing Tuesday and Wednesday and showing some increased mobility, is listed as probable for Saturday's game against Texas Tech. And this report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Packed Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Business Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, Valley sports fans. Wake up, join the party. We've got a lot to talk about today. But first and foremost, the return of the ferret, Jared Carlin, back from another vacation.
Okay, another yeah. This is. I'll say this is a year where I've actually used my vacation time.
Yeah, as you should. I'm not begrudging that.
It happened to be unlucky that it overlapped a little bit with Vince's surgery.
Oh,
that
you
he
think?
Was getting, so.
Do you know how many plates I've been spinning for the last 3 days?
You've been doing fabulous.
Do you know what kind of a predicament you two left me in?
Well, I'm here now to save the day. How is Vinny doing, by the way? Do we know?
Vinny is a 2-hip dude. He's no longer just a 1-hip dude.
Yeah,
he's doing good. He told me yesterday that he's feeling a little groggy, like he was hungover without the fun that goes with being hungover.
Yeah.
Sore and groggy.
The worst type of hungover.
Yeah, right.
But no Vinny means we have...
Hi, everyone. We have the great Kellen Olson filling in today. Kellen and I always have a bang-up time when we do a show together.
Good morning, buddy. Good to be in here during football season.
Likewise.
Let's get after it.
One last thing for you, Ferret. So you went to Rocky Point.
Yes,
You were there during a hurricane.
We were there for 4.5 days.
That's a long time for Rocky Point.
4 of the days were so windy that it was unbelievable. Luckily, it wasn't cold; it was warm still. So, but it hampered things a little bit.
I bet.
We had one half of a day that was beautiful, the last day, but it was very, very, very windy.
It can get that way down there. I once was in Rocky Point with my band, and there was a large outdoor wedding being held at Las Palomas, right? That resort right there.
Yeah.
Okay? And so it was a very, very expensive wedding. You could tell. But it was one of those windy days when when dresses were flying and hats were flying off and the
hell of a wedding.
chuppah was flying off and
Yes.
all that
no.
stuff, right?
Yeah.
All right, Jared, you surprisingly don't want to have a lot of details here. Did you eat well? Did you eat octopus?
I did not eat octopus. I wish I did. I love one of my favorite things. I ate very well. I was there with my nieces and nephews and sister and dad and wife, and it was very fun. It was still very fun despite the torrential, relentless wind.
That's interesting. All right, Jared, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
My dad had to buy a new hat from one of those guys, vendors on the beach, because the hat, he brought 2 hats, and we were sitting at the beach, and it kept flying off his head into the ocean. I had to chase it down, so he had to buy one that had like a string on it that he could attach to his chin.
I love a visual of Jarrett Carlin running into the ocean. Not something
Running
I
into the
expected to have
Sea
on
of
my mind at
Cortez.
6:05 a.m. on a Thursday, but here we are, baby. That's why we come in here and go on Bickley and Murata. Let's
That's
have a
right.
great show, everybody. All right.
All right, so in a week where we've spent far too much time watching the injury report, here's your update, folks. At Cardinals practice yesterday, Kyler Murray listed as limited. That is not a surprise. The Cardinals chose not to practice yesterday. They walked through instead, which is interesting for a Wednesday in the NFL.
I'd be a team that should use every rep it could get, Dan.
Yeah.
They might need it.
They might need it. And then the good news is the window has been opened. Open that window for Walter Nolan.
Hooray! Huzzah!
Huzzah!
It is open indeed.
Huzzah!
They need everybody they can get on every part of the football field. That defensive line has been one of the stronger parts of this team, Dan. But an odd little fact is that right now, if you look at the edge rushing group and the defensive line group, the leader in snaps played this year, Dante Stills. Not the name that you would think off the top of your head, because remember, Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson, they can only be out there a certain amount of time. So with all these injuries that came up, they were not guys that were going to play more per se. So other guys were getting more opportunities. The edge rush group has been pretty split up. So anyone else that they can add with talent, and we know Walter Nolan brings it because of where he was selected in the NFL draft.
Exactly. They do need to start getting some more pressure up front, no doubt about that. All right, in Tempe, Sam Levitt practiced without tape on his ankle. That's a good sign. Kenny Dillingham said he liked what he saw. I don't know what it's going to mean on Saturday, but at least they've got their quarterback playing football.
I think all of us don't really know what to expect from Sam Levitt in this football game if he is indeed going to play, because of how odd this entire journey has sort of been with the injury report going from probable to doubtful. It was like, okay, did he re-aggravate something? As it turns out, he's been dealing with something for a couple of weeks now. Jeff Sims was actually just taking all the first-team reps over a bye week anyway. And now all of a sudden he's back to being probable and back to being good to go. I think at the start of the week, especially like the lines in Vegas, did not expect Sam Levitt to be playing, but here he is. It looks like he is going to be back, and they cannot win this football game without him. And even with him, it is a perilous task, which we're going to talk about today.
Great question. Looking forward to that big moment this weekend for the Sun Devils. All right, the Diamondbacks hired J.R. House as their new third base coach, who takes over for Tim Boger, who took over for Sean Larkin, who didn't do a very good job last year.
He did not, and this instantly becomes the most overanalyzed job on the Arizona Diamondbacks roster in general next year. Every snafu that he has will be under heavy scrutiny because so much attention was placed on it. Because remember, before you'd be like, oh, what's the third base coach doing? And then you just forget about it 6 seconds later.
Yeah.
This would eat at Diamondbacks fans' minds for weeks whenever Sean Larkin would make a mistake. So it's actually a lot of pressure to do this job next year.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Sure.
What does a third base coach do other than tell you when to stop and when to go?
That's a great question. Apparently, J.R. House is going to add some catcher supervisory duties to his role.
Okay.
Something that Jeff Bannister had done, as well as being the bench coach. Because you're right. What do? Do you practice waving your arm?
Yeah, because I know a first base coach will tell you stuff about the pitcher's motion, when to get a lead, when to go, stuff, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
A third base coach is not going to tell you how to steal home.
Well, a third base coach delivers signs to the batter.
It's ancillary duties. So, like, Dave McKay works, like, defensively with some of the outfielders, for example. Like, they help in some of the other areas in which that aren't cleaned up by, like, the bench coach or anything like that. For example, like, in football, you have like the offensive coordinator, but they'll also work with like a sub-position group specifically. It's things like that, so they'll help clean up other areas.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we've had a few moments like the night that Seattle had last night when you get a huge crowd waiting to have a huge house party, and then you get housed instead. The Blue Jays clobber the Mariners 13-4. Their bats come alive. They club 5 home runs. They're not dead yet.
The home team has not won a game yet in the championship series, right? Either league?
Correct.
Wow.
And then that crowd is going to be, like, if it's 5th, 6th inning in Game 4 and the Mariners are not ahead, that crowd is going to start to get really stressed, to your point, because they were expecting to be like, okay, we're going to be up 3-1 worst case going back. And then if it's 2-2 all of a sudden, oh boy.
Out of curiosity, with all the political weirdness involving Canada, what would it be like if the Blue Jays played in the World Series? What would that sound like? Would things get weird?
It would sound like this. Play ball, eh?
No, you remember what happened with the hockey tournament when they were all booing the USA and it led to fights? You remember that?
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't know. It's a tricky question.
That's a topic for another day.
Yeah, I think they still are booing the national anthem in a lot of these international events.
That's my point. Yeah. My point is that would be kind of weird if there was a Canadian team in the World Series.
Yeah, it's always weird because there's only one Canadian team.
Gonna store that one in the noggin for later, Dan.
That's what
I'm going to say on that. I'm going to marinate on that one a little bit.
Let's just file that one away.
Yeah.
All right.
It would be extra funny if out of just to be funny, if they did make the World Series and then they had Bad Bunny do the national anthem.
All right, coming up on the other side, we'll get you updated on all the stuff happening out at Cardinals headquarters. Huge game this weekend. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday.
Huddle. If we want to win this game, we can't let them run the ball, man. This is the biggest house we're going to have all year.
They run it kind of when they want to run it, so big-time challenge.
Free game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon. Cardinals. Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance. And if you don't know, Waltz has been serving the Valley since 1957. They have seen a lot of trends come and go in the market. The one thing that has always remained constant is their commitment to you, their customer in Arizona. Here's what Waltz is going to do for you. They're going to give you expertise and an extremely knowledgeable staff. They'll give you insight you will never get from the big box stores. For instance, not all big screen televisions are built for live action sports. You kind of need some expertise to guide you into the right products. You're going to get great selection. All the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions up to 115 inches, great selection of audio components, great selection of outdoor televisions. And with fall here, now's a great time to invest in an outdoor television. They'll also give you great pricing as well. And to prove it, you find a price you like elsewhere, Waltz will match it. When you're at Waltz, remember to drop my name. You're getting a further incentive, 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your call. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Two of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, receive up to a $25 O'Reilly gift card after rebate with the purchase of select Superstart batteries at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Remember when they used to ask, What do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What type of impact will Walter Nolan have when he's able to suit up in a game for the Cardinals? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Happy Thursday to everybody, particularly Kellen Olson, to our great listeners in Chandler.
Shout out, Chandler.
Chandler, good
We don't
morning.
forget about you, Chandler.
That's right. Exactly. All right, we've got a lot of ground to cover with the Cardinals, but if you had two Michael Vick references on your Cardinal bingo card this year, ding, 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 you're a winner. Let's start at the very end of yesterday's press conference, a moment that instantly went viral when Jonathan Gannon was asked, when did you first learn how to take all the emotion out of coaching?
2007, when our quarterback went to jail.
Followed by an awkward silence, followed by Mark Dalton. Thank you, Coach.
Well,
and
good
off
night.
he went. I thought it was
honest.
Hysterical. And I know some people took offense to it, not necessarily Arizona people, but, why does Michael Vick have to catch strays?
Well, do you think he did it to be funny? Or do you think he did it just like that was an honest, knee-jerk
It's a great
answer?
question. I can never tell with him.
You can't tell with him, but his face was just straight, dead-on serious, right?
I can't tell if it's a bit because for last night's Arizona Sports at Night, Mitch had the folder for me with all the Cardinal sound. And Jarrett's seen this. It's like 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 1 second, 4 seconds, like the cuts of him talking and giving all these updates. I can't tell if it's a bit or not. Side story, Michael Vick was one of my favorite athletes growing up. I had multiple Michael Vick jerseys. And the animal-loving family that we are, as soon as that story dropped, my parents donated away my Michael Vick jerseys. We were not a Michael Vick household anymore.
Wow.
So I have some parallels there, JG. I see you too. I was emotionally impacted by the Michael Vick events as well. Perhaps not as much as him.
That's very interesting.
But it impacted me.
Well, because this came up earlier in the inexplicably, Michael Vick again came up earlier in the year when Kyler Murray wore the jersey.
Yeah.
As someone who was a huge fan and then became a huge not fan, how do you feel now about Michael Vick, Kellen?
Time helps for sure, but it's something that never really goes away, like what he did, to be honest, as someone who like loves dogs more than the normal
it's pretty
person.
heinous. Yeah.
It was pretty horrible, and it's something that you're always going to think about. But again, like time not heals all wounds, but you could see at the time what it did to his reputation. But then he's back to doing like national NFL coverage and appearing on TV, and he's this beloved figure again, which I really believe that he should be in some aspects because of the athlete that he was. Like he was you can sit here and say like Michael Vick sucked. Like a lot of people listening are like Michael Vick wasn't even that good of a quarterback. He was electrifying to watch, and you can imagine as like a 12-year-old football fan how incredible that was to see on a week-to-week basis, to see what he was capable of, to play with him on Madden as a kid growing up playing video games. Like, he was a transcendent figure for young football fans growing up. But apparently he was transcendent for Jonathan Gannon for different reasons.
Yeah, listen, I vibe on that all the time. What do we do as consumers with the art of monsters?
Right.
You know, and that's and it applies to a lot of people.
And there's always
O.J.
levels.
Simpson.
Well,
what's that?
Well, there's also always levels about the contrition that they show.
Yeah.
The work they do to sort of make up for what they've done. And that's a lot of people who now like Michael Vick or forgive Michael Vick will point to the fact that he served his time. He's done a lot of work to sort of get his reputation back. But again, there's always the people that say, like, that doesn't excuse or delete what he did.
It's not exclusive to sports either, right? Like, whenever Michael Jackson comes on, it's
that's
like
it.
we have to make that decision. Like,
another great
I listen
example.
to Kanye West more than just about anyone growing up, but that is more difficult for me to listen to now with the things that he has said and the things that he has done. So
That's
Vic
exactly
is in that
right.
similar
exactly
face as well. But it was awkward. It was weird, but at the same time, what I've learned from JG in terms of like taking him from that outlet and press conferences is you're going to get more than you would expect, but it's just going to be very blunt and to the point in a very football way.
In a very football way. It's a good way of putting it. But the thing, what made it interesting is that Kyler Murray had to apologize for that tone-deaf picture he posted wearing the Michael Vick jersey with one of his dogs. And so we went through that, and now Michael Vick comes up again. A lot of people didn't even know Jonathan Gannon was the defensive quality control coach in Atlanta at that time. So, anyways, that was the way the day ended at Cardinal camp yesterday.
What was he, 14 years old during that time? That's like amazing because Gannon's young now.
Shout out Jamal Anderson, man. People forget. You know what I'm saying? Shout out the Dirty Birds.
All right, but the interesting thing was on a Wednesday in the NFL, doing a walkthrough instead of regularly practicing. Here's what Jonathan Gannon had to say about that.
Best thing for the team to get us ready to go for Sunday. Full tomorrow, full on Friday.
All right, so maybe it's sort of a reset, clear your minds kind of thing, and then get 2 really good practices. I don't know, but let's talk about some of the issues you see circling over this football team.
Well, it starts with the importance of this game coming up because I know that we do this radio thing where we try and pump up a narrative and say, this is the biggest game of the Arizona Cardinals season so far. But here's the reality, Dan, is they could go into their bye week at 2-5 and heads are going to roll. Someone's getting fired if this team is 2-5. I don't know who, but someone's going to get fired. And I will go as far as saying if this team is 2-5, Kyler Murray will not be back next year. I'll go that far right now and saying that's what this game means. Because at that point, you're 2-5. There's no turning back. You are headed towards being one of the worst teams in the NFL for the rest of the season. Now, are they going to finish with 6 wins, 7 wins, 8 wins, 5 wins, or 4 wins? I don't know. But that's the type of questions that start to come up when you're 2-5. And at that point, we're all sitting here talking about the Kyler Murray thing. It's clearly not working. And to that extent, it's like, okay, like what are you doing in the back half of the season now? Are you still trying to figure out if Kyler Murray is your guy when we know this season is a lost cause already? Do you put Jacoby Brissett in for the last couple of games of the season anyway and see a draft pick start to get better? Do we start talking about quarterbacks going to the Cardinals in the mock drafts? It happens very, very quickly.
Yep. Oh, it does.
And I think that the difference between them being 3-4 and 2-5, this is something that Mitch Veraldis brought up on Arizona Sports Tonight earlier in the week, and I couldn't agree with him more. The difference in those 2 records going into the bye week is a huge deal. So the stakes for this game are a lot bigger than I expected them to be, honestly, coming into the week.
I totally agree with you.
And think about the 2-5 number, because when you look, everybody looked at the schedule before the season started, and you said, what's a realistic goal for the bye week? I think we thought if they're going to make the playoffs with the way the schedule played out for these first games, 5-2.
That was the number.
Was much more realistic than 2-5 because of the quarterbacks they were playing, because of the teams they were playing. So I agree with Kellen that it's so disappointing if they went in at 2-5.
Yeah. Now, yes,
3-4 is extremely disappointing.
3-4 is disappointing, but you can talk yourself into some things at 3-4. First of all, you're only one game under 500, so you can come out of the bye week win and you're right back at 500. You can convince yourself that we could very easily insert the number of victories that you might have had.
There are no elite teams in the NFL right now. It feels like everyone is some level of perennially mid, whether that is like the good kind of mid, the bad kind of mid, or just mid, which I think is where the Cardinals kind of are. That's just kind of how this NFL season has been so far. But yeah, if you're at 2-5, like I don't want to talk about wild card standings until they win at least like 3 or 4 more games at that point. But if they're 3-4, you can start to look around a little bit.
Yeah. Trey McBride said that for all their struggles, it doesn't feel like a football team that's 2-4.
No, I think guys are excited. It doesn't feel like we lost 4 straight. They've all been really close games. I think guys are encouraged by that. But no, I think the vibe's high. I think guys are excited to be here at work and, excited to play a very good Packers team this week.
All right, we've got a lot more coverage coming for you on the Cardinals, and Kyler Murray and Jonathan Gannon. Stick around. We're also going to give you another chance to win both Sun Devil tickets and Cardinal tickets this weekend. Listen for the sounder this morning at 7:15 a.m. for your shot to win 2 tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Packers and to watch Arizona State take on Texas Tech, a pair of gigantic games. Once again, 7:15 for your chance to win tickets to both the Cardinals and ASU this weekend. And speaking of the Sun Devils, talk about big games, but are they facing a team that is simply too good? We'll discuss Texas Tech, ASU next. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Week 7 in the NFL will get underway tonight in Cincinnati, but the Cardinals will welcome the Green Bay Packers on Sunday afternoon. Who the quarterback will be? Well, that's still in question, as Kyler Murray was listed as limited on the injury report yesterday. Whoever is under center might be without wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr., as he's in concussion protocol. Some good news for the Cardinals, though. Rookie defensive lineman Walter Nolan's practice window is opened after suffering a calf injury in training camp. The Sun Devils should be getting their quarterback back on Saturday. Sam Levitt is listed as probable with his foot injury, and he's been taking first-team reps in practice all week. And with less than a week left until the Suns season tips off, how will the absence of Jalen Green in the season opener affect Devin Booker and this Suns team? Find out more at ArizonaSports.com, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. Just how tough of a task is number 7 Texas Tech going to be for the Sun Devils on Saturday? We'll ask RedRaidersports.com publisher Chris Level at 1 p.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah, it's about us. Like, get back to our brand of football. Smart, tough, the ball team. It's not about an opponent. It's never about an opponent. We got to play our brand of football. How we win, our style of play, and go get it accomplished.
That the voice of Kenny Dillingham before his team takes on the Texas Tech Red Raiders this weekend in Tempe. This is not your traditional, typical Texas Tech team, Kellen. There's a lot of smart football people who say this team looks more like an SEC team. That is how stout, that is how transfer reinforced they are. This is a team that spent $28 million on their football squad in 2025.
Yeah, that oil money going well into a football team, that sure helps when you have a billionaire that used to play for your program that wants to see the program rise up the way that it has this year. Their statistical profile, Dan, looks like the best team in the country. They are averaging 47.5 points per game. That is second in the country. Mm-hmm. They are giving up 12.2 points per game. That is tied for sixth in the country. The thing that I can't tell with them is, like, okay, are they one of the best teams in the country, or are they just one of the best teams in this conference? Because it's not quite a schedule of, like, you haven't really played anyone yet, but there's a but coming.
Yeah.
They beat Arkansas Pine Bluff 67-7. They beat Kent State 62-14. Whooped Oregon State 45-14. Their win at Utah 34-10 was their most impressive game, but as we saw, that was not the Devin Dampier that we saw against ASU.
No.
He was hurt in that game. At Houston, 35-11 was a strong win, and then killed Kansas 42-17. The weird thing about this schedule, Dan, at ASU, Oklahoma State, at Kansas State, BYU, UCF, at West Virginia. There's a good chance we get to the end of the regular season and we still don't really know how great this team is because of the lack of competition that they have faced. But this is a large test for ASU, no matter how you want to put it. The biggest storyline going into this game, of course, is quarterback health, but for Texas Tech as well, because Baron Morton is questionable in this game. That is their starting quarterback. Very quietly in that Kansas game, when he went down, their offense stagnated. Will Hammond came in for Morton when he got hurt against Utah and was absolutely terrific. He was 13 of 16, 2 touchdowns, 0 picks. Was not the case against Kansas. He was 7 of 16, 42 yards, no touchdowns, and an interception. This game at halftime, it was 21-7 Texas Tech when Hammond came in. It was 21-17 at halftime. And then here's what the Texas Tech defense did to Kansas. 4 plays, punt. 3 plays, punt. 6 plays, punt. 7 plays, punt. 5 plays, punt. 13 plays, turnover on downs. So the defense just carried them. Cameron Dickey, their running back, went nuts, and that was it. So if Baron Morton doesn't play, they're going to have a really good opportunity here, ASU will, if their defense is up to the task, and more so their offense, because this defense that is where you're going to see all that money. There are guys that are going to play on Sunday just all over the field.
That's it. And I watched a little tape on Texas Tech, and they've got a guy in the middle of that defense. His name is Lee Hunter. He's a nose tackle. He's 6'4", about 350, and he basically gives, because he commands double teams all day long, he basically gives Texas Tech like an additional defender on the field. Here are the guys that they bought. David Bailey, edge
First-round
rusher.
pick.
Yeah, from Stanford.
Yep.
He's got 8.5 sacks already. Romello Height, edge rusher. Bought him from Georgia Tech. 4.5 sacks. Lee Hunter, who I mentioned, kind of makes the whole thing happen. Skylar Gill Howard, a D lineman from Northern Illinois, 13 tackles, 2.5 tackles for loss. Bryce Pollock, cornerback, 3 interceptions. Cole Wisniewski, 28 tackles, 2 sacks, and on it goes. The booster that Kellen referenced, his name is Cody Campbell, and I really believe this. I believe because Texas Tech has never won a Big 12 title, I believe this booster saw what Kenny Dillingham did last year, and the magic spun by ASU last year and said, we're doing that. So maybe this weekend, Kenny Dillingham can look at this as a form of flattery, but they're going up against what is probably going to be the most expensive college football team in history.
So if this,
because they're never going to be able to do this again. Boosters cannot do what Texas Tech did prior to this year.
This is European soccer that it's turning into, and that is not what college football should want.
Right. Okay. So that was going to lead me to the question about if this does play out, and let's say Texas Tech goes undefeated and they make the college football playoff. Is this good that a non-traditional superpower like Texas Tech, who never gets like this, is this good for the sport? Or is it bad because they're just the Dodgers and this the team that every year is it going to be whoever just spends the most money is going to be good
Here's
now?
the deal. They spent all this money, and then college football changed the rules. So now there's going to be governors on how much schools can give their players. There's still the NIL component, but there's supposed to be some supervisory stuff with that as well. So there's 2 ways players can get paid now. The university can pay them directly, but there's a cap on that number. Right? Then there's the NIL component, which allegedly is going to be governed.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Right, good luck.
So to answer your question, no, I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. But
it sucks that it's working. Because coming into the season, I remember thinking like, okay, yeah, Texas Tech spent all this money, but they're still Texas Tech.
And this is where you want to say, like, oh, well, it's football at the end of the day. It's baseball. It's David versus Goliath, whatever. You know what has happened in that series so far? Blake Snell, the guy that they bought, was unhittable. And then the guy that they gave a 12-year, $325 million deal to was unhittable. You know what helps? Having a lot of money to spend on elite players.
I said yesterday at the top of my blast, that sports, because in the age of billionaires, the proliferation of billionaires, sports should be the only place where you can't buy what you want. Everywhere else in the world now, everything can be bought. Everything. Sports should be the one bastion that doesn't apply. Now you've got the Dodgers, $415 million team, tearing through the playoffs. You've got this Texas Tech team coming in with all this juice that they have now.
Yeah.
The NIL component of college football, the teams that have spent the most money right now, the top 10, 8 of them are viably competing for a college football playoff spot.
Wow.
The only 2 that I would say really aren't, and you could say Michigan just won a national championship, they're in there. The only one that's really not competing for a national championship or playoff berth is Auburn. Texas, Ohio State, Texas Tech, A&M, and USC, the top 5 spending. They're all going to be maybe in the college football.
All right, so Marcus Arroyo, football coach at ASU, said this is the difference between last year's Tech team and this year's team.
Yeah, I mean they've done an evolution that you normally see in a process where they've upgraded certain positions and gone out and established some talent acquisition and roster development, and that's what you get. You get some really talented guys. They've got some. And the head coach is still there. The culture's still there. They can still. There's not a whole program change, so different coordinator, but they've definitely done a good job with their roster development.
So here's the deal with this football game. If ASU wins this game, there is a path back to the college football playoff. There is a path to the Big 12 championship game if you win this game. You lose this game, that's kind of out the window. You lose this game, and you're playing for bowl eligibility. So you talk about a pitchfork in the road, right? To use ASU terminology.
Nice.
This could be a hard left or a hard right after this game for ASU's program. Can Kenny Dillingham, can Sam Levitt, can they summon the magic to take this team down? It just feels like Texas Tech has got the juice that ASU had last year.
Yeah, and it feels like they just, again, have the overwhelming talent. Hunter, that you brought up, is the player that is really at the helm in terms of what they've been able to do to have the best rushing defense in the country. Dan, they're giving up 67 rushing yards a game. That is the best number in the country. That makes up 181 carries for 375 yards. Yes, that is 2.1 yards per carry that they've given up in these 6 games. And Arizona State is one of a few dozen teams in the country that rushes more than it passes in terms of yardage. That is where their bread and butter has been this year. I thought it was very illuminating after the Mississippi State loss, where Kenny Dillingham talked about Sam Levitt and talked about how he felt like he made it a little bit too complex. And I'm not trying to like take his words and say he tried to dumb it down for Sam Levitt for the rest of the year, but clearly I think that they agreed with some of the things that a lot of us have said going into the year, where, okay, Cam Skatteboo's gone, you got Sam Levitt, you got Jordan Tyson, you're probably more of a pass-first offense now. They clearly tried to start the year with that and then rewinded and kind of brought that back a little bit, but this is the type of game where you look at this defense. Ben Coleman out for the year is a huge loss at like the worst time in the year.
Oh, yeah.
This is a horrible
No
time.
doubt.
He was one of the guys who was going to be trying to block Hunter and block some of these guys who are going to be impactful football players for a long time beyond collegiately and in the professional area as well. This is where you are going to need to see the passing attack flash in a way that it hasn't all year, because they're not going to be able to run the ball in this game. Like, no one has been able to run the ball against Texas Tech, and this is not the game where they're going to be able to get it going either.
This is going to have to be Sam Levitt's magical moment if he can summon that. Given the state of his ankle, I'm not sure. Finally, Kenny Dillingham on what it's going to take to beat Texas Tech.
It's going to come down to which team can run the football and stop the run. You know, all the other stuff is great. You got to be able to throw the ball. Jordan Tyson's the best wide receiver in America. You know, we got to be able to get him the ball, let him do his thing. But when it's all said and done, you know, it's not just running. It's about blocking and tackling up front. Whichever team blocks and tackles better is probably going to win the football game.
And after the performance we just saw against Utah, where they were just completely unrecognizable with the way that they were defensively playing more so, but that Utah offensive line might be the best offensive line in football. This might be the best defensive line in football right now.
Yeah.
So the battle in the trenches, they got manhandled by Utah. This is a rough opponent to come up against, but you're at home.
Yep.
You hope that you can really, again, like unlock Sam Levitt in a way where, remember, we were coming into the year talking about this guy as like not even a Heisman dark horse. Like, he could be a finalist for the award, maybe even make a run towards it. We need to see that guy on Saturday.
That's it. That's the key to the game, in my opinion. He's Kellen Olson filling in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. We're going to talk about the Phoenix Suns and what we have learned through the preseason that is now over. To quote Gambo, over! That's coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And the use of play action as well. It is something that if you tie it all together, nobody does it better, in my opinion, than Kyle Shanahan. Some guys really like play action, and some quarterbacks do not like play action.
I tell you, well, breaking news for you.
Jacoby Brissett likes it.
I am not an offensive coordinator in the NFL, and likely never will be.
That's stunning.
But first of all, I don't love your tone with that.
Yeah.
It's kind of dismissive. But so this last week when he was in here.
It was meant to be dismissive.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. I'm a customer of Advanced Window Products, and one of the coolest things I've noticed about the company is their vibe. Their motto is to approach customers as friendships. They're family-owned and locally operated. By the way, one of their co-owners, Nate Orchard, former NFL linebacker, former Utah football legend. And anyways, that's exactly how they roll. It's a family affair. You never feel like you're dealing with a big company or a big corporation. They're also the highest-rated window company in the state, offering the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you are going to find, and that is because they have their own factory in the valley. There is no middleman markups. They will install your window. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. Then they guarantee them for life. And that warranty, by the way, is transferable. So if you need new windows like I did, go do what I did. Call Advanced Window Products. Take advantage of their great summer special where you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of any of 10 or more windows. And I'll tell you what, my windows look incredible. The installation process was unbelievable. So professional, right down to the cleanup process. You will not be disappointed. 480-790-7480, online at advancedwindows.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Right now, get a rugged 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5 with 1.75% 48-month financing. Or get low 1.75% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 1.75% with $21.59 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 11/3/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. As Sam Levitt continues to trend upward for ASU, how has the defense progressed in practice following their rough performance against Utah? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Can you believe basketball season has arrived?
Let's go, baby.
Can you believe Russell Westbrook signed with the Kings and is going to be guarding Devin Booker on opening night?
Can't wait. Can't wait. It really always sneaks up on me, Dane, because I cover the team and I've known for weeks and for months now that opening night is on Wednesday, but it kind of kicked in the league is back on Tuesday. We've got Rockets Thunder on NBC, Round Ball Rock on Tuesday at 4:30. Can't wait.
All right, so one of the things I love when you guest host with me, not only your range, but your expertise when it comes to the Phoenix Suns. So I really want to get your thoughts on what you're enthused about, what you think is overhyped, what you think the realistic ceiling is for this team. I don't know if you saw Kevin Pelton's simulation where he had the Suns finishing 42-40. That seems overly optimistic.
It is a bit. I liked Kevin's exercise in the piece in general. I thought it was a really fun read because it was essentially him going through all of his simulations and finding the wackiest one, and that is certainly a wacky outcome. It wouldn't be the most shocking thing in the world, but it certainly would be quite surprising to see the Suns finish over 500. All this season is going to be for them, Dan, is balancing two things. The one thing that they want to do more than anything else is instill this culture, identity, work hard, grit, toughness, identity, all the moxie and all the dog that Baker Mayfield wants everyone to shut up about with him. He wants the Suns to have it instead. They can have it with Dylan Brooks and everyone else. That's fantastic. They're going to try and get that done through what is going to be a losing season for them. And what they are going to have to do through that is build up the young core for the future, because what we need more than anything else is not 39 wins, 46 wins, 32 wins, 27 wins. Whenever people have come up to me at the arena or anywhere else and asked, like, expectations for this team, what do you see? It's really not about record to me. It's about, okay, do you know what this team is, and is it, like, enjoyable and refreshing again to watch this team? It has been in the preseason so far, but when all of that is happening, you have to develop your young core, and we have to know at the end of the year, okay, is Devin Booker plus Ryan Dunn, Oso Ighodaro, Kaman Malawach, Rasheer Fleming, all these guys, can we see in 2 to 3 years' time that this team will be competitive? Are we seeing the developmental building blocks starting to grow with this team, or are we not? Do we come at the end of the year and we don't see much of the rookies, or the rookies play and they haven't impressed, or the second-year guys haven't shown growth from their first year to their second year? Because remember, this is a unique situation where they're near the bottom of the league and they don't really have many draft picks at all. They do not have their draft pick for next year. They have another swapped one coming in 2027. They are not going to be able to add and refresh their young core in ways, but again, that's where this balancing of the two acts gets interesting, Dan, because let's say someone calls you and says, that Dylan Brooks guy, we love what he's done for your program. He's shooting 41 from 3. He looks revitalized on defense, like he's in the talks for all defense. Here's a late first for Dylan. What do you say? And that's where the Suns are going to have to decide. Like, okay, you're building up your program, but you also have to be building for the future as well. Grayson Allen has the highest three-point percentage in the league the last 2 years. Since he has joined the Suns, in terms of the guys who take a lot of threes, he has been the best this year. He might have a breakout year this year. That's what Brian Gregory thinks he's going to have. He's pretty important to what they do. He's going to be really important right now while Jalen Green is out for them. Again, someone in November or December might have someone pull a muscle, be out for the entire year, and all of a sudden Grayson Allen is a lot more appetizing to them than he was a couple of months ago. When that call comes in and they offer you a future first, what do you do?
Right.
What do you do? Where is the balancing act of this whole season going to be? I'm fascinated to see what the choices that they are going to have available and what they're going to make, and a lot of it is off the game that we saw the other night where Kaman Malawach flashed a whole lot, Rasheer Fleming flashed a whole lot. Are we going to see those guys opening night? Not sure. Leaning no. I don't think so, actually. Yeah.
It's a good point about the veterans thing, though, because if you move on from veterans at the middle of the year at the trade deadline or something, how realistically can you even judge the team then after that when it's all young guys, as we saw sort of with the Devin Booker teams from 7-8 years ago?
It's foundational. It's exactly what Kellen talked about. When you look at the really good organizations in the NBA, there's no question as to what their identity is, how they play, what their standards are on a basketball court, and who's in charge. Right? Whether it's San Antonio, whether it's Miami, wherever you want to point. There's the NBA organizations that are really functional have that foundation. They lay that groundwork, and I think that's what you're talking about.
Absolutely. And I think the interesting thing again here is part of what Pelton was saying in terms of his projections is this team has no reason to lose towards the end of the year. I think it was the Chicago Bulls, if I heard it right, on Bill Simmons' podcast with Zach Lowe, where Zach mentioned that was a 29-win team and they finished 10-3 at the end of the year. So, yes, they were a 39-win team last year, but they stacked some wins at the end against teams that weren't really playing for anything, and they had something to play for in getting to the play-in. The Suns, look, they want to remain competitive. There's no way there's not a little bit of antsy nerves for them every single lottery night going forward for the next 5 years. That undeniably is going to play a factor in some of the reasons why that they, yes, it doesn't matter because they don't have their pick. They also don't want to have their odds be so great. So in the odds of them giving up the number 1 overall pick, giving up the number 2 or the number 3 overall pick, that is going to be a storyline for the next 5-6 years with what they've done as well. That's a factor as well. It's been refreshing to see the way that they've been playing. The defensive identity has certainly been there at the start, and then also just seeing the young talent, the athleticism. Hopefully we see it sooner rather than later with Mark Williams and Jalen Green on the floor, because those two guys are important to their team as 3 of their best players coming up, but also the athleticism that they are going to bring. That's why I want to see Rasheer Fleming on opening night. That's why I'd want to see Kaman Malawach sooner rather than later. They need to be more athletic. They need to be more young, but that in turn makes it more difficult for you to build up your principles where veterans are going to be able to handle it a lot easier. So again, they're juggling those two things all
I want to ask you about your concern with the Jalen Green and Mark Williams thing heading into the season.
It's bad that it's one of those things where it's a bad thing, right? It can be a good thing or a bad thing, and it's a bad thing. The Jalen Green thing is weird just because as soon as the injury happened, I was like, okay, this is an interesting moment for the training staff because this is a guy who hasn't missed a game in nearly 3 years, and we know the issues with groins, hamstrings, whatever, a calf, where it's like, okay, re-aggravation is certainly a possibility here. He goes with the team to China. Jordan Ott told us earlier in the week that it looked like he was going to play in that second game in China. He was on pace for that. Then he re-aggravates the hamstring, and now he's going to miss a game for the first time in 3 years. So that relationship with the training staff and all that stuff is relevant to me because this is the same training staff that is going through a very unique situation with Mark Williams where they are essentially like rehabilitating him physically. Like they built up his strength to this really high level. Now it appears that he's starting to get his conditioning back up to the point where every time Jordan Ott talks about Mark Williams, he is saying like the goal, we're on pace, all this kind of stuff, but is not saying the expectation is for him to play on opening night. We have not heard that yet. That's what Gambo is reporting. But again, like just one little slip up is there. Mark Williams is not going to play 82 games. They'd be lucky if he plays 60. They are a vastly different team when either of those guys are out. And now with Jalen Green out for opening night, it puts absolutely everything on Devin Booker. We've seen him do this before, but we haven't seen it actually in a couple of years. We haven't seen it in quite a while. So I'm curious to see how it looks, but I'm also cautiously optimistic, but very, very cautious about the optimism that I feel coming out of the preseason.
Real quickly, have you seen anything fundamentally better and different in Jordan Goodwin?
Yes, I think that he's a different player than what he was 2 years ago, and I think from an identity perspective, it makes total sense that he is here as well. But is he going to be playing on opening night? No.
Probably
is he
not
going to be a factor in this team? I don't really think so. They're so deep in a couple of different areas where it would be surprising.
Yeah.
Again, not deep with great players, don't get me wrong, but they've got a lot of options going around, starting with the kids. They got to play the kids.
They got to play the kids, exactly. All right, on the other side, a former NFL legend says he is out on Kyler Murray. Can't wait till you hear this. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. We're back right after this.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit, he's sacked, it's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about amazing deals being offered all month long at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That is where General Manager John Nissen and his entire team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like on the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, they're now available 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. How about America's favorite truck, the F-150 with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine? They're ready to roll with 3.9% APR for 72 months, plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end November 3rd, 2025. When you stop into Earnhardt Ford, just tell them I sent you. I-10 and Ray Road, they've got the no-bull deals you've been waiting for, or you can shop online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com, and that ain't no bull.
One last match, one unforgettable night. The regular season finale is here as Phoenix Rising hosts San Antonio FC on Saturday, October 18th at 7 p.m. It's Fan Appreciation Night with special drink and food deals and end-of-season merchandise sales all night long. Celebrate the season, cheer on the squad, and send Rising into the playoffs in style. Tickets start at just $15. Lock yours in now at phxrisingfc.com. Final match, full stadium. Let's rise together.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvi's here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Ben SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now, get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com. Our backyard needed a makeover big time, and it's a big decision until it was an easy call at Casa Galvisi with California Pools and Landscape. And they're celebrating the industry's biggest honor with the biggest savings. Do not miss the Pool Builder of the Year sales event Saturday, October 18th at all four Valley Design Centers, Arizona's most awarded pool builder for 37 years. The best pricing, fastest build times, industry-leading warranties. Get started with your free design consultation at calpool.com/Paul.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sobolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ahead of Week 7 for the Arizona Cardinals, quarterback Kyler Murray was listed as limited on the team's injury report yesterday, and Marvin Harrison Jr. is in concussion protocol, but first-round pick Walter Nolan, his practice window has opened after returning from the PUP list as the Cardinals get ready for the Green Bay Packers to come to town. And here was tight end Trey McBride on where the vibes are currently in the locker room.
No, I think the vibe's high. I think the guys are excited to be here at work and excited to play a very good Packers team this week.
From one QB to another, ASU's quarterback Sam Leavitt, after practicing Tuesday and Wednesday and showing increased signs of mobility, is listed as probable for Saturday's game against Texas Tech. And this report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that Walter Nolan is practicing, how soon should we expect the Cardinals' first-round pick to take the field? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, we've already established it is a huge game this weekend for the Arizona Cardinals. Going into the bye week, you have the ability to get back to 3-4, which is miles different than being 2-5. At 2-5, there'll be fatalism. The season will feel done, and it probably will be if you cannot beat the Packers. So who is playing quarterback for the Cardinals on Sunday? Good question. We all, with our eyes, watched what happened last week in Indianapolis when Jacoby Brissett took the field and stood in the pocket and surveyed the field and actually saw the field, a novel thing for a quarterback.
They just consistently got the ball down the field. Now it's like, oh, offenses can do that over the course of a full football game instead of just being competent for a third of a quarter, and then that's it.
Yes. So it's raised questions about what are we doing here? What do we have at quarterback? How long is Kyler Murray going to be the quarterback, and why is this organization so still firmly entrenched in his corner? These are very, very interesting questions, but Andrew Whitworth, who is a former 17-year football player, played a lot of his career with Cincinnati, came to the Rams, won a Super Bowl with the Rams. Everybody respects this guy. He had some interesting thoughts. We're going to play him for you in a second, but it revolved around Kyler Murray's leadership, and he had a question. He wanted to know, why was it that Paris Johnson Jr. was the one comforting Amari DiMercato after that infamous drop ball at the goal line and not his quarterback? It's an interesting question. Here's what Andrew Whitworth had to say.
I just think Kyler Murray doesn't bring it. To me, it's not like I'm not a fan of the human being. I just, on the football field and in that position and at the helm, I don't see enough moments where he's the guy in people's ears. He's the guy leading the football team, speaking life into who they are. I think if even the play that you brought up with DiMercato, why is it Paris Johnson that's sitting there talking to that guy? You are the franchise quarterback. If there's anybody that should be in that circle, it should be you, making sure that DiMercato knows you're still going to need him to win this game. We got to be in this thing. Like, I don't understand why you're not in the circle there talking to this guy who's upset and clearly distraught. And yeah, you're going to say, oh man, that was that one time. No, there's countless moments we can go.
Marvin Harrison drops, the intercept.
It's countless moments. Over again. And so I'm not bagging on him as a football player. I'm bagging on him as a leader.
Now, that's heavy stuff. That was said in the podcast with Ryan Fitzpatrick. Mm-hmm. Is that right? Okay. Yep. Yeah. So, and this is not a hot take artist. This is a very, very well-respected offensive lineman who was in the game for basically 2 decades.
This is not a caller calling up and yelling at Craig Grialou about it.
No.
You know what I mean? Because that was the point.
Yes, there's a big difference.
That was the point of issue. Last week, we played even the
played against Kyler Murray in division for the last 3 years of his career. Yeah,
exactly. And what he said, those are also things we've seen with our eyes. The visual displays from Kyler Murray and how he chooses to lead or not lead, how he chooses to engage with teammates or not engage with teammates. These are all factors. So if Andrew Whitworth is saying this and seeing this, do any of the Cardinals in that locker room share those sentiments? Do any of those players in that locker room, after watching Jacoby Brissett, have they turned in terms of who they want quarterbacking this football team? They're fair questions.
You know what I think? I'm sick of this. I'm sick of all this. And you know what I wonder? If Kyler Murray's sick of it too. Now, that's not what people listening want to hear. They do not want to hear this player empowerment mumbo jumbo, and all the narrative has been, are the Cardinals going to be done with Kyler Murray? Is this their moment where they're done? Dan, what if Kyler's just done with them? What if he's done with them? That is all that I could think when I was standing there in the locker room, watching him just sit at his locker in a daze, just completely shell-shocked by what had just happened, that was not totally out of his control, but more or less were things that happened and misfortunes that happened that were not on him, that were on this disaster class of a football team that were happening. And he has seen this happen time after time after time after time. Am I saying that Kyler Murray should be blameless? No, I am not. He deserves a lot of blame. But you know what must be cool for him and at the same time immensely frustrating is watching what his boy Baker Mayfield is doing in Tampa right now. It must be immensely frustrating to hear him complain compared to who I still believe Daniel Jones is a full-fledged scrub. I really don't think that he's a good quarterback, but he is in an awesome system right now that is predicated on his strengths, and it is perfectly curtailed to what he's doing instead of some vague nonsense crap from his offensive coordinator saying, oh, yeah, we would have run the same thing around Kyler. Just saying that in some kind of way to lie for some reason where it's like, okay, are you guys sensitive towards Kyler? Are you scared to tell Kyler? Yeah, we can't run you under center, Kyler, and guess what? That's okay. We're going to curtail the system towards you. I think that he's got to be sick of this by now. How is he not sick of this by now? How is he looking at everything that's happening with the quarterback position over the last 3 to 5 years where are there 5 good quarterbacks in the league or 25 or 35? I have no idea anymore, and he's got to be done with it. I think he's got to be totally done with it, and I would get where he's coming from. And just so conversations like this, is he a leader in year 7, all this kind of stuff. Yeah. I don't know. It's not my position, and guess what? Andrew Whitworth is immensely respected, but he's not in that locker room. He's not around on a day-to-day basis. Was he watching the sidelines the entire time when Amari DiMercato was going through? I'm guessing Kyler Murray did go up to Amari at some point. But there was the moment with Paris Johnson Jr. that went viral, that was on the TV broadcast, all that kind of stuff. Is Andrew Whitworth sitting there? Is everyone who's criticizing Kyler Murray's leadership sitting there, watching him on the sideline every second of a 7-year career?
The answer is no.
To analyze
the
his
answer
leadership?
is no, but why do the TV cameras never catch him in an accidental moment of leadership?
Yeah.
They don't. So you would think every time even these random samples of Kyler Murray, if they always skew negative, why don't those random samplings of Kyler Murray on the sideline ever catch a moment of real leadership? Like you said, show me one. So you're arguing that this offensive system is failing Kyler by not tailoring the system to his strengths the way they're doing in Indianapolis with Daniel Jones.
I'm arguing that the incompetence of the Arizona Cardinals football organization has failed Kyler Murray. That is what I am saying. And again, Kyler Murray, we know the deal right now. He is a fine NFL quarterback. He's not good. He's not great. He's not bad. He is perfectly fine. And you need to build a team around him. The Cardinals tried to at first with a high-powered offense. Didn't work. Now they're trying with a stonewall defense or trying to build a defense-first team with a run game. Guess what, Kyler? We don't have a running game anymore. Guess what? We don't really have an offensive line anymore. Here you go. I'm just kind of sick of watching them fail him in this kind of way, to the point where my frustration does not lie with him and his failures. It lies more so with the inability to evaluate him. Because, again, the Jacoby Brissett moment, it's great. It was one game against a team that had its top 6 corners out. Mm-hmm. Everyone was open. Mm-hmm. Zay Jones on 3rd and 16 had a 5-yard quick slant go for a first down because they were playing 10 yards off because these guys were on the street a week ago that he was covering. So all of this, again, is inside of this narrative and this circle that we keep going through with Kyler, and I couldn't help but wonder after the Titans game. I'm pulling up mock drafts this week, and for the first time since Kyler was drafted, I was like, where could the Cardinals get a quarterback in this first round? Like, if they dropped to 5, could they get Dante Moore out of Oregon? Like, where exactly could they go? I haven't had these thoughts like once before, if I'm being totally honest. Yeah. This is the first week and the first 2 weeks where I've really been through this. But again, I can't help but think about his perspective on it, because we've just been looking at it from the Cardinals' perspective. And I have to wonder again, just based on this trend that we've seen in the league. So I know that's not what we were going to talk about here, Dan.
No. Listen,
I
respect what you're saying, but I would say this. In the week before, on that infamous scrambling around the pocket, nearly taking a safety, intentional grounding by just ditching the ball off into the flat, another one of those really irresponsible plays. Zay Jones shook his defender in that game. This was against a team that weren't missing their top cornerbacks, and Kyler Murray either wouldn't throw him the ball or didn't see him. And to me, there is no debating the fact that Jacoby Brissett unlocks something in that offense. And if the failure is more on the offensive structure here for not building a system that gets Kyler Murray in places where he sees the field, I accept that. But I do think there's real issues with the quarterback.
And it's just like the connect and disconnect, right? Like, there is an extreme disconnect between the quarterback and the organization right now, and we have seen how it immensely benefits you when the connection is strong, and there's just nothing there at all. There's
good point. Interesting stuff. All right, on the other side, we'll visit with our coworker and former NFL great Rob Fredrickson. Stick around. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's the worst time in the world for you to be playing Texas Tech. This is like really bad luck.
Yeah.
This is bad scheduling luck for you to have to play them now with your season in the balance.
You'd rather have a West Virginia coming in here and
totally,
get another 100%, week to get ready.
And give me like another week to kind of lick my wounds and heal up a little bit.
Heal up.
And before I have to play Texas Tech.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, you've seen his face on billboards, Valley buses, television commercials during Suns games. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but know this, the work they do is very serious, and when you're hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got their full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience they have gives them a great deal of leverage when dealing with those insurance companies who are not going to want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. That is why they not only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering some of the biggest wins in the country. And remember, having the right attorney on your side can literally mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. And if you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down! Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma. She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her drive. We just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Connor's in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Sun Devils!
Arizona Sports. Home field advantage. Home field advantage.
All right, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. Caller number, pick a number, Kellen Olson.
4.
Caller number 4 right now, it's 602-260-9870. You are going to win a pair of tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Packers this Sunday, plus tickets for ASU Texas Tech on Saturday. Again, caller number 4 at 602-260-9870. And speaking of the Cardinals' home stadium in Glendale, shout out to all our great listeners in Glendale on the west side.
That's my part of town, baby.
There you go.
Let's go.
Good morning, Glendale, and good morning to Rob Fredrickson. I tell everybody this. Back in the day, Rob Fredrickson was about as good of a college linebacker as you would ever see at Michigan State. Had a great career with the Cardinals and others, and here he is joining us now. Hi, Rob. How are you?
Bick, Kellen, what's up, guys?
We love a Spartan around here, don't we, Dan Bickley?
Yeah.
We love them.
Can't get enough Spartans. I'm surprised Matt Ishby hasn't hired you yet. Oh, you don't know?
We're working on it.
I'll be sure to come and say hi when I see you courtside at a game, inevitably with everyone else the Michigan State affiliation is.
So let's jump right on the back of the elephant in the room. Talk about what you're seeing with the quarterback situation, and as a former player, the best way to maneuver through this.
Well, I loved what I saw last week from Jacoby Brissett. You saw an entirely different offense, and the way it was just efficient and effective. They're different quarterbacks, right? Kyler and Jacoby, they are who they are, and they're aware of who they are, and they operate accordingly. And so with Jacoby, you see a guy that's not obviously as mobile as Kyler. He's going to stay in the pocket. He's going to deliver the ball. Even though he's going to take some hits, he stays in there and he will take those hits. And when you have a quarterback like that, and he's accurate and he doesn't turn over the football, you're going to have an effective audience. You're going to have an efficient offense. I heard A.Q. Shipley right after the game. He mentioned something, and it kind of stuck with me. He said, the offensive line likes a quarterback like Jacoby Brissett because they know where he's going to be.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
They understand where he's going to be, and it makes their job a lot easier in that they can block. They understand angles, and they can block the defenders in a manner in which it allows the quarterback to step up in the pocket and deliver the football. With Kyler, obviously you take the good with the bad. You love what he's able to do when he goes off schedule and when he's able to extend plays and make just amazing athletic plays that nobody else can make. But the flip side of that is that you don't know where he's going to be all the time. And when he's scrambling around in the pocket and getting out of the pocket and running into sacks, it makes the offensive lineman look bad.
Yep.
And they don't understand, where he's at. They don't have eyes in the back of their head. So it could be frustrating at times and chaotic, but it also can create some unbelievable plays that you see from time to time.
Rob, this was the first game all year where it felt like we were seeing a lot of Michael Wilson. We were seeing a lot of Zay Jones. Like the ball was getting spread around to that degree. What can it do for an offense where it's not so tunnel vision? It's not just like getting Trey, getting Marv the ball, and like spreading the wealth and the rhythm that can provide.
Yeah, I think a little known injury in that game early on to Vokalek,
yeah.
Vokalek, the tight end, the third string tight end on the second kickoff. I think that little, people don't really realize the extent to the importance of that injury, and in that it completely changed the dynamic of the offense, and in terms of what personnel groupings the Cardinals were going to play with, what plays out of that. So you saw more of an emphasis with wide receivers. You saw multiple wide receivers in the game. And when Kyler was in there, you saw 3 tight ends more than anything, 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends. So you saw multiple tight ends. Last Sunday, what you saw was more wide receivers. And obviously, Jacoby Brissett spreading the ball around to guys like Zay Jones. I almost forgot he was on the roster.
Yeah.
I mean, literally.
Yeah.
And you saw just a resurgence from him and all these guys, Dortch and Michael Wilson. It really was an eye-opener, and I don't know if that was planned going into the week or because of that injury to the tight end, if that forced them to change up the play calling, change up the personnel groupings.
That's interesting if they did that on the fly. Yeah, it's a good point. All right, defensively, the Cardinals have been good until the fourth quarter, and then they've not been good, and they're still probably not generating the kind of pressure from their defensive front that we'd all anticipated. Clearly, injuries have played a role. What does this defense need to do to level up?
I got to say, I'm pleasantly surprised or happy or pleased to this point with the pressure from the edge groups, right? Zaven Collins, I think, has been playing exceptional football.
He's had great moments.
Hasn't always gotten to the quarterback ultimately, but he is there. And so is Baron Browning. They are applying pressure. I think to this point, the disappointment has been kind of in the interior defensive line. And again, it's the injuries. Darius Robinson can't seem to stay on the field. Walter Nolan can't seem to get on the field. So you have 2 first-rounders right there that are not productive for this team. And you can't have that. Your first-rounders in the last 2 years have to be impact players.
Yeah.
You take a guy, especially a guy mid first round, you're expecting him to be a star immediately from day one, and you just haven't seen that. So that has impacted. Now you have Dante Stills playing almost every snap. I love Dante Stills, but he's going to wear out.
Yeah.
And Calais Campbell, he's going to wear out.
Yeah.
It's been amazing how effective Calais Campbell's been at his age, but you can't play him the whole game.
Can't play him full time.
Right? So it's those injuries, and some guys just are predetermined to get injured. Some guys just get injuries and get injured, and other guys just don't. But from that standpoint, I think that's been the most frustrating thing defensively.
I'm curious, with your experience in the league and being a part of great defenses, what allows defenses to finish games? Because right now the numbers don't lie. This is one of the best defenses in the league in quarters 1 through 3, and then in quarter 4 it is one of the worst defenses in the league. What goes into that in teams finishing on defense?
I think more than anything, I think they're getting worn out. I really do. I think in that fourth quarter, you're seeing a couple of things. Offensively, you're seeing, short drives, punts. So that now all of a sudden you're having some injuries stack up. So now all of a sudden you got defensive guys that are playing special teams. They're running down on a punt team, and they're having to turn right around and play defense. They're tired. They're worn out. You need the offense to sustain some drives, and you just haven't seen that. So I think that affects the defense in the fourth quarter. And then I don't care what anybody says. At a certain point, there's this thing that kind of creeps into your head, like, oh no, here we go again. And when you're seeing that maybe the offense struggle defensively, you're like, oh, here we go again. And then, last week, Jonathan Taylor I think he demoralized the defense. He just was running all over.
Yeah,
the defense.
that guy's a load.
Yeah,
he'll take a toll on you. All right, so this is obviously a pivot point of the season. You don't want to go into the bye week 2-5. How big is this game? How do you beat the Packers on Sunday?
That's a huge game. You're right. I mean, you have to win this game for all intents and purposes. You look around the NFC West. I think that's the only way the Cardinals can get into the playoffs. Right? Is to win the NFC West, and you're looking at a division that's playing some pretty good football overall right now. So you have to win this game, and you have to start stacking some W's. To do that, Jordan Love has been playing some pretty good football. I heard some loose talk about maybe him being in talks about the MVP. I don't know. I think that's premature.
Yeah.
I think at some point, Green Bay always seems to kind of stub their toe. And maybe that'll come this week. But for the Cardinals, I don't know who's going to play at quarterback. I don't know if it's Kyler or if it's Jacoby Brissett. But, I think you want to see what Jacoby Brissett, if he's playing, and I kind of assume he's going to be starting. You want to see if he can continue in that vein of what he did last week. If he can build on that offensively, I think the defense has got a good shot to shut down Josh Jacobs and really make this team one-dimensional.
Great stuff, Freddie. Always great seeing you. Thank you for your insight and your time today.
Thanks, guys.
Rob Fredrickson, former Cardinal great and former Michigan State legend, baby.
Yeah. On the banks of the Red Cedar.
The Rush Hour reboot on the other side. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday.
Texas Tech is loaded everywhere. We got guys who will play on Sunday everywhere on offense. We got our hands full, and we got the group that can play with anybody.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Fall's descending on the valley, but unlike the changing of the leaves, unfortunately, our money does not grow on trees, which is why if you're thinking about retirement, if you're worried about retirement, if you're seeking financial independence, do not fumble the ball. Set up a free appointment at Trajan Wealth. Go get a game plan that's going to assure you're making all the right financial moves for your future. Trajan Wealth, veteran-owned, locally operated, and when you meet with Trajan Wealth, you're going to see it all begins with relationships. They understand the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights for growth that are in line with your risk tolerance. And as an independent firm, Trajan Wealth, not bound to just one line of products or portfolios, they've got the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your own unique goals and needs. And as fiduciaries, they are obligated to always act in your best interests. At Trajan Wealth, your future is always their top priority. Give them a call at 480-990-3300. Find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
When you give a diamond, it's not just jewelry, it's a promise.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has seen it again and again, how one diamond can change everything.
I've helped people find engagement rings that start a lifetime together, anniversary gifts that reignite the spark, and holiday surprises that bring real tears of joy.
Because it's not about the size of the diamond, it's about what it means when she opens that box.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we make sure every piece tells a story, your story. Custom made or ready to go, you'll find something unforgettable.
And if you've been waiting for the right moment, this is it.
I'm Diamond Dave. Call, DM, or come see me, and let's create that memory that lasts forever.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave Kantor.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. And for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Week 7 in the NFL will get underway tonight in Cincinnati, and the Cardinals will welcome the Green Bay Packers on Sunday afternoon. Who the quarterback will be? Well, that's still in question as Kyler Murray was limited on the injury report yesterday. Whoever is under center, though, might be without wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. as he is in concussion protocol. Some good news for the Cardinals, though. Rookie defensive lineman Walter Nolan's practice window is open after suffering a calf injury in training camp. The Sun Devils should be getting their quarterback back on Saturday. Sam Levitt is listed as probable with his foot injury and has been taking first-team reps in practice this week. And with less than a week left till the Suns season tips off, how will the absence of Jalen Green on opening night affect Devin Booker and this Suns team? Find out at ArizonaSports.com. And this report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit prosmile.com today to book your free consultation.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:31 on a Thursday. That can only mean it is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. First and foremost, want to say if you're listening to us every day and you're wondering, can I watch these guys? Can I watch them as they do morning rit? Yes, you can. We are at YouTube we are on YouTube at Arizona Sports. Click that little icon. You can see us.
In other words, if you want to know what Jarrett's shirt looks like, if you want to see what is up with Bickley's hair, if you want to see if Kellen is really 6'100", tune in.
Yes. So Kellen's got a very comfortable-looking sweatshirt on today, if you want to see that.
That's his vibe, man. Kellen's always rolling.
Yeah, usually I just wear it when it's 110 degrees out. Anyway, just 'cause it's what I'm the most comfortable in. But
62 degrees driving
it's a nice
to work
59 degrees out right now.
I'm wearing pants for the first time.
Oh, this is great.
I saw that.
This is great.
Yes.
Those lower legs are nowhere to be seen.
Yes. I saw that. Jared looked sleek walking in this morning.
But if enough people tune in, I'll show off my shins.
No.
Just for you.
I don't know.
Incentivize the people, Jarrett.
All right, let's get rolling. So the Cardinals... Bang, we have missed that the last couple days. The Cardinals decided to walk through yesterday instead of having a full practice, which meant we didn't really get a Kyler Murray update other than he's limited. Marvin Harrison in concussion protocol. If neither of those guys can go on Sunday, which guy or guys need to step up the most against the Packers?
Well, listen, what we saw in the second half from Zay Jones against the Colts was finally everything that they've been saying about Zay Jones for a couple of years. No, this guy is good enough to be wide receiver too. If that guy is back on the field making those kind of plays, and Michael Wilson, the way he gutted through that dislocated finger and came up with another great catch in traffic, I walked away from that game thinking, okay, maybe they do have some viable pieces in that room. Those guys are going to have to step up.
I think it's the defense for me. If you look at Green Bay over the course of this season so far and how they landed at a 3-1-1 record, they've been getting out ahead very early in football games. They were up 10-0 early against Detroit. Against the Commanders, they were ahead 14-0. In the Cowboys game, they went up 13-2. And then in the Bengals game as well, it was a little bit closer. But again, they were up 10-0 at half. So can you have the defense just... I think obviously the offense has to get ahead of that too and get points on the board as well. But if the defense can force Green Bay to play from behind, that's when Jordan Love will do something stupid. He is that kind of quarterback where he's a gunslinger. He's incredibly fun to watch. He makes a bunch of amazing throws. But he will do something stupid in a football game if you put him in a position to do that.
That's true.
And you can totally capitalize it and then maybe, I don't know, play a full, complete 4 quarters of football on either end of the field.
Speaking of full 4 quarters, Gannon and his staff have preached putting together a full 60 minutes for, it seems like, multiple weeks right now. What does that look like for the Arizona Cardinals? And do you trust the defense or the offense to put together a full 60 more?
I think right now I trust the defense more just because we've seen it more consistently over more of the game. The whole story, Dan, going into that Colts game before Jacoby Brissett got out there is across the 4 games in which the Cardinals had multiple touchdowns outside of that fumble where they only needed 25 yards to get it against the Titans, their touchdowns came on consecutive drives. So they were scoring in little pockets of the game and producing touchdowns, and then that was it. Then it was just field goals or punts or turnovers or whatever else. So the consistency from the offense, it was just totally bizarre to see them be able to move the ball down the field consistently.
Yeah.
The defense has had more of those steps as well. So
I agree with that. I do trust the defense more. I think that the defense now is in a better shape now to contribute. Hopefully we're going to get Walter Nolan added to this team soon. Garrett Williams is close to coming back. And I do think that if they put together a complete game, that's the most obvious path to victory.
Okay. So we know Kenny Dillingham is always good for a fire me up type, run through a brick wall soundbite. This was his most recent yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should. You should like to play these games. You should like to play in the games where you're 10-point dogs. You should want that. Those are the games you want to play in. You go play rec basketball, you don't want to pick all the good people on your team. You want to go on the team that like, oh, watch, we're going to upset these guys. Yeah. Like, watch this. Like, we're going to go play our best game. We'll find a way, and you have to yell and communicate and set screens. Like, you want to play in games that are difficult.
So the Sun Devils and the Cardinals are both kind of big underdogs this weekend. Which team winning this weekend would surprise you more, and why?
ASU.
Okay.
Given the quality of play that we have seen from Texas Tech, the people are calling them a team that could very easily thrive in the SEC. In other words, they are legit. They have, as Kellen said, defensively, they've got guys who are going to play in the NFL all over the field. It's not what you would normally expect from Texas Tech.
Sure.
And the big key in that game is ASU cannot let Texas Tech roar to an early lead. It happened to them last year in the loss to them. It happened to them against Baylor. They were able to recover from that. They need to play them close and keep that game close throughout the first half.
Yeah. I'm going to swerve. I think ASU has the more difficult task by far, don't get me wrong, but I trust them more by far. It's been an uneven year for them at 4-2, don't get me wrong. Also, Texas Tech, we could not see Baron Morton. They're a completely different football team on offense. If Will Hammond is in there, I don't trust the Cardinals at all. They could be playing the Browns, and I would be saying ASU right now.
I'm kind of in that camp, too, where Kenny, Sam Leavitt, Tyson, they've been in this underdog role before. They know what it takes to win a game like that. All right, so lastly, I've done some reading and a lot of listening as the NBA gets closer and closer, and there's been a lot of Devin Booker is lost in the desert. The Suns should have traded Booker when they can, and more and more. So how important is this, quote, next chapter of Devin Booker's career, and ideally, what does that look like?
Yeah, I think, Sammy, what it's going to come down to is what we see in terms of progress points, like we talked about earlier in the show, over the next year. Because a lot of this is aided by the fact that Book wants to stay here. Like, he wants to be a one-franchise guy. Like, he really, truly does view himself as a Phoenician now. Like, he is a part of the city and is from Phoenix. That's what he will tell people. He's like, I'm from Phoenix. Like, he's had his time in Grand Rapids. He's had his time in Mississippi. But this is where he really believes that he is, like, truly from. And he wants to stay here, and he wants to work it out, and he wants to get a championship. Like he said on media today, he has unfinished business. But again, like we were talking about in a different context with Kyler, if the Suns fail him again and this just doesn't look good, and we're talking about a head coach being on the hot seat again and all this kind of stuff starts to materialize, then at a certain point he has to not look in the mirror, but just look around and say, like, I'm in my prime. Any team would love to have me right now. I don't see a championship working here. I tried with everything that I could. It's going to be more about his decision than the team's decision because, of course, they want to keep him. It makes a lot of sense why they would.
That is exactly why showing some competency and laying the right foundation this year is so imperative. Because if this thing turns out to be a train wreck and it looks terrible and there's no belief in where they're going, that moment might get here sooner rather than later.
And I wonder if does he view Larry Fitzgerald as an inspiration or a cautionary tale? His career.
That's a larger conversation.
It's a great question, but I think that at some point in time, Devin Booker, as he will tell you, he's been through some bleep.
Yeah.
And at some point, just like Shane Doan was. And I think if you ask Shane Doan that question, you get a different answer.
Shane Doan was never as good as Devin Booker, though. And never played on as good a teams as Devin Booker or as Stratus teams.
There's a very large difference between semi-competitive and making the playoffs to what they could be over the next couple of years as well. So, like, if they're toiling around 20 and 30 wins and they're not even getting close to, like, the play-in or the playoffs or anything like that, then that is when the pressure really starts to mount. So do they show signs of becoming that within the next year or two? This year, I think that'll be the tell-all.
All right, heads up, all you rock and rollers in the audience. Judas Priest, Alice Cooper joining forces for an epic tour coming to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on October 22nd. All you've got to do, text the word Cooper to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to see them live. Once again, text Cooper to 620-620. On the other side, we'll go around the NFL, bring you some hash marks on the other side. Dan Bickley, Kellen Olson, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday.
Huddle. If we want to win this game, we can't let them run the ball, man. This is the biggest house we're going to have all year.
They run it kind of when they want to run it, so big-time challenge.
Free game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon. Cardinals. Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down!
Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma.
She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her drive. We just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. It's October. Say goodbye to the heat and hello cooler weather. That means it's National Car Care Month, and there's no better time to make sure your car's ready for the fall. The fall is so busy we no sooner shut our cars off and then, oops, we're gone again. So I know we all want to take care of our cars, but we never seem to find the time until it breaks. There's a couple of quick and easy things we need to do to keep our cars ready. Checking the brakes, battery, and tires is a start. And let's not forget about the fluids. A simple oil change and topping off your coolant can save you major headaches later on. If you're hearing strange noises, see dash lights, or just need a tune-up, now's the time to act. Please don't wait until your car leaves you stranded to come see us. We know that getting car repairs can be confusing, but where to go when you need them isn't. That's us at AMCO. Remember, transmission repair is our specialty, but we do all repairs too, and we take the hassle out of getting your car repaired. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Jared,
Just wanted to get Sammy.
You startled Sammy there for a minute. He's like, wait a minute, I thought we just did that.
His head popped up like when you say the word walk to a dog.
Yeah, I'm like, what time is it?
I just saw that video you're talking about.
Who?
I just saw that. A compilation of people kind of messing with their dogs.
Yes.
It was fantastic. All right, the NFL is always a wacky place. We know that. Once the season gets started, it's like a fire hose of news and weirdness and sound bites. I don't think I was ever prepared for what I was going to hear from Dylan Gabriel yesterday. Keep in mind, the Browns rookie quarterback got demolished by the Steelers. They hit him 16 times. They sacked him 6 times. When they asked him how it felt, this is what came out of his mouth.
Yeah, my mom used to beat my ass when I was a kid, so I don't think anything will live up to it. My mom, no, I'm just playing around, but I'm good. I'm good. It's part of football, you know what I mean? That's why you play it. We're good.
All right, so a lot of people are like, whoa, Dylan, are you all right? You want to sit down and talk this out a little bit?
Bizarre. He's a weird dude, man. He's really weird.
I don't know much about him. So inform me about Dylan Gabriel.
I don't know a ton, to be clear, and I don't want to besmirch a great Oregon quarterback on Aaron Maloney's air too much here. I want to tepidly
right, tiptoe through that.
Kind of get the feet wet just a little bit. Just everything that he was saying around the Shador thing. Remember, like, his quotes where it was like, "Are you subtweeting Shador?" And then he was like, "No, I'm just talking," and he had to like clear it all up and
that's
and
right.
that kind
That's
of all
right.
nonsense.
That's right.
It just kind of seems like it's just a weird thing to say.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure his mom is a very imposing figure, but she's not Aaron Donald. Like, she's not Leonard Williams. You know what I mean? Like, it must be a whole different story getting. Now, he's not getting chased by Myles Garrett because he plays on Myles Garrett's team. Very thankful for him for that, I'm sure. But an odd thing to say. But, Dan, I've learned a lot as an NFL fan. Quarterbacks are just really weird, and we're going to talk about another weird quarterback later.
Oh, well, yes. There's no shortage of those in the NFL, are there?
You know Dylan Gabriel is named after Corey Dillon?
I did not
know that. The old running back?
I did not know that.
Corey Dillon. Corey Dillon was a dog on those old Bengals teams. You kidding me? And then he had a Patriots run too.
The very first fantasy football team I ever had, I had Corey Dillon. No one heard of him. He scored 6 touchdowns one day.
There you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
That was a good week for me.
Oh, those were the days. Me and my dad had a team when I was younger. We had LaDainian Tomlinson, Sean Alexander, and Peyton Manning, like before they all went to superstardom, and it was the greatest run of my life. It was beautiful.
All right, there's also now a lot of consternation coming out of Pittsburgh where players in last week's game, they thought that field was, Aaron Rodgers called it, quote, borderline unplayable. There's actually been a complaint filed with the league on behalf of the NFL Players Association. This is weird because Pittsburgh plays on natural grass, yet they're saying that field was rock hard last week, and this is not winter in Pittsburgh. And so you wonder, how does the field get like that? Well, the answer is because the University of Pittsburgh plays on that field as well. And so when you have weeks where it's bang, bang, Saturday, Sunday, this is what you're going to get. But it raises the question, if you get out there on a Sunday afternoon and you see that this field has been torn up and is not in good shape, what can you do? Are you going to call off the game? You've already got 70,000 people there.
It's always it's amazing that a storied, historical franchise like the Pittsburgh Steelers, who right up there with the Packers and any other historical franchise that they share a stadium with a college team.
That's it.
It's weird. I mean, it's a coup for the Pitt Panthers, but it's
when I've seen a couple of Pitt games at Acrisure, it's about 33% full.
Of course.
So it's kind of embarrassing.
I just mean the facilities are probably really good compared to like what they would have as a normal college. But it sucks for the Steelers to have to share and then have this affected. I hadn't heard this in the past, though. Have you? In past years?
Here and there, Tomlin said that he thought the field was poor, but that he was told that the turf was going to get swapped out. He acknowledged that it was a concern. Chris Boswell slipped on the turf as he attempted and missed a fourth quarter field goal. A special teams captain suffered a significant non-contact knee injury, and that was where the frustration really lied with Cameron Hayward, who is also their Players Association team representative. He said, I lost one of my teammates, and that kind of makes me sad about it. And he said, like, I like playing on grass. We obviously want to play on grass more than we want to play on turf, but like that's not the type of grass that we need to be playing on.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All right, in Miami, Tua Tagovailoa apologized yesterday for remarks he made after Sunday's loss to the Chargers when he criticized teammates for being late to players-only meetings. A lot of people thought, okay, now you're apologizing for being honest, for being transparent.
You want to hear those comments?
Let's hear them.
As a leader of this team, of the Miami Dolphins, you know, the comments that had been said, I would say I've made a mistake, and I'm owning up to that right now. You know, I've talked to guys on the team about it, talked to the leaders about it, and, you know, that they know my heart. They know that the intent was right, but no matter the intent, you know, the intent can be right, but when things get misconstrued or however the media wants to portray it, you know, that leaves a void of silence and a lot of questions for the guys on our team. Now, being 1-5, you know, we talk a lot about, all right, we got to get this going. We got to get this going. Come in excited to go to work. Forget about the noise. And I feel like I just added on to that for our guys.
He was doing so good until he said the media misconstrued what I was.
I totally agree with you. Totally agree.
That was the part where it's like, what do you mean? You are the guy who just told us that your locker room is not properly organized. Like there's no other way to take it. It's obviously one of those.
He meant they didn't put the towels away into the bins.
Yes, of course. It's obviously one of those football culture things, Dan, like McDaniel coming out and saying like it was misguided. He shouldn't have done this. A lot of players declined to comment to beat reporters when they were asked, like, what did you think about that? And they were just kind of saying, like, it should just kind of be kept in-house. So it's one of those things where the way it was done in poor taste the most was, I can't remember who the player was exactly, but there was someone who was, like, on the Dolphins for, like, just a couple of games or even a couple of days or whatever, but quote tweeted the video and said this was the same guy who was late to a meeting when I was there on the Dolphins.
Yeah.
So it's a mess over there.
All right, and finally, there's a weird story brewing. First of all, so the Kansas City Chiefs kind of served notice last week with a very stout win over the Lions that maybe, just maybe, it ain't over for them yet, especially with Rashee Rice coming back to that team this week. For the people who believe there's a conspiracy that the NFL wants the Chiefs to win because Taylor Swift is there and Taylor Swift had Caitlin Clark with her last time, 0 penalties in that game. 0 penalties for the Chiefs. And
buttoned-up team.
Yeah, well, fans are pointing out, oh, look at this play. Travis Kelce held on this play, and look at this, and 0 penalties on the Chiefs. There's also a very, very weird controversy brewing up right now. On 4th down and 1 in the first quarter of that game on Sunday, Jared Goff went in motion as a wide receiver, the Philly special play, right? And it was initially ruled a touchdown on a trick play. The Lions are celebrating, and yet somehow the call gets changed because Jared Goff didn't come to a stop. And now there's some controversy as to whether the league office got involved with the adjudicating of a game. Because afterwards, there was some confusion as to who exactly made that call. Was it made on the field? Did New York call you guys and say, change that call? There's a lot of weird stuff brewing around this thing.
They got to fix this illegal formation thing. Like, what does that even mean? You know, I know what illegal formation is, but the amount of times I hear illegal formation on a Sunday, enough. Like, I'm done. Like, we need to restructure the rule or something because, again, it is in place for very specific reasons to maintain, like, not the legality per se, but the advantages that the offense could gain if guys are lined up in a certain spot. But the amount of times that I hear illegal formation and don't know what's going on, the amount of times that I watch a flag be thrown and then I see the replay not really that good, and then I see that referee was like 30 yards away making that call.
Yeah.
They are not trending in the NBA's direction. The NBA has an officiating problem of much higher degree than the NFL does, but it ruins the product to some point. Troy Aikman had that rant like a week or two ago. I don't know if you saw it, where he was just like, okay, I'm just like not going to sit here and say nothing. Like, this is nonsense. It's a flag every single play, and it does tarnish the product to some extent.
It is funny. The only time they don't throw it is when they should throw it during all those tush pushes that.
How about it? Yeah, I'm with you on that. But again, this is something that follows the Chiefs and this league. And if you've got Dan Campbell saying the official told him on the field that New York called him and said change the play, that's bizarre, man.
I think the league absolutely wants the Chiefs to win because they are the face of the league. I think that they do get the benefit of the doubt on calls because they've been good for so long. But do I think that it's big conspiracy to make sure they win games? I don't think so.
No, you watch quarterbacks like get slammed. Like, I think Caleb Williams had 2 hits he took in that Monday Night Football game where like his head like smashed against the turf. And I was like, if that was Mahomes, like even like 50% less, like that's a flag every single time. This is just what happens across all sports. When a team goes on a run like this, when they get respected like this, they're going to get a call. Like I was bantering a bit with Rasheer Fleming after the game, and we were talking about how like the official is just waiting to call a foul on you with Luka. Like you just cannot, like, I was the one saying this to be clear, but it's like, you can't touch him because once he gets you on his hip, all he's going to do is that little shoulder lean, and then it's a foul on you no matter what. Even
especially
if you didn't really foul him.
Vinny just jumped up from his couch in pain, agreeing with you.
There you go.
No doubt.
No doubt about it. I do agree with you about formation penalties in the NFL. They're stupid and they need to go away. All right, we're halfway through the show. Stick around. The Bickley Blast is next. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Jalen Green's absence puts the Suns' full offensive burden on Devin Booker. Texas Tech is the Big 12's juggernaut after outspending the 2024 national champs. And Cardinals head coach John Jonathan Gannon had one hell of a mic drop. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and for years, great athletes like Peyton Manning, the late great Kobe Bryant, they would all go to Europe during their off seasons. They were all going for advanced regenerative treatments because those treatments were not available in America. Well, guess what? They're here now. They're in our backyard, and you'll find them at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in this exciting new field where they can harness your body's natural ability to heal itself and restore and repair all that damaged joint tissue that is causing you issues. And I'm telling you from my personal experience, this stuff really, really works. They helped me avoid surgery 5 years ago when I tore my meniscus, currently in treatment for a terrible case of tennis elbow. 3 treatments in, I am feeling markedly better. Not surprising, QC Kinetics has a 92% success rate among their clients. That is incredible, but that's what they're giving people. So if you're dealing with chronic joint pain of any kind, go check out these cutting-edge options and how they can help you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, it's Wolf, and I've got to give a huge shout out to the team that just transformed my yard into an oasis with artificial grass. That is Legacy Green Solutions. These guys are the real deal. Family owned and operated in the basin for over 25 years, voted best of the valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels natural. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited time deal. Mention Wolf and get 15% off. Just text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Ready, set, Ford. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Bronktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Bronktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc fee. OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford. Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. When it comes to your comfort, results matter. That's why Precision has been voted the #1 ranked AC company in the Valley for over a decade, delivering the best installation in the state. And now's the perfect time to upgrade. Get $2,500 off a new AC unit, plus receive the Valley's only 10-year workmanship warranty. Protect your home, lower your stress, stay comfortable all year long. Make the Precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ahead of Week 7 for the Arizona Cardinals, quarterback Kyler Murray was listed as limited on the team's injury report, and Marvin Harrison Jr. is in concussion protocol. But first-round pick Walter Nolan, his practice window has opened after returning from the PUP list as the Cardinals get ready for the Green Bay Packers coming to town on Sunday. From one QB to another, ASU's quarterback Sam Leavitt, after practicing Tuesday and Wednesday, showing increased signs of mobility, is listed as probable for Saturday's game against Texas Tech. And this report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Bickley and Marana Mornings. Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
The NFL devours most head coaches, a league where security is hard to find, harder to hold, and where the stress is often unbearable, and it's certainly swirling all around Jonathan Gannon. There is the pressure of expectations, a 4-game losing streak that has landed the Cardinals in last place, a $100,000 fine for losing his cool on the sideline and getting physical with one of his players, and then there was yesterday's deadpan response about when he learned how to handle adversity in the coaching business. Quote, 2007, when our quarterback went to jail. The moment immediately went viral, and some took offense to the Michael Vick incident and how Vick caught a stray from the Cardinals head coach. I thought the answer was quick-witted and superb, but after all of that, nothing threatens Gannon's status in the locker room more than how he's handling his current quarterback dilemma, because he has declared Kyler Murray his starting quarterback at a time when the players in that locker room might feel differently, because Jacoby Brissett elevated the offense in Indianapolis in ways that Murray cannot, because we saw the marked difference of a quarterback who stands tall and firm in the pocket, a quarterback who can actually see the entire field. And if Brissett plays on Sunday and somehow beats the Packers, what then? How do you walk back that commitment to Murray? And as any rancher will tell you, you can't change horses in the middle of a stream. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
No, I think guys are excited. It doesn't feel like we've lost 4 straight. They've all been really close games. I think guys are encouraged by that. But no, I think the vibe's high. I think guys are excited to be here at work and excited to play a very good Packers team this week.
All right, that's the voice of Trey McBride talking about the current vibes on the team, that it's not as bad as the record might suggest. Question is, are the Cardinals as bad as the record might suggest, and how do they beat the Packers on Sunday, regardless of who's playing quarterback?
Yeah, they are that bad, Dan, because they do not execute. And it has been incredibly frustrating to watch this season after following it all offseason and following the rise of this program, if you want to call it that, for the last 2 years, because there was a lot of belief and trust that we provided. Like I say, we here as a fan of the team, that was given to Jonathan Gannon, that was given to Monty Austin-Ford after that first year because of the things that were being said, because of the way that they would play. But all they have done this year is just show that they are unorganized. And that, to me, is, again, all of this year was supposed to be like the year of Kyler, like the year of Kyler part 6, by the way, but like the year of Kyler and figuring out what you're going to do with him. But also like, okay, this program that Jonathan Gannon and Monty Austin-Ford have built up, does it get you to the playoffs? Where are you at? What is the next step forward? Instead, they're taking a dramatic 2 steps back right now, because if you look at their entire schedule and the games that they have played so far this year against New Orleans, they allowed Spencer Rattler to nearly steal that game at the end. Carolina executes an onside kick to nearly steal that game. The San Francisco game was a narrow loss. Seattle, the reason they lose that game is because of poor execution on special teams. Tennessee, there's 6 different moments that I could point at. Everyone already remembers that pretty well.
That was peak absurdity. And
against Indianapolis, they just needed 1 stop in the 4th quarter. That was it. So again, it just keeps resembling the look of a bad football team, and just not a bad football team in terms of talent, but in terms of execution. You know what's crazy is you look at this 2-4 start, And I think they're a bad football team. Don't get me wrong. They could be 6-0. They legitimately couldn't. People say that all the time. It's like, no, if they just took care of business in the fourth quarter against San Francisco, against Indianapolis, just got stops, and then didn't shoot themselves in the foot against Seattle and Tennessee, they would be 6-0 right now. And they would be 6-0 right now if everything that we were told and everything that we believed about this regime was actually being instilled to its players, and that execution and culture was carrying over. It's clearly not carrying over right now, which is where the bigger questions will start if they continue to look this poor.
That's a very good point. All right, so you're dealing with a Packers team that you don't know what you're going to get from. I don't know whether this Packers team is due for a really good game. They opened the season with very loud wins against the Lions and the Commanders. Then they went to Cleveland in a game where their offense stunk. Then they tied a game against the Cowboys where their defense stunk and allowed 40 points. And last week they, as the new saying goes, they were playing with their food against the Bengals, where their offense was bad for one half and their defense was bad for a half. I don't know exactly what you're going to get from this Green Bay team, other than, as you pointed out earlier, you can kind of count, if you put pressure on the Packers, Jordan Love making a key mistake. That seems to be a hallmark of what you get with Jordan Love.
You do. You get some, I think when Cardinals fans watch Jordan Love, they wish that this guy was their quarterback. And what I mean by that is he will take any shot down the field. He doesn't care. If he thinks Romeo Doubs can catch that in double coverage 45 yards down the field, he's going to chuck it down there. Now, is it the proper decision sometimes? No, it is not at all. And I think the main thing for them on Sunday is, again, he is going to make a questionable decision and the ball is going to be present for someone to grab. They better catch that ball, because you'll remember that Lions game, they completely walked over the Lions. They were the talk of the NFL after week 1. What people forget is the dropped pick, and then a play later, Brian Branch picked the ball off, ran it into the end zone, and then it was called back for some penalty that was completely irrelevant to the actual play that happened in Love throwing. He basically threw 2 picks in a row. Both of them got taken off. They went on to dominate that game. I'm sure you guys have talked about it earlier in the week already, Dan, but this is sort of like, we're a week or two away from everyone really starting to build up the, not Jerry Jones is right conversation, don't get me wrong, but the, okay, where is like the defensive player of the year candidate that Micah Parsons is supposed to be? Because he's got 2.5 sacks right now. His pressure numbers against the Bengals, he only had 4. He had 7 pressures against the Cowboys and a sack, 8 pressures against the Browns. So he is certainly getting to the quarterback. But in terms of it affecting the game in the ways that we expected and saw in that Detroit game where he was barely on the field and it just felt like he was out there for every snap still, we're not quite there yet. This feels like the perfect opportunity for him to get going.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So for those who are just tuning in, Kyler Murray was listed as limited on the injury report yesterday. That is not a surprise. They did not practice. They had a walkthrough instead. Kyler Murray did not have his normal Wednesday press conference. That was the same thing with the week before, and that's perfectly acceptable. If you don't know who's starting, then there's no obligation for any individual to meet the media. But you can tell this issue is very buttoned up with the football team, because it's a real heavy issue as to what they're going to do and how this team is going to look, and the importance of not coming out of the bye week at 2-5, especially when, as you pointed out, you can make this argument that things could be so much better for us. So to me, I think this is going to have to be a game when the defense shines, and I don't know how this happens, but I think making sure you capitalize on all turnover possibilities that come your way. We know that Budda Baker dropped a would-be interception last week. And outside of Calais Campbell, their defensive tackles have generated very little pressure. Calais Campbell has 3 sacks, 16 pressures, and 141 pass rush snaps. The rest of that group, 1 sack and 15 pressures on 488 pass rush snaps. That's a 3.1% pressure rate. That's not going to get it done in the NFL.
This is going to be a game in the trenches as well, because it's been a tale of 2 running games for the Packers as well right now in this current situation, because in their last 2 games, they've got 164 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. They were averaging nearly 5 yards a carry against Dallas, and then against Cincinnati, 153 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns, 4.5 yards per carry. The ground game really struggled against Cleveland, really struggled against Detroit, was pretty solid against the Commanders. Like Josh Jacobs, of course, one of the better running backs in the NFL. So when Jordan Love is having one of those Jordan Love-esque games, they can just turn to that ground game that has been reliable for them at times. It has also gotten them stonewalled at times, and that's the reason why they lost against the Browns. Like, Jordan Love was trash, don't get me wrong, but if they would have been able to run the ball, they would have been just fine, but they weren't able to, and we know the problems the Cardinals have had in the trenches specifically, but the best part of their defense so far this year has been stopping the run. We'll see if they can get back to that after Jonathan Taylor did what he did last week.
All right, big weekend ahead for ASU football as well. We'll tell you the secret weapon Kenny Dillingham needs from you. And I'm talking to you people in the audience. That's next. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I would guess the guys inside that locker room would still vote Kyler right now because I think there's probably that tendency to be like, man,
I'm going to continue to vote Kyler.
It's like he's going to lose his starting job after 1 week. He gets hurt for 1 week.
You're not going to do it for one game. You say Kyler Murray is your quarterback, and provided he's healthy, you let him play against the Green Bay Packers and let him go out and see how he performs with the bye week after it. But make no mistake, once again, if that locker room is behind Kyler Murray, you're going to go with that every time.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you are a homeowner in Arizona, chances are really good that you've had a really bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. Happens to all of us, and this is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They are a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. Their range is absolutely incredible. Talking about traditional landscaping, outdoor pergolas. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. Hardscapes like patios and sidewalks, customized fire pits, built-in barbecue grills. They're also in the pickleball business. If you're an avid pickleball player, you know it's hard to get court time. That's not the case if you build one in your backyard. They're great at that. They're also awesome at state-of-the-art putting greens. If you're a golfer, what could be better than practicing your short game in the comfort of your own home? But more to the point, Turf Monsters as a company firmly believe in doing what they say they're going to do, believing in professionalism, believing in sending a devoted crew to your house so you're not seeing different workers every time you look outside your window, and deeply concerned with your happiness with the finished product. That's why customers rave about Turf Monsters. Find what samples of their work online. You can schedule your estimate at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model, like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite F-150 trucks with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 11/3/25.
College football, law school, marriage, kids. Life got busy. I wanted to stay in shape, but didn't have the time or interest in the big box gyms.
Hi, I'm Aaron. I was referred to Bill Ross Fitness Solutions. Bill created a program tailored to me. 30-minute workouts, 3 times a week, training, cardio, nutrition, everything. A couple years later, I've never felt better. I'm lighter, stronger, more flexible, and even my golf game's better. This is results-driven fitness you won't find anywhere else. Get your free consultation at BillRossFitnessSolutions.com today.
Hey, it's Luke. Just how tough of a task is number 7 Texas Tech going to be for the Sun Devils on Saturday? We'll ask RedRaidersports.com publisher Chris Level at 1 p.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Thursday. Dan Bickley here alongside Kellen Olson, who is filling in for Vinny, broadcasting live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. And we want to give a big shout out to our great listeners in Casa Grande, or would that be Casa Grande?
I like to say Casa Grande. It
So
sounds
do I.
more exotic.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how it's actually pronounced. Kellen, any idea?
I've been a Grand guy.
I've heard
before,
Casa Grande,
but-
too. People calling it Casa Grande.
Casa Grande.
Casa Grande. You like that, Jarrett?
I do.
All right.
Can
Big
you
shout
roll
out
your
to our
Rs when you
listeners
say
in Casa Grande. We appreciate that. Okay, so this weekend is going to be a pivotal weekend for both our Valley football teams. We know that. That's obvious. But I don't think you're going to find a more staggering juxtaposition than what the crowd is going to look like Sunday in Glendale and what the crowd needs to look like Saturday at Mountain America Stadium.
Yep.
And we're going to have Kenny Dillingham on tomorrow. And if there was ever a game in the Kenny Dillingham era where he needs that stadium to make an impact on the game, and that can happen in college football, it's already happened to ASU. This is the weekend for that to
Something
happen.
he's been very vocal about since he became head coach at ASU is making that home field advantage mean something.
It's something that they're going to need in this game because this game has to matter for it to be in Tempe. Does that make sense? Like when you're playing in Tempe, it has to mean something. Like you'll remember when the team traveled to Waco, we were like, it really doesn't matter that they're playing on the road against Baylor because like that, there's just no environment there. There wasn't really an environment for that game. There absolutely was in Utah, and it's a situation that they have to create for themselves over time. Like you would hope to see the fan base respond the way that they did emphatically with the ticket sales and all that kind of stuff after the success of last year. That's like step 1. Step 2 is getting everyone there on time. Like, please get down there an hour early.
Yeah.
Speaking from the Cardinals side, at kickoff for the Panthers game, the home opener in the season, the stands were at about 60% for me, sitting in the press box, and that's the type of thing that you need to see for ASU right away because they're going to need to get off to a hot start. And to your point, there's going to be a whole lot of green in that building on Sunday. A whole lot of green.
Yeah, so that's what you can't have Saturday. You need Sun Devil fans not only to show up, show out, but just make that place as hostile as possible. One thing that is either going to work for the Devils or against the Devils, it's a 1 o'clock kickoff, right? Generally, the more hostile crowds come at nighttime, and the reasons are obvious. You have more time for libations, right? 1 o'clock kickoff on Saturday. What does Kenny Dillingham think about that?
Yeah, I love early kickoffs. I'd play at 11 a.m. if we could. I absolutely love early kickoffs. I hate waiting around all day. And you sit in a hotel room until 8 p.m. at night but before you play a game. Like, I love to wake up, play ball, and rock and roll.
I think players are like that too.
I think a lot of the players like that for sure.
So there you go. Kenny Dillingham talking about loving to play day games. I don't mind them either, but I do think that I think the Sun Devils need a 12th man against this Texas Tech team. Their defense, as Kellen put out there, they're crazy good defensively. They're the kind of defense you would you would sort of model and say is comparable to like Texas or Ohio State when it comes to stopping the run. They allow barely over 60 yards a game. So is ASU going to successfully run the ball? Probably not. This is going to have to be a big-time Sam Levitt game, and this is encouraging. Sam Levitt's never lost at Mountain American Stadium.
Literally going to bring that up right before you said it. Like, he hasn't lost at home, and now you have a crowd in the middle of the day that's going to be the seventh ranked team in the country is coming to your building. Mm-hmm. There has to be some pride in that, and Kenny Dillingham knows better than almost anyone else that as an underdog, his team can win. And to do that, it's going to require a lot of Sam Levitt and a lot of Jordan Tyson.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Those two have got to have themselves a day.
I do wonder if they don't win, because Kellen earlier was talking about if the Cardinals lose, go into the bye week at 2-5, how quickly that could snowball into we're thinking, oh, this is just going to be a 4-win season, a 5-win season. If ASU loses and they all of a sudden have 3 losses, does that snowball into a 5-6 loss season where you're like, wow, this was a lost season, and last year does seem like a blip on the ever increasing list of
one-hit wonders.
One-hit wonders, yeah.
Yeah, no, listen, I think we all have enough faith in Kenny Dillingham's ability that this is different, that this is going to be different. His brain, his approach, his energy, his charisma, all of that stuff, this is going to work as long as he's in Tempe. Now, the question is, how long will he be in Tempe? Because, look, Kurt Cignetti might have passed him as the hottest coach in college football right now.
He has, yes.
But Kenny Dillingham is still on that short list, right? And there might come a day when he gets an offer that he simply cannot refuse. Now, I don't think it's going to be any time in the short term, but around year 6, 7, depends on where this program is, depends on what kind of money comes his way.
A bunch of Gen Z people and Gen Alpha people got very excited when you said year 6, 7.
Hey, do the juggling thing. Yeah. 6, 7 thing.
We're hip.
Oh, anything but. So again, I'm hoping that Sam Leavitt has got enough mobility to give this team and this town the game that he can, because if he does and they beat Texas Tech, it's going to be one of those magical scenes. There's good Sun Devil fans who really equate this game to when Ryan Leaf and Washington State came to town. I believe it was 97. ASU was a 2-loss team at that time. ASU put together one of those magical efforts. The goalposts came down. Now, I think ASU football is beyond that space where you're so surprised by an outcome that you're pulling down the goalposts. But this could be a magical moment for this team if they can find a way to derail Texas Tech.
That is interesting. I wonder if they rush the field, if they win.
They might.
The field will be rushed.
It will be
if they win.
It will be for sure. Dan, with what you're talking about and the crowd's importance in this game, something to realize about Texas Tech is that they really haven't been tested in the fourth quarter of too many games this year. Of course, like the blowout margins we talked about, like they're averaging to win games by 36 points right now. Like that is not going to happen. 30 points that they're averaging. Their average margin of victory is right now in their undefeated run. But if you look at the Utah game, that was a 10-3 game entering the fourth quarter. It was 34-10 at the end, but at one point it was 13-10 Texas Tech with about 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And then you go to their other game that got close, that Kansas game, it was 28-17 Texas Tech going into the fourth quarter. And then it was 35-17 and the game was over. So there's only been one game so far this year where the game has been close going into the fourth quarter or midway through the fourth quarter. That's where you want to test a team that hasn't been in that spot yet.
That's a great call.
And we know ASU's record in one-score games and how they step up in those moments as well.
And they've been through the ringer. Speaking of the ringer.
Hey!
Look at you. How about that, right?
Watch out, Vinny. He's coming.
Right, that's
coming
right.
with those transitions.
That's right. Coming up on the other
now.
side, Howard Beck, great basketball writer from The Ringer. We'll talk hoops with Howard Beck next. Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If Kyler goes somewhere else and he becomes Baker Mayfield, or if he becomes Sam Darnold, if he has success somewhere else, I'm not going to look at it and go, oh man, they should have kept him. Boy, what a mistake that was letting him go. I won't do that. I won't, because it's not working here for him. Okay. You know, it's not, because I think that's the fear for some, but I think that's the thing that looms over this a little bit is when he does get another gig, does he succeed there?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Reputations matter. They just do. Trust matters. That's especially true when making a big purchase. Reputation and trust, 2 foundational reasons why you shop at Chapman BMW, a family-run business for nearly 60 years. They do everything different in all the best ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry, and it says a lot about the Chapman brand, in my opinion. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get phenomenal selection no matter what you're looking for, brand new BMWs, certified pre-owned BMWs, high quality used cars, whatever it is you're looking for, you're going to find it at Chapman BMW, and you're also going to get the hookup. When you're there, take a test drive, find what you like, and make sure you ask for my guy. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a super cool dude. He's a personal friend of mine. He has hooked up a number of our listeners already, and you can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers!
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey,
what's
up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit Vital4Men.com. That's Vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Week 7 in the NFL will get underway tonight in Cincinnati, but the Cardinals will welcome the Green Bay Packers on Sunday afternoon. Who will the quarterback be? Well, that's still in question as Kyler Murray was listed as limited on the injury report yesterday. Whoever is under center might be without wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. as he's in concussion protocol. Some good news for the Cardinals, though. Rookie defensive lineman Walter Nolan's practice window is open after suffering a calf injury in training camp. The Sun Devils should be getting their quarterback back on Saturday. Sam Levitt is listed as probable with his foot injury, and he's been taking first-team reps in practice all week. And with less than a week left till the Suns tip off, how will the absence of Jalen Green affect Devin Booker and the Suns team on opening night? Find out more at ArizonaSports.com. And this report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy. If you need your roof checked out, save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
everybody, it's Bernsey. As Sam Levitt continues to trend upward for ASU, how has the defense progressed in practice following their rough performance against Utah? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Thursday. Dan Bickley here. Kellen Olson filling in for Vinny. Always a pleasure when we welcome in our next guest. One of my favorites when it comes to NBA coverage. He and I go way back. The great Howard Beck from The Ringer joining us. Hello, Howard. How are you?
Good morning, fellas. Thank you for the kind intro.
There you go. As always. Well, you deserve it. All right. So we in Phoenix, we discovered that the idea of having Kevin Durant on your basketball team didn't quite match the actual experience of it. What do you think life is going to look like post Kevin Durant as the Suns try to rebuild and get out of this ditch they're in?
Well, I guess the good news is, they have picked a direction. They have picked a more logical direction, and they are moving on from a spectacularly failed experiment that, to most people around the league, never had a chance of working, at least not to the levels that Matt Ishbia and his crew wanted. So there's that. You know, it's hard, guys, to be optimistic. I know everybody wants optimism at this time of year. I know Suns fans want to hear something other than the franchise is just screwed for the next several years, but they kind of are. Booker is about to turn 29. He's in his mid-prime. That's the good news. The bad news is pretty much everything else. I mean, you guys know this in detail better than I do, and you can probably recite it all. But in terms of the cap situation, the draft pick situation, the dead money on the books for the next 5 years, it's a really bleak template. It's very difficult to build a team that way when you're dealing with those kinds of circumstances. And obviously the return for Durant in that trade was not great. I just don't know where to find the optimism other than they still have Devin Booker. But I have been of the belief, and I've been of this belief for quite a while here, going on at least a year, or at least since it was really clear that they needed to just completely blow up this whole model, that their best path back to respectability is, unfortunately, to trade Devin Booker. And he's the one guy they won't trade. And I get why they won't and don't want to, and I respect it. I get why he doesn't want to go and has stayed so far, and I respect it. But I think as a practical matter, it's probably in everybody's best interest to file for divorce. It's a way for the Suns to start over truly and replenish their draft capital and young players, the other guys to build around. And it's a way for Book in his prime to still play meaningful games somewhere, because frankly, it's going to be, 2-3 years or more potentially before they can dig out of this and be really good again. And by that time, he's in his, mid-30s. It's hard to see any other logical path unless you think, somebody's going to gift them their own version of Luka Doncic sometime soon. And those things don't happen very often.
Howard, you know how this time of year is for a team in the position like the Suns are. We hear about a culture. We hear about an identity that they want to set. In your time over the years, we've seen the Suns succeed at this and fail at this, but in your time covering the league for so many years, what makes teams successful at this and what makes teams fail when they try to do this in year one of a new era?
I think when you're trying to establish something not altogether new, right? Like there's still some core pieces here, and primarily Book, of course. Your franchise's culture, the values, the personality the team takes on are mostly going to be a product of your franchise star. And the good news there is that, Devin Booker, great dude, great player, and by all accounts, somebody who I think is a great tone setter. And so, he's been to the finals. He's had his success. He's had some real struggles as well. And there's a lot of perspective that comes with that. And so, I think he sets the tone. Maybe he can get Jalen Green to evolve to a better level than where he was in Houston, where the Rockets didn't even have the faith to leave him in close games in the fourth quarter in the playoffs. There's a lot of other young and impressionable guys here who need some leadership. I just don't look at this roster, though, and see, a very high ceiling in the short term. And so the question becomes, how do you eventually kind of work your way through or out of that? and it's also, it's worth noting, and it's like for Devin Booker, I think it's kind of like role reversal here or inversion of things. He was a guy who had a lot of individual success, but no real postseason success until Chris Paul got there, and Chris Paul became that guiding light. And now I think it's Book's time to do that for this group. I don't necessarily expect the same results, obviously. Like, they kind of caught lightning in a bottle with that group, and they don't have anywhere near that talent level. But culture setting starts with your best player, and that's the good news.
Howard Beck from The Ringer joining us. Howard, when you take a look at the Western Conference, how do you see this thing starting to unfold? Do you think Oklahoma City is kind of getting in that dynastic mode? Do you think the Rockets are going to pop with Kevin Durant? Do you think we're going to see the Warriors we saw earlier with Jimmy Butler if he's healthy? How does this thing start to play out in your head as we get near the season?
I'm tempted to say that Oklahoma's in a tier of its own. I'm also tempted to say that Denver is so close or so good and has done such a great job of replenishing this summer that Denver deserves almost kind of co-headliner status in the West, and then it's just everybody else, right? Like, there's a big group there of teams that are vying to be the third and fourth best teams, and that could have an outside shot at breaking through the Denver-Oklahoma tier. That's Golden State, both LA teams. Assuming some LeBron health at some point, that's Minnesota. So there's and Houston as well. But the Rockets fell down a peg when they lost Van Vliet for the season. And, look, we haven't even started yet here. There's plenty of time for them to figure out how to plug that hole, whether that's internally or whether that's making a move with a trade in season. But I do think they need to replace him. And I think when you're relying on a 37-year-old Kevin Durant, and he was a great addition, and I think it was a good trade. But you've lost the head of the snake with Van Vliet. Like, he's really important there as a creator and tone setter and shot taker and all of it. So I feel like the Rockets went from like clear number 2/3 in the West to in that pack of teams I mentioned.
Howard, with Victor Wembanyama, it feels like we're all just kind of waiting for the moment where he starts to take over the league. Could that be a year or two earlier than expected, perhaps, and could it start this year? Where are you at with his ascent right now?
The preseason stuff has been amazing. I mean, the guy is just, there's like nothing he can't do, and it's just ridiculous. It really is like the tortured analogy of watching like a grown person playing against preschoolers, right?
Yeah.
He just towers over everybody and can do whatever he wants. Like, there's no stopping him. And like, I'm not going to say he's like he hasn't bulked up like Shaq back in the day or Patrick Ewing or something. But by NBA standards of today, and considering his frame, he's put some muscle on. He is bullying other centers physically, not just going past or over them with his go-go gadget arms. He's actually like bumping guys out of the way. Like, there's just so many ways he can beat you. And defensively, he was on pace last season of 3.6, 3.8 blocks a game or something, like the kind of numbers we haven't seen in like 30 years. He's just absolutely incredible. Like, the only question from day one, and the only question still now to your question, to answer your question about like, how soon does he start just like taking over? It's only about health. Like, health kind of derailed him last year, and it wasn't even the health issues we were concerned of, right? It would be a blood clot, not he's so skinny he's gonna have his leg snapped or something. It was more just a freak occurrence of this blood clot. If he's healthy, he's probably Defensive Player of the Year, as long as the Spurs are good enough. If he's healthy, he's all NBA. If he's healthy, he is probably at the minimum on the fringes of the MVP conversation. And I only say fringes because, I'm of the firm belief that your team has to be one of the best in the league for you to be MVP or be one of the top 2 or 3 spots on the ballot. And I don't think the Spurs, it's reasonable to think they're going to make that kind of leap yet. But if they, break back into the playoffs, even maybe play-in range, depending on what their record is and what his stats look like, I think this is probably the season where he starts getting, lower ballot MVP votes.
All right, lastly, Howard, I'm curious what you think about this cloud hovering over the Clippers and Kawhi Leonard, because we in Phoenix, obviously, basketball fans here, have paid the price for the NBA wanting to curb runaway spending. And if you've got an owner maybe trying to subvert these rules the way that maybe has happened with the Clippers, Is this really a big deal? Is this something the NBA needs to really treat seriously? Is it not a big deal, as some players seem to suggest? Where do you land on that?
I'll say it this way. One, we're going to have to wait and see what the investigation comes up with, right? Wachtell Lipton, the law firm that they hired, which has done a lot of investigations for the NBA in moments like this, we'll see what they come up with. I imagine they're going to validate 99.9%, if not 99.9999 or 100% of what Pablo Torre has reported so far. I imagine they're going to find a lot more than that because they're going to have access to places and elements and documentation that Pablo Torre was not able to get to because of the league investigation, and they can ask for a whole lot of the Clippers. So I don't know where that all will land in terms of what the actual facts of the case will be when it all comes out. I'm sincerely doubtful that it's going to vindicate the Clippers in any way or exonerate them from being involved in this deal between Aspiration and Kawhi Leonard. The question still is, it really all is about Adam Silver. What does forget the CBA saying it's circumstantial evidence, all this stuff. Like the CBA is not the Bible, and it's not U.S. law. The NBA is a business, and the board of governors, who Adam reports to, are ultimately a political arena. Adam Silver will do what he thinks is A, in the best interest of the league, B, what possibly the other 29 owners are lobbying for, and C, what he himself believes is the right standard to throw the book at somebody. I don't care, circumstantial evidence, whatever. If he decides he needs an actual firm smoking gun, something, an email, a text or something that actually links to the Clippers definitively, directly to it, if that's what he needs and he doesn't find it, I think there's the possibility that he doesn't hammer them. I think there's also, enough of a case here that the public already has judged the Clippers guilty, fairly or unfairly, that the league can't ignore that because their integrity and their credibility is at stake. So it's tough. And Adam tends to err on the conservative side most of the time. And I do think he's going to, want to, something really to fit. Like, ideally for him, there's no ambiguity at all. It's not just circumstantial. There's something more direct of a linkage that he can point to. And if that's the case, it's going to be a serious penalty. But I am not even remotely trying to predict where this thing is going to land. I do think it will probably happen after the season.
Yeah, I agree with that. As always, thank you so much for your time. You're the best, Howard. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it, fellas. Thanks.
See you, buddy. Howard Beck from The Ringer joining us on the other side. We present Spreadsheet. We're going to recount how bad Sammy Sabalka is.
The weekly recounting of how bad he's doing.
Kellen Olson in for Vinny. I'm Dan Bickley. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday. Will we see Sam or Sims at QB?
The quarterback has nothing to do with moving people forward and backwards. Has nothing to do with tackling.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that is because for ages, the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply, you make a huge down payment, then you spend the next 30 years of your life paying off your house. A lot of people reconcile it because they think they get a really good interest rate. Don't be fooled by that. One of our listeners named Jack thought he had a really good interest rate until he found out it was going to take him 22 years to pay more principal than interest on his mortgage. And at the end, he was going to end up paying $700,000 for a $300,000 home. There's a better way. Life Changer Loan, an innovative program where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You don't lose a dime of your spending habit. You get 24/7 access to your equity, which literally gives you the power to borrow back from your own equity, which is a great feature of Life Changer Loan. Now, again, this is not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. Highly recommend, though, you give them a call. Find out if you're a good fit, because if you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
More fiber and laxatives, eh?
Who are you?
I'm future you.
Future me?
Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Our doctor figured it out. It's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Ready, set, Ford. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc fee. OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford. Cover the point spread.
What's the spread?
Don't forget about the 14-point spread.
It's not a spread, it's a schmear. Bickley and Murata make NFL picks against the spread. The spreadsheet.
What an interesting little competition this has become on the Bickley and Murata Morning Show.
Sammy's already shaking his head over there. You've rattled this one.
It's something I used to look forward to. But as an optimist,
yeah,
if I go 2-1 or better for the rest of the year, I can get back to exactly 500.
To the rest of the year.
The rest of
To update our listeners, these are the standings through 6 weeks. We've all picked games against the spread, sometimes 4, sometimes 3, depending on how many buys there are. We go around round robin. These are Dan Bickley, who had another 3-0 week last week. Mm-hmm. A really impressive 14-8 overall through 6 weeks. I started off very strong and have been sort of coasting down. I went 1-2. I'm 11-11 even on the season. Vince went 1-2. He's 8-14 overall. 8-14. Surely that must be the worst on the entire show.
Nah.
Sammy,
not even really close.
Who comes in with a stack of research every week and takes this stuff really seriously. 0-3 last week, 5-17 overall in the season.
That's with a 3-0 week.
Now think about that. No. Every time it's a 50-50 chance.
Right.
You're just picking one of two teams.
Yeah.
That's almost as impressive as going 17-5 the other way.
Totally agree.
This is such a discerning trend. The listener should either fade Sammy or believe that the upswing is coming and then eventually it balances out. So bet and buy the dip, as you say. There's something to capitalize on here with gamblers and Sammy. I'd keep an eye on it.
There's some Sammy stock that can be sold or bought.
Or he's just truly awful. You'll never know.
And so the great irony is I do not bet. If I did, I would have stacks right now. And so everybody who's listening, we are not presenting our favorite games. This is a competition where once somebody picks a game, that game's off the board.
Which has been hurting me.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's fine.
Exactly. Right.
Who's got the first pick?
I have no idea.
Can I have it? Can I have it?
Who went? I don't remember what the order was last week.
Can I have the first pick?
Yeah, Sammy, go ahead. Go ahead, we'll let you have the first pick.
I'm gonna take the Eagles -1.5
That's the one.
at the Minnesota Vikings.
That was my number one best.
Thank God.
I've got the Vikings. Eagles are in complete disarray. Yeah, and if
They can't be this bad,
if
though,
they get
can
beat
they?
by Carson Wentz, Philly is going to combust. All right, that game's off the board. We'll go clockwise here. Or is it? Yeah, this is clockwise. So Vinny will be up next.
Vinny is up next. Hi, I'm Vince Murata, and I'm making football picks for the spread. Vinny has got the Pittsburgh Steelers tonight at -4.5 against Joe Flacco. He's not buying the dip on Joe Flacco
just yet. All right, so that would make it my pick. I am going to take the Patriots -7 against the Titans, who just fired their head coach.
Now, you don't think the Titans are going to get that bump, that new head coach
Clearly
bump?
not.
Well,
Clearly not. Listen, Drake May is playing at a level right now that's insane. They've got something special.
you believed in him from before the season.
That's right.
You believed in the Patriots and Drake May.
That's right.
I'll give you credit for that. I got 2 picks here. I am going with the Chargers at home. Not that matters at all, but versus the Colts. The Colts have a very, very good record. They have a very impressive statistical offense. I was not that impressed with them against the Cardinals. I think the Chargers win that game, or at least win by 1 point, by 2 points, I should say. And then I'm picking the 49ers at home versus the Falcons. The Falcons shocked me last week by what they did, but I think the 49ers at home -2.5.
All right.
Those are my 2 picks.
All right, reverse snake style. I am next. Is that right? Yeah,
Yes.
that's accurate.
Yep.
I am going to take the Bears -4.5 at home against the Saints. Give me the surging Bears.
The 4-2 Bears, if they win that game all of a sudden, if you've seen their schedule, my goodness, they've got something.
Commanders should have won that game.
Yeah, should have.
I fumbled. What a stupid way to lose.
Terrible.
All right, Vinny remains in primetime picks. He's going to Monday Night Football, the 7 o'clock start, Seahawks and Texans. He's got the Seahawks -3 in that game. That would be a huge result because the Seahawks would move to 5-2 and the Texans would move to 2-4. Games with stakes on Monday night. Both those games pretty intriguing.
Yeah, well said.
I don't know if this is a good or bad thing. I'm going to get all my top 3 picks.
Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy is right. Broncos -7, home for the Bash Bro New York Football Giants.
That's a big number.
It's a huge
Against
number.
Let's talk about a resurgent team. The Giants are resurgent.
Real good Broncos defense.
This was the logic in that one. I go, Sammy, the Broncos are coming home from London. They could barely beat the Jets. And the Giants have an extended rest week after just beating the Super Bowl champs. I'm going to take the illogical team, the Broncos. And then Monday night as well, the Lions. No, I have 2.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you were the first pick.
He's got 2.
Yeah, gotcha.
Monday night as well, the Lions -5.5 against a very depleted Bucs team. I know Baker Mayfield is fantastic, and that worries me a little bit, but the Lions at home, they get it done by more than 5.5 points.
All right, Vinny's last pick is a game that no one should be watching if they're not a Miami Dolphins or a Cleveland Browns fan. Even if you are a fan, you probably should not be watching this football game.
For the good of your own health.
He has got Miami +2.5 in this one on the road to 1-5 football team.
Who wants the number 1 pick in this year's draft more? Might be the battle there.
Yes, yeah.
Not knowing who the quarterback is that's going to go number 1 yet seems like an issue with that statement right there. Yeah.
And how many quarterbacks could the Browns draft? I guess you're right.
No doubt. All right, to Dan.
All right, so do I believe in the Carolina Panthers?
Oh, that's a great question.
Is that that is a great question. How much do you believe in Rico Dowdle and Bryce Young and Dave Canales against the winless Jets?
T-Mac, baby.
T-Mac.
T-Mac has
Or
first
do I like the
touchdown.
Rams against the Jaguars in London? It's really it's tough. Ooh. It's tough. Give me the Rams -3 against Jacksonville in London.
Puka Nacua may not play. And
give me the Panthers -1.5 against the Jets.
Wait a minute.
Jerry, what are we doing?
You already made the pick, I thought.
No, we're giving him the Panthers.
All right, that's fine.
Okay.
It was a toss-up for me. I'll take either, but I'll take the Panthers.
The thing about that is how bad, like, if the Jets lose this game, they might go 0-17.
I know.
So, like, they've got to win one game, so I thought maybe the Jets.
Yeah,
all right.
What do you do with Aaron Glenn then?
I got 2 picks.
No, just one because we run out of games.
Oh, okay. In that case, I will go with... Oh, well, what the hell. I'll go with the Jaguars. I'll take the Jaguars in that game.
Okay.
Because they're the only team in the NFL that has a home field advantage in London.
Yeah, they're going there for the 14th time.
The 14th time. There you go.
I love it.
That's crazy.
So the games left on the board we won't take, but it is the Cowboys home for the Commanders. The Commanders are 2.5-point favorites on the road, and then the Cardinals +6.5 home for the Packers. So
I don't know where to go with that.
Good luck with
I don't
those.
know where to go with that game. That's why I stayed with that. All right, Sammy, once again, what's his record? 5-17?
It was 0-0.
5-17.
0-0.
You're starting fresh, cleaning the slate.
Every week's a new week.
So he needs to go undefeated for a month straight to get back to 500.
Just
2-1 for the rest of the
better.
season.
2-1 for the rest of the season, and you got your money back. Love it.
That would be an all-time
Great stuff.
turnaround.
All right, coming up on the other side, 9 o'clock hour begins with social studies. Stick around. Dan Bickley, Kellen Olson, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and I learned Parker & Sons is fantastic in your time of need. I had a plumbing emergency at 4:30 in the morning. I called Parker & Sons. A live person answered the phone, which blew my mind. By 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house fixing my issue. It was tremendously impressive for me. But Parker & Sons also has some things they can do for you to help you with your everyday life, some preventative measures, especially with the cold and flu season coming. For instance, the Captura Air Scrubber cleans the air in your house 24/7, and it makes a big, big difference. Most people have no idea how much gunk they're actually breathing in the comfort of their home. Highly recommend the Captura Air Scrubber. Also, a reverse osmosis system and a water softener from Parker & Sons purifies your water, guarantees you're drinking great water. If you're drinking water straight from the tap, again, probably not the most healthy thing. This is what Parker & Sons does for you. For 50 years, they have handled all your plumbing, electrical, cooling, and heating needs. They are the company you call, and all their technicians are trust certified, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed drug tests and background checks. They are the company you can welcome into your personal space. All you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then our EPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Progressive knows road trips without your pet can be tough.
Hi, this is Next Stop Dog Boarding.
Hi, it's Scott again. How's Squeaks doing? You can tell if he's stressed by his eyebrows. Oh, and his breathing should sound like this.
Scott, Squeaks is exactly the same as last time you called.
Okay, let's talk in 20 to see if anything's changed.
With Progressive, your pet is covered up to $1,000 in vet bills in case of a car accident. So next time, you can take your pet with you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Ahead of Week 7 for the Arizona Cardinals, quarterback Kyler Murray was listed as limited on the team's injury report, and Marvin Harrison Jr. is in concussion protocol. But first-round pick Walter Nolan, his practice window has opened after returning from the PUP list. And the Cardinals get ready for the Green Bay Packers to come to town. And here was tight end Trey McBride on where the vibes are in the locker room right now.
No, I think the vibe's high. I think the guys are excited to be here at work and excited to play a very good Packers team this week.
From one QB to another, ASU's quarterback Sam Levitt, after practicing Tuesday and Wednesday and showing signs of increased mobility, is listed as probable for Saturday's game against Texas Tech. This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. It's the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live from Talladega Motor Speedway this Saturday at 12:30 on CW7 Arizona, your home for NASCAR Xfinity.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, this is the time of the show, the time of the morning where we get social, where Jared Carlin and Sammy Sabolka think up intriguing, awesome questions, sometimes, and we call your responses for great content. Take it away, Sammy.
Yes, good morning. And if you're wondering where you can find those questions, at Bickley_Murata on X, we'll post those daily. But you can also find us at Bickley and Murata on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. Just give it a Google search and we're there.
Yes, you can interact with us there too. Blue Sky and YouTube also gets the questions posted. So.
Yes. So our first question is for Cardinal fans. How important is Sunday's game versus the Packers, and why? Can they save the season with a win? Can the season end with a loss? season's still okay with a loss, or the season is over even with a win. So how important is Sunday's game, pretty much?
I think season's over with a loss.
I agree
think
with that.
When they fall to 2-5, it's just an insurmountable gap for them to make up, and more so just them losing this game, continuing to confirm that they're not a good football team, because what good football teams do is execute within the margins, and if they did right now, they would be 6-0 instead they're 2-4, and it's deserved to be 2-4 if we're being honest.
That's the thing about you pointing out about the 6-0 thing and how they've been in every single game. It's almost, I mean, you could view it as a positive thing, but it's almost a negative thing, is that they've lost more than they've won in those close games.
Split those 2 games and they're 4-2.
Yeah.
Like those 4 games, excuse me, yeah.
Yeah, I'm right there. I just think 2-5. I think the belief comes out of the program. I think it's insurmountable. I think there's too many teams ahead of you to climb. Yeah, that's the answer.
The results are pretty interesting. 46% of the vote says the season is still over, even with a win. And 27% of the vote says the season can be saved with a win. So kind of all over the place. And Seabacker44 says, normally I would say a loss ends it, but the NFL this year is somewhat full of parity, so any team that somehow goes on a run of any sorts can get back into it. That's an interesting way of looking at it. And then Gray says, the Cardinals are still playing. Geez, how many football games are there? We got 12 more, Gray, 12 more. All right, so we talked this morning about the Jonathan
11 more.
11 more. 12 more weeks. 11 more games. We talked this morning about the Jonathan Gannon soundbite of the Michael Vick soundbite in 2007. And Kellen, he was one of your favorite athletes before, obviously, everything went down. So we asked, who was your favorite athlete when you were a kid? Why? And do you still love this athlete?
Great question. When I was really, really young, I was a huge Pete Rose fan, and he devolved into what he devolved into. So, yeah, I lost that pretty bad, pretty quick.
Why'd you love him?
He was the All-American hero when I was a child. He was all about hustle. He famously ran to first base after walks. He played with his hair on fire. And this was at a time when baseball was the #1 sport in America.
And if you've seen his hair, it should have been set on fire. So I can see where you.
Good joke, Jarrett.
How about you, Kellen?
Ken Griffey Jr. Was mine. You guys might remember I had his jersey on a couple months ago when I came in. I mean, he was the kid. He was the coolest as a kid growing up, who loved baseball, who watched a sports team come here in Major League Baseball when he was 8 years old. His performance in Little Big League, one of the greatest sports villains in sports movie history. And there was one time where he was covering opening day this year, because everyone knows this by now. Like, he goes around and takes photographs. He's a sports photographer now, and apparently he was in the eating area for media during opening day. And at opening day, that was the same time when Arizona and Duke was facing off. So a coworker came up to me and said, "Did you know Griffey's out there?" And it's like, I can't deal with this right now.
I remember you telling me that story.
There's too much going on. My childhood hero is in the other room. So I didn't go in there because it was like Arizona Duke was about to tip off, and there was too much going on for me.
Jarrett, do you have one?
Well, my first favorite team was the Orioles, because my dad liked the Orioles. So that late 80s team, I had 3 favorite players: Cal Ripken Jr., Eddie Murray, and maybe Dan. Do you remember the catcher Mickey Tettleton?
Of course, yeah.
I used to love him because he used to stand, his batting stance was like this.
With the bat, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wham!
Yeah.
He was the catcher.
That was Reggie Sanders for me.
Those are my 3 favorite players.
Mine, I was a big Craig Counsell fan growing up, his batting stance as well. And then Steve Nash, as a young kid playing basketball, growing up with the 7 Seconds or Less Suns, it was a match made in heaven. And so Steve Nash, to this day, one of my favorite basketball players.
That used to be such a thing back in the day, imitating the unique batting stances in baseball. Is it still a thing?
I don't know.
I think it still is a thing for sure, but even with what Sammy is saying, basketball, like how many kids can shoot now just because they were trying to be Steph on the court right now, like that is undeniably a thing in like basketball now, where like kids.
Yeah, that's true.
Kids don't really know how to do too much with the basketball these days, but they know how to hit an inside-out crossover into a step-back 3 right now.
Yeah.
They know how to do that.
A couple quick ones, and we'll get to the last question. Dante says the Bash Bros. Keith said Tony Gwynn. A couple Tony Gwynns in the responses. Darryl Lee, Barry Sanders, and Buddy Thompson, Sandy Koufax, and Steve Garvey. So those are some athletes from their youth. Okay, our last question. Texas Tech coming to town against ASU. They spent all this money in NIL. Can money buy happiness? Why or why not? Yes or no?
Yes, as a sports fan, no in everyday life.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. Listen, money, I think, a lot of money can get you close to happiness. I don't think it gets you all the way there, right?
Yes.
I think money has especially as the people I see who get more and more and more of it, it changes them, not always in the best ways.
Sure.
So I think I like what Kellen said. Yeah, exactly what he said.
A lot of kind of up and down responses. The majority of the responses say no, but that money can bring or alleviate some type of misery.
Yeah.
So like if you're down in the dumps, money can help that, but will it actually make you happy? I mean, probably not. A lot of human connections and experiences in the responses. So there you guys go.
There's a comedian, Daniel Tosh, who had a line that said,
Yeah.
They say money can't buy happiness, but money can buy a jet ski. And have you ever seen anyone unhappy riding a jet ski?
That is good.
Fair point.
Every morning, social studies, 9 o'clock. There you guys go.
All right, we're also celebrating the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character, and your child or a student you know can be next. All you have to do to nominate them, text the word character to 620-620. They will be nominated for a $10,000 scholarship. That's the word character to 620-620. It's Character Counts.
Character.
Great character.
Character.
All right, coming up on the other side, big football week, and we'll give you the highlights of what you need to know. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday. If we want to win this game, we can't let them win the ball, man. This is the biggest challenge we're going to have all year.
They run it kind of when they want to run it, so big-time challenge.
Pre-game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon. Cardinals. Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Good news, Suns fans. Spinato's Pizza is now serving up fresh-made pies inside Mortgage Matchup Center. Find them at sections 103, 113, and 418. Spinato's Pizza, fresh, local, and now part of your game day tradition. Spinato's and the Phoenix Suns Gorilla, along with the Mercury Scorch, teamed up for the ultimate courtside classic pizza, topped with hot sopressata, pickled jalapenos, red onion, mozzarella, their secret spice blend, and signature sauce. Get it at all Spinato's locations and inside Mortgage Matchup Center. Spinato's is serving up more game day favorites at their concessions. Try their fan favorite Mama's Signature Pizza loaded with fresh spinach, tomatoes, garlic, mozzarella, and their signature spice and sauce. Plus, for the first time ever, they're offering a gluten-free crust option on any pizza so every fan can enjoy their slice of the action. Whether you're courtside or watching from home, make Spinato's part of your Suns tradition. Spinato's, fresh, flavorful, and made for every fan.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way.
That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Football fans, the ultimate watch parties are happening every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. On October 26th, a legend steps into the spotlight. Phil Simms, former quarterback and game day icon, is joining the watch parties for a live Q&A. Ask your question, hear his stories from the field, and catch every play in an electric atmosphere surrounded by fans like you. Don't miss Phil Simms. Don't miss a moment. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Our backyard needed a makeover big time, and it's a big decision until it was an easy call at Casa Galvisi with California Pools and Landscape. And they're celebrating the industry's biggest honor with the biggest savings. Do not miss the Pool Builder of the Year sales event Saturday, October 18th at all 4 Valley Design Centers, Arizona's most awarded pool builder for 37 years. The best pricing, fastest build times, industry-leading warranties. Get started with your free design consultation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Wolf. What type of impact will Walter Nolan have when he's able to suit up in a game for the Cardinals? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Well, Kellen Olson just told me something really, really wild. That Dolphins game in Cleveland?
Yes.
The upcoming game. 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts they're predicting.
That are possible. They're looking still at 36 mile per hour wind gusts on the forecast right now. 94% chance of rain. We weren't going to see elite quarterback play in that game, to say the least, in the first place. But can you imagine Tua and Dylan Gabriel trying to take care of the ball in that situation? I don't think we're going to see many pass attempts in that game if that is the case. Indeed, in Cleveland, a 10 a.m. start. So earlier I said there's no reason to watch that game. Maybe there is now to see how they even play football and that stuff. That's wild.
That's one of those games where you're running the ball when you're going this direction, and you're throwing it when you're going the other direction.
Exactly.
All right, Matt LaFleur is not in the mood to mess around. He's made a couple of headlines. Number one, he has issued a very stern warning to his team to not overlook the Arizona Cardinals. Now, keep in mind, the Packers have a very emotional game the following weekend when they play, wait for it, Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. Right? So that's a game that's going to matter immensely to Packers fans. He told his team, quote, "This is a team that's lost 4 games in a row by 9 points. This is a good football team, and we better be ready to play," end quote. He's also going to work the referees a little bit.
He also is, absolutely. He was asked about what has become a conversational talking point. Of course, we brought up earlier how Micah Parsons, the numbers have not been there in terms of the sack numbers and such. The pressures have, and PFF grade things like that still grade him very well. But it has been looked at that after a game in which there were no holding calls against the Bengals all game long when you're blocking Micah Parsons, who is pretty much unblockable. He was asked if the Packers have sent any film to the league office about possible holds. LaFleur responded saying, "You send stuff in occasionally. That's definitely going to be a conversation pregame." So with that game being at State Farm Stadium, the likes of our own Tyler Drake, Darren Urban, and others, I'm sure will be watching the sidelines 3 to 4 hours beforehand and leading up and seeing when LaFleur has these little talks and make sure the line judge is like, hey, make sure to watch number 1 and make sure to watch when they grab inside here and grab inside there, because it's been going viral amongst Packers fans, all the screenshots of all the times that Micah Parsons has been held, and it does not get called. So wherever he's attacking, whether it's Paris Johnson on the left, Jonah Williams on the right, LaFleur is going to make sure the officials are watching that very closely.
It's interesting because Micah Parsons hasn't had the immediate impact that a lot of people might have imagined. Here's what Paris Johnson Jr. said about possibly locking horns with Micah Parsons.
Oh, I do. I mean, that's the beauty of the NFL. You have amazing rushers each and every week. And, you know, he's a highly respected guy. So the chance to go against him here is one I look forward to.
There you go. And before we get too further, I forgot to say this at the beginning of the segment. Good morning to our friends in Laveen, Jarrett.
Shout out Levine.
Shout out Levine. Hello, Levine. All right, Kurt Warner joined Wolf and Luke yesterday. He was asked to assess what he's seen from the Cardinals so far.
Well, I mean, I think you mentioned a great point, Wolf, is that I really felt like their identity over the last, couple years had been built around James Conner and their run game.
Mm-hmm.
And although, it wasn't just, two tight ends and heavy sets, I did feel like they had a power run game. It was downhill. It was physical,
Mm-hmm.
and it really started with James. And then everything else came off of that. Obviously James getting hurt and the run game hasn't been that same nature, the same way that they came in. And so I think there's a structural change or a system change here where you got to go, okay, that's what we thought we were going to be. That's what we thought we were going to hang our hat on. And now we can't do that. We don't have that element. And so now we've got to restructure this thing and figure it out.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, because when you think about exactly what the culture and the foundation of this team has been, it's out the door right now.
It is for sure. And when you looked at their draft class last year, a point that I've made often, like you look at selecting Isaiah Adams, who, by the way, is like back to the bench. You look at Trey Benson, who got hurt we briefly got to see him, so I don't want to fully brag on him here or say that he hasn't been what he was supposed to be, but he didn't really pop that much before he got injured. And then Tip Ryman, who was out for the year as well. Like, all of those selections pointed even more towards a team that wants to play 12, 13 personnel and really run the ball and have a lot of work there. Success percentage is a metric that does what you think it does. It predicts or tells you, in fact, how successful each team is at running the football. Cardinals rank 27th in the league right now in that number. So their offense just doesn't have a chance if their running game isn't going. And again, like, the injuries were there, but even before the injuries, you could see this offensive line was not moving people the way that it used to in the last 2 years. I think in the offseason it was when, like, the offensive line rankings came out, they rated each position group on ESPN, and the Cardinals offensive line wasn't in the top 15. Wolf and I both found that pretty blasphemous considering their success, but that's looking pretty strong right now. And this is a Packers defense with a lot of talent. It's coming together. It's been hit or miss still, but there's a ton of talent, and they are going to need to run the ball in any game that they hope to win this year.
Yeah, and that's going to be a tough thing for them to do. Maybe it's a time to think outside the box, Jared. How about starting Jacoby Brissett at quarterback and Kyler Murray at tailback?
This is brilliant. This is not quite my idea that they should play with two balls at the same time.
Right.
But why not? Then can you line them both up, like, not directly behind the center, so you don't know who he's going to snap the ball to each time?
Right. You could do that. Or you could snap it to Jacoby Brissett, who could pitch it to Kyler Murray, who could run a sweep and then throw the ball downfield.
So one thing I wanted to ask, since I was not here on Monday to get the full reaction of the Jacoby Brissett experience.
Yeah.
He looked really good. He got a lot of people involved. The offense looked much better. But he was unable to come through at the very end of the game when they had 1st and goal to win the game. Was there any thought by people that, like, boy, I wish we had Kyler Murray in that situation? And that's the difference between... No, there wasn't. Okay.
Most people were just very angry on that last play that a flag was not thrown, defensive holding against Trey McBride.
Because I didn't know if maybe they thought, like, well, Kyler's a more dynamic playmaker, and that's where you sort of see the difference in the ceilings, like if they would have had him at the end of the game.
I heard Luke say that maybe it would be...
I'm already discounting this part,
exactly, but maybe you would be thinking about starting Jacoby Brissett had they won that game. That game didn't strike me like that. I thought that what Jacoby Brissett did was so good across the board that just rallying the team and getting them down there was impressive enough.
So now it comes...
Keep in mind, we're talking about a journeyman quarterback here.
Right. Well, that's the thing also with the journeyman quarterbacks, is that they often can flash for a game or two.
That's it.
And then it comes back to reality at a certain point, especially somebody this is not like year 2 for Jacoby Brissett.
No. So
Josh Dobbs. That's what happened with Josh Dobbs.
Listen, I not to pat myself on the back, but I kind of predicted this, that if Jacoby Brissett gets the chance, he's going to show what a pocket presence and a quarterback with real height, real size can do for this offense. And it happened. But now I can also tell you that if Jacoby Brissett, there's a chance he could play again on Sunday and not be nearly as good. And then you would go, okay, you know what? I was wrong about that. Maybe this is more Josh Dobbs than we want to admit.
It's a shame that they are 2-4 right now, that they didn't win one of those other close games, because you really have to win this game. Or else you'd say, like, boy, I just want to kind of see what Jacoby Brissett does in this game, regardless of what happens, because then you might actually know more. But you have to go with whichever you think is going to win you the game.
I'll tell you this much. Kurt Warner agrees with Matt LaFleur that the Cardinals do not look like they're a 2-4 football team.
I mean, it said 2-4, but obviously they've been in games and had opportunities to win a few more of those games that they didn't finish. So I don't necessarily think they're a 2-4 football team. But I think that, to me, is what's really stood out based on where I thought they had shifted over the last, couple years from maybe being a pass-first team, early in Kyler's tenure to becoming a run-first team with, the pass game being a complementary piece. And now, we've got to change things up. We've got to figure out and readjust our identity a little bit. And I think that's been some of the issues with them being able to try to hit on all cylinders offensively.
I don't want to be prisoner of the moment, Dan, but I was mentioning the 6-0 line. They could be 0-6 too. Like New Orleans and Carolina.
Very much so.
Like, again, prisoner of the moment. I don't want to say like I haven't like watched or covered a Cardinals team like this before, but I can't ever remember having that thought of like there's legitimately arguments to them being 6-0 and 0-6 just with the way that these games have unfolded at the end. Usually it lands somewhere in the middle. But they've landed on the wrong end of it at 2-4. Like it feels like they should be 3-3 or 4-2 if they were like a proper football team. But that's the whole argument.
Yeah,
right there.
listen, what you said earlier, I can't get out of my brain that it's an indictment of what their culture doesn't have right now. That's creating or not rescuing them in these late game situations.
Yeah, this is the Mahomes rule, right? No one thinks that Mahomes is the best quarterback in the league right now. But if you're down 7 with 3 minutes left, who do you want to give the ball to? You don't want to give it to Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen. You want to give it to Patrick Mahomes.
No, that's exactly right. All right, coming up on the other side, another edition of Mock My World. Stick around. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
And the use of play action as well. It is something that if you tie it all together, nobody does it better, in my opinion, than Kyle Shanahan. Some guys really like play action, and some quarterbacks do not like play action.
I tell you, well, breaking news for you.
Jacoby Brissett likes it.
I am not an offensive coordinator in the NFL, and likely never will be.
That's stunning.
But first of all, I don't love your tone with that.
Yeah.
I was kind of dismissive. But so this last week when he was in here.
It was meant to be dismissive.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now, all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
It's October everywhere, but at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, it is Bronctober. It's Wolf here, and all Broncos are on sale right now. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legit selection, all on sale. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. It's the original Bronctober sales event at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, located at the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Week 7 in the NFL will get underway tonight in Cincinnati, but the Cardinals will welcome the Green Bay Packers on Sunday afternoon. Who will the quarterback be? Well, that's still in question as Kyler Murray was listed as limited on the injury report yesterday. Whoever's under center might be without wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr., though, as he is in concussion protocol currently. Some good news, though. Rookie defensive lineman Walter Nolan's practice window is opened after suffering a calf injury in training camp. The Sun Devils should be getting their quarterback back on Saturday. Sam Levitt is listed as probable with his foot injury, but he's been taking first-team reps in practice this week. And with less than a week left until the Suns season tips off, how will the absence of Jalen Green affect Devin Booker and this Suns team in the opener? Find out at ArizonaSports.com. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue, just south of Glendale, and online at SandersonFord.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Who needs to step up most for Devin Booker and the Suns offense in Jalen Green's absence? Is it Grayson Allen, Dylan Brooks, Colin Gillespie, or Jordan Goodwin?
I'm going to let Kellen place this vote. What say you?
Give me the options one more time.
So Grayson Allen, Dylan Brooks, Colin Gillespie, Jordan Goodwin offensively replace Jalen Green.
It's a funny question because we haven't even seen what the team looks like to know what needs to be replaced.
I think it will be more on Allen, but I'm going to vote Gillespie just because Allen is not so much like a natural attack the defense type of point guard initiating guy where Gillespie more is.
Okay, so 53% of the vote actually going to Grayson Allen, 26% Dylan Brooks, 14% Colin Gillespie, 7% to Jordan Goodwin. But we're going to find out in less than a week's time. Suns basketball back.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Mock-ups are the bane of my existence, guys.
If you cut me open, mock drafts would pour out.
Bickley and Murata, Mock My World.
Ah, yes, my favorite of Jarrett's brainchild creations, America's fastest growing facial draft. Oh, wait, I'm getting mixed up
Slightly
here.
different. But
Slightly different. This is Mock My World, folks. You know the drill. We all draft teams based around a certain subject. Today's subject, athletes who are beloved by multiple fan bases.
Yes. Could be Two or more.
Two or more.
Franchises or fan bases, and this was inspired by Randy Johnson, who obviously a legend in Arizona,
Yes.
but threw out the first pitch
was
for the
great to
Mariners playoff game.
Not sure he got it to home plate, though.
They could have used him maybe for some of those innings pitching yesterday.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, so we went to random.org since we have Kellen filling in for
All right.
Vince today. And today's order will be first pick, Sammy Sabolka, then Dan Bickley, Kellen Olson, and myself. Snake-style draft.
Sweet.
All right, this comes at no shock. LeBron James.
Oh, Sammy's guy.
Cleveland Cavalier icon and Miami Heat icon as well.
Bold move going with the maybe least beloved athlete currently on this radio program.
Sammy don't care.
But Sammy doesn't care.
I
agree.
don't care.
Sammy, of course, like the Cleveland, the decision, all that kind of stuff. But he got it back. He got them their title. He came back home.
Yeah.
It's interesting. The team he's currently on is not one of those.
Yeah, right.
Currently.
That's
at
true.
least. We'll see how history
All right, with the
judges it.
second pick, beloved in St. Louis, beloved in Arizona, give me Kurt Warner.
Yeah, that's a great one. That was my first pick, too.
It's a great pick there.
The best quarterback in each franchise's history.
Yeah, it's true.
I'll go to the ice. I'll take the great one. Give me Wayne Gretzky in Edmonton and L.A.
Oh, that's a great one.
That is a good one, but
Two
it's
picks for you, Jarrett.
It's a good one, but it's not even the best Gretzky-related hockey pick. Because the real answer for hockey is Mark Messier.
Ooh.
Mark Messier, who won 5 Stanley Cups with the Edmonton Oilers, including one without Gretzky, and is one of the all-time icons in New York sports history for taking the New York Rangers there.
What do they call him? The very good one instead of the great one?
They call him the captain.
Okay, just checking.
He's got more championships than Gretzky by 2. And then I am going to go with. I'm going to go with Randy Johnson, the inspiration for the game.
The unit of largeness off the board.
Largeness.
I'm going to go to football. There is only one player in the National Football League ever that has had their jersey retired by multiple franchises. It is one of the greatest edge rushers of all time, Reggie White, with the Eagles and the Packers.
Ooh, that's good.
Wore green his whole career, so.
The Minister of Defense or Big Dog were his 2 nicknames. How about that?
There you go.
The Big Dog.
The Big Dog.
All right, with my second pick, beloved in Baltimore, beloved in Arizona, give me Anquan Bolden.
Okay.
He's going with a full local push, everyone.
Yes,
He's going
that
with
is the full local push. Okay. This may be. We can talk about this. Lionel Messi.
Okay.
Barcelona.
Yeah.
Argentina, the greatest soccer player ever. Taking Lionel Messi, and then wherever this man goes, it feels like I'm gonna take Deion Sanders.
Yeah. Cowboys, 49ers.
Yep.
Not bad.
Falcons, Reds, you get the cross.
That's true. Yeah, even
that's right. That's right.
It all.
All right.
All right. Back to Dan.
Back to me?
Yeah, I had 2.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Back
sounds
to
good.
Dan.
That sounds good. Okay, beloved in New England, beloved in Tampa, Florida, Tom Brady.
Was he below? Yeah.
He won a Super Bowl in
He
Tampa.
did. He won a Super Bowl.
Got to win there.
And for a miserable franchise, all except for 2 years.
Yeah.
Tampa, pretty much.
Okay.
Maybe not such a memorable stop for this guy in Phoenix, but he had memorable time in Miami, LA, and maybe even Orlando. Give me Shaquille O'Neal.
Definitely, yeah. I would say even in Miami. I had him on my list for LA and for Orlando. But yes, he won a championship in Miami too.
Yeah,
even though that was Dwayne Wade's team.
Yeah, Dwayne Wade was unbelievable. He was still first team All NBA back then, one of the greatest of all time, and bounced around quite a bit.
All right, I got my last 2 picks here. I am going with Nolan Ryan, who great his entire career. You can't even really say if you had to pick one team that he's associated with most. I guess the Astros, maybe the Rangers, but also won a championship with the Mets as well, and played for the Angels. So Nolan Ryan is my pick there, and then I'm going with Dr. J.
Oh,
it's a good pick.
With the Sixers, with the Nets.
Okay.
ABA, NBA.
When we're thinking about like iconic athletes in more than one jersey, he's near or if not at the top of the list. Like you can go either way with him for sure.
That's fair.
My pick? Last pick for me?
Last pick for Kellen.
All right, I'll go to baseball to complete the I got one guy in each sport. Kind of did that intentionally. No big deal, whatever. I'll go with the pitcher as well. Give me Greg Maddux with the Cubs and the Braves.
That's a great pick.
I know it leans heavily towards the Braves, but there was also the tour where he came back to Chicago later in his career, got his 3,000th strikeout with the Cubbies. Give me Greg Maddux.
Did he win his? I think he won his first Cy Young with
in
the Cubs.
Chicago. He won 4 straight. The first of 4 straight was in Chicago, and then the next 3 in Atlanta.
So that's a very good
That's
pick.
a
I had him on my list.
Very good pick.
And last pick for Dan Bickley.
Last pick for Dan Bickley. Beloved in Minnesota, beloved in Boston. Give me Kevin Garnett.
That's a great one.
Yeah, that is a
That's
good one.
fantastic one. That's like, you talk about like the guys you love to love on your team and hate to hate on the other one, or love to hate on the other team. He's up there, KG for sure.
All right, my last pick between two, and this sucks.
No, it's good to have options.
It is
Sammy.
good. Yeah, it is good to have options. All right, since he's on the board and he's arguably one of the best basketball players of all time, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, not only for
Very good.
the Lakers, the Bucks, but what he did at UCLA as well. Kareem, last pick. So
I wondered what his legacy was, because then he was one of the first athletes to force his way out to get to LA. So I wonder if he was still beloved there.
That was a hard part to navigate of this. Like, you can't speak locally for some of these situations, like with Shaq, for example, like how he left Orlando, or people in Orlando still cool with him.
I had Barry Bonds, and I don't know. He's an all-time great at ASU, Pittsburgh, and San Francisco.
I don't know if he's loved
I don't know if
anywhere.
he's loved anywhere
I know.
except maybe San Francisco.
Robert Horry should be on the list.
Yeah.
Are we done, by the way?
Yeah, we're done.
Okay.
We're done. Horry's a
I
good one
couldn't bring
for
myself to pick him.
for
Bill
Houston
Walton
and San
is
Antonio
beloved in
and LA.
Portland and Boston.
I had Randy Moss on the list.
That's where I thought he was going with when he mentioned Minnesota.
Reggie Jackson's a really good one.
He was on my list. I had a
Oakland
couple of
and
other
the
baseball
Yankees.
players.
I had Nick Saban, Bama, and LSU.
Frank
That's a good one.
Robinson, one of 6 players to win MVPs with multiple teams.
Yeah, so I
I'd
had
Pudge
Frank
Rodriguez down, known mainly for Texas, but won NLCS MVP with the Marlins, and he had the World Series run with the Tigers. Adrian Beltre I had down here, too, he's just one of the best third basemen of all time.
Yeah,
and it was
Miguel
awesome
Cabrera.
for 3 different
Dennis
teams.
Rodman.
Yeah,
Dennis Rodman's a good one.
Michael Strahan for his
Peyton
time on
Manning.
television. Yeah, I had Peyton Manning too. David Beckham.
Randy Moss.
Yeah.
Lots of good choices. Lots of good
We'll get
possibilities.
that
topic.
We'll get that posted.
Who brought that? Who thought of that today?
Well, I mean,
Jared Carlin came coming back from vacation red hot.
You said good topic. I don't think you need to even complete the sentence of who thought of it.
Easy. Take your compliment and your win, Jarrett.
Take your compliment, take your W and go, Jarrett. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll come back and wrap up the show. Kellen Olson, Dan Bickley, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We can look at the schedule and go, oh my God, it's above 500 the rest of the year for the year. I think they play 3 sub 500 teams the rest of the season. I don't think anybody's that great. They're good. The Packers are good. Probably one of the better teams the Cardinals will play the rest of the year. The Cardinals almost beat what we consider to be one of the best teams in the NFL on the road on Sunday. I'm just saying there's not a lot of great in today's NFL. There's just a lot of good.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, if you're looking for a meal that is never boring and always packed with flavor, you know where to go. You head on down to your local neighborhood Sonic. You know by now I'm a huge fan of Sonic. Love their all-star lineup of burgers, whether it's the Smasher lineup or the garlic butter bacon cheeseburger, which is about as good as a burger gets. But the Sonic menu is incredibly diverse, and there is guaranteed to be something for everybody in your crew. And I am talking about iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, corn dogs, milkshakes, tons of new favorites like mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, and soft pretzel twists. And remember that drink menu, infamous for featuring 10,000 different combinations where your options are literally endless. Also, remember to order ahead with the Sonic app. You're going to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning program with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local family business started by my dad, Oliver Smith, right here in the Valley. Dad, you've been importing diamonds and cutting out the middleman for decades. How did that change things?
Well, we dropped the price, but not the quality. By importing diamonds and manufacturing jewelry ourselves, we cut out the middleman and passed about a 35% savings directly to our clients. We sell almost all of our diamonds with GIA certifications because that's how you create value. and value and trust are the cornerstones of our business.
Shopping for jewelry can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, tennis bracelet, or diamond studs, we make the process easy and personal. Trust Oliver Smith Jeweler.
We have some of the best diamond prices in the country, and we are right here in your backyard.
Come experience why Oliver Smith Jeweler does diamonds differently. Visit us in Scottsdale at the Shops at Gainey Village and in Fashion Square Mall.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
All right, the very recognizable voice, well, you'll recognize it when you hear it, of James Taylor in honor of Jared Carlin nearly getting blown away in Mexico.
Yeah, there was a balcony. We would sit on the top floor of these condos, and the balcony, the chairs almost blew off of the balcony.
Listen, I can relate. I've been down to Puerto Peñasco at times when they have had some serious wind, and it can get crazy.
It was still fun, I will say. But it affected the ability to sort of sit and enjoy
and
the
chill.
cool.
Yeah, right. Were you getting pelted with sand all the time?
No, surprisingly, the sand stood still. We were under a umbrella thing.
All right.
My dad, in fact, multiple times commented that he thought it would be a dust storm, and it wasn't. So congrats to the heavy sand of Puerto Peñasco.
Did you eat like a king? Did you eat absurd amounts of food?
Yes. I couldn't believe I didn't gain any weight. In fact, I weighed myself when I came home.
Really? Your metabolism is amazing. In a word, today's Song of the Day, Mexico, from James Taylor.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, so season 2 of Starting 5 on Netflix comes out. I guess it dropped today. Is that right, Kellen?
Yeah, late last night. Yep.
Late last night it dropped, and I haven't seen it yet, but Dwayne Rankin has, and he provided a little blurb of what Kevin Durant had to say. And it's confirmation of what we thought, but to hear it in his words hits a little different. Take it away, KO.
Yeah, so I think a lot of the talk and a lot of the reporting at the time was centralized around the idea of the Suns trying to get some movement done, and it eventually led to them, with the way you interpret it, agreeing to a trade with the Golden State Warriors or getting close to the finish line of a trade that was going to have Jimmy Butler come to Phoenix and then have Kevin Durant wind up in Golden State with Miami getting other stuff involved at a later time. But as the story goes, KD gets wind of this, shuts it down, and there's no trade. And this was him essentially, he had alluded to it in previous availabilities, but this was documented at the time. And he goes on to say that he hears that the trade is about to go down. So then he gets on the phones and then he says, no bleeping way. They try to do this bleep behind my back and they ain't say nothing to me. I said that's bleeped up. So this was something that at the time, you'll remember I heavily criticized the Kevin Durant trade. I worded it as I thought they got punked. I thought they got incredibly out-leveraged in the situation that they were in, and this was one of the controllable parts of the leverage, was not trying to trade him behind his back. Because, like, let's say you get to May, you get to June, and these talks pick up with other teams. Is Kevin going to be more cooperative with you if you didn't try to trade him behind his back? He probably wasn't as cooperative as he would have been otherwise. Later on in the documentary, in the last episode towards the end, he's talking about the thing in the move to Houston. He said, like, I gave them a couple of lists of teams. They asked where I would want to go. And then he said straight up, I had an expiring contract, so I was able to use my leverage a little bit. So, again, like, they were out leveraged in a lot of different departments. And this was an example of Kevin essentially saying that that leverage came to fruition for him in a couple of different ways.
Wow. They had a player that was virtually untradeable because he had a no-trade clause. And then they almost willingly gave another player on their team a no-trade clause. As it played out with Kevin Durant.
That? Yeah, no, that's exactly right. But it also, I think the language that is used there shows just how angry Kevin Durant was and how betrayed he felt.
And later says, like, I did not want to be traded. Like, he wanted to stay in Phoenix, at least for the rest of the season. He wanted to stay in Phoenix, but Phoenix tried to do it the other way, and then Kevin, as superstars will do, shut it down.
Yeah.
Do you wish
want to go to Golden State?
Do you wish the Jimmy Butler trade would have gone through, Kellen?
It would have been more interesting for me. Yeah, it would have been a change. But in terms of, like, the future and where they're at, I think this trade is a lot better for them than that trade. I did not like that trade at all. And the mechanics of it.
Yeah.
I believe, like, the main archetype of it would have been some Butler, some Jonathan Kuminga as well, like some draft picks coming in there as well. But with the core that they got back from Houston, we'll see what comes of Dylan Brooks and what they're able to get for him if they do wind up trading him later on down the line, which makes a whole lot of sense to me. What comes of Jalen Green, but the draft pick they got, Malawatch, is above anything else in that trade, in my opinion, because with Jimmy Butler, you're just kind of toiling away at 40 to 45 wins. Wouldn't have really mattered.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. I'm curious, given KD's legacy and his reputation in the sport, is this troublesome for the Suns going forward? That he's airing this in the way he's airing this?
I think that's a layer of it for sure, and I think that was already present, but him, like, re-amplifying it in this kind of way through the documentary does expose that. But that's certainly a thing that kind of comes up, right? Like, if they are the next superstar or star that comes to town, if there is such one, there will be eventually. If it is indeed under this ownership group or under the previous front office where some members are still around, they're going to look back at what they tried to do to Kevin Durant one time and be like, you guys better not pull that on me.
That's a great point. This is going to be an interesting basketball season, man. It really, really is.
I can't wait.
I hope it is.
Well, because right now everything sounds so hopeful, right? Devin Booker has been very complimentary of Jordan Ott. He likes the fact that Jordan Ott is forward-thinking in terms of how basketball is being played in the association these days. You know as well as anybody that happy stuff can go away real quick.
How does the foundation look through winning, but how does it look through losing? Because the reality is they're going to have a stretch where they lose 9 of 12, where they lose 8 of 11, and how much fun are they still having? How much fun is it to still watch the team? That is when the real balance of, like, establishing a foundation of culture and identity gets to stick or not stick.
And as we said earlier today, Russell Westbrook lands with the Sacramento Kings. It took him a long time to find a team.
It did. It can always be worse. Look at the situation Sacramento is in. Oh, my goodness. You talk about hopeless. Like, they have Zach LaVine, DeMar DeRozan, Domantas Sabonis, 3 players that are great players in their own right, but they're going to be a disaster this year. That is a strange and odd opening night matchup, to say the least.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And that is going to be very, very bizarre. I'm looking forward to it. Let's hope It's like you were saying, Sammy. Can we get something good?
No.
It just takes one. Don't know where it's coming from, but just takes one.
Yeah, listen, you know what I think about this. A city of 6 million people waiting for one sports team to give us the goods. Something to rally around. I'm rallying around Kellen Olson, who did a great job filling in for Vinny today, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Jared Carlin back to work, actually wearing pants now.
Well, you make it sound like I came in my underwear.
You put the shorts away.
Okay, yeah.
On behalf of Howard Beck, who joined us, on behalf of Rob Fredrickson, who walked across the hallway to sit down and join us.
Full effort.
Right, full effort. On behalf of Jared Carlin, Sammy Sabolka, I'm Dan Bickley. Stick around, Wolf and Luke next. Don't miss a minute. We'll see you again tomorrow morning, folks.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French onion dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Did you know that if you have an 800 credit score or higher, there is a 95% chance that you're in the wrong mortgage? People with excellent credit excel in a Life Changer loan where they can bank inside their mortgage. In fact, our average client pays off their home in just 5 years without changing a dollar of spending habit. Pay down, pay off, borrow back on your terms. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you're feeling overwhelmed by the thought of a home remodel, don't stress. The Window Depot is here to help. At the Window Depot, we're your one-stop warehouse for everything you need for your next remodel. Windows? Check. Doors? Got it. Cabinets, countertops, and everything in between, you'll find it all here at the lowest prices. Whether it's a kitchen, bathroom, or whole home makeover, our experienced designers are ready to bring your dream home to life, all at unbeatable prices. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Ahead of Week 7 for the Arizona Cardinals, quarterback Kyler Murray was listed as limited on the team's injury report, and Marvin Harrison Jr. is in concussion protocol. But first-round draft pick Walter Nolan, his practice window has opened after returning from the PUP list. As the Cardinals get ready for the Green Bay Packers coming to town on Sunday, here was tight end Trey McBride on where the vibes are in the locker room right now.
No, I think the vibe's high. I think the guys are excited to be here at work and excited to play a very good Packers team this week.
From one QB to another, ASU's quarterback Sam Levitt, after practicing Tuesday and Wednesday and showing signs of increased mobility, is listed as probable for Saturday's game against Texas Tech in Tempe. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, buddy?
Doing good. Doing good. Ready for maybe not as good as you. I don't know. Is that a good sound or a bad sound?
It's a good sound right there. Command and control. Are you ready? You ready to broadcast today?
I'm ready.
Okay, good. Jamal, you ready to go? Jamal,
locked
nothing.
in.
Okay, he's locked in. Good. Sammy, how about Sammy over there in the wedge? Sammy, you ready to go?
Never better, Wolf.
Okay, great. All right, we'll see you in about 2 minutes because I think you're out of there after that.
Sammy's been here since 1 a.m.
Okay, great. I'm jacked up. It is a
gets
Thursday.
earlier every day. It does.
Yeah, a little melancholy. We'll say that, Mason Orleans. A little melancholy. It always is a melancholy Thursday during the season because I knew this was the big day. This is another big day. Wednesday was huge. Would you say Wednesday's a big game plan
Wednesday's
day?
a big game plan
It's a huge game plan day, of course, in the National Football League, and Thursday as well. And once you had Wednesday and Thursday over, the only thing that was really left was situational football on a Friday. That and the thought of what you were going to have to give on Sunday. And I knew what I was going to have to give. It makes me a little melancholy on Thursday because of it, because I knew what I was going to have to give. Some of these guys with talent, Luke, they'd go out there and be laughing. I told you this all the time. They'd be laughing before a game. I don't even know how you could do that. I don't know how a dude could be laughing before he plays a football game. Unless you got all this talent, you don't have to get locked in.
I mean, this season's making me melancholy every day. Is that what you're talking about, or are you just talking about more
Well, it is a little
routine?
No, it is. It's melancholy because you know what you're going to have to give, brothers, coming up on Saturday or Sunday.
Patrick Peterson's going to join us today at 1:15.
Oh, you wanted to say that. Okay.
I
Pat Pete,
wanted to make
what's
sure
up?
I got it in before 1:15. Chris Level is going to join us at 1 to talk
Drive, Luke,
about
drive!
the Texas Tech side of things for this ASU game coming up. Lorenzo Alexander's going to join us at 11.
Zoe, little melancholy Zoe.
We're going to make our picks at 10:30, which
Go
is...
Zoe.
Go Zoe? Oh, yeah. We're going to make our picks at 10:30, which we never make them that early, so it'll be interesting to see what that does to the standings. But we're going to start, Wolf, with ASU. And while more and more players get ruled out, it seems like we're going in the right direction with Sam Leavitt, at least for this game. Had Kenny Dillingham on Sparky's Den last night. Obviously, he's on the show every week, and asked him about the quarterback situation. This is what he said last night.
I feel good about it. I mean, but you never know. I mean, this is college football, but I feel good about it up to this point. I'm not going to go on record saying one way or another yet, but I feel really good and confident. That he's going to be ready to play. He's moving around this week pretty good. So I feel good about it.
I don't remember exactly how I phrased that question, but I definitely left him an out to not answer it, and he still said he feels really good about it.
Okay, so this was last night. You're sitting there talking to Kenny Dillingham about this. Did you do it? Did you ask? Did you look him right in the face?
Oh, do the Kanye Uno thing? No, I didn't do it.
No, you didn't do it?
It was a busy show. I forgot. You got to text me
You would not do that. Okay.
I can still do that next week.
I mean, even about Sam Leavitt. Look him right in the face. Sam Leavitt.
Well, I kind of unintentionally with Sam Leavitt, before I even asked the question, said his name, and I can tell you that the reaction I got was encouraging.
It was encouraging.
It was encouraging, yes. I didn't do the full Wolf where you just say a name and then stare silently until they give you a response.
Honestly, Basinonians, if you do, it really is it's a cheap tactic. It is. It's such an easy read after that. It really is. Oh, it's so easy. I mean, if somebody doesn't know, if you just walk up on somebody, hey, how you doing? And then say a name and watch his face,
see the
you
reaction?
have no chance. You're going to react in a very guttural kind of way.
Give me a name. I'll try it on somebody in the newsroom during one of these breaks. we'll come up with a name.
But it's got to be something that is relatable to them.
Yeah, we'll figure something out.
They would have an impact on them.
We'll figure that out.
Okay, so just don't overthink it right now. It's just something specific to that
just
person.
Walk out there. I'll just do it to everybody in the newsroom.
But you just say a name and then watch their face, basically. I mean, it's a cheat code. It's ridiculous.
The hard part is going to be not saying anything after I say the name, and they're looking at me confused, and I'm just staring at them. And then Rick comes out and he's like, "Hey, the commercial break's over. Stop staring at people."
Yeah, but you know what? This is really good, Basinonians, right now. I think Sam Leavitt is going to play. Just listening to Kenny talk, of course, and the probable tag that is on him right now, it appears as though Sam Leavitt is going to play. How big of a deal is this for ASU going into this game? It is absolutely huge for obvious reasons.
I also asked him what it was like having to deal with Sam Leavitt last week when he wasn't playing, because you know how Sam Leavitt is, and all he wants to do is play football, and he had to stand there and watch his team lose.
Yeah, he was frustrated. He's an ultimate competitor, so when we're not having success for a multitude of reasons, and he's watching, and you can't help, it sucks. And so I think for him that sucked. It wasn't fun. And I think he went back to work, continued his rehab process like he's been doing the last 3 weeks to get himself in the best position to, potentially play this week.
If he plays, they certainly have a chance. I mean, you're talking about the defending Big 12 champs. There's not a lot of teams in the Big 12 that I think can beat Texas Tech. In fact, I think the list is probably ASU. Is the only one that I think realistically, if ASU doesn't beat Texas Tech, I think Texas Tech's probably going to go into the Big 12 championship undefeated.
I would say a healthy ASU. And,
they are not healthy.
It's exactly what we're talking about. They're not healthy right now, but if you tell me Sam Leavitt doesn't play, I mean, again, you know me, Luke. You always have a chance. You always have a chance. You always do. If you get the opportunity to walk in between those white lines, you always have a chance to go out and play better than your opponent. It's just the likelihood of Crazy Carl showing up, which I think the Sun Devils would need in spades. They need Crazy Carl to show up if, in fact, they were going to win and beat Texas Tech. But right now, this has got to be so encouraging to the guys that are in that locker room as well, honestly. I think the guys in the locker room are going to get a huge boost from the probable tag that is on Sam Leavitt right now and the fact that he's probably going to play. I do. I think that is a rallying cry right now inside that locker room. Let's go ball. Lay it on the line and see what happens.
They are at home. They've won 9 in a row at home, ASU. They do seem to get up for these big games over the last year and a half. I asked Kenny about that, too.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should. You should like to play these games. You should like to play in the games where you're 10-point dogs. You should want that. Those are the games you want to play in. You go play rec basketball, you don't want to pick all the good people on your team. You want to go on the team that, like, oh, watch, we're going to upset these guys.
Yeah.
Like, watch this. Like, we're going to go play our best game. We'll find a way, and you have to yell and communicate and set screens. Like, you want to play in games that are difficult. They're challenging if you're a competitor. You know, I think we're filled with competitors, and that's what I'm excited about.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. What did he say? A temple and dog? What did he say?
I don't know.
Play that again.
I was looking for the next, because there's like 8 cuts here I want to play for you.
Oh, my goodness. We got to get
and we're not going to be, well,
what
no,
are you doing,
let's
Luke?
go back to that one. Let's go back to playing in the biggest game.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should. You should like to play these games. You should like to play in the games where you're 10-point dogs. You should want that.
10-point dogs.
You're 10-point dogs. I thought he said temple and dogs. I was like, what
I
kind
don't
of phraseology
him,
is
I
that?
remember him saying temple of the dog at all.
Okay, you're 10-point dogs. You know what? Why? Exactly. This is, I mean, it's the game of football. The mentality is, you know what? Yeah, you don't think we have a chance. Oh, watch this, dude. Watch this. Just like you don't think, oh, you look at me and, you know what? I don't have a chance to block you, do I? I don't have a chance to block you because look at me, right? Watch this, dude. Now, sometimes, yeah, you get killed in the process.
Sometimes they're ready.
Yeah, sometimes they're right. Yet at the same time, to the ground, baby. Do it to the ground. Again and again and again. To the ground, bro.
I do feel like ASU's defense was probably a little embarrassed by what happened last week. And even just talking to a couple offensive players that were there last night, Demaryius Robinson being one of them is going to play this week. And for sure for ASU at running back, he said they're hitting. The defense is hitting in practice.
Man.
So, like, they're taking it personal.
I can't wait to see this, man. We got so much more to play, right?
Yeah, we do. When we come back, though, what boxes does Kyler Murray have to check before Sunday if he's going to play against Green Bay? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Not saying that this is true because I don't believe it, but your job is on the line. You have to win this game. Who you going with? Is it still Kyler? Because your job is on the line because of Kyler. Jonathan Gannon has the second highest odds to be the next coach fired. Now, I'm not saying he should be fired because I don't think he should be. But I'm saying to you, this is your third year here. The reason your job could be on the line and that you have the second best odds to be fired is kind of because Kyler hasn't delivered. Okay, so now your job is really on the line. You want to go with him? Because you've gone with him for 2.5 years and your job is on the line.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You know, all the rain we've been having, a lot of phone calls coming into America Roofing, Arizona's #1 roofer. Listen, with this rain, couple things. You got to keep an eye on your roof because if you get a leak, you absolutely need to call the best, and that's America Roofing, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing knows that a damaged roof can't wait. So today, last few days, we've been dealing with the rain. And now you've got this brown spot on the ceiling, right? And you're like, well, what do I do? Well, timely service is what America Roofing is all about. They know a damaged roof can't wait. And that's why they prioritize timely service to ensure your roof gets the attention it needs promptly. 602-960-ROOF. With the rain, make sure you're getting your roof checked. Make sure everything in your house is dry, and it all starts with your roof. 602-960-ROOF. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that Walter Nolan is practicing, how soon should we expect the Cardinals' first-round pick to take the field? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, stop talking, Johnny. Kidding me?
You feel better now? You can hear Temple of the Dog?
Honestly, right now, look, I'm going hungry. You better believe it right now. That's why they're going to let me out of this closet that they hold me in right before a game. Because I'm hungry right now. I'm going to go out onto that field, and I guarantee you right now, somebody's going down. It might be me, but somebody's going to hit the dirt, bro. Just saying.
We figured you needed to hear the song since you heard 10-Point Dog as Temple of the Dog. Apparently it was on your mind.
This is just kind of crazy. Like, I thought he was using new terminology or something. Temple of the Dog.
I want to thank our listeners in Santan Valley. Anybody that is listening and or watching on YouTube in Santan Valley.
Hey, YouTube, I'm going to put my hat on.
Wow, Wolf is putting his hat on just for you, YouTube. Look what you're missing right now.
Here we go. What up, YouTube?
All right, let's get into a little NFL football, a little Kyler Murray, a little Cardinals talk here, and the notion that he may be able to play this weekend. Here's Ian Rappaport on the Insiders yesterday.
Meanwhile, unclear what is headed the way of Kyler Murray, the Arizona Cardinals still starting quarterback, who did not play last week. Jacoby Brissett played pretty well. In his absence, he was a limited participant in practice today. At least a sign he's got a shot to play on Sunday, but more information coming.
All right, so here's JG yesterday. He was asked what boxes he wants Kyler to check so that he knows he's good to go on Sunday.
Make sure that he's healthy enough to play, so we'll progress him along here this week and see where he's at.
JG's giving you a little bit less with his answers each week of the season.
Yeah, once again, I think that is the proper way to proceed right now. Kyler Murray's got to be healthy for you to go out and have a chance of winning this game because you don't want to hobble Kyler Murray. going against this Green Bay Packers defense. You just don't want that. You'd rather have a healthy Jacoby Brissett out there competing, and it has nothing to do with how well Jacoby Brissett played last week. It has nothing to do with that. It's got everything to do with the fact that Kyler Murray's game is built on his mobility.
Well, and they have Micah Parsons, among other players. Do you want whoever your quarterback is hobbled trying to get away from Micah Parsons? I don't think you do. Jacoby Brissett, I hear what you're saying. You wouldn't run him out there because he had a really good game this week. That wouldn't be the only reason. But I think he does give you a certain level of as much of a safety net as a backup quarterback can give you. You know, I tend to agree with you. If you just went with Brissett the rest of the season, the league would start to catch up. But this would only be his second game. And in his first game, he certainly didn't do anything to make you believe he's going to hurt your chances to win. The offense looked the best it's looked all year. I don't know that you could count on that for another 10 games. But if you're kind of on the fence this week and you're like, Kyler's not quite there, but our season is on the line here in a lot of ways, but he's not quite there. You do have a backup that can give you a pretty good chance to win, or at least as good of a chance as Kyler was giving you.
Yeah, you just hope that Jacoby Brissett plays exactly like he did the last time he had the opportunity to go out and start. That'd be really, really. Are you kidding me? You couldn't. I mean, honestly, what he did last week is still stunning, Basinonians. It is. When you sat there, you had 7 throws of 20 yards or more, 7 passes you completed of 20 yards or more. When that's what the Cardinals had the first 6 games, it's absolutely stunning to me. The first 5 games, I should say. It's stunning to me that is the case. Still, he played exceptionally well. And at the same time, Kyler Murray is your starting quarterback, and you're going to continue to play him going forward until you don't at some point in time. And when that point in time comes, if it does, I have no idea.
I do think there's an element, though, of you have 11 games to go. If the feeling inside that room or with the coaches is that Kyler gives you the best chance to win long-term being this season, and I think that is the feeling. I mean, they've been pretty consistent with that. Do you want him hobbling around against Green Bay and then stumbling into the bye week, and then who knows if he's fully healthy coming out of it? Or do you want to say, you know what, Jacoby, you got to do it one more time. You got to do it against another good defense. Sorry, this defense might even be better than the Colts, to be honest. And then, get us through this. Give us a chance to win this game. Maybe win us this game. You almost won us the Colts game. And then that gives Kyler last week off, this week off, next week off because of the bye. And then he would come back the following Monday. So even an extra couple days in Dallas, where he always plays his best football. I think you're setting Kyler up for success the most that way, unless he's like 90%. Like if he's that close and good to go, then play him.
Right. For me, this is the one game you've got to be healthy in. You have to, because you do not want to stay around at the bye, okay? And if you're injured, you have to stay at the bye. You have to come in and get treatment. You have to rehab. It is absolutely the worst thing in the world to have some type of injury, especially based on if you have like a rolled ankle. It's just a rolled ankle, okay? That's why a lot of guys after that game leading up to the bye, there's a lot of guys, if they do anything, if they hurt anything, they're like, I'll suck this up. There's no way I'm going to tell them
I'm totally fine. Leave me alone.
You've got to have something really wrong with you before you're going to walk up to your trainer going into the bye week and say, this hurts. Just not going to do it for the most part.
That's like going up to your boss on a 3-day weekend and being like, I'd like to come in all weekend. I just like to sit around the office.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
That's exactly
That's what
it's
Wolf
like,
does.
bud.
Yeah.
What? What do you mean?
Walks up to Erin and asks her if you can work an extra day on a 3-day weekend.
Yeah.
He did come in on his vacation because they lost to Carolina last year.
That's true. That was just brutal.
I
still can feel that.
He was a guest on his own show.
For an hour. It wasn't like you came in for 5 minutes because you were picking something up either. You came in.
But I need Kyler Murray to be 100% ready to go. His game is predicated. It's built on mobility. And if he can't be mobile, man, I'm going to run Jacoby Brissett out there.
JG was asked if going against an elite pass rusher factors into their decision. I warn you right now, I haven't heard this cut, but it's not very long.
Doesn't. You better have a plan for one. When I say one, they're number one, Micah.
Yeah,
that was ominous.
Yeah, it was a little ominous right there. Overall, the Packers defense, it's not like they generate a ton of pressure on an opposing quarterback. They're 20th in the league in terms of sacks per attempt. Yet at the same time, we all know the Arizona Cardinals offensive line, they've had a hard time. They've had a hard go of it. They're giving up, 25. They're 25th in sacks per attempt right now. So it's a situation where this offensive line is going to be pressed to block the Packers, especially Micah Parsons. This is a guy they'll move around as well. They put him on the edge. They move him into the A-gap. They stand him up. He'll come from anywhere.
Yeah, and I was trying to double check this, but I mean, when he first got there this year, because he was traded so late and he had been the whole contract situation with Dallas, I feel like he's been playing more and more snaps in each of these games too. So I mean, you maybe wanted to catch them at the very start of the year and get a little bit less Micah Parsons. Either way, there's no way around it. You're going to have to deal with him, and that it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. You're going to have to deal with Micah Parsons. That's why Green Bay went out and got him. That's why when he's healthy, I think he's one of the, 3 or 4 best players at his position in the NFL. And as you just said, he can play multiple positions. Mm-hmm. It's why everybody in Dallas was ripping their hair out when the Cowboys traded him away. Because when you move a guy like that, you're hoping that one of the pieces you get back is half as good as him. When you have a player like that, you don't let him go. Now, if you're a Cardinals fan, you're like, well, that sucks. Then the Cardinals have to face him. They shouldn't have had to. Yeah. Well, the next game's against Dallas. You would have just had to play him in a couple weeks. But he has the potential to be that much more effective on this Green Bay defense because their defense is good with or without Micah Parsons.
Yeah, you know what is so odd, too? You can be efficient throwing the ball against the Green Bay Packers. You can be. You look at their defense and their pass defense specifically, and it's number 11 overall in terms of passing yards per game allowed and number 1 in terms of passing yards per play allowed. That is a big metric to me. Passing yards per play, basically. Think about that. Number 1. What does that mean? Well, you know what it means? They're not blowing coverages. They just don't do that. They're not blowing assignments mentally in the back end. And, by the way, they're really good tacklers, and they're pretty good in coverage as well. It's one of the reasons why they're number 1 in the NFL in passing yards per play allowed. But their defensive quarterback rating is right in the middle of the pack in the NFL, and that is a very, very good metric, especially at this point in time. They're allowing a 90.1 passer rating against them right now. That's number 14 in the NFL. So you can be efficient and throw the ball down the field. They're just not giving up a lot of explosives.
Just to give you the number, because it was oddly difficult to find, Micah Parsons, week 1 against Detroit, played 45% of the snaps on defense.
Yeah.
This most recent week, he played 89%. I mean, logically, he's going to be playing more and more, but the Cardinals are catching the Packers right when he is going to be out there most of the time. All right, we come back. We're going to make our Week 7 NFL picks. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday. Will we see Sam or Sims at QB?
The quarterback has nothing to do with moving people forward and backwards. Has nothing to do with tackling.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite F-150 trucks with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 financed. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 11/3/25.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, let's talk fees. I hear people all the time saying, I don't want to pay too much for advice, but sometimes they're looking at it the wrong way.
Exactly, Gambo. Too many folks, especially the middle market, people with $750,000 to $1 million saved, get fixated on finding a discount advisor. But being penny wise and pound foolish can cost them way more in the long run.
Yeah, meanwhile, the ultra-rich don't blink at fees. They pay 2% plus 20% of the upside because they know the value is there.
That's the key. At Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax, we are fiduciaries. That means we're legally obligated to put your best interests first. And our pricing is fair, transparent, and reasonable without all the Wall Street games.
So, folks, don't settle for cheap when your retirement is on the line. Call Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available, it is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. ASU football has a massive game Saturday against number 7 Texas Tech, and the status of quarterback Sam Leavitt remains in question. However, Leavitt was listed as probable on yesterday's availability report. The status of Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray also remains in question for Sunday's crucial matchup against the Green Bay Packers. Murray was limited in yesterday's practice. In Game 4 of the ALCS tonight. The Seattle Mariners host the Toronto Blue Jays with coverage beginning at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. The Mariners lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, making picks with Wolf and Luke.
All right, I got the up-to-date season standings here through the first 6 weeks. This is getting interesting at the top. I'm 15-6-1. Jamal is 15-7.
Wow.
Jamal, how many weeks in a row have you gone 3-0 now? I feel like you've closed this gap pretty quickly.
I think 2.
Okay.
I think 2.
Wolf, you're 11-11.
No.
Rick is 10-12. So, in the immortal words of Wolf from all of last year, hang in there, Wolf.
Yeah.
You guys so the draft order for this week, Rick goes first, then Wolf, then me, then Jamal, and it's snake order. There's 15 games, so we each get to pick 3. Once you pick one, it's off the board. Rick, are you ready?
Yes, I am, and I think the easiest game of the week to pick is got to be the Patriots over the Titans. So I'm going to take the Patriots over the Titans. The Patriots have been playing well. The Titans have not been playing well.
Man, I didn't think you were going to take them. I've been riding the Patriots every week here. They've been getting me wins. Okay. Jamal, you're up next. No, Wolf, you're up next.
I was going to say.
Man, I am?
Yeah, you're up next.
Okay.
Move this.
My goodness, this is brutal. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take Seattle over Houston on Monday night, Basinonians. That's right.
All right. Any reasoning for that?
Well, because it's a Tier 1 game.
It's a Tier 1 game, okay. Are there any other Tier 1 games? You don't have to tell me who they are.
Not a lot. There's a
this
ton
week's
of Tier
hard.
2.
This week is tough. Like, I literally went through and there was like 3 or 4 games. I'm like, I'm just not going to pick that. So hopefully it doesn't come up where I have to. Okay. The line on this game is way bigger than I feel like it should be, but I do think the Chiefs win at home over Vegas. So give me Kansas City, even though they're coming off. We'll say this, for anybody out there picking games, they're coming off a short week and they just played Detroit. So that's always dicey.
That was the other Tier 1 game.
It should be a win. But it is, if you're into the short week, long week, and if you're into, they just played Detroit, any of that stuff, although they also should get Rashee Rice back this week.
Wait, Patriots and Titans was not a Tier 1 for you, Wolf?
No.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. I'm not buying the Patriots.
Wow. Okay, well, you don't have to. Their schedule's remarkably easy. All right, Jamal, you get 2 right now.
Okay. This is a little tough. Actually, not a little tough, a lot tough.
I like when Jamal goes to make a pick like he didn't think we were going to call on him at any point today.
It's like one of those kids that doesn't raise their hand in class and still gets picked.
Yeah.
I'm going to take... God, they're going to win eventually, but not this week. I'm going to take the Panthers over the Jets.
Okay.
This week.
All right.
And I'm also...
Wow.
I'm also going to go with the Packers over the Cardinals.
Wow, that was so non-confident.
Yeah, both of those picks make me think the other team's going to win, just based on your tone of voice, Jamal, I feel like. All right. Let's see. Okay, it's back to me.
Back to you, yes.
I don't want to pick against this team because they're just fun. You know what? I can't see Philly losing 3 in a row. They're on the road against Minnesota. It is a tough matchup.
Man.
Minnesota's good, but I can't see Philly losing 3 in a row. They can push their way to victory. So give me Philly with minimal confidence, as you can tell. I'm starting to sound like Jamal. All right, Wolf.
That was Tier 2.
Well,
okay.
I'll take it at this point.
All right. Man, a lot of Tier 2 games here. They're just kind of difficult. Man, I got to go with this. I have to go with this. I don't feel good about it.
That's what this game's all about.
But I'm going with the
good.
Broncos over the Giants. That is Tier 2 Basinonians. I'm going to go, yes.
That was
with Denver.
The one I was looking at, but I was like, I have no interest in picking against Cam Scatterboo.
Yep.
There's no reason. I've never had to be against him, and I don't want to start now. So, all right, it's 2 for you, Rick. 2 pick
My
Rick.
last 2 for me right now. I'm going to go with the Steelers tonight.
Okay.
Over the Bengals.
Yeah, that's Tier 2.
And then I'm going to go with the Commanders over the Cowboys. The Cowboys seem like a mess, so I'm rolling with my Durs.
Wow.
Did you see Flacco, though? Did you see Joe Flacco?
He was kind of slinging it.
I just got to say, man, he's 40 years old. He's 40.
I felt like he was 40 when he came into the league, too. So I see him as like at least 60, but I don't know. That one kind of, Pittsburgh should win, but it's short week on the road against the division rival. I don't know. That one makes me nervous, but I get why you went with Pittsburgh. I would have too if I had to. All right, Wolf, back to you. This is your last pick.
This is it, huh?
This is it.
Okay, where is it? Tier 2. Yeah, right there. I'm taking the Bears at home over the New Orleans Saints.
Bears.
No, that was the only game left that I liked.
It was a Tier 2, but it's always a wild card.
So now I feel like I just shouldn't even have to make
Caleb
a pick.
Williams, you just, if he's on, it's, okay.
All right, so the games that are left are all pretty good teams against other good teams.
Except for Miami and Cleveland.
Or 2 really bad teams playing each other. I don't want to touch Rams, Jaguars. That just seems like a toss-up. You mentioned Cleveland, Miami. That's just a mess.
Colts, Chargers.
Colts, Chargers
That's
that don't
tough.
love. I mean, Lions-Buccaneers is going to be a great game. Good luck picking the winner in that.
Oh, my goodness. Can't wait for that game.
It makes me nervous to pick this team because you never know who's actually going to play for them. But give me San Francisco at home against Atlanta.
Ooh, I think the Falcons are going to win that one.
Oh, then that would be the wrong pick by me. But there's not.
Okay.
I don't love any of these games. That's not true. I love Detroit, Tampa.
It's a tough week.
I just don't want to have to pick Detroit, Tampa.
I love the fact that we have 2 Monday night games, Detroit and Tampa, and Houston, Seattle, both pretty good games, but they're not right on top of each other. One of them's at 7 p.m., one of them's at 4.
Yeah, that's better.
Perfect.
That's a great point.
Jamal still has to make a pick here.
I was hoping that my turn wouldn't come around because this kind of sucks.
I'm willing to give you an L, actually, if you just want to take an L.
Absolutely not. I still have to catch up to you. You and that stupid tie.
I'm going to ride that tie to victory this year.
This is going to... I'll take the Dolphins over the Browns.
Why? Now you have to watch that game.
I have so little belief in Dylan Gabriel, but it's also like everybody hates each other in the Dolphins locker room.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's problematic.
They're like the Eagles, except the Eagles are good. And they hate each other.
The
Dolphins hate each other, and they just lose to everybody.
I would be more confident picking Tampa Bay over Detroit than I would be just touching that game.
I think Detroit wins at home. Tampa's going to have to lose at some point.
Yeah.
I think if I could do one thing over, I would take Detroit over Tampa Bay.
I love Toddy Bulls, but yeah, I think they're going down.
MV Bakes.
Well,
all right. Well, we had to hear that. So.
You guys didn't even acknowledge how terrible the DERS shortening of Commanders is that I had.
I mean, I wanted to, but then I felt like the listening audience was probably acknowledging it to each other.
Yeah.
I was more stunned by the fact that you actually picked the Commanders because you never seem to pick them. Like you usually just kind of
picked
avoid
them
their
twice
games.
this year.
What's their record when you've picked them?
I believe, or I picked them. This is my second time.
Okay.
I think they're 0-1 in
All right.
games I've picked them.
Okay. Anybody want to read off their picks, or are we also ashamed we just move on with our lives?
You read the picks off.
All right, so Rick has Pittsburgh, New England, and Washington. Rick going with 3 road teams, always dicey. Wolf went with Chicago, Denver, and Seattle. Wolf going with 3 home teams.
Yeah, thank you.
Jamal went with Miami because he just loves watching Dolphins-Browns games. Then he took Carolina over the Jets. You should have to watch all the games you picked, Jamal.
Yeah, this kind of sucks.
Carolina Jets.
Looking back at it.
So Jamal went with the Dolphins and Panthers.
Yes. Oh, man.
And then he...
Panthers, though. 3-3.
They're not bad. They're not
good.
bad. They're not good, but they're not bad. He also took Green Bay, and then I went with Philadelphia, Kansas City, and San Francisco. So there we go.
Yeah.
That's where we are. All right, those were the Week 7 picks. We're giving you another chance to win Cardinals and Sun Devil tickets. Listen for the Sounder this afternoon at 12:15 for your shot to win 2 tickets. See the Cardinals take on the Green Bay Packers and ASU taking on Texas Tech. Again, listen at 12:15 for your chance to win tickets to both the Cardinals and ASU games this weekend. All right, when we come back, let's talk some basketball. Sun season starts in less than a week, and we already know Jalen Green's missing at least the very first game. So who other than Devin Booker is going to score for this team at the start of the year? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday.
If we want to win this game, we can't let them win the ball, man. This is the biggest chance we're going to have all year.
They run it kind of when they want to run it, so big-time challenge.
Free game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon. Cardinals. Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. You know, choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, of course, they're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility that is located here in Phoenix with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust, brothers. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you might see elsewhere, the bait-and-switch pricing, fake limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. And it's one of the reasons why they have over 500 five-star Google reviews that you're going to love. This is your health, man. Come experience the Aria difference You'll be glad that you did. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
So your dream of buying a home has been on the back burner for way too long, right? Let's be honest, it's tough to know when to jump in. And making the right decision at the wrong time could really cost you. But not when you work with Lund Mortgage. They are so good at making that decision easy with their free rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates tailored to your specific situation. When your ideal rate hits, you're going to get the heads up. So if you're serious about buying and you want to do it right and on your timeline, you owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi are just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing, where we believe there's only one way, the right way. We only use the most durable, top-quality products at a fair price. As a third-generation roofing company, we believe that if you have a lifetime tile, you should have a lifetime underlayment, which is why we only use the best products and offer the best warranties in the business. Look us up at azroof.com for a free estimate.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
This is Chris Berman, and the Cardinals have a big game against the Green Bay Packers. And ASU plays the Texas Tech. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Okay, it sounds great in theory. I think we're actually all on board with it, with the Suns this year going out there and stressing the importance of defense and emphasizing that and making that a focal point of the moves they made this offseason. It's fantastic. I think that's probably where they need to go next to rebuild this team. But you do need to score some points. And at the start of the season, at least, Jalen Green, we know, is going to miss the opener. I would kind of at least prepare yourself for him maybe missing a couple more games than that. What did Jordan Ott say on Tuesday? That they would kind of reevaluate and give us an update in 10 days. Well, 10 days from Tuesday is the day of their second game of the season. And he didn't say he was definitely coming back then. So either way, you're going to have to start the season without Jalen Green. Okay, Wolf?
Yes.
Jalen Green led the Houston Rockets in scoring last year.
Think about that.
He's a scorer.
He's a scorer of the basketball. He's very good at it, of course. And many people think he's also going to work the point when Book is not actually out there working the point. That's going to be interesting to see when they're both out there. What are they going to do?
Yeah, well, Devin Booker spoke yesterday about the differences between being point book, just kind of playing as the regular Devin Booker role.
I'd say bringing the ball up the floor, you kind of have all eyes on you. When you're working a pin down, it's kind of like working the second action. You can catch people off guard. So, but I think the way that we play, if you create advantage early, the ball will usually come back to you and just take what the defense gives you.
Advantage early. What do you make of that when he said that? Advantage early.
You mean just early in the play? I would assume that that's what he's talking about there.
I'm wondering about tempo. I really think the Suns are going to go up tempo on a lot of this stuff and move the ball and push the ball up the floor. At least maybe that's what they're going to try to do early on. They have become way more athletic. There's no doubt about that. It's going to be interesting to see when they get into a half-court deal, what's going to transpire from that point forward. I think of Mark Williams, man, when I think of a guy who's got to step up for the Phoenix Suns, and this is a dicey proposition because of how banged up and hurt this guy has been. Yet at the same time, he can score the basketball. You got him in a two-man game with Devin Booker. I like that.
He's
I'd
a
like to see
double-double
if they can develop that
when he plays. And it sounds like Mark Williams actually could be ready for the start of the season for the Suns.
Yes.
More from Devin Booker. He was asked if he has trust in Grayson Allen or Dillon Brooks to bring the ball up and allow him to kind of do his thing off the ball.
Yeah, play in the backside. Them guys can knock down shots and also make plays. So, if teams want to throw jump defenses, I always say the quicker we can make them pay for it, the more opportunities will open the rest of the game.
Any conversation you have about the Suns now, it's been this way to a certain extent over the last, since he got into the league, always is going to start with Devin Booker. But it's a different conversation now because now we're back into are you going to ask Devin Booker to do everybody's job? Like that won't work. It'll be entertaining. He'll put up stats. And I mean entertaining for people that aren't Suns fans, because it's remarkable what he's able to do. But you're not going to win a whole lot of games if you have one guy being asked to do 75% of the work. So this, to me, is the biggest balancing act that Jordan Ott has to navigate to start off his NBA head coaching career.
No, I would agree with that assessment. So who do you think is going to step up, Luke, honestly?
To score?
Yeah, I'm saying if you don't have Jalen Green, who do you think has got to be that guy? For me, once again, I'm thinking of Mark Williams being a guy that can step up and score the basketball. Grayson Allen, maybe.
Maybe Grayson
being
Allen.
that guy that's, can shoot, obviously, from the perimeter. Dillon Brooks, some degree.
I think Dillon Brooks would be my answer if you made me pick one.
Okay. Produce!
Because he had his producer Wolf right here. He had a few seasons in Memphis where he was averaging, 17, 18 points per game for the season. He can do it, but I really think these games where Jalen Green is out, it's going to be, let's say Jalen Green misses 5 games. I think your leading scorer each night is going to be Devin Booker, and then your number 2 scorer is probably going to be 4 or 5 different people in those 5 games. But I do think Dillon Brooks is going to be up there.
Mark Williams only playing 2 of them, most likely.
So,
hey, listen, I can't believe I said that.
He'll be number 2 in scoring,
dump
though.
that, Rick. Go ahead and dump that. I mean, honestly.
You know what I realized? I can dump stuff with this button right here.
That's a joke, Rick. I didn't say anything bad. I just
I actually
dump.
did.
Oh, my goodness.
Did you really?
He did. I saw him reach over for it.
He told me to dump it. I don't know.
Oh, my goodness.
Now you got to say it again.
Oh, that is so bad, man.
Well, now people are like, what did Wolf say?
I just said that Mark Williams probably, you said the next 5 games, Jalen Green's probably going to miss, and I said Mark Williams probably missed 3 of them.
Yeah. You said Mark Williams will probably be the number 2 scorer in a couple, but he's going to miss the other games.
I never, look at it.
Is that the first time you've ever been dumped on the air?
Yeah, I think
No,
so.
that's not true because you couldn't say that Yankees pitcher's name.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. And that was, there was nothing profane there, basically. It's okay. It was just I couldn't pronounce the guy's name correctly.
But it's the first time you've been dumped on the air in the last week and a half. Luckily for you, that particular individual.
I just can't believe Rick did it.
Not going to be one of the better pitchers in baseball for the next 10 years.
Okay.
Doing what I'm told here.
Yeah, well, I know. Honestly, you didn't hear what I said. I didn't say anything bad.
Yeah, I mean, I was confused, but
Okay,
I did it
great.
anyway.
Yeah.
We're going to find out one day that Rick has dumped like 80% of what Wolf has said in the last 2 years.
You know what? But Mark Williams, once again,
Yeah.
how do you feel about that? I mean, honestly, could you see Devin Booker and Mark Williams working a little two-man game?
Yeah, here's my problem, and this has nothing really to do with Mark Williams. It's just my fatigue of counting on players that aren't playing consistently. Now, that hasn't been an issue for him with the Suns yet. He hasn't even had a game yet.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll be the opposite of every other player that comes here and is immediately hurt. Maybe Mark Williams will come here and immediately get healthy. Yeah, that'd be nice. If you told me Mark Williams played in 65 games this year, I think he would be a major part of what this team does on the floor.
If you told me he'd play in 60, I'd say sold.
Yeah.
But what are the odds of that, though? He's played in 44, I believe.
44 is the max so far, yeah. But he is, you brought this up, about a month or so ago. He is a lot younger than people think. You look and you're like, well, he hasn't played more than 44 games. And what is he, mid-30s? He's 23.
23.
So if he can stay on the floor, I think he could be a huge part of this for the Suns.
Yeah, and once again, I would like to see if they could develop that between Devin Booker and Mark Williams, of course. But I think Grayson Allen is a guy that's got to score the basketball. He's got to step up and do it in Jalen Green's stead.
Is this going to be our game this year since we can't play Kevin or Devin? Is it just when Jalen Green's out, is it going to be Devin and who?
Yeah.
And we have to pick the number 2 scorer on the team?
Well, wasn't it Devin and the other 11? Wasn't it that?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I thought.
I think this year, though, Devin's going to win that. Devin or the other 11 most nights.
Okay.
One more here from Jordan Ott talking about if perhaps Grayson Allen will take over a lot of Jalen Green's minutes.
Do you anticipate kind of sticking with Grayson as that guy in there for Jalen?
Yeah, right now that's what we anticipate. We get through these next couple of days healthy. That's what we're thinking.
All right, so it probably would be Grayson Allen to get a lot of, at least the opportunity to get a lot of points. Let's all pick somebody right now, okay? Who is the number 2 scorer for the Phoenix Suns in the opener against Sacramento?
Grayson Allen.
I'll take Dylan Brooks.
That was good.
I'm going to go with Mark Williams.
I thought you were going to say Mark Wahlberg for a second.
No, I'm going to go with Mark Williams.
All right. There are 3 guys, Masononians, 3 guys that are likely, I think.
Jamal gets to pick too. Jamal's going to pick like the Cleveland Browns or the Miami Dolphins or something here.
Right.
But and you can pick somebody that's already been picked, Jamal. It's not like a draft here or anything. Just who's going to be the number 2 scorer for the Suns in the opener?
Dylan Brooks.
All right. See?
Okay.
Jamal and I are on the same page.
It was Tua not an option, or Tua Tagovailoa? No. Oh, okay.
No.
Sorry, he was already off the board. Okay. I'm just going to go to break. This has gotten so ridiculous, and it's not even 11 o'clock yet.
Yeah.
Zoe's going to come in here. He's going to bring some semblance of sanity to the show.
Can't wait.
We won't have to dump anything.
Can't wait.
Does Lorenzo Alexander think the Arizona Cardinals have some decisions to make at the quarterback position? We're going to ask the 15-year NFL vet. He's going to walk in here and walk right into that conversation next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays are for football. That's why we're here to help you get your next DIY project done, even when the clock isn't on your side. Whether that's a new Filtrete filter or Bosch and Cobalt power tools, Lowe's has everything you need to feel like the MVP of DIY. So get it done and earn your Sunday. Shop now in-store and online. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even I added too much water to the pizza dough day?
Yep.
How about getting a call from my daughter to pick her up at the airport because her boyfriend is unreliable day?
Especially that day.
What about finding out that one of my pipes suddenly burst in my basement day?
Progressive has every day covered 24/7 with a Home and Auto Bundle. Also, you have a lot of bad days.
Oh no, that was all the same day.
At least you're covered with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm proud to announce Sanderson Ford has teamed up with Arizona Sports as the tailgate sponsor of all football home games. Show up and tailgate in style in a new Ford F-150 STX Super Crew truck for only $44,899. Sanderson Ford is all about football and supporting our troops by providing seats for soldiers at every home game. Go online at SandersonFord.com for more info. This is Sanderson Ford Country.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. ASU football has a massive game Saturday against number 7 Texas Tech, and the status of quarterback Sam Leavitt remains in question. However, Leavitt was listed as probable on yesterday's availability report. The status of Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray also remains in question for Sunday's crucial matchup against the Green Bay Packers. Murray was listed as limited in yesterday's practice. And Game 4 of the ALCS is tonight. The Seattle Mariners host the Toronto Blue Jays with coverage beginning at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. The Mariners lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
You talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy.
That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Driven by Sanderson Ford.
All right, hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. You just heard the voice man right there. Lorenzo Alexander is joining us in studio for the lowdown as we head into Week 7 and Cardinals-Packers from State Farm Stadium. What's going on, Zoe?
I'm good. Back from a long or extended vacation over fall break. Went to Notre Dame, which was dope. Never been there before.
Wow.
Touchdown Jesus looking over the stadium.
Wow.
That was pretty cool. My daughter really loved that place. And then we went to University of North Carolina, which was kind of cool, too. Got a chance to go around. Freddie Kitchens, you remember him?
Yes.
Coached here, right? His wife and daughter, who actually attends there, showed us around and gave us a tour. So that was really cool to get that personal experience.
Cool,
so it was fun. It was fun. Football's family, right? You hit people up, called Drew Stanton. He made it work out, and we had a really good time kind of traveling.
How was the campus in North Carolina? Was it beautiful?
It's beautiful. If you've been to North Carolina, right? It's a ton of trees.
Yeah.
The country feel. People are all out toes. People are just so much nicer when you go to the South. For whatever reason, they just are. They're just real cool. Just helping out. Thank you, yes, sir, ma'am, all that type of stuff you get, whether you are, you could be 15 and there's an adult talking to you. They just talk to you a certain type of way. So it was cool. And then to cap it off, got back. I know we were just talking about Vetter a little bit. Mason got back last night from his injury that he suffered Week 1 and balled out again. So it was fun to watch him kind of, start his high school career and continue to be who we know he is and just cultivating that process his dads and coaches, and he has a really good community with
so
it.
Cool,
so it's
man.
cool. Yeah.
Nice. Well, we were looking at the show sheet during the pre-show meeting, and we're like, okay, what are we going to start with Zoe? Let's just throw him right into the quarterback conversation.
Right.
Let's say hi and then be like, hey, so Jacoby Brissett.
Right.
What did you make of the offense looking as good as it did?
So I got a chance to, watch the game back. As I just said, I was traveling this weekend. So watching the game back, it looked efficient, right? When you look at Jacoby, and it doesn't surprise us because he's a veteran quarterback. We saw what he did in the preseason. We know who he's been with, whether that's Tom and different places. And so he's just really smart, intelligent, and is going to get the ball out. Hearing Kurt Warner talk about it as well, because, obviously I didn't play quarterback, but he works through his progressions really well. If the first option isn't there, he has the process and the know-withal to go through it and still be efficient and be able to make throws. And that's why you end up having, 5 or 6 receivers with 20-plus yard catches because he's able to go through that progression because all those guys weren't the primary target for those plays, right? And so it's being able to go through that. And that's so important. And I think that's one of the things, when we talk about Kyler, where he still hasn't gotten the ability to do it consistently. I'm always going to approach this with caution because we always see the backup come in, and this is typically what happens. They do really well because they process their vets, right? But also they haven't had that. It's been, 6 weeks since he's played? So it works against you, right? Is he rusty? He's a vet, so he's preparing. But also defenses haven't seen him back there, right? And so they'll come up with a plan because he's way different than Kyler. I'm going to come up with a plan now these next couple of weeks to attack them. And can he consistently, if he's still playing, I don't know what Kyler's health situation is.
Yeah.
Nobody does.
Right, right. Can he consistently play at a high level? Because then that's what you get back into. Jacoby played well. Let's put him out there.
That's right.
Well, defenses are going to start attacking his weaknesses because he has some in his game, right? And they're going to find that and exploit it and seeing if he can consistently play. And that's why typically backups are backups, right? Because they can come in and give it to you for a couple of games, but then they fall back. And I think that's where we kind of live and die with Kyler because he hasn't been consistent. His career has been, I guess, like I don't want to say as a backup because has some really, really highs, some low lows, and he's kind of always in that middle.
Yeah.
And so he hasn't been able to get over to that hump of consistency. And so that's been, I guess, the biggest disappointment, in the whole process of, the K1 experience and what he's been able to do here. But obviously Jacoby stepped up and did what a vet did. So it wasn't shocking to me that he did what he did.
So once again, as you look at it from the outside looking in, Kyler Murray's healthy. He's ready to play. You're going to go with Kyler.
I'm going to play him.
Yeah.
Because at this point, it's from a business standpoint, right, coaching standpoint, is he your future? Are you going to keep him around longer? At this point, because they're not winning the Super Bowl, right? I think we would all say that's not going to happen, right? Maybe they could find lightning in the bottle with Jacoby Brissett. I don't know. I don't believe that. I don't think that team is as good, or they're at least not playing like it right now. And, obviously 4 losses in a row. But I'm putting Kyler back in there because I have to know, what am I committing to if we continue to move forward with him as an Arizona Cardinal. And I said this last year, right? I said I thought this was going to be the year, right? He had went through, hit bottom, right? Towards ACL, trained, got back, seemed like he had made a mental shift. And I thought this year was going to be the biggest year of his growth in this new era, and it just hasn't happened, right? And I don't know where the mishap, has he hit his ceiling as an Arizona Cardinal, right? Maybe he needs a change to be different, to start anew. I don't know. But right now, I think we have enough on him. We've seen him long enough to understand who he is as a quarterback and what you're going to get week in and week out. And unless you are elite somewhere else, because if you're not turning over the ball right there, even if you're not doing any of these other things situationally that's going to elevate your team, you're going to be, right? We said they could be 3-3. Tennessee Titans was an outlier. That gets you 3-3. You don't want to live at 3-3, right?
Be stuck in the middle.
That's who they are right now, and that's what they look like. This type of team. And so, do you want to shift? Do you want to pivot? I think they have to play Kyler to really make that decision and really say, okay, we want to make a move.
See, I'm glad you said it that way, because I think that's the best way to sum it up. You go back to him because and I'm sure JG feels like he gives him the best chance to win now, but you're trying to answer questions now beyond just this year. So along those lines, though, I hear what you're saying about Jacoby Brissett or any backup that comes in and has, a really good first game. That may tail off in the second game and even more in the third game. Right. But when you're evaluating at the end of the year, how much do you look back and read into Kyler really didn't do anything amazing in the first 5 games. It wasn't bad, but he didn't do anything amazing. Right. And then the second we went to a backup, not even Jacoby Brissett, but just somebody else, the offense looked a lot better. Does that give you the thought of, if the rest of the season doesn't go well, maybe there's a guy out there we could draft, or maybe there's a guy that we could trade for that would be better?
For sure, and I think that's what they want to see. Is there going to be any difference? And I think Drew said this the other day, which I know what he was saying, but I disagree with the sentiment because it came off to me, right? It came off, but we won. He said we are outcome offense, right? Which that's what you're judged on. Yeah. But it's got to be in the process, right? I can't say, well, I ran around, scrambled, and found 3 touchdowns, found Marvin deep and all that, right? That's not going to lead you to consistently winning from a Kyler Murray standpoint, but we won the game. But I'm an outcome type of quarterback. Yeah. So I think there's something, I don't know, right? We all process differently. We're all been gifted differently from a mental standpoint. And I'm talking about football IQ, right? You can have all the information. I can give you all the information, but being able to process it in split-second moments when people are coming at you, everybody has a certain capacity for that. Some is greater than others. Some is just, it is what it is. And at some point, you kind of hit that ceiling of what that is. And, and I think that's just what we're seeing right now. And I don't think there's anything, any shift outside of maybe coaching or someone making a light bulb come on that we're going to see a different Kyler moving forward. I think they just got to solidify, okay, he's not going to lose his job to an injury. Let's put him back in there. Let's see what we have, and then we can make a real solid
they're just going to make a
based on what we see, right?
Maybe it sparks. Maybe this sparks something.
Maybe it does, right? But I definitely think it has to be the process and how he's learning and how he inputs stuff and how he sees it on the field. Because that's always been it, right? He has the tools, but what is separating him or not allowing him to do something like Jacoby Brissett does when he comes in, right? Talent-wise isn't as good, but he's able to make plays because he processes better, right? And that's just from my perspective and what I hear other people that know the quarterback position way better than I do.
Judas Priest and Alice Cooper are joining forces for an epic tour coming to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on October 22nd. Text Cooper to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to see them live. Again, that's Cooper to 620-620. All right, when we come back, what does the Cardinals defense need to do to slow down this Packers offense? Zoe's going to stick around for more of the lowdown next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday.
Huddle. If we want to win this game, we can't let them win the ball. This is the biggest chance we're going to have all year.
They run it kind of when they want to run it, so big-time challenge.
Free game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon. Cardinals. Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Yeah, you know what? The weather's broken. There's no doubt about that. It's really, really nice. You don't have to worry about these 115-degree days. No, you don't have to worry about. You know what, though? You still don't want to move yourself. Ron Wolfley reporting. Let Moving Team 6 do it for you. That's right. What can you expect when you hire Moving Team 6? Well, pretty much perfection. They believe building trust starts with you, brothers. The customer, they want to earn your trust. It's one of the reasons why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. What I love about Moving Team 6, of course, this is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. I know that because it's built on the backs of the Lee family. That's right. Tim Lee runs a business with JT and Garrett right here. It's a family-run business here in Phoenix. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns here with V's founder, Jimmy V. Jimmy, I know you can get a great haircut at V's, but it's also an escape a little bit, isn't it? You know, from the world, from the heat outside, I mean, whatever it is that you're trying to find a little bit of comfort from, you can walk into a V's barbershop, and you'll get that experience when you walk in.
You know what's fascinating to me, Dave, is most guys that walk into the shop, they have a smile on their face. And that's just a wonderful sign for me to watch. They're about to enjoy the experience. They're expecting to enjoy the experience. It's just a place you can go for a half-hour vacation. If we do our job right, time flies by and you walk out and you feel great and you're standing straighter and you're kind of a little bit looking forward to the next time. Just a little bit. Probably have about 3 weeks to go, but you're thinking about it a bit.
Do you think the smiles are bigger walking in or walking out?
They're bigger walking out.
So book your 30-minute vacation and your next great haircut by visiting vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for V's.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine, and that is why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery, and they're getting lasting relief from QC Kinetics, where they use advanced cellular level treatments and regenerative medicine to revitalize your aching joints using growth factors from your own body. So if your back or knees or shoulders hurt all the time, you need to explore all of your options. Do not let them tell you that more pills or surgery are your only choices. Thousands of patients around the country are finding a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. So look beyond the old solutions. Call QC Kinetics. Get your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Arizona sports.
Here we go, fellas!
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke.
A guy who epitomizes class, integrity, and is a true gentleman.
The Lowdown, driven by Sanderson Ford.
Quick shout out to our listeners and YouTube viewers in El Mirage, Wolf.
Oh,
El Mirage.
El Mirage.
It's a great name.
It is a great
El Mirage.
El Mirage, Arizona.
It's got to be in Arizona. Yeah. If you don't live in Arizona and you're asking somebody where they live and they say El Mirage, it's
pretty
Arizona.
cool.
Yeah.
Somebody goes, yeah, man, I'm from El Mirage. What?
There's not a lot of El Mirage, Maine.
Yes.
Or El Mirage,
Right,
New
exactly.
Hampshire. We got Lorenzo Alexander here, and always like to talk defense with Zoe. I mean, just football in general, but defense right now, facing a Green Bay offense, Zoe, that I don't know that they've fully hit their stride yet, but they look pretty good, and they got a lot of weapons, and they've added some this year with Matthew Golden, and Josh Jacobs is just a beast back there. If you are attacking this offense, as the Cardinals defense will be this Sunday, where do you start?
I mean, it's really it's twofold, and I'm going to just start with not even worrying about them in particular. I would say worrying about the Arizona Cardinals defense first is explosive plays, and that's been up this year from last year. I think they're giving up like 7 per game, and typically a defensive coordinator knows that the game is going to be perfect. They get paid too, and so they typically say, I'm willing. It's okay if our goal is 4 or less, right? And so right now they're 3 above that, and they're not a team that is turning the ball over either. So those things I think get insinuated. So I think it's preventing the big play. Now, how do you do that, right? It's being on the same page. It's communicating well. It's playing your technique, right? It's not trying to play hero ball. It's the front line rushing and impacting the passer. It is stopping the run on first and second down and making the game one-dimensional. And when you go back and look at the Green Bay's season, it's really been one team that has done it consistently throughout the game, and that was the Cleveland Browns, right? And we know who's on their defensive line and how dominant he can play. But that means that, hey, we got Calais Campbell, we got Sweat, right? We got Browning. We have some guys that can win one-on-one matchups, and their offensive line right now is questionable. Guys are kind of banged up, right? Now they're gonna get out there and try to play, but you have to take advantage of guys of their weaknesses, right? I'm not necessarily lining up against. I used to tell this people all the time. I'm not lining up against Tom Brady, right? I'm not lining up against Jordan Love. I'm lining up against this tackle that is not him. Right? So let me beat these one-on-one matchups. And so that's where it's going to start, right? With Jordan Love, making him uncomfortable. You got to be able to get some sacks, right? 4 or 5 pressures, hit, right? And I think we said this a couple of weeks ago versus Cam Ward, and they ended up just playing coverage. Get after him. Speed him up. I'm almost at the risk of, hey, I'll give up a big play early, but I'm going to hit you. Yeah. Got to make you feel uncomfortable.
Send some sort of message.
Something, right? Yeah. We got to be physical, especially if the guys aren't getting there. And this hasn't been it this year for some reason or not. Just the amount of pressures. At least when I watch the game, and when I say pressures, not simulated. When they send some guys and then they drop out and it's still really 4 rushing. I'm talking about when it's 5 or 6 man pressures and really trying to take advantage of some protections and hit the quarterback and speed him up. And so that would be the main thing. And then you have to get some of those interceptions. Can't drop them, right? Can't drop them or catch them and then fumble them, right? We got to catch them, hold on to them, and then right, and find ways, because they're a good team. They put up points every single week, right? Yeah. I mean, 27, 40, 30, right? The only time they scored under 15 or under 20 was when the Cleveland Browns, again, and they stopped him. And also in that game, they stopped the run. Josh Jacobs, I think he was averaging maybe 3.3, which isn't great. We went 3.3, 3.5, then it dropped down 1.9, right? And then it jumped back up, and I think he had 5.2 last week. So he's an impact player, right? And so being able to stop the run early and often, and that's, again, a lot of those explosive plays. You can't find these creases and then gash you for 15 or 20, right? We got to be able to get him down, have some negative plays, and those are really the 2 areas. And it's just fundamental football when you're playing the run. Guys got to be gap sound, got to be hungry, hunting it up,
tackling's
showing with great effort, right? And effort too, right? When you talk about Vetter, like he don't know what he's doing. He's out there playing with great effort, but he had a sack, strip, fumble, right? Yeah. Effort in football,
I'll take that right now.
Unlike golf and baseball and basketball, I can't effort my way into hitting a 3-point shot or hitting a great golf ball, right. But I can effort my way to blow somebody up, right? So it has harder. You have to run through some cats, use your hands, get off blocks, and get guys down collectively throughout the course of the game. And I truly believe, right, if they can do those things, and that's why they are an average team, because they don't consistently do those things week in and week out. And so if they can find a way right there, right, stop the run, it's basic stuff.
Yeah.
Basic stuff, right?
You're not
Tackle,
saying anything crazy.
Right? Why the Buffalo Bills aren't the Buffalo Bills right now? Because they lead the league in explosive plays, right? And so it matters, right? We talk about the ball. Turnovers is probably at the top of number one, and right below it is explosive plays. Can I create them and can I stop them? Because most teams can't methodically go down the field on you over and over and over, like a 3-yard run, a 4-yard run, a 5-yard pass. Most teams aren't going to methodically do that, right? Nobody's Tom Brady in the league, right? Everybody wants to take the shots and take it off, but I got to be able to prevent them. And so those are the areas of the game, right? Explosive plays being one, and then being able to turn the ball over and make Jordan Love uncomfortable in the pocket.
Speaking of that, Jordan Love, what are your thoughts on this kid, man? I mean, I really like him as a quarterback.
Green Bay has some special sauce up there, don't they, man? How do you go from Brett to Aaron now to Jordan, right? And Aaron and Jordan both sat, right? Got to learn, develop, see the other guy, even though their relationship may not have been great, just like Brett and Aaron's is crazy. And then they comes out, now he's balling, right? He has a time to process and develop. And I think that's been the coolest thing, is seeing him develop, and they adding weapons and receivers around him, and he's really growing into one of the top tier guys. And it's really cool to watch and see.
It is.
This means he's going to be amazing for like 12 more years and then go play for the Jets, right?
Yeah. It's stunning to me that, honestly, if you're a Packers fan, you have no idea. You have no idea what it's like to not have a quarterback.
Not unless you're like a long-time Packers fan from like the 80s or something. But
that's incredible.
Packers quarterbacks and Steelers coaches. You don't know what it's like to not have a good coach if you're the Steelers either. Zone it.
I just wanted to say they're really, really balanced, the Packers offense. That's what I really like.
Yep.
And I think Jordan Love is just what?
I was going to say, who's the head coach?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know, man.
He's probably going to be coach of the year.
Yeah, he is.
Right, but like what system does he come from?
Shanahan.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's no surprise that they're balanced, right?
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan, Mike Shanahan at balance, play action, run the ball, right? Take the shots.
Man.
It's football, and it continually worked. That's why I can't be mad at Mike Shanahan when he put his offense up there versus everybody else, because it works.
Yeah.
It's timeless. You don't have to recreate it, man. Just go see what they doing, put your own little sauce on it, and it's going to most likely work if you got the players. And he's got the players, right? Jacobs, quarterback.
Josh Jacobs.
I mean, they're just a really good football team, well coached. But the scheme of those things matter, because things look the same. They're different. Play action. I'm running the ball. Now I'm taking a shot off the top. You know, how do you stop that, especially if they're rolling and running consistent?
I'm really concerned about Josh Jacobs, because he is a tough tackle.
Yes, he
is a tough tackle.
Yeah, he's a bowling ball.
Have you ever gone against him? I mean, I'm trying to think.
I can't remember.
Man.
Maybe it would have been like his rookie year.
Yeah, right.
Because when he come in, 19?
I don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, somewhere right in there. You know, that gets fuzzy. I'm further and further away.
Yeah, it's okay. Josh
2019.
Jacobs,
2019 with the Raiders.
Just watching him play, man, he is a tough tackle, built low to the ground.
Right. Those are the worst dudes. I hate those dudes.
I know.
I want a big target. I want a King Henry target. I don't want that low to the ground that's already 5'4". And I'm 6'2", right? And I got to drop down to try to go get him. Oh, man. Mark Ingram I hated playing against him. He was short. Oh, man. Jaguars. Jaguars running back.
Maurice Jones-Drew.
Maurice Jones-Drew.
Yes.
Low to the ground.
Yes.
Oh, I hated tackling him. You just couldn't get underneath. And he had them big, thick legs. Oh, my God. Yeah.
I think you missed him. I'm looking at in 2019. That was his rookie year. You guys didn't play him. So you got to avoid Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
You had to tackle King Henry quite a bit, though. All right. We come back. So good luck with that.
So, that goes.
I actually was pretty successful versus the King. I got a lot of respect for him, but let's pump the brakes on good luck with that. I was just fine.
That's true. You have had pretty good luck with him.
I like that.
Good fortune with him. Well, you just said, too, you like it.
Zoe just bristled.
Yeah, hey, man. Hey. I got respect for him.
There.
Respect everyone, fear no one.
We just saw Zoe.
All right, we come back. We've got Thursday Night Football tonight, and it is an interesting matchup. It's a division matchup. We're going to get into the game, and if the Pittsburgh Steelers are for real with 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander, he'll stick around for more next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
It's the worst time in the world for you to be playing Texas Tech. This is like really bad luck.
Yeah.
This is bad scheduling luck for you to have to play them now with your season in the back.
You'd rather have a West Virginia coming in here and get another week to get ready.
And give me like another week to kind of lick my wounds and heal up a little bit.
Heal up.
And before I have to play Texas Tech.
Yep.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we got some ballers in the broadcast booth right now. That's right. You know what? Football players suffer an awful lot of damage, of course, to their spine and to their back. And I can tell you right now, I give DISC my highest recommendation. If you are battling spine or back issues, DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete, of course, the weekend warrior, to those just trying to get their life back. And DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results, Basinonians. I kid you not. People from all over the world, they come right here because of DISC. Enjoy life again. Get back to living. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for DISC.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Walt's.
Don't wear it, sell it.
At Oliver Smith Jeweler, we love buying jewelry and luxury timepieces. We care about each piece's unique history, craftsmanship, and design.
Hi, I'm Oliver Smith, and over the past 40 years, Oliver Smith Jeweler has helped advise many clients on jewelry and watches. We can evaluate your pieces free of charge, provide you with an estimate of what they are worth in one-on-one meetings with you, respecting your time and valuables. Get a check or convert your unworn valuables directly to gold coin or bullion for the future investment.
Oliver Smith Jeweler is known for our beautifully crafted jewelry and having the best timepiece selection in the Valley. Our clients choose us time and time again for our trusting nature, exceptional value, and our commitment to providing unsurpassed customer care.
Don't wear it, sell it. Come visit us at Oliver Smith in Gainey Ranch or in the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. ASU football has a massive game Saturday against number 7 Texas Tech, and the status of quarterback Sam Leavitt remains in question. However, Leavitt was listed as probable on yesterday's availability report. The status of Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray also remains in question for Sunday's crucial matchup against the Green Bay Packers, and according to multiple reports from today's practice, he was working off to the side with practice squad players today. And Game 4 of the ALCS is tonight. The Seattle Mariners host the Toronto Blue Jays with coverage beginning at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. The Mariners lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy. If you need your roof checked, save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona sports.
It's crazy. I've never seen nothing like this.
Lorenzo Alexander, 15-year NFL veteran.
And he is going to get sacked. Lorenzo Alexander, the former Cardinal.
The Lowdown with Wolf and Luke. Driven by Sanderson Ford.
All right, welcome back to the show, Wolf and Luke, on a Thursday. You just heard it in Rick's update before we get into Thursday night football, that Kyler Murray is working with the practice squad pass catchers, at least during the open portion of practice today. And it's up on the Arizona Sports page on X. They got a little bit of video of it. It said Jacoby Brissett and Keaton Slovis were seen throwing to the starters. So read into that what you will. It's Thursday, though. So we are getting closer and closer here now to the game on Sunday, Wolf. And I know you've been pretty consistent of if he's healthy, you play him. How much am I supposed to read into the fact that he's thrown to the practice squad guys if he's healthy?
Yeah, it's important, especially when you're talking about Wednesday and Thursday. Those are big game plan days, of course.
Yeah.
And it doesn't sound that sounds a little, that doesn't sound good. If, in fact, Kyler Murray is the guy you want to play, it doesn't sound good if he's throwing on the side to practice squad players.
I would agree with that. And the only thing that popped in my mind that I would add is if it was gamesmanship, right? Because there's people out there. Nobody's out there doing practice. So let me have him out there throwing to the guys on the side. They're going to report, hey, he's working with the practice squad. So maybe we are going to see Jacoby. We're not quite sure what he's capable of doing. So you can still get the work from a quarterback throwing to the practice squad guys. So, I mean, that's not like he's not getting the same type of rep. I think so that's what I'll just add. It could be gamesmanship.
How about along those lines, what did you make of yesterday on a Wednesday, it being a closed walkthrough instead of just like a normal full practice? Do you read anything into that?
Yeah, I mean, again, they don't want you to see what he can and cannot do, right?
So that was because of Kyler.
And probably we got to slow it down, so let's call it a practice walkthrough because he can't do a full go practice, and you guys can't come out and observe, the pregame type stuff. So maybe that means he's gotten better.
Yeah.
Right? And so, because now they're allowing him to at least do something in front of the media. And, right, most people, they're not stupid over there, right? Mark Dalton, they know if they see him throwing it to the practice squad guys, then it's going to be reported that he's not going to most likely play. So that's why I'm saying it could be more gamesmanship and putting that out in the ether, right, as far as what could happen or what's happening, who's going to play. I don't know. It just kind of continues to add to that narrative.
I'm watching the video, too. I mean, it's not like he's, like, sitting in a lawn chair throwing. I mean, he is moving around and throwing the football.
Yeah.
So it's who he is throwing to. All right, so keep an eye on that. The game tonight, you got Steelers-Bengals from Cincinnati. So Thursday night, short week, road game for the Steelers. But Jeremy Fowler reporting that Trey Hendrickson, who is questionable, is expected to be out for Cincinnati. I mean, not much has gone right for the Bengals this season, Zoe, but it is a division game, so you never know.
Yeah, I mean, I think we said that last week, right? Philly and the Giants.
Yeah.
And that game got crazy, right? And you see the Giants end up winning that. But they did what they had to do. So, I mean, because it's a division game, you can never look at, who's the quarterback, how somebody playing. You're just so comfortable competing against that other team in your division because you understand what they like to do, what they don't like, the personnel, right? The coordinators are really familiar with them just because you've seen them for so many years over and over and over again. And so anything can happen. Now, with that said, I would pick the Steelers. If I had to pick a team, I think they're the better team right now, obviously with Aaron Rodgers and what that team is doing collectively, turning the ball over. So I would pick the Steelers, but you just never know. It's always contested. That black and blue division is always physical games, and so either team could, come out on the top.
Yeah, I would go the same way in terms of picking. I would go with the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's just a guess based on means. It's not a prediction. Having said that, Joe Flacco at Q. I mean, the guy's 40 years old, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And I know there are other guys, Aaron Rodgers. I know we've seen this before. Tom Brady. I know we all get it. But, you know, he's 40 years old, Joe Flacco. And, man, if ever there was a guy where I didn't think he'd be around this long, it'd be Joe Flacco. And the reason why I say that is just the whole dual threat quarterback era.
Yeah.
Where, I think, you know, we're seeing the very end of quarterbacks that are going to come into the league and not be a dual threat. I think it's going to be a prerequisite to actually playing it well and going forward.
Yeah, consistently, especially with the athletes that are out there that are chasing you around.
Yeah.
You got to be able to move and get away from them, right?
Yeah, he's a dinosaur, and yet at the same time, I respect him greatly.
Yeah, because he still has the ability, just like Jacoby Brissett, right? He's not uber athletic as far as being a runner, but if he can get through his progressions and they can protect him long enough, right, then he's able to make those throws down the field, especially with those receivers. And that becomes the what if, because if I'm pressuring and I just miss, he's not going to run away from anybody. He's going to look like the old school Eli, where I'm just going to slide and get down before you blast me, right? And that's why the dual threat is so cool, because that X factor, like if you don't block it up, I still have an ability to make positive yards, stay ahead of the chains, or make an explosive play depending on who's running the rock.
I would say one of the most impressive things, though, about Flacco is that he switched teams midseason. I mean, how difficult is that as a quarterback to switch teams midseason and then just be starting for the new team?
Yeah, for a guy of that ilk who's been around a long time, it's not as hard as you would think. It's going to be more about the chemistry and the little nuances of the game as you build rapport with new players. He can probably step into any system and pretty much understand it.
Yeah.
But now it's working out the little signals, or what are the little nuances? How does he run his dig versus him running his dig? You know, who is my offensive line? You know, how are we IDing certain things? So some of the little smaller nuances that mean a lot, I think that's the more challenging, not his ability to understand what's going on.
For me, though, I think of Joe Flacco and what he did. He was 29 of 45 for 219 yards, a couple of touchdowns, didn't throw a pick. You know, I mean, those are pretty good numbers right there.
Yeah, I mean, he was a star. He was named the starter for a reason.
Just saying, you know, I mean, one game, your first game, you're going to play for him, and you know, you go out and you produce like that. The matchup of this, I think, is going to be the Steelers' ability to get to the quarterback. And that's what the Bengals are going to have to do. They're going to have to protect Joe Flacco, not moving around that pocket very quickly, I would imagine. And the fact that Pittsburgh is number 3 in sacks per attempt, they can get after it.
Right. They have given up a lot of yards, though. And
they have.
And they rely in the air, and they've relied a lot on the turnovers and being really stingy in the red zone. So there's yards out there to be had, right? And with the athletes that they have in the Bengals, can they now score instead of maybe getting tackled at the 10-yard line?
It's a race to get to the queue, or not. If you're going to give up yards if you don't get to them.
Right.
How much of this, Zoe, from your perspective, you know, having played defense too, we saw it, I think, with the Colts last week and just kind of looking at them closer. Daniel Jones goes there, and they're putting him in a position to do what he does well and kind of minimize the stuff that he's not great at, right? And it's weird to even compare Daniel Jones and Aaron Rodgers, but late career Aaron Rodgers was struggling, and he gets to Pittsburgh, and he's not struggling. So did he flip a switch, or is that Tomlin knowing where to put him and maximize it?
With Mike T. Mike T. Anything, you know, one of the things is, do you still believe in the Steelers? I mean, when you look at them, they're not playing Steelers football. I mean, they're bottom third in rushing, bottom third in defense as far as yards given up. Now, they've, like I mentioned earlier, they've winning it with some turnovers and red zone defense. But they're not like running the ball and being physical as you would think, and they're finding ways to win. But I would say a lot of that has to do with Mike T and the culture that he creates. And the standard is the standard, right? It's been coined by him, and that means something. When you go to certain teams, you know you're going to win some games just based on how the culture is set up and what the focus is. And when you step in the Pittsburgh Steelers, because I've had a lot of guys go over there. Danny Smith is the head coach, is the head special teams coach right now over there that I played for years. He's like, Zoe, this is different. when we walk in here because it's all ball, right? And we came out of Washington with Dan Snyder and all the noise around that. And he went up there and said, man, this is nice. This is different, Zoe. And so stepping out of New York and Aaron going over to here to where it's different and it's about ball. And if you ain't about ball, Mike T, man, Aaron, I don't care who you think you are. I'm a Hall of Famer too. Yeah. All right. So, hey, you're going to get on board, right? I don't think it's a natural respect there because of who Mike T is as well, that he's been able to assimilate and, be more of himself, at least the version that I know, versus all this other stuff that could take away from a locker room. And I think that coach is just so strong. Like Wolf says, all the dogs are barking when you walk in that locker room. So if you want to meow a little bit, which Aaron can do from time to time, he ain't doing it loudly. He may go to the bathroom, and then he comes back to the locker room. Right?
You got to rip that, Rick. You got to pull that, man. We're going to use that as a drop. That's right.
All right. We're giving you another chance to win Cardinals and Sun Devil tickets. Listen for the Sounder this afternoon at 12:15 for your shot to win 2 tickets. See the Cardinals take on Green Bay and ASU take on Texas Tech. Again, listen at 12:15 for your chance to win tickets to both the Cardinals and ASU this weekend. All right, when we come back, how do the Cardinals navigate Micah Parsons this weekend? Zoe's going to stick around for one more segment. Next, it's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday.
Texas Tech is loaded everywhere. We got guys who are playing on Sunday everywhere on offense. We got our hands full, and we got the group that can play with anybody.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools isn't just in the Basin. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. They do pools across the state with a location in Tucson as well. They provide the highest quality pool with the leading warranty to back it up. So if you're looking for something that is unreal and resort-focused, they can do that. If you want a basic pool to save money and not break the bank, Basinonians, they can do that as well. And it's not just about the money, of course. It's about the memories. It's about the memories, and my kids and my family, we love the fact that we get to hang out at our Presidential Pool and Spa. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Hang out in the backyard. Barbecues, family time, we absolutely love it. Maybe you do too. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Protect your home with residential metal roofing from Mueller Inc. Strong, stylish, and designed to last, their metal roofs handle wind, hail, and heat with minimal maintenance. With a range of colors and styles, you'll get lasting beauty and proven durability, all backed by paint warranties up to 45 years. Visit one of their sales representatives today at their West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or check out MuellerInc.com to learn more.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Driven by Sanderson Ford.
All right, before we get into the Green Bay side of things on defense, so I wanted to get your thoughts on a couple Cardinals that are injured and working their way back, just because their paths have been kind of similar. Darius Robinson didn't get to start playing in games last year. Yeah, now Walter Nolan, I don't know when Nolan's going to play. His practice window opened earlier this week, but he didn't have a training camp, so I'm guessing it's going to be probably most of that practice window. But it just kind of, if you could give us a sense of maybe what that's like for a Walter Nolan that didn't have a camp. He's a rookie. When he plays, he's going to be stepping in while everybody else has been going for 7 or 8 or 9 weeks. That seems like a big jump.
Yeah, I mean, it is, and it's really unfortunate that it's happened, back-to-back years with a couple of different guys that you're really depending on to be impactful players. I kind of related to my situation. My son is going through that a little bit now, too, as far as being able to jump back out there and being ready to go. Because I tell you, if you ask Walter Nolan, do you want to play this week? He'd be like, let me get out there. But you can't just jump back out there with the best in the world without having that ramp up. So you got to have a little bit of patience. You got to make sure that you're still working and understanding what is going on, how teams have been blocking certain people or schemes that you're showing, so you can stay up to date on those things. So you're not just jumping out there with just like it's the first game of the first week. You know what I mean? So it's frustrating, it's hard, but that's just part of the league because you never know when, injuries is 100%. You never know when you're going to face it, and you just got to be ready to kind of fight and continue to work other ways as the team and the season kind of develops.
Don't know how much you've actually seen the Green Bay Packers and their defense, yet they have a guy that you do know well. And I'm just saying, Micah Parsons is a baller, of course. How do you stop Micah Parsons?
Do you stop Micah Parsons?
No, I don't think so.
Nobody has yet.
Because I'm right, he's leading the league in pressures, right? And everybody knows who he is, where he lines up, right? Just like there's always guys. Aaron Donald was a guy in this division for so long that no matter where they're at, they're going to be impactful players. You just have to slow them down so that they don't wreck the game, right? And so you just have to be able to ID and understand where he's lining up and what he likes to do when he's in those situations so that you can minimize the impact of the game he's going to have, especially in pass rush, right? And so making sure that you have your chip on that week, you bring your big boy pads, you eat your Wheaties, you do everything that you need to do to feel comfortable. And then, oh, by the way, coach, you need to make sure that you are chipping him with a running back, with a tight end that's off the ball, maybe reduce splits to make him feel like he has to get outside of the tight end when you kind of put him in that gray area as far as how he's lining up when he's rushing the tackle, to give the tackle every opportunity to win that rep, because you can't block him one-on-one for a game over and over and over again. He's going to at some point. So you have to change the look. You have to hit him from different people, run the ball, right? I think if that's one area, right, be physical with him, right? Run it at him. Don't run away and let him be an athlete. Make him have to stand up and take on some weight.
I like that.
Right? Crack him. I mean, I'm doing a ton of different things to make him think about something other than I'm trying to get the quarterback.
Yeah.
And it's just different ways. So I that's the typical way you would try to stop a Mike, and I'm pretty sure other people have done it. You just got to do it consistently and minimize, because he's going to get something, but do it like Dallas. When Dallas played him, because of the chip on their shoulder, and obviously I bet it, Jerry Jones went there like, hey, man, Micah better not get nothing this week, right? That's the type of mindset you got to have. You got to make it personal, because he's going to impact the game. It's just about how much you allow him to do it.
I remember when Aaron Donald was in the league and we would have you on the show and you would say, I mean, it's Aaron Donald. There's only so much you can do. But one of the things is maybe run at him. And the Cardinals did that in one of the games and it worked. So, I mean, as much as it's going to. Is it tougher with a guy like Micah Parsons because he's moving all over the place?
Correct. So it's easy. It's easier to chip him and get to him because of where he's at, because he's on the outside. But it is hard because he can go from left to right, right to left. And I'm pretty sure if you look at the analytics, he probably lines up on one side more than the other. But, you don't necessarily know where he's going to be at. Versus Aaron, he's going to be in a 3 technique, left to right based on they like to run over for him. You know where he's going to be at more likely. So, yes, and that's why you can come up to the line and have check with me, right? If you are intentionally trying to run at Micah, right? I don't care where he lines up, because we got 2 calls, left and right in the huddle, and I'm going to call it and get up to the line. Oh, there he is. Here goes the call, left, right? And so Wolf's point offline, right? Football players got to be really intelligent, because now I got to ID him. Okay, now we're running power to the left, or it's going to be counter to the left, right? Just depending on our formation and where he lines up at, but we're going to go attack him.
So I also like Rashawn Gary a lot.
Yeah.
The guy on the opposite side of him. Rashawn Gary, for Green Bay base earnings, of course. Here's a guy in the first 3 games had 4.5 sacks. Had 4.5 sacks in the first. Now, he's played 5 games. He hasn't had a sack over the last 2 games, but this is a guy opposite, too, of Micah that I really like. He was a first-round pick, as a matter of fact, all the way back in 2019, but they've got some dogs. They've got some guys who can get to the quarterback, and the Arizona Cardinals are going to have to protect. That's job one going into this game. They got to protect.
And that's why running the ball is so important, so you don't feel like you're 3rd and 8 and 3rd and 9, and here come these pass rush games and some things that we don't do as well.
That's what Green Bay is great at. That's what they're great at, is stuffing the run.
So, hey, well, if you want to win this game, they can't be great this week.
You got to run into the pile.
Run it, right. You have to move the sticks to chains and keep those pass rushers honest. And if you do have to pass, now it's 3rd and 4, 3rd and 3. Now they frustrated because they can't get to you because you're getting the ball out quick.
Along those lines, what did you think of the Cardinals running game last week? Because it's not like they put up a ton of yards. They're down to your 3rd, 4th, and 5th stringer. Bam Knight is questionable right now. Actually, so is DeMercado. So I don't even know who's going to run.
Right.
But it felt like when they needed some yards, they were able to get them against the Colts, which isn't easy either with that defense.
Yeah, I mean, that just shows what's the word? Evolution, getting better, right? Being able to execute when you need to. And that's what they have to do as this season progresses. I guess they started, not in the best way. So only way you can go is up, right? But it's good to see them show up in those moments, right? Because football plays, we talk about, being able to see it consistently throughout the game, but there's moments in games where, hey, we got to have it. Right, those gotta-have-it situations, and that's something that coaches go over. These gotta-have-it moments, these are the plays we're going to run, and we got to be able to execute it and turn it over. So being able to see them execute it and extend drives, or execute it and get the teams off the field in those situations, are really key, and a good sign of saying, okay, we're getting better, and we're executing the process of practice better in games when we actually need it to.
So what do you got coming up this weekend, man? You got anything?
Coaching. Hey, so if you're giving me a little time to shout out, man, Central Phoenix Coach, 11U football team, we need some big boys, right?
Okay.
We need them big butts.
All right.
So any of my young athletes out there, there we go. Hey, if you 11U, about to be maybe turning 12U, and you a big boy, maybe you like hoop, maybe you like basketball, great. But we want you to come out and put your hand in the dirt, right?
There you go.
Be a protector. right? Be a leader of men, because that's what all offensive, defensive linemen are, right? I want you to, we're going to celebrate you, give you pancakes, baby, because that's what I was when I was growing up, right? I want to see you put people on their back, right? Like it, help them up, all those good things. So, but we need the big boy. Everybody wants to be a receiver and a DB, man. Nobody wants to put their hand in the dirt and do that.
So what do they got to
work.
do if they got to contact you?
Hit us up, centralphoenixcoats.com, or you can hit me up on IG. You know, parents out there that want your kids trained, you know, a good lineman, because that was my roots. D-tackle, offensive line. I did both in high school. We got Zach Miller helping us coach, Zach Moore. So we have some really good coaching too. So it'll just be beneficial. But that age group, just trying to create, my son is 11, so we'll be together 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And this year we're doing a developmental league, right?
Okay.
Everybody wants to play, but don't really know how to play the game, right? So we're trying to make sure that these young boys know how to play.
You got to get your own URL, gozo.com.
What? Yeah. I got LorenzoAlexander.org too.
Just Gozo.
He has one.
Yeah, man. I got one. I got one for everything. Apply pressure.
That's the best.
I got a little bit
Bring
of
it, bro.
Yeah.
So this is great, man. Thank you again.
Always.
Talk to you again next week.
Appreciate you. Yep.
We come back. We're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. For over 25 years, man, Legacy Green Solutions has been family-owned and rooted right here in the Basin. That's right, delivering the best in artificial grass and professional service for you. Imagine a yard with no mowing, no mess, and no more money spent on reseeding your lawn. Just clean, green perfection all year long. Why wait, Basinonians? Don't wait. Call my friends at Legacy Green Solutions today and upgrade your outdoor living with artificial grass, baby. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com, or you can check this out. Legacy Green Solutions is offering 15% off for a limited time. All you need to do is text GREEN to 620-620. 15% off for a limited time right now. Text GREEN to 620-620, or go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com. That's LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, Millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model, like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite F-150 trucks with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per $1,000 financed for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 11/3/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. ASU football has a massive game Saturday against number 7 Texas Tech, and the status of quarterback Sam Leavitt remains in question. However, Leavitt was listed as probable on yesterday's availability report. The status of Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray also remains in question for Sunday's crucial matchup against the Green Bay Packers. And according to multiple reports from the open portion of today's practice, Murray was throwing to practice squad players. And Game 4 of the ALCS is tonight. The Seattle Mariners host the Toronto Blue Jays with coverage beginning at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. The Mariners lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, let's drive together. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Thursday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch, and Rick is here. Rick, what's going on?
What's up, guys? Arizona State quarterback Sam Leavitt was listed as probable on Wednesday's Big 12 availability report. And at yesterday's practice, head coach Kenny Dillingham said he felt, quote-unquote, really good about where the quarterback is heading into Saturday's game against number 7 Texas Tech. With all signs pointing toward Leavitt playing, what do you guys expect from ASU on Saturday?
You know, Wolf and I were talking about this before the show off the air. I expect to see their best game of the season. Now, I don't know if that's enough to beat Texas Tech, considering how beat up ASU is and how talented Texas Tech is. But as I said earlier in the show, I think ASU is the only team in the Big 12 that can beat Texas Tech, and ASU is tougher at home. And they're coming off a game where I think their defense is ready to quickly put that behind them. And if Sam Leavitt's playing, I think they have a chance. Either way, I think we're going to see ASU's best effort of the year.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Texas Tech is banged up on their defensive line.
No, they still have time to buy a few more players.
They'll go out and buy them, yeah. Yet at the same time, I think the Sun Devils are going to have to try to establish a very balanced offense and run the ball with Raleek Brown, of course. And anytime you're going to do that, it looks like he might be the only healthy running back at this point in time. Haven't gotten news on Kanye Udoh yet, right? You haven't heard anything, have you?
It sounds like Demarius Robinson's going to play.
Okay.
Man.
Right, exactly. So he hasn't played a lot. I'm just saying right now, I think Raleek Brown is going to carry a lot of the responsibility and the load for the Sun Devils, and then just having Sam Leavitt ready to go is going to be what I think is a game changer. I think we're going to see the Sun Devils' best I don't know. I'm with Luke on this. If it's going to be good enough, but I think we're going to see their best. And that fills me with a little hope because I think being at home, they might ball out and rally around this dog.
I do think they can pull this off. But like I said earlier, if they don't, I think Texas Tech's going undefeated.
Over to the Arizona Cardinals starting quarterback. According to multiple reports from the open portion of today's practice, Kyler Murray was throwing to practice squad players. Do you guys think the smart call would be for the Cardinals to give Jacoby Brissett one more week behind center?
I do, just because you're going to have a really hard time convincing me that Kyler Murray is totally good to go this week. Now, I know guys play in the NFL when they're not totally good to go, but I thought Zoe nailed it earlier, actually, when we had him on here. You know, first of all, if you sit Kyler this week, he also gets next week because of the bye week. So then you're giving him 3 full weeks to really get going. And where I agree with Zoe earlier is it's like you're now the rest of this season, you're still trying to win, but you're also evaluating, is Kyler your guy beyond this season? And I'd like to see Kyler closer to full strength if I'm going to make an evaluation where I'm making a huge change at quarterback potentially this offseason.
It's always going to be up to the player, Basinonians. It is. I'm going to ask Kyler Murray if he feels like he's ready to go and wants to play this week. And if I get the positive reaction to that, you better believe it. Yeah, if he's healthy, if he thinks he's healthy and he's ready to play, that's going to be the deciding factor. To me, always leave it up to the player.
All right, Phoenix Suns guard Jalen Green is out for at least the season opener against the Sacramento Kings. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, who needs to step up most for Devin Booker and the Suns offense in Jalen Green's absence? Grayson Allen, Dylan Brooks, Jordan Goodwin, or Colin Gillespie?
Well, the way that's phrased, I know I said we're talking earlier who's going to be their number 2 scorer in the opener, the game we know for sure Jalen Green's
I think this is
playing.
more phrased as like who is going to be more of their other ball handler.
Yeah, I'm not going to go with Dylan Brooks here. I'm actually I'm going to go with Grayson Allen because it also incorporates the need for him to score too. And we have that cut of Jordan Ott saying he'll probably step in for Jalen Green. So I'm going to go with Grayson Allen.
You know, based on how the question is phrased, Grayson Allen was the one guy that I picked earlier when we were talking about who needs to step up and be that scorer. But this is a little bit different, so I'm going to say Colin Gillespie.
I like that answer, Wolf. I'm going to go with Colin Gillespie. And Grayson Allen leads 53%, Dylan Brooks 25%, Colin Gillespie 16%, Jordan Goodwin 6%. Arizona Diamondbacks infielder Jordan Lawler will play in the Dominican Winter League for the second straight season. How do you guys think this could benefit him?
The guy just needs reps. I mean, he needs reps. He missed a good chunk of this season. He bounced around this season. I think anywhere he can just get to play baseball consistently is only going to help him. He's still one of the top prospects in baseball, not just in the D-backs organization, in baseball. And towards the end of the season, we saw him start to hit better at the major league level, and I can get a few extra base hits at the major league level. He's at this point, he's basically graduated AAA. Those pitchers can't get him out.
Yeah.
But he hasn't shown the ability to hit consistently at the major league level, and I just think reps are the biggest thing for him right now.
Didn't Jordan Lawler do this last year?
Yes, for the second straight season.
Yeah, second straight year. He did this last year, and for me, I think it really benefited him. Obviously, he thinks that it did.
That's a good point, too.
So
just the
to
fact
me,
that he's doing it again.
Yeah, to me, I back him up 100% on this thing and expect big things from Jordan Lawler next summer.
All right, we'll stick with baseball for the last one. The Toronto Blue Jays smacked the Seattle Mariners 13-4 in Game 3 of the ALCS yesterday. The Mariners still lead the series 2-1, but did yesterday's game change your mind about the Mariners being the team to beat?
In the series? I mean, I think overall. I think the Dodgers are the team to beat. I think they were going into yesterday, too. But I'll go back to what I said yesterday. If you're playing the Blue Jays, you don't want to open the door where they go out and have a 10-run game. I think it's word for word what I said. And the Mariners went and let them have a 13-run game. So Vladimir Guerrero was struggling, and he was taking it personally, and he made that pretty clear publicly. And he kind of led the charge yesterday. And I would say, not kind of, it was 4 for 4. I would say the Mariners, not that they're like in trouble, but this is anybody's series now.
Yeah, for me, I think the Mariners are still the team of destiny, if there is a team of destiny in the postseason right now. I think it's the Seattle Mariners. They're still up 2-1 in the series. And, for me, yeah, okay. Toronto had its day. We'll see how Game 4 goes. But, man, I just don't think anyone's going to be able to beat the Dodgers ultimately.
The Mariners offensively are not going to be able to hang with Toronto if Toronto's bats wake up.
The reason I say that the Mariners are the favorite, I think, is because their starting pitching staff is, I would say, just as good as the Dodgers, but the bullpen is a lot better in Seattle than it is in LA. So
good point.
I think, and their lineups are, both lineups are pretty dangerous. So that's why I gave the edge to the Mariners over the Dodgers. But with the way the Dodgers are pitching and then the Mariners allowing 13 runs yesterday, I think I might be going back to the Dodgers.
Well, and that's the difference is like if the Dodgers gave up 13, you're never going to win a game if you give up 13 runs probably. But if the Dodgers gave up 8 runs in a game, they could score 9. I'm just not sure Seattle can. It's unnerving watching the Dodgers and you see the other team and they're in a position like, okay, we got runners in second and third. And Shohei's up. Okay, well, let's intentionally walk Shohei. It's the smart thing to do. Yeah. Well, here comes Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman and Teoscar Hernandez.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so that's...
What's their payroll?
Almost as much as Texas Tech's.
Doesn't matter, base earnings.
That was no.
That was good.
Almost
as much. Okay.
All right. That was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. And speaking of Texas Tech, that's who ASU plays on Saturday. It is sounding more and more like Sam Levitt's going to be good to go for that game. But if he is less mobile than usual, how much pressure does that put on ASU's offensive line? And Raleek Brown. And everybody else, I guess, on offense. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
If Kyler goes somewhere else and he becomes Baker Mayfield, or if he becomes Sam Darnold, if he has success somewhere else, I'm not going to look at it and go, oh, man, they should have kept him. Boy, what a mistake that was letting him go. I won't do that. I won't, because it's not working here for him. Okay. It's not, because I think that's the fear for some, but I think that's the thing that looms over this a little bit is when he does get another gig, does he succeed there?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. The autumn wind is blowing. Did you feel it this morning, brothers? Oh, autumn indeed. And that means football, of course. And the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting is on, Basinonians, now through October 30th. Everything in store and online is 25% off. Yeah, that's right. You go to brooklynbetting.com, you're going to see it. It's 25% off. You walk into a store, it's 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off at Brooklyn Betting. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy Fries. There's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Get low 1.75% financing for 48 months on a new 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5, or 1.75% for 72 months on a new Tundra, or get a great lease deal on your favorite Toyota, including the all-new 4Runner. Stop by your closest Valley Toyota dealer or visit valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.75% with $21.59 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 11/3/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
Connor's in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Sun Devils.
Arizona Sports, home field advantage. Home field advantage.
All right, Wolf, need a caller number from you right now so we can give away a lot of stuff.
Okay, let's go caller number 2.
I thought you were going to go caller number 10 because we were talking about
okay.
But no, caller number 2 right now at 602-260-9870. You're going to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Packers and ASU taking on Texas Tech. So your weekend just filled right up.
That is awesome.
That's a pretty good deal.
Just call in, bam.
Yeah, and free. Free's a good deal.
Yeah.
Just call in, we'll give you these tickets. 602-260-9870.
Sweet.
And what Wolf doesn't know is these are actually his tickets we're giving away.
That's kind of funny.
Also,
I don't have any.
Well, not now because we gave them away. Also want to thank our listeners in Apache Junction and those who might be watching on YouTube and watching Apache
Junction. Can you imagine how cool it must be on a Friday night hanging out in Apache Junction?
I mean, Apache Junction, like if you ever want to go hiking, you just turn around and walk up a hill.
You're just out there, man. You're out there, and yet you're an easy drive to everything you could possibly want in Phoenix, but you're out there looking at the lights.
The last time I was out there, there was a pack of javelinas walking by the car. Like just a full pack.
You're being serious.
No, I'm not joking. Yeah. And I haven't seen a ton of javelinas. I know a lot of people are like, I see javelinas every hour. Like I don't know where these people are, but I haven't seen a ton. So when you see like a dozen of them just walking in a straight line down the street, but just in a neighborhood, it's somebody drove through on a motorcycle and they all like scattered and they were like falling all over each other and tumbling off the road to get out of the way.
Goodness.
It was quite the sight to see.
Reminds me of some offensive linemen. See a pack of javelina.
All right. Let's see. How long till Max calls in?
Well,
he's not going to because he's in Cincinnati.
That's right.
All right. Let's talk a little ASU Texas Tech here. And it does sound more and more like Sam Leavitt is going to be able to play on Saturday, which would obviously be huge. But their offensive line is beat up, and they're playing a real good football team in Texas Tech. Sparky's Den last night did that show with Kenny Dillingham last night, and the first half hour it was just Kenny up there on stage with me. Asked him why Texas Tech has been so good this season. This is what he said.
Yeah, their defensive line, 4 transfers in, beat out the 4 starters they had last year on their team, all NFL players. So they have 6 defensive linemen that are going to be drafted or play on Sundays in some capacity. So a really good front. Their linebackers are probably the best linebacker core that we've played here since I've been here. Their back end is super, super talented.
Wow. Oh, Kenny.
That's it.
That's so difficult right there to listen to that. Did you do it? Did you say to him plantar fascia? Did you say that to him?
No, I did
You
not.
didn't say it to him?
No.
Okay.
No, I didn't say
All
plantar.
right,
That was never part of the deal.
I'm just wondering if the plantar fascia is what Sam Levitt is dealing
It
with.
sounds like Levitt's going to play.
Okay,
It sounds like
yeah.
he's moving
But
better.
still, I'm wondering if it's what he's dealing
Well,
with.
when he said that, I was trying to process the fact that they're
right.
playing an NFL defensive front
Yeah,
on
they're
Saturday.
really good Basinonians. Listen, if your mobile quarterback is less mobile due to an injury than usual, what do you try to do to protect him? First of all, it starts on the defensive side of the ball. Basinonians, you don't let the other team score.
That would help.
That's how you try to protect him. You don't let the other team score, or you control the other team by taking the ball away from them as well.
Yeah, give Sam Levitt a short field. Let him start on
give
their
Sam
25.
Levitt the short field, okay? After that, you run straight power schemes and zone schemes while running the ball. None of this zone read stuff where the quarterback might actually keep the ball, and Sam Levitt is very, very good at that as well. You don't do any of that stuff because you're trying to limit his mobility. Many try to get the ball out of the Q's hand quickly when throwing the ball as well. You think of the quick passing game. It's got to be emphasized, Luke. The longer the quarterback holds the ball, the more opportunity he gets to try to move around or maybe even try to leg one out. And you don't want that happening. That's the better chance of him pulling the ball down and running when he's not as mobile as he's been in the past, or you don't want him re-injuring his foot. That's what you're going to do. So you try to get the ball out of his hands quickly. Straight play action is oftentimes turned into an RPO, man. You know, it's never going to be a straight play action because for the most part, you run, you get to the mesh point, and then you drop back, and if you turn around because you're turning your back to the rush, sometimes is tough on a quarterback with a bad foot or a bad ham or a bad ankle, whatever it might be with lower extremities. It could be tough. So what you do is you go to RPOs instead, and they're really, really good at the RPOs. So these are not hard and fast rules, of course, and your tactics are going to change from time to time, but you know, these are some things you can actually do to try to take your quarterback who's really, really mobile. And I would say Sam Levitt is a mobile quarterback. Can we characterize him that way?
That's one of his strengths.
It's
one
of his
biggest
strengths,
yeah.
no doubt about it. And this is a way you could actually protect him.
Yeah, this is going to be right at the heart of who wins this game, because what makes Sam Levitt so dangerous is his ability to take off and run if he has to. It's not his first option, but it is one that he goes to with great success when he goes to it. And that's going to be tough because, as Kenny just said, they brought in 4 transfers that beat out the previous 4 guys that were already pretty good on Texas Tech's defensive line. And if he is hobbled at all, and I'm guessing Sam Levitt's going to be hobbled a little bit because he missed the game last week, it's going to be even that much tougher for him to do it. But at the same time, if they're going to move the ball against Texas Tech, he's probably going to have to do it a couple times. You know, going back to your original point of how about you put yourself in a position where you're not trailing, where you score and you get a lead maybe. I don't have the hard numbers to back this up, but I think anybody that watches ASU would back me up here on this. When Levitt really takes off and makes runs where he's taking a huge hit, it tends to be when they're down and they need the yards. Like it's like kind of the game's kind of hanging in the balance.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he won't run if they're up 7-0 or something in the first quarter, but it's when, hey, we're down 17-3 and it's 3rd and 9 and it's the third quarter. He'll get you the 10 yards, but the problem is he's going to take a hit when he does it.
Yeah, you know, this is where coaching is really, really important. And I know that Sam Levitt is a competitor based on it. It's one of the things I really love about Sam. I think we all do. He's got a linebacker mentality. He does. He plays quarterback, and yet he's got a linebacker mentality. And he's like, hey, listen, I've got to do it. I've got to do it. I'm going to pull the ball down. I'm going to run, and I'm going to do it to the ground. This is where coaching is going to be really, really important.
Protecting people from people?
Protecting people from people. It is a great way to say it,
That's
Kenny,
the
is
way
it
you
not?
said it, yeah.
Yes, and yet it is so true. This is where a coach is going to have to get in his face if in fact Sam thinks he's going to go ahead and pull it down and do some of this stuff, you might actually say, Sammy, you just can't do it. You're being irresponsible to us as a team.
The other part of this is their offensive line is beat up, starting with Ben Coleman being out for the year. And basically his college career now is essentially over in terms of playing.
Well, their defensive tackle, too, a 3 technique, Skylar Gil Howard, he's out of the game. And Romello Height is questionable. He might be out. He plays on the edge as well. Now, that's only 2 of the 6 that Kenny was talking about.
2 of the 6 future NFL
but it
players.
starts somewhere. They're banged up on the defensive line as well.
All right, we come back to the NFL. This is a producer Wolf question if I ever saw one. Is Trey McBride on his way to one day becoming the best tight end in NFL history?
What?
That's what it says right here on this show sheet. You started this. We'll get you some numbers that are interesting. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday.
Texas Tech is loaded everywhere. We got guys who will play on Sunday everywhere on offense. You know, we got our hands full, and we got the group that can play with anybody.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
One last match, one unforgettable night. The regular season finale is here as Phoenix Rising hosts San Antonio FC on Saturday, October 18th at 7 p.m. It's Fan Appreciation Night with special drink and food deals and end-of-season merchandise sales all night long. Celebrate the season, cheer on the squad, and send Rising into the playoffs in style. Tickets start at just $15. Lock yours in now at phxrisingfc.com. Final match, full stadium. Let's rise together.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. ASU football has a massive game Saturday against number 7 Texas Tech, and the status of quarterback Sam Leavitt remains in question. However, Leavitt was listed as probable on yesterday's availability report. The status of Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray also remains in question for Sunday's crucial matchup against the Green Bay Packers. And according to multiple reports from the open portion of today's practice, Murray was throwing to practice squad players. And Game 4 of the ALCS is tonight. The Seattle Mariners host the Toronto Blue Jays with coverage beginning at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. The Mariners lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
This is Chris Berman, and the Cardinals have a big game against the Green Bay Packers. And ASU plays the Texas Tech Raiders. And at 6 a.m. on Big Flame Morado Mornings.
All right. I'm going to set this up this way.
Yeah.
Okay? You and Rick came up with this topic.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I'm interested in this topic, but it's because I have a very specific question I'm going to ask you. All right?
Yeah, okay.
But the question as framed up to me is Trey McBride on his way to becoming the greatest tight end of all time?
Yeah.
You have a stat, though, that sort of triggered this conversation.
Well, actually, it was Tyler Drake, base it or needs, our own Tyler Drake.
Was it really Tyler Drake this time, or was it Kellen Olson?
No, I think it was Tyler.
Yeah,
Would you stop it with that, please? Get me all messed up, killer. Tyler Drake on X tweeted this out, of course. He said, Cardinals' Trey McBride is just 44 catches away from surpassing Jimmy Graham for the most receptions by a tight end in his first 4 seasons in NFL history.
I mean, that's pretty good company to be.
What? I honestly, did you think that? Would you have thought that?
No, I didn't think that, but I do feel like Trey McBride catches a lot of passes every week.
Yeah, but man, when you think of his rookie year,
That's the thing.
And yeah, he really didn't take off until year 2 when Kyler came. Remember that? Man, it's stunning to me that to think that Trey McBride, he's got 258 receptions. Jimmy Graham had 301 after his 4th season.
Yeah.
So,
well, here, I'll help you out. Trey McBride, his rookie year, had 29 catches.
Yes. That's what I mean.
So in year 2, 81. In year 3, 111. He's already got 37 this year. So no, that is a remarkable stat. And when you consider how much Trey McBride has evolved as a blocker too.
Yes.
I mean, if you start talking about the greatest tight ends of all time, to me, they have to put up receiving yards. They can't just be a blocker. But they also have to be able to block too, unless they're like elite at the receiving position, and he or that skill set, and he's on his way to doing both.
Yeah, I think Jimmy Graham, when he got older, I think for the most part he wasn't as effective in terms of blocking and being that blocker that you want out of your stud tight end, a true stud tight end, but. You know, when he was younger, I think he did a really, really good, solid job in terms of holding up at the point of attack. Trey McBride, once again, it's one of the things I appreciate the most about Trey. He does need to get a little bit stronger for my liking. Yet at the same time, his weight, allows him to run the routes the way that he does right now and to be able to run the ball after he catches it, how physical he is in terms of running it. It's one of the things I love about the guy the most, I think, is his fearlessness when it comes to running the ball.
Mm-hmm.
You watch him. He's all out, man, to the wall.
He has to be one of the few non-running backs to get the Angry Runs award from Kyle Brandt last year. I'm just looking at the all-time receiving yards numbers from tight ends, okay? And so Trey McBride, over the last 2 years, let's just go over the last 2 years, basically has 2,000 receiving yards over the last 2 years. He's at 1,971 over the last 2 years, 1,971 yards. I don't see anything slowing him down, and as long as he stays healthy, I think he's pretty consistently going to be in that 100-plus catch, 900-plus yard range, and there's going to be years where he goes beyond those numbers because that's just kind of the way this offense is built, and he is so uniquely talented and puts the work in where I just think he's going to consistently do it. Here's my question for you, okay?
Yeah.
As I look at the list of the top receiving tight ends of all time, Tony Gonzalez, Jason Witten, Travis Kelce, Antonio Gates, Shannon Sharp, Gronk, Greg Olsen, and then you get to Jimmy Graham there at number 8. The Cardinals traditionally haven't had a whole lot of receiving production out of the tight end position, okay? They really haven't, right? I mean, everything Trey McBride did the last couple of years was like setting franchise records. Now they have a guy who is one of the most productive right now per year ever at the position. Why isn't it translating into more wins?
Yeah. Well, I think there's a lot more to winning football than
just your
a
tight end.
But you're going to be able to throw the ball to.
But it unlocks, in theory, everything on offense.
Yeah, once again, I think when Jimmy Graham came into the league, he was a better blocker. It's one of the reasons why the Seattle Seahawks actually signed him to. Remember the huge contract they signed him to after he had played for the New Orleans Saints for, I believe it was 5 years. I think it was 5 years, and suddenly the Seattle Seahawks signed him to 3 years, as a matter of fact. He played an awful lot up there, but that was back when they were a heavy, heavy Pete Carroll run team, run over your face. And Jimmy Graham, of course, was adequate blocker at that point in time. But, once again, I think that is really important. It's got to be something that the Arizona Cardinals can do when you talk about 11 personnel specifically, 1 back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers. This is what we're seeing more and more of, by the way, right now because of all the injuries to the tight end position. It's not gone well. You can't run a lot of 12 personnel, and it's starting to come down. The numbers-based earnings are starting to come down for the Arizona Cardinals in terms of using 12 personnel. They're only using it at 28% at this point right now. Think about that. It started at 39.
They still have the pieces.
They just don't have the pieces to do it. They're going with a lot more 11 personnel, which puts an emphasis on the one tight end that is out there. It's one of the reasons why you're also seeing Calvin Beachum line up as a tight end.
That's why he's being announced as an eligible receiver like every other play.
Yes.
Like the most awkward thing where the ref has to, hold on, I have to announce that Calvin Beachum is receiver eligible right now. Here's Trey McBride from yesterday talking about the attention he was getting specifically from the Colts in that game.
Yeah, it was different. They played me a little different than I was expecting, but it was kind of fun just trying to make guys miss, do a little bit different at the top of the route, try to, get them to overcorrect one way and go the other way. But, they tried to take me away, and I just, opened up a lot of things for the other receivers, and kind of makes it a little more fun and more rewardable when you catch the ball and they're trying to take you away.
And he was interfered with on the last play.
Yeah, no big deal. It's just where the game was decided. Why would you throw a flag there?
It's a holding call at the very minimum, a hold.
It was the only way they could cover him, and that was in the end zone. So I'm going to go back to the original question here. It's obviously way too early to say that this guy's going to be the greatest tight end of all time.
Of course.
However, if he becomes more of a red zone option and threat like he was on Sunday, he's gonna be one of the greatest of all time. If he becomes a red zone option and stays healthy, why would you not believe it? I mean, I just read you off the names of the top receiving tight ends of all time, and you would want to throw in George Kittle. But I mean, who did I leave anybody out that you would consider on the list?
Man,
the top 5 or 6 ever?
I'd need to look at it. There are so many tight ends that I think have made an incredible impact. So many that I've forgotten about. I'd have to see it, Luke. But I'm just saying right now,
Ozzie Newsome.
When we're talking about receptions, you're talking about Trey McBride having more receptions than anybody else that has ever played the game at the tight end position by the end of this season.
Mm-hmm.
That's a real possibility. It's a likelihood right now. Who would have thought that? Not me.
And he can block.
Yeah, and he can block. And not only that, too, you don't think of the Arizona Cardinals being a prolific passing team.
No.
You just don't think that.
All right, we come back. We're going to stick with this topic, not Trey McBride, but just the Cardinals in particular, and their matchup on Sunday against Green Bay. Where is the Packers' weakness? Do they even have one? And how can the Cardinals expose it? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday.
If we want to win this game, we can't let them win the ball, man. This is the biggest challenge we're going to have all year.
They run it kind of when they want to run it, so big-time challenge.
Pre-game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon. Cardinals. Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Listen, the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they understand no two retirement plans are the same. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns for you and tax concerns as well. Never forget about those tax concerns. Let Trajan Wealth help you develop a plan that will meet your financial goals today. Trajan Wealth, they offer tailored wealth management plans. They take the time to determine your risk tolerance, along with learning about your goals and timeline. Working with you, Basinonians, they develop a wealth management plan that reflects your values. 480-990-3300. Pick up the phone, call them, 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC, Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward with growth opportunities, great pay and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces. Go to careers.progressive.com and apply today.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers. Huh? $50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Jalen Green's absence puts the Suns' full offensive burden on Devin Booker. Texas Tech is the Big 12's juggernaut after outspending the 2024 national champs. And Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon had one hell of a mic drop. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Yeah, we all heard that right. Texas Tech outspent last year's national champs.
Yeah.
So this idea that, Texas Tech, they're pretty good relative to the Big 12, right? No. They're outspending pretty much everybody in college football right now. So that's what's in front of it. And spending their money wisely, too, it sounds like. It looks like, certainly. All right, well, back to Cardinals-Packers. When you look at this Green Bay team, we were talking about what they can do defensively with Zoe. We were talking about what they can do offensively with Zoe. They do hit a good number of explosive plays on offense. They've got a lot of weapons on defense. Where's the weakness on this team? I think they're one of the most well-coached teams in the NFL, too. So I've been looking for the weakness here for a few days. I don't see a whole lot.
I was just going to say, where do you think the weakness is for this team? If you had to pick one thing, what do you think it would be?
Okay. I don't.
I'll turn the tables on you, my friend.
I'm not going to say that he's a weakness because I don't think he's a weakness. But I would rather make Jordan Love beat me than Josh Jacobs if you're talking about their offense.
Yes.
So that don't read that as me saying Jordan Love's not good. I think he's very good. But I think he's still relatively unproven compared to a guy like Josh Jacobs. The problem is he's got Romeo Doubs and Matthew Golden, and Tucker Kraft is now some amazing receiving tight end this season too. So I don't know that Green Bay has a lot of weaknesses, to be honest.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, this is maybe one of the most complete teams you're ever going to see based on it. Seriously. I'm being 100%. I think this is their superpower. I think this is why they're so good. Now, again, the record says they're 3-1-1.
Yeah.
You and your tie,
there's
Luke.
There's not my
3-1-1. But, to me, they're only going to continue to get better. And their superpower is I don't think they really do have a weakness. The Packers have a great run defense. Mm-hmm. Number 1 and number 4, respectively. And rushing yards per game allowed and rushing yards per play allowed. You put those two things together, man, go ahead and run the ball, and you're going to run right into a pile. And that's, what the Arizona Cardinals are going to have to do it. You can't abandon the run. That means the defense is going to have to show up and control the Green Bay Packers and keep the score close so that you can commit to running the ball and running into the pile. Because it's going to be important to use play action to throw the ball against the Packers.
That's tough against this team, though, because you're not running into the pile with the thought of, hey, we're just burning a play on offense.
Yes,
but in some ways, more often than not, it's probably going to look like just burning a play on offense. But I completely hear what you're saying. You have to do it if you want to run play action because otherwise you're just fooling yourself.
And not only that, because they're so good against the run based on Onions, they get you in third and obvious pass situations. The Packers get you off the field on third down. They're number 6 in third down defense in the National Football League. Number 6. This is a team, again, that really doesn't have a weakness. You can throw the ball, I think, effectively against the Packers, but it's not like you're going to hit big plays. You are not going to hit big plays against the Packers. They don't have a lot of mental busts in the back end of their secondary. They're good in the front, they're good in the middle, and they're good in the back, as my old coach used to say. And then you flip it over, you flip it over and you look at the offense as well, how balanced they are. Run the ball. Josh Jacobs has got you covered. Throw the ball. Here comes Jordan Love. They are really, really good in terms of situational football as well. It's, you give them an opportunity. They're number 8 in the NFL in points scored. A top 10 once again. Third down, they're the best third down team in the National Football League. Okay, so, again, we're talking about
everybody feel worse.
Where is their weakness? There isn't a weakness, and that's why I say that's their superpower.
I think their kicker's hurt. Does that count? Does that do anything for you?
Yeah.
How ridiculous, then, do you think my answer was? That they're, again, not weakness, but maybe their way to get to them, as crazy as it sounds, still might be through Jordan Love. Because their defense is what their defense is. I mean, if you're going to go out there and count on Micah Parsons having a bad game, or Rashawn Gary, like you said, or Quay Walker, who seems to be everywhere when they play, you're going to have a long day. And if you're like, well, we'll just shut down Josh Jacobs, yeah, okay, good luck. I don't think you're going to shut down Jordan Love either because he has so many weapons, but he's not. This isn't Mahomes or Josh Allen or Lamar. He's a good quarterback who's getting better.
Quarterback who's getting better. The question is, how much better? How much better is he getting right now? And does he have to get so much better this week? Does he have to?
Maybe take a week off.
Mr. Perfect.
Here's Calais talking about the scouting report on the Packers from yesterday.
We have a scouting report that comes out, and it's usually like they have a hierarchy like of ranking players. Or a scout report, we look at the depth chart, and this one had a lot more of those really elite rankings from the scouting department, which is kind of interesting. But it's just like, wow, everybody, O-line, running back, receivers, quarterback, tight end, like everybody's really good players. And so, this is going to be a tough matchup, but it's also a game that we need. So, we have to be real good. I think this team is still sort of run game. And if I'm them and I see that we gave up 150 yards rushing last week, they're going to come in here and try to run the ball. And that's something that, if we want to win this game, we can't let them run the ball. That's got to be, the number one focus. And, I know some guys, I don't want to talk about it. Just let me get to Sunday and let me show you what I can do. But at the end of the day, it's a challenge. This is the biggest challenge we're going to have all year.
Yeah, Adam Stenovich is their offensive coordinator, and they run the ball. They really do. It doesn't matter. Based on earnings, they get in 11 personnel. They get into 11 personnel and rundown situation 46% of the time, and they run it 54%. 54 to 46. They run it out of 11 personnel 54% of the time. Then they go ahead and jump into 12 personnel. They're in 12 personnel 45% of the time. So stop and think about that. 11 personnel 46% of the time in rundown situation, and then 12 personnel 45% of the time. But guess what? Even when they get into 12, it's the same percentage. They run 53% to 47% pass at that point. This is really interesting to me. 11 personnel, there's no indicator there. There's no separation between 11 and 12 in terms of their play calling in rundown situation. They're still going to run it, whether they're in 11 or 12 the majority of the time.
Well, why wouldn't you? I mean, they're pretty effective when they run the football. I don't know. I'm over here looking for any sort of weakness, and I'm just not seeing one. It doesn't mean they can't be beaten. I mean, they lost to Cleveland this season. Maybe that's their weakness. They lost to Cleveland. Zoe brought this up when he was in here earlier. In that game, that's the one game where a defense really shut them down, and it was Cleveland's defense. Now, the Cardinals don't have Myles Garrett, but they don't need anybody on this team to be Myles Garrett for the rest of their career. They need him to be that guy for 3 hours on Sunday. But this is an uphill battle, almost regardless of who your quarterback is this weekend. This is an uphill battle because if you were just going up against Micah Parsons and Josh Jacobs and Jordan Love, which is, I think what a lot of people perceive Green Bay as, yeah, that'd be tough. But that's three guys. But it's the supporting cast is really good. We talked about this earlier. The defense was already good, and then Jerry Jones lost his mind and traded them Micah Parsons for some reason. So now the defense is great.
Yes.
So that's what you have to deal with. You probably, if the Cardinals win this game, what kind of score do you think we're looking at? Like a 23-20 game or some 24-21, somewhere in that range?
I honestly, I don't see them winning a high-scoring game.
I don't think they can do that.
You got to bring it down to maybe 23-21.
Okay.
How about that?
All right. I'll take it.
Okay.
All right. When we come back to college football, just how good is this undefeated 7th-ranked Texas Tech team that ASU is about to see on Saturday? We're going to ask RedRaidersports.com publisher Chris Level, get his thoughts on the other side of things. Next, it's Wolf and Luke at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Listen, the original Bronktober sales event at Tim Hovick's Santan Ford. Oh, baby, it is on right now. Check this out. How about $299 per month on a Bronco Sport? Yeah, maybe you love the Bronco Sport. That's an amazing deal right there. Maybe you like the big boy, the big Bronco. That's right. How about $399 a month on the big Bronco? That's for me, Basinonians. And during the original Bronktober sales event, there's all kind of other incredible lease offers on the entire Ford lineup. Maybe you're into the Ford Expedition. Maybe you're into the Ford F-150. Whatever it may be, there are incredible lease offers right now. And for all these lease deals, not everyone qualifies. 36-month lease terms. See Santan Ford for details. Some fees apply. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures, until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive, so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. ASU football has a massive game Saturday against number 7 Texas Tech, and the status of quarterback Sam Leavitt remains in question. However, Leavitt was listed as probable on yesterday's availability report. The status of Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray is also in question for Sunday's crucial matchup against the Green Bay Packers, and according to multiple reports from the open portion of today's practice, Murray was throwing to practice squad players. And Game 4 of the ALCS is tonight. The Seattle Mariners host the Toronto Blue Jays with coverage beginning at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. The Mariners lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. As Sam Leavitt continues to trend upward for ASU, how has the defense progressed in practice following their rough performance against Utah? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. Starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, welcome to the fourth hour of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Thursday. We've been talking a lot about ASU Texas Tech from the Sun Devil perspective. So let's get the Texas Tech perspective right now. We're going to talk to RedRaidersports.com publisher Chris Level, who's joining us on the Arizona Sports Line right now. Chris, thank you for the time. How's it going?
Absolutely. I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Doing good, Chris.
Doing good. All right, so what can you tell us just kind of big picture about this year's Texas Tech team? You know, the outside perception, as I'm sure you know, is this is a team that has spent a lot of money, and they're really good, and none of their games have even been close. Where can you go a little bit deeper than that for us?
Yeah, well, they're certainly better than they were last year. I think part of it is beating Arizona State and Iowa State last year and still being on the outside looking in, trying to get to the Big 12 title game. So I think a lot of this motivation to try to get better and crack the code was because of just coming up just short last year. So I think that's where a lot of this motivation came from and trying to get better. But they really went into the portal, and I think what they probably haven't, because a lot of people are spending money, right? I mean, a lot of people are getting guys and spending money and everything. I think they probably haven't gotten enough credit for how they made the pieces fit and what they went to go get. Because there's a lot of group of five. There's not like just a lot of power four guys that they brought in here. This is a lot of group of five players that were just really good elsewhere, that were very experienced, and they were very particular about who they tried to bring in here from a character standpoint. And they kind of touched every position group for the most part, except for interior linebacker. Every single position group was added to with a starter or a top backup or a rotational guy, except for interior linebacker. And their defense, though, was where they've really just gotten worlds better. And it needed to be. It was not very good last year at all. This was last year, and you came up short because they just couldn't stop anybody.
Chris, can you give us an update on Baron Morton and how he is doing right now? He was day-to-day earlier in the week. How's his health?
Yeah, I would tell you that I'm not going to be, I do the sideline stuff of the radio broadcast, and so I'll be out there in Tempe with you guys and everything, and I'm not going to be surprised if Will Hammond starts this game. I think that you can't rule. The weird thing about Barron is he's always kind of had something wrong with him ever since he's been here. He played in all 12 games last year, but was playing through some injuries. Well, 2 years ago, he had a pretty significant shoulder issue, and he literally went 7 weeks in a row and never practiced one time and would play every single Saturday.
Wow.
And it wasn't. That's obviously not ideal. I mean, the
Right.
previous coordinator, Zach Kitley, who's now the head coach at Florida Atlantic, we would do our production meetings on Fridays before the game, and I'm like, okay, what kind of game do you expect? And he's like, well, I really don't know, because I don't know how far Barron can throw it. I don't know what he's capable of. We haven't worked on the timing of a lot of this. So it was kind of playing some of those games with one arm tied behind your back. I think that he's in a much better spot this week than he was after this injury occurred in week 1, which is kind of a calf issue, calf strain. It's like on the side of it, and Cam Dickey was late to pick up a blitz against UAPB, and he just got lit up, and it knocked him out of that game, and then he ended up playing the next week. We'll say that, but this looked pretty painful last week, so I don't know what to expect. I can see everything from Hammond starting and maybe Barron coming in, not going well. Barron trying to start, and if he just can't do it, then Hammond finishes, which we've seen at Utah and then last week versus Kansas. But either way, I bet you see both quarterbacks would be my guess, just because they've been playing, Hammond some anyway, just to add that QB run game in there.
We're talking to Chris Level of RedRaidersports.com. Chris, I guess the natural follow-up to that is, how much of a drop-off really is there to Will Hammond? I know he hasn't played as much, but you mentioned the Utah game. He was instrumental in that win. I know he's a highly touted player when he first got there anyway, and when we've seen him, he's looked pretty good.
Yeah, this is if he's tasked with starting, this is a bit of a different deal than what we've seen so far. The only game since he's been at Tech that he has started was the bowl game last year against Arkansas. Now, granted, he's missing a ton of people on his side of it because almost opt-outs, some guys going in the portal. Arkansas was largely the same, but it was okay. I think he would tell you, he everybody was like, okay, man, here we go. We're ready to see this kid. And it was okay. You got beat in that game. These other ones, he just come in off the bench. He did it against TCU last year. He looked awesome. Certainly what people saw up in Salt Lake City, he was a huge reason why they won that game. And last week it wasn't great throwing it, but he added that run game in there, and he had, I think, 8 carries for like 61 yards and a couple of touchdowns. And that really broke the game open. So if he is starting it, this is a bit of a different deal, and I think there's probably an unknown there. And the thing is, Barron is one of the leaders of this team. There's no doubt. I'm sure Levitt's the same way with Arizona State. I mean, Barron's just a guy. He's kind of a face of the program type guy. Rodriguez is, and I just don't know what it does mentally to everybody. Would be the biggest. Well, certainly capable. He's very talented, and he just doesn't have just a ton of experience, but especially so in actually starting a game at this level.
Chris, just how good is this defensive line for Texas Tech?
Better than I would have thought. We were told all summer. I mean, I've would have conversations with their personnel guys, and I was seeing all the stuff on the draft list and everything. But it's like it was just so mediocre last year. You're like, man, how much better could this group really be? Edge guys are just about as good as I've seen. I mean, Tyree Wilson, 2 or 3 years ago, he was the 7th pick in the draft by the Raiders. and he was just an absolute freak. But these guys are better than he was, like with what they're asking him to do. But part of it is because there's two edge guys. You have a really, really interior. Skylar Howard was one of those guys. He's not going to play this week. But A.J. Holmes was one of their portal class guys. He came in last week and he sacked Jalen Daniels twice, and he was a starter at the University of Houston last year that came with Sheil Wood. And Houston was a top 25 defense last year. So they just have a lot of depth. But it's the edge guys. Ramel Hype and David Bailey are they're just better than I was anticipating. They're very fast. They've played the run well, which was kind of the okay, these guys can get after the quarterback, but how well they play the run. I mean, it's just really there's not been a hole on paper other than a few blown coverages. I think in the second quarter last week, there was a drive at the end of the first half against Utah where they kind of were backing off a little bit, and Utah marched down and kicked a field goal, but they just haven't really had any lapses, and it's been shockingly impressive because, again, I can't emphasize to you how this is like the 122nd ranked defense a year ago. Their pass defense was close to 130th, I think, and there's only like 133 teams in Division I. I mean, it was awful, and they just totally rebuilt it. And I think Sheil Wood deserves a lot of credit, the new coordinator.
Chris, we appreciate this.
Chris,
thank you so much,
buddy.
You guys are great, man. I appreciate you guys having me on. I think a lot of your head coach, the Sun Devils are the champs, man. It's their league until somebody goes and takes it. So hopefully game on Saturday, and we'll see what happens.
All right, sounds
That's
good. We
great.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. That's Chris Level of RedRaidersports.com. When we come back to the NFL, Patrick Peterson's going to join us. We didn't get to talk to him earlier this week, so we're going to get his thoughts on what the Cardinals need to going up against Green Bay heading into the bye week, and get his thoughts on the quarterback situation as well. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We can look at the schedule and go, oh my God, it's above 500 the rest of the year for the year. I think they play 3 sub-500 teams the rest of the season. I don't think anybody's that great. They're good. The Packers are good. Probably one of the better teams the Cardinals will play the rest of the year. The Cardinals almost beat what we consider to be one of the best teams in the NFL on the road on Sunday. I'm just saying there's not a lot of great in today's NFL. There's just a lot of good.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home and you just moved in right away? You didn't have to wait around to sell your old place first. That's kind of the way to do it. And it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Just buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Don't overthink it. And here's how. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. That way, you don't have to do showings. You don't have to wait around for other people. You don't have to live your life on everybody else's schedule. No double moves. I've tried the double move. I don't recommend the double move. They're awful. Orchard, though, allows you to just cut that hassle right out of the whole process for you. And then their experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right kinds of buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable, and best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way. With a dedication to lasting quality. Trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Arizona Sports. Drops back to throw. Quick pass to the far side is picked off by Peterson. He's going to house it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Patrick Peterson, a pick six.
That's why we drafted him.
Former Cardinals cornerback, number 21, Patrick Peterson. P2 joins Wolf and Luke in the no-fly zone. The no-fly zone.
Patrick Peterson, 10-5, he dives, he's in, touchdown, Cardinals win.
The no-fly zone.
All right, I want to make sure we thank our listeners in Cave Creek right now, Wolf. Special thanks to everybody in Cave Creek.
Yeah, Cave Creek is such an aptly named town, is it not, brothers?
And now I want to talk to Patrick Peterson, who is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line, as he does each and every week. Patrick, thank you for the time. How's it going?
How you guys doing? What up, Luke? What up, Wolf?
What's going on, Pappy?
Pretty good.
Not much, I can't complain. Just enjoying this terrific sunny Thursday right now.
Oh, man.
It's a terrific sunny
We got
Thursday.
8 more months of this, Lord willing, Pappy.
I know, right?
It's like a cheat code. All right, Patrick, I'm just going to start off with the game this past week for the Cardinals against the Colts. And I'm going to ask you on the offensive side of the ball, the offense just looked so much better. And I know it's one game, but they were playing a good defense, and it was Jacoby Brissett. It wasn't Kyler. I just, from your experience playing this game, what do you make of, again, it's just one game, but what do you make of a performance like that on offense?
I thought it was a great performance. And, Jacoby Ford, I thought he handled himself very well, staying in the pocket, looking the pressure right in his face, still delivering the ball. It looked like him and Zay Jones had a pretty good connection going into that game. But yeah, the offense did look a little different, and I think half of it is because of, Jacoby Brissett chances of staying in the pocket, making sure that plays actually develop, going through his progressions to hit those open receivers. And, that's why the offense, in my opinion, looked a little bit more fluent than versus, just throwing the fade balls or just running broken plays, being for big gains in the passing game.
Pappy, obviously 4 losses now in a row for the Arizona Cardinals after going out and winning the first 2 games. How do you deal with that? If you're a leader inside that locker room, what are you doing? How are you speaking to some of your teammates?
Man, honestly, it starts with us, obviously, because, as players, when I say us.
Yeah.
It starts with the players. So you have to look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself, what can I do better to help us get out of this slump? And as leaders, you want to be able to galvanize the guys together and be able to lead by an example and be, that guy at the front line, leading the guys to where they know they should be and where they can be. That's the biggest thing is how this team is going to get out of this funk. You know what I mean? And that's going to, honestly, in my opinion, it's going to come down to the leadership, how guys are communicating with one another. How is the locker room still together? You know, do guys still believe in all of the training that we did in training camp and OTAs, mini camp? Now this is the time that we have to lean on one another, because now we're in a hole and nobody else can get us out of this hole but ourselves.
So, Pat P, do you believe in a players-only meeting? Are you one of these players-only meeting guys?
Nah, I mean, it is a time. Well, you know, you play the game. You know, it's a time and a place for player-only meetings. I don't think the Cardinals are in that state right now. I just think it comes down to just, honestly, fundamental things, finishing the game, you know, making sure that your attention to detail is 60 minutes versus, 45 minutes, you know, because that's what it's coming down to, is the Cardinals just are not able to finish out games. They still had the opportunity to win that game against a really, really good opponent, had to travel out east. All the, everything was pointing against you, coming from West, going out to Indianapolis, going out, a different time zone. All of those things were stacked up against you, and you still had the opportunity to win. And it's been the same thing that we've been talking about week in and week out. Finish.
Yeah.
So that's what it's coming down to at this point, is finishing out games, because they're doing everything to keep themselves in the game or give themselves a good lead. Now they're just not finishing off, what they started.
We're talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, look, obviously if they keep losing, the season will slip away. But just in terms of, emotionally or mentally as a team, that Tennessee loss 2 weeks ago was so brutal and so weird. It seemed like they were totally fine, emotionally, mentally bouncing back this past week against the Colts. Because they were able to bounce back that way the very next week, is that now not a concern that will be an issue, or do they have to, start winning now to be able to totally put that behind them?
Yeah, I think, like I said, I don't think, the way that they lost, it was weird. It was awkward, but, a way that a team have probably never lost a game before, but the way that they came out the following week against the Colts, they performed well. It seemed like they put that behind them. It's just all about finishing out games, putting together your best your effort in that 6-minute offense, in that 6 minutes in the 6-minute defense. When you got to have a stop, who is going to make the play? That's what it's coming down to. Who can the Cardinals lean on right now to make a play in a gotta have it moment? And that's what they got to figure out.
How do you think they beat the Packers? What do they got to do, Pappy?
Man, they're going to have to we talked about the running game. They're going to have to control the line of scrimmage somehow, some way on either side of the football. They got Josh Jacobs as a running back.
Yeah.
Jordan Love have had his ups and downs, as a passer, thus far throughout this season. But it's going to come down to the trenches. The guys up front, controlling the line of scrimmage, keeping, finding a way to convert third downs, win in the red zone, because I believe that was something last week that hindered them, not being able to score when they was in scoring position, settling for field goals. Now against another good opponent, against the Green Bay Packers, who a lot of people have favored, to be in the Super Bowl, you have to convert on those situational downs, third downs, red zone, and don't put yourself behind the chains on first downs. I believe if the Cardinals can do that and play solid defense, if the Cardinals can do that, they can easily walk out of that game with a W, and they have to finish the game, obviously.
Talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, when you're facing a team that, Green Bay doesn't have like one clear-cut number one receiver, but they got like 3 or 4 or 5 guys that can do damage through the air. What are the challenges of defending a team like that where you can't just go try to lock one guy down because they got a bunch of good players out there?
Well, that's where you have to play together as a secondary. You guys have to be on the same string. You can't have no laps in the coverage, because they don't give you a beat on who is going to be the guy today. They have a lot of good receivers. Well, yeah, they have a lot of good receivers in that for the Green Bay Packers, and Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur does a great job of spreading the love around, and that makes it not difficult for defenses, but it just makes it more prominent and more prevalent for the secondary to make sure that they all are on the same page at the same given time when that play is presenting itself, because Jordan Love does a great job of spreading the ball around to whoever is the open receiver. So that means everybody has to be on their P's and Q's, down in and down out. There's no plays off.
So, Pappy, give me your Will Johnson update. Your weekly update on Will Johnson and how he's doing.
Yeah, man. Will, he came back. He played big in that game again last week. And right now, I'm really, really impressed on, how he's playing the game. He's not only just playing, the left side. They're actually putting responsibilities on his plate. And he's been rising to the occasion, ever since, not only, from the beginning of the season, but ever since he got back into the starting lineup, coming off that nursing that quad, of the groin, I believe. So for the most part, I'm very, very impressed on the way that Will is handling himself and the way that he's playing. And he understands, you can tell off the emotion and the confidence that he's playing with, that the team is not only dependent on him, but they have him in the game plan. And the defense success, 9 times out of 10 is going to rely on him.
Patrick, it's always great talking to you.
Thank you, buddy.
Yes, sir. Talk to you guys next week.
Okay, Pat P.
Right, take care. That's Patrick Peterson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line, as he does each and every week throughout the football season. When we come back, we're going to react to what he just told us. I thought he had some pretty good stuff to say, as he always does, and there was definitely a theme that I think we would all sign off on, that theme that he just put together there. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade, guess what? They're going to heat things up, Base Earnings. Right now, when you buy any roll-down patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. That's right, absolutely free. And you can receive up to 3 patio heaters, 1 per shade purchased. These shades aren't just for summer, of course. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth in for you on that new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag a free patio heater while this offer lasts, Space Audience. Listen, they came out to the compound and they worked with us, and I can tell you we are so happy they did. Go to allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Need space that's designed to last? Mueller Incorporated delivers pre-engineered steel buildings customized for your style. From garages and workshops to barns, warehouses, even airplane hangars. Our bolt-together buildings are designed to last decades with proper installation and maintenance. Designed for strength. Engineered to last. Visit us today at our West Phoenix location in Buckeye, Arizona, or go to MuellerInc.com to learn more.
Chronic pain can be very bossy. What do I mean?
It tells you what you can or can't do. Sometimes it even has the audacity to keep you from working.
I missed almost 3 weeks of work, and I was no longer able to play tennis. The pain was really debilitating sometimes. I missed Thanksgivings.
Abby was ready to put the bossy bad back in her past. And that's when she discovered QC Kinetics and their non-surgical treatments for pain. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine with tens of thousands of satisfied patients, people who have experienced real lasting relief without drugs and without surgery.
It has just been the most life-changing, amazing experience. Not only life-changing, but career-saving. I get to continue to do the career that I love. I'm playing tennis again.
Stop letting that joint pain boss you around. Start with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. ASU football has a huge game Saturday against number 7 Texas Tech, and the status of quarterback Sam Leavitt remains in question. However, Leavitt was listed as probable on yesterday's availability report. The status of Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray also remains in question for Sunday's crucial matchup against the Green Bay Packers. And according to multiple reports from the open portion of today's practice, Murray was throwing to practice squad players. And Game 4 of the American League Championship Series is tonight. The Seattle Mariners host the Toronto Blue Jays with coverage beginning at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. The Mariners lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that Walter Nolan is practicing, how soon should we expect the Cardinals' first-round pick to take the field? The Burns and Gambo Show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
All right, thanks to Chris Level, who joined us from RedRaidersports.com earlier. Lorenzo Alexander, who joined us for an hour of the show. Basically did our job for an hour for us.
Yeah.
And thanks to Patrick Peterson, who just joined us last segment. And,
so good.
Let's react to some of what Patrick Peterson just said. Wolf, where do you want to start? I'll start here.
Okay.
There was a very clear theme. They have to finish games. Every question we asked him, he inevitably went at the end back to, but they need to finish. And you know what? He is 100% right. It's the biggest issue facing this team right now. They're not finishing games.
Yeah, and you say to yourself, well, why is that? What is going on? The other team is trying too. There's no doubt about it. And they have really good football players as well. I just think it's a situation where the Arizona Cardinals have got to remind themselves what the game of football is all about and get hyper intentional, especially in the fourth quarter. I was joking where I said, I might even flash the 4 in the fourth quarter. But I don't think it'd be a bad idea to remind everybody that, I'm here in the first, the second, and the third, but this is the end of the game. This is the fourth quarter. What are you going to do about it? You know what you're going to do about it? Do your job.
Everything you did in the first 3 quarters, unfortunately, is getting wiped away in the fourth quarter of these games. I mean, that's just the reality, especially, I would say, 3 of the last 4 weeks and nearly the first 2 weeks as well. I mean, they won the first 2 games, so they did, on some level, finish. It was the defense that finished in those games, but with the exception of the Seattle game, and even the Seattle one, it was tied. If they just kicked the ball far enough on the kickoff, you're probably going to overtime. But, at least that one, Seattle had controlled most of that game. But the San Francisco game probably should have been a win. The Tennessee game definitely should have been a win. The Colts game was winnable. I mean, that was back and forth. But, this is 5 of your 6 games. If you finish stronger, could all be wins. And instead, 3 of them are losses. And you're really up against the ropes right now at 2-4. If you go 2-5, Are you mathematically out of it? No. Or is there a path you can get back in it? Yeah. But are you going to make the playoffs? Probably not.
The likelihood says you're not.
3-4, you are back in it, especially if you're capable of beating Green Bay to get to that point. So we did ask Patrick Peterson about Jacoby Brissett to start things off. This is what he said.
I thought it was a great performance. And, Jacoby Ford, I thought he handled himself very well, staying in the pocket, looking the pressure right in his face, still delivering the ball. It looked like him and Zay Jones had a pretty good connection going into that game. But, yeah, the offense did look a little different, and I think half of it is because of, Jacoby Brissett chances of staying in the pocket, making sure that plays actually develop, going through his progressions to hit those open receivers. And, that's why the offense, in my opinion, looked a little bit more fluent than versus, just throwing the fade balls or just running broken plays, being for big gains in the passing game.
Yeah, that was the great thing about it. Jacoby Brissett just standing in the pocket and reading coverage and throwing the ball down the field. Once again, I just, to think of 7 plays of 20 yards or more, we've been talking about it all week, yet you can't talk enough about it. It is what he did so well. It was 7 plays of 20 yards or more, explosive plays down the field, and all he did was go through his progression, read coverage, and make an accurate throw from the pocket. Mm-hmm. Once again, now Kyler Murray has all kinds of strengths that are a little bit different than that, a lot different than that, as a matter of fact. You want him outside the pocket for the most part. His challenge is going to always be throwing the ball from the pocket. It's always going to be that way for Kyler. That's not going to go away. It's always going to be that way because of his height, obviously. So at the same time, Russell Wilson has done it very, very well for a long time.
Yeah, but the height thing is, I'm glad you brought it up because I think a lot of people just use that always as like the quick, well, he's not good, he's short. It's like, okay, I mean, that's not accurate. But what you just said, and it was jarring because Jacoby Brissett is huge. He's not just taller, he's huge. He could just stand right in there and, guys, if
and he took shots.
He took shots. And that's something, that's a mindset. It doesn't really matter how big you are or aren't. You got to be able to have that mindset. But, I mean, that was why he was so effective. It was the most basic thing, and that's why it was so jarring. He just stood in there and was like, if you're going to hit me, but I'm going to make the throw. And it was just such a, traditional fundamental quarterback look. And the fact that it was effective, coupled with the fact that the first 5 weeks haven't been effective for the Cardinals offense, is why everybody's talking about this. Also, more from Patrick Peterson. Asked him how to defend a team like the Packers.
Well, that's where you have to play together as a secondary. You guys have to be on the same string. You can't have no laps in the coverage because they don't give you a beat on who is going to be the guy today. They have a lot of good receivers. Well, yeah, they have a lot of good receivers in that for the Green Bay Packers, and Jordan Love and Matt LaFleur does a great job of spreading the love around, and that makes it not difficult for defenses, but it just makes it more prominent and more prevalent for the secondary to make sure that they all are on the same page at the same given time when that play is presenting itself, because Jordan Love does a great great job of spreading the ball around to whoever is the open receiver. So that means everybody has to be on their P's and Q's, down in and down out. There's no plays off.
It is simply just one of the best ways you want to proceed. And this is something Graybeard, Kurt Warner, talks about all the time. It's something that Kurt did, I think, honestly, better than anybody. Maybe better than anybody. We're talking about a Hall of Fame quarterback, but I think it's something that Kurt did better than anybody else in terms of not caring what the number was on the back of your jersey or the name on the back of your jersey. Just throwing the ball to the open receiver, reading coverage, and throwing the ball to the open receiver. He did it better than anyone else.
Well, in Green Bay, I mean, they've had, injuries in their receiving core too, but Tucker Kraft, tight end, 268 receiving yards. Romeo Doubs has 234 and 4 touchdowns. Kraft has 3 touchdowns. Matthew Golden, the rookie, 212 receiving yards, and he's been getting better lately. Dontavian Wicks has 129. Josh Jacobs is involved in the passing game. He has 176 receiving yards. So you right there, I just rattled off 5 guys that are threats in the passing game, and there are others that tap in and out as well. So you're not going into this game and saying, okay, just shut that one guy down and we'll be good. It's not what Green Bay is. You also asked him about player-only meetings.
Nah, I mean, it is a time. Well, you played the game. It's a time and a place for player-only meetings. I don't think the Cardinals are in that state right now. I just think it comes down to just honestly fundamental things, finishing the game. Making sure that your attention to detail is 60 minutes versus 45 minutes. Because that's what it's coming down to is the Cardinals just are not able to finish out games and still had the opportunity to win that game against a really, really good opponent. Had to travel out east. All the, everything was pointing against you, coming from west, going out to Indianapolis, going out, a different time zone. All of those things were stacked up against you, and you still had the opportunity to win. And it's been the same thing that we've been talking about week in and week out. Finish.
Yeah.
So that's what it's coming down to at this point is finishing out games because they're doing everything to keep themselves in the game or give themselves a good lead. Now they're just not finishing off, what they started.
It sounds like Pat P and I are pretty similar in regard to how we feel about player-only meetings. I don't like player-only meetings. They turn into bulls on parade. I've talked about this many, many times. Yet at the same time, I will admit there are times where it's the best thing you could possibly do. When you need to clear the air and have nobody judge you because you're clearing the air based on a coach sitting there. Oh, you just want a coach to hear you say, no. Get out. All the coaches, get out trainers, get out equipment. Anybody in the front office, get out. Players only. There is a time and a place for that.
Would we know for sure if they had one? I mean, I feel like in this day and age, it would get out if they had one.
I know.
But there's no guarantee. It would have to get out. I mean, I don't think that they had one. And now I
don't think they did either. Because I think I would have heard.
That's the thing. I feel like it would have gotten out on some level. Doesn't mean they can't still have one. I mean, they're still at a bit of a crossroads. I like the way they responded on Sunday because that Tennessee game is the sort of game that can just derail your season.
Yes.
But they also didn't win yet. So you still have not won since you should have beaten Tennessee. And if you don't win this week, you got to wait through the bye week, and you just don't want that hanging over you.
Yeah, and that players-only meeting should have been called after the Tennessee game.
That's kind of where I was going, is if you were going to do it, you would have done it then, not this week.
Correct.
All right, we come back. What does Budda Baker make of the task in front of the Cardinals this week? He just spoke, and we'll get you what he had to say next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday. Will we see Sam or Sims at QB?
The quarterback has nothing to do with moving people forward and backwards, has nothing to do with tackling.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. You hungry? Probably. It's almost 2 o'clock. Twin Peaks has some great lunch combos, 11 to 3 every weekday. So right now, you could just head right over there. Mix and match with some great offerings like their grilled cheese, their turkey avocado smash, the BLT. They got house and Caesar salads you can throw in there, garlic mashed potatoes, sweet potato fries, and more. Plus, they have an entire menu made for MVPs. Sweet and smoky ribs, wings, burgers, flatbreads, green chili chicken soup. They got desserts. It's pretty much the perfect time to be at Twin Peaks, too, because football's here all day, every Saturday and Sunday, plus Mondays and Thursdays, some games on Fridays. The baseball playoffs are going strong. We are down to 4 teams. Going to be down to 2 teams here fairly soon. Hockey just started. Basketball's about to start. Some great fights this month as well. Twin Peaks, perfect solution when you and your friends are looking for somewhere to watch all the action. Grab a table, order up some food and drinks, and live it up. Whatever you need, Twin Peaks has you covered at the great scenery they're known for at 5 convenient Valley locations. So never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Our backyard needed a makeover big time, and it's a big decision until it was an easy call at Casa Galvisi with California Pools and Landscape. And they're celebrating the industry's biggest honor with the biggest savings. Do not miss the Pool Builder of the Year sales event Saturday, October 18th at all 4 Valley Design Centers, Arizona's most awarded pool builder for 37 years. The best pricing, fastest build times, industry-leading warranties. Get started with your free design consultation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, this is Jared, and Kenny Dillingham will join us live at 7:15 a.m. tomorrow to preview the big game against Texas Tech. And fun fact, the tech that they study in Texas Tech involves how to use AI to make chewing tobacco. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Big Blue Marauder Mornings.
I don't know if that was really a fun fact. All right, final segment of the show here today. Wolf and Luke, and you know what? We just heard from Patrick Peterson. We got to talk to Patrick Peterson. Wolf, how about now we hear from Buda Baker?
Man, that sounds good.
All sorts of answers in the secondary from two of the best that have played the game in those positions. Buda just spoke, and he was asked, as you would expect, about the struggles in the fourth quarter for this team.
We just got to be more detailed and be able to execute our calls in the fourth quarter, no matter what they're called, no matter what the call is. We just got to do a better job of executing. And I don't fall into the metrics or any of that type of stuff. But for me, it's just playing a full game. That's the number one goal, to play a full game, 60 minutes, offense, defense, special teams. If we can do that, we feel like it'll be in our favor. So we're excited for another opportunity to play, great football, great defense, offense, special teams, and to be able to be detailed and execute our calls in the fourth quarter is definitely something that, we always want to do, and we plan on doing first, second, third, and fourth quarter.
You know what I'd love to see? Once again, based on earnings, my disdain for flashing the 4 in the fourth quarter. Like Rick is doing right now behind the glass. It's just, please, don't flash the 4 in the fourth quarter, because we've been out here for 3 quarters actually busting it while you're flashing the 4. Okay, great. How about you flash the 10 in the fourth quarter. That's right. Both hands up, palms up.
Okay.
You flash the 10. Okay. 5 fingers and 5 fingers. Flash the 10. The 10. Flash the 10 and only do it in the fourth quarter. Why? Because it includes the first, the second, the third, and the fourth. Add them all up, and that adds up to 10. Flash the 10.
Wow, that was some crazy
Everything you've got, flash it in the fourth quarter. Just to remind you, I've been out here for the first, the second, the third, and now it's time to do it in the fourth. Do you follow me on that?
I like it. My only question is what happens if it goes overtime?
Well, again, hopefully you'll flash the O.
You'll finish.
I
knew you were going to have an answer.
Do this, something like this or something.
Yeah, no, I don't hate it. I don't hate it because you know what, Wolf, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, but I don't think I am. I don't remember another season where this was this big of an issue for the Cardinals. There have been other seasons where they've had worse teams, they've had a bunch of problems, but where it is so clear cut of like, yeah, it's not like everything else is perfect, but the biggest issue, and it's like 1 through 10 on the top 10 list, is finish the game.
Finish. You got to finish. And again, it's just a general reminder. It really is, man. We've been busting it out here for 3 quarters. Let's go win the fourth as well. Let's go win it and put this. It's just a way to emphasize it once again. And you know what? This is why I say even though I can't stand the players-only meeting for the most part, when you lose the way they lost to the Tennessee Titans, I would have done it definitely. I would have said we need to get together in a room, just players, and talk about why we are not finishing. We've got to make it a point to be more intentional about the fourth quarter and how we're going to go out and do our job. I don't think there's anything wrong with reminding each other about winning and losing games in the fourth quarter. And especially in the NFL, how many games come down to one possession?
This is
and
what
winning
separates
and losing.
the good teams from the. I mean, that's not rocket science. That's not new news. That's been that way forever. But as this league gets more and more, I mean, no undefeated teams through the first 5 weeks this year. Only one winless team. As this league gets tighter and tighter at the at the top, like you have to finish. Everybody has to finish, but the Cardinals are absolutely not finishing. And now it's kind of spreading to the defense, too. I thought that was garbage when people were putting it on the defense in the first couple weeks. Like, well, they gave up points to Carolina. Yeah, they've played like 90% of this game, and they keep giving Carolina the ball. Carolina's going to score. The defense still finished that out.
Yeah.
But now, the last couple games, the defense has struggled at the end, too.
Hey, you know what I like even better than that? Don't give me the 5 fingers.
2 fists.
I have 2 fists in the air.
I'm surprised you didn't go there first.
There we go. 2 fists. Well, you got to add it up.
Okay.
1 + 2 + 3 + 4 = 10. All right, you got 10 digits there. But you know what? They're still there when you hold up the fists. 2 fists
now they're ready
in the air in the fourth quarter. That's what you do to remind your teammate. I'm counting on you because of the first, the second, and the third quarter. And now we're in a position to win a game. What do you say we go do it? It's just a gentle reminder.
There's a gentle reminder with 2 fists in the air.
2 fists. And get your thumbs right, too, when you do it.
The international sign of gentle reminder.
Don't
the
do
fist.
the weak fist.
Nobody punches like that.
Well, they do.
Out?
Some people do that.
Why?
They do,
okay.
Luke. Make a fist. Ball it up, man.
If you're going to make a fist, make a fist. Here's more from Buddha. Why the execution has been better through the first 3 quarters of these games.
Personally, can't really see any reasons. At the end of the day, it's a team game. 11 players got to be able to do their job. If 10 guys are doing their job and 1 player isn't, that's where, big explosives can happen and various other things. So just be mindful of trusting your brothers, trusting your teammates, and be able to play a full game and, one play at a time with each and every person. That's something we've, are honing into and continue to try to get better at.
That's right. You know what? How about two fists?
If you're on YouTube, you can see Wolf
that's
doing
right.
the two
YouTube
fists.
right now. Two fists. Let me bring it down. In the air like this. All right? There it is, right there for all to see. Ah!
Green Bay's going to be like, what are these guys doing?
That's all I know. How cool would that be if all of a sudden you see dudes out on the field, just reminding each other, let's go.
Well, they're not going to start finishing these games until they finish one of these games. I mean, it's like when you get out of college and you need to get a job and everybody's like, well, what kind of experience do you have? Well, it's nothing. I just graduated college. Well, you can't get any experience till you have experience. I mean, that's kind of where they are right now. They can talk about finishing. We can ask them about finishing. We can talk about it. Until they do it once, they're not going to start doing it. You know what I mean?
Let you finish on that brilliance.
Well, I don't know about that. Maybe we should just leave. Thanks to Rick and Jamal for Wolf. I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Here's the tale of the daily Medfield. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap GoodRx, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Ready, set, Ford. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Brocktober. On now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Bend for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big Bend for only $299 a month for 36 months. Purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9 for 72 months financing. Don't miss the Brocktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete satisfaction, Sanderson Ford. Bronco offer requires $1,810 down. Bronco Sport requires $1,920 down. Both plus tax, title, license, and $499 doc fee. OAC from Ford Credit. F-150 stock number 255360 with MSRP of $52,645. Offers expire 10/31.
Sanderson Ford.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
KMVP-FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. We'll start with injury updates from Cardinals practice. Quarterback Kyler Murray was working with the practice squad receivers during the open portion. Quarterbacks Jacoby Brissett and Keaton Slovis were the ones working with the rest of the 53-man roster. In addition, Marvin Harrison Jr. practiced today while wearing a yellow non-contact jersey. He's working his way through concussion protocol. Wide receiver Zay Jones and running back Amari DiMercado were not seen practicing during the open portion. Week 7 of the NFL season kicks off tonight in Cincinnati. The Bengals host the Pittsburgh Steelers in an AFC North showdown. Kickoff is at 5:15. And then in the MLB playoffs, the LA Dodgers host the Milwaukee Brewers. Game 3 of the NLCS. Dodgers looking to go up 3-0. First pitch is at 3:08. And then later tonight in Seattle, the Mariners look to avenge last night's loss to the Toronto Blue Jays. Seattle leads that series 2-1. First pitch is at 5:08. Pre-game coverage will start at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. Sorry, first pitch is not at 5:08. First pitch is at 5:33. Apologies there. So many weird numbers. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T? Start for free. This month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns.
Well, Burns, you like this.
Alongside the one, the only John Gambador. What's going on, Gambo?
Burnsy, what's going on?
Like just really pulling that shirt sleeve up, right?
Yeah.
Like really want to make sure everybody out there watching on YouTube gets the full effect of the size of your bicep.
Just take
you know,
the shirt off.
No.
Okay.
We have rules. We have rules. I'm telling you, you take your shirt off, that is a quick trip to meet HR. I mean, just like
right there.
Quick trip.
Right there.
Connie! Apologies, we're dealing with technical difficulties on the. We're not actually.
Put up the color bars that they used to show back when TV channels would go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what when Gambo takes off his shirt, we put up the color bars.
I kind of miss those color bars.
We play the national anthem, and then
this concludes our broadcast day.
God, remember screwing around with the antenna? Remember putting tinfoil on an antenna? Like, it gets you better. Like, you remember that? Anybody ever do that?
Yeah,
I
of
did
course.
that.
Yeah, of course.
Or like,
tinfoil
on an antenna.
Or like you'd arrange the antenna, but you always had a little bit better luck when you push the antenna up against a wall and you use your house as an extension. I mean, like, okay, we're old. I'll be the first to admit that. But like the idea that I can remember a time when the TV channels shut off at midnight or 12:30, and that was it. There wasn't
Right.
There were no VCRs. There was nothing else to watch.
Nope.
There was just that was it.
Nope.
That was your TV viewing for the day was done.
And you were your parents' clicker. You were the clicker.
Oh, there's that.
Hey, get up and change the channel for me.
I was going to ask you guys about
go
that.
change the volume for me. You were the remote control.
So did you
As
ever
a
have to
kid.
stand and like adjust the antenna a certain way and just like stand there and stay there the whole time?
I remember doing that.
Okay.
I remember doing that to get in like a Cubs game or something on that one of those channels. Yeah, I remember
Just a
having
little
like,
bit to the left.
just a little
Okay,
bit-
don't move. Don't move.
Johnny, don't move. Stay right there, Johnny.
Yeah.
Don't you move. Don't you move, Johnny. You stay right there. Or I'll beat you. Don't move.
Every Sunday night, the one family thing we did was we watched. It was a Disney show followed by the Wonderful World of Disney, followed by Wild Omaha's Wildlife Kingdom.
Wildlife Kingdom.
It was like the go-to.
That was the Gambo family time around the TV.
It was back to back. Mutual Omaha's World Wildlife Kingdom, followed by one of the Wonderful World of Disney or something like that.
Yeah,
yes.
that's crazy stuff. Anyway, not for nothing. No color bars coming as long as
Not
Gambo
for
keeps
nothing,
his
and
shirt
not for
on.
nothing, yeah.
Let's tell you what our top story of the day is here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
All right, so the update from practice today when it comes to the Cardinals, Jacoby Brissett was doing most of the work.
Yeah, sounds like he's going to be the guy right
with
now.
the top wide receivers.
Yep.
Kyler Murray was throwing on the side
Practice
to
squad
practice
guys.
squad guys.
I think that's trending towards Jacoby to me.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for clues and hints on a Thursday, I mean, yesterday's walkthrough wasn't open to the media, so we didn't have any idea how they divvied things up. Today, we got a better idea. And the fact that Kyler's throwing to practice squad guys, I don't think, kind of like last week, doesn't guarantee anything. It's just a little hint that makes you suggest that maybe it's going to be Jacoby Brissett in week 2.
With the season on the line, you go to Jacoby Brissett to beat the Packers at home. That's what it looks like it's trending towards. We don't know for sure. But Kyler throwing to the practice squad guys, I think bodes well for Jacoby getting the main reps on a Thursday. Now, things can change, but it sounds to me like they're just kind of preparing. Because it sounds to me like Kyler's not ready yet. Kyler's just not healthy enough to take those reps.
And that's the thing. Okay, we can sit here, and we talked about this earlier in the week, all right? Like, if he's not ready, he's not ready. And we can sit here and talk about, hey, we liked what Jacoby did. Look how different the offense was and blah, 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 all the stuff we've been talking about all week. But the core fundamental issue is simply this. If he's not ready to play, he's not ready to play. And given that you've got the bye week after this week to really make sure that he is ready to play, there's no doubt in my mind that coming out of the bye, Kyler Murray will be the quarterback of this team, no matter what Jacoby Brissett does on Sunday against the Packers, if it's him. But if he's not ready, he's not ready. And you can say, well, maybe he is ready, but they don't want him playing. If he's throwing to practice squad guys in practice, I can't imagine he's ready to play quarterback against the Green Bay Packers. But we'll
the
see.
Thursday practice is the big one. So for him playing, again, just throwing to the practice squad guys, just staying loose.
Yep.
Maybe he's available as the backup quarterback, but I would think it's going to be Jacoby.
Yeah. And if it is, it'll be wild to find out on Sunday if it's more of the same. There was a story today on AZ Central. You and I both saw it. How Jacoby Brissett changed Arizona Cardinals offense with Kyler Murray out, and a lot of it was.
I thought it didn't change. I heard Drew Petzing say it wouldn't change very much.
They have similar skill sets, didn't you?
Similar skill sets.
Didn't you hear?
Skill sets. They're the same height. They're the same weight. They're same cleat size.
We'll get into what this story said. Yeah. I do want to play this from Kurt Warner because I have not heard this yet.
From Kurt Warner?
Kurt Warner, who was on with Wolf and Luke yesterday.
Okay.
He was asked if there is a difference with Brissett in the lineup over Kyler. Here's what he said.
Yeah, I mean, I think I see a difference. And, I just think, Kyler and Jacoby are different kinds of players. And, I think at this point, or really just the way that Jacoby has had to play the game since he's been in the league is, he's more of a guy that will process information and play, through progressions in the pocket, whereas Kyler is a guy that, is really good, early in the process. And then he's more creative and he's more, about getting out and making plays that way. And so, I think that to me is when I watch them, that's kind of the difference in the way that they play. I mean, Kyler, with his first reads and his ability to throw the football is so unique and special and different in those situations. But I think going through things and the patience to kind of stay in the pocket and let things play out is an area where he's got to still continue to grow.
That's everything.
And that's it, right?
No, that's it. Like, listen, Kurt Warner is one of the truly great minds in football. The way he sees a football field, the way he was able to get to a line of scrimmage, know where he was going with the ball pre-snap, know exactly which read was going to be the better read, identify the coverage on the defense. Like I really, for the life of me, if I'm the Arizona Cardinals, I'm hiring him and I'm bringing him in. I'm saying, can you sit with our quarterback 2 times a week and just teach him? Because I think Kurt is that smart and that brilliant of a guy. I really do.
Like a tutor, like a college tutor.
I would bring him in. Okay, can you come in as what's Steve Nash doing with the Suns? Can you come in and just have a role with the organization and just help, help, help sit in on some coaches meetings and then help me. I would do that if I was Michael. I would want that. But to his point, I remember all the years we had Ron Jaworski on. Got to stay in the pocket. Got to stay in the pocket. Kurt Warner, got to stay in the pocket. They went out and got the most success they had was with what? Carson Palmer and Kurt Warner. 2 guys who stayed in the pocket.
Sure.
You could talk all you want about creating plays and creating, more time and space by being able to roll out and get out of the pocket. This game is won and lost by staying in the pocket. You've got to be able to stay in that pocket and deliver the football with the coverage, and that's what Kurt is saying. Jacoby is just better at it than Kyler is. It's not that Kyler can't do it. He does it a lot. It's just Jacoby's better at it.
The story that we referenced highlighted a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about most of the week, all the stuff that we saw with our own eyes. But just to make sure everybody knows what we're talking about here, the comfort that Jacoby Brissett showed under pressure, his willingness to stand in the pocket, to deliver a throw, to not get rattled easily and move out of the pocket and try to improvise or things like that. The success off play action, which, again, we've talked a lot about. They were under center a lot more with Jacoby Brissett. They ran a lot more play action than they do under Kyler Murray. They ran a lot more play action with Jacoby Brissett. That was welcome to see because a lot of his success came off of what he was able to do in play action. And then, as crazy as it sounds for being as immobile as Jacoby Brissett is, avoiding sacks. It was something he was very good at because he was willing to stand in there, knowing he was going to take a hit, but getting rid of the ball and waiting for a play to develop downfield, as opposed to just kind of starting to run around back there when things don't happen. A lot of times in the last couple of weeks especially, Kyler Murray felt like he's almost run into sacks, rather than delivering a ball.
He doesn't get sacked, and it goes down as a sack.
Yeah.
I'm just going to run out of bounds here. I'm going to fall down 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Sack for the other team. Nobody really hit him. You had an interesting point. I want to get to this because when I think it was one of the predictions where they picked the Packers to win the game, and they talked about one of the benefits of having time to prepare for Brissett.
It was a prediction piece that was on The Athletic, and they were talking about Kyler and Jacoby, and he wrote, actually, it really doesn't matter. Brissett is on his 7th team because he doesn't do as well when teams have a week to prepare for him, and Murray hadn't been able to put 2 halves of inspired play together over the first 5 weeks. The Packers' defense is due for a breakout game. The Cardinals are due for a breakout game after losing 4 straight games by a combined 9 points, like when water breaks through a leaky roof. So what he's saying is that Brissett, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday. To be fair, we brought this up. There's a reason why Jacoby Brissett is a journeyman backup in this league. He's good, but too much of him is not good. Too much of him is predictable, and you prepare for it, and you see the weak spots, and you go get it. And that's the crux of this debate for the Cardinals if Kyler Murray
It's like
healthy.
I love gelato, right? But only in moderation. I don't want to have too much of it.
Yeah,
it'll make me sick a little bit there.
See, that's my problem is I'm still learning the moderation thing with some of the things that I absolutely love. But yes, that's exactly the risk you run. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo show, Kyler Murray, it's been a rough week. He saw Jacoby Brissett play the way he played. Now he's getting called out for his leadership. Who said it? How do we react? That's next on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday.
Huddle. If we want to win this game, we can't let them win the ball, man. This is the biggest house we're going to have all year.
They run it kind of when they want to run it, so big-time challenge.
Pre-game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon. Cardinals. Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Listen to this incredible review somebody gave the Lund Mortgage team. A few years ago, we had an adjustable rate mortgage, had no idea that mortgage rates would go up so quickly. Our growing mortgage payment began to put tremendous financial pressure on us. We reached out to the Lund Mortgage team for help. Matt Olive was able to get us into a mortgage that gave us a stable mortgage payment. He told us that it would take refinancing a couple of times, continue to pay off debt in order to get our payment down to a much more comfortable number. He told us he would not sell us or refinance with us if the numbers didn't make sense. He said the cost of the loan needs to be able to be paid off within a few months in order for it to make sense. We trusted him. And a few weeks ago, we reached out and said the numbers and the rates were right where they needed to be for us to refinance. We locked in. We followed his advice, locked the rate in. A couple of days later, the rates went up. The rate for doing this was just a little more than a couple $1,000s. We previously had been quoted $20,000 to refinance with another company. They said, no way. We felt confident that you could trust the Lund Mortgage team. Call them. If you got some mortgage questions or needs, 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, Vince Marotta here, letting you know that the biggest savings of the season have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC. General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are rolling out fall savings on their entire lineup of award-winning Buick and GMC models. Like on the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab, save up to $12,000 off MSRP, or while they last, get 0% APR financing on remaining 2025 units. Or go all electric in a 2025 GMC Hummer EV SUV or pickup model with huge savings up to $15,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR on these too. All offers require approved credit and they do end soon. All this and more in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 11/3/25.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or at newnordicusa.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Can ASU pull off the big upset against number 7 Texas Tech on Saturday? We'll be getting you ready for the game tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Back here on Burns and Gambo, a shout out to our audience in Sun Lakes joining us right now.
Sun Lakes.
Sun Lakes. Hello. We thank you. Thank all everybody for listening here on the Burns and Gambo show. Sun Lakes getting a shout out right now as we join you back here from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios. Andrew Whitworth, he longtime left tackle for the LA Rams, now part of Amazon Prime's
Great
coverage.
media personality.
He really
is.
He's
a terrific personality.
That they've actually struck a little bit of gold, I think, with that Amazon Prime pregame show, postgame show. They do a really nice job. He's good. Richard Sherman is good. Ryan Fitzpatrick is good. They got a nice blend there.
Those are the blue collar guys.
Yes, they
like
very
that
much
is
are.
they're not the fancy Tom Brady.
Except for Tony Gonzalez, he's kind of got the little
tight end.
I know, but he's kind of
got to do a lot of. He was a tight end.
He's kind of pretty boy tight end.
He wasn't Phil Sims, Boomer Esiason,
Matt Ryan.
Like, yeah, this is the blue collar,
the grunt,
right there,
the grunt pregame show.
Those guys get dirty. They got hair all over their chest and hair on the back of their necks that doesn't get shaved. They got hair coming out of their ear like your grandfather had. They're kind of disgusting human beings. I always tell my wife that I'm going to get older. Whatever you do, please make sure that I don't have hair coming out of my ears. Please, I beg you. It's the only thing I want. Just make sure that stuff gets trimmed. I don't want to be that guy with like this big long hair coming out of my ear. Please, I beg you.
Well, without commenting on his ear or his back hair, here's Andrew Whitworth on a podcast, the one that he does with Ryan Fitzpatrick, talking about it's been a rough week for Kyler because we're talking about Kyler Murray and his lack of leadership.
Kyler Murray doesn't bring it. To me, it's not like I'm not a fan of the human being. I just on the football field and in that position and at the helm, I don't see enough moments where he's the guy in people's ears. He's the guy leading the football team, speaking life into who they are. I think if even the play that you brought up with DeMarcado, why is it Paris Johnson that's sitting there talking to that guy? You are the franchise quarterback. If there's anybody that should be in that circle, it should be you, making sure that DeMarcado knows you're still going to need him to win this game. We got to be in this thing. Like, I don't understand why you're not in the circle there talking to this guy who's upset and clearly distraught. And yeah, you're going to say, oh, man, that was that one time. No, there's countless moments we can go.
Marvin Harrison drops, the intercept.
It's countless
over
moments.
And over again.
And so I'm not bagging on him as a football player. I'm bagging on him as a leader. And I just don't see it. I don't see the energy. I don't see the positivity. I don't see him being the driving force to why this football team's going to go win a championship or do something special. For that reason, I'm not big on it.
Want to give real quick proper attribution. That's the Fitz and Wit podcast, which is where Ryan Fitzpatrick and Andrew Whitworth have their weekly conversation.
I don't think anybody is questioning that. I don't think we've questioned leadership in this market for a long time. We questioned it with the Diamondbacks last year, with the whole Marte situation, until Geraldo Perdomo stepped up and tried to take that leadership mantle. We questioned with the Suns last year. There was no leader. They were rudderless. They had no leader.
Hell yeah.
I mean, even when the Coyotes were here after Doan left, there was no leader. There was nobody to lead. Like, and then we're looking at Kyler. I'm like, that's why a lot of people were excited when they brought in Calais. Like, Calais can lead. Calais can be a leader. They need that. Yeah, Kyler's not a great leader. He's not. It's almost like in some ways, and I'm not comparing them to players, right? But because Devin Booker's at a much better spot than Kyler Murray is as a player. Mm-hmm. But the question on leadership with star players, some guys are just not great leaders. Doesn't mean they're not good players or great players, right? Book is trying to be a better leader. He's trying to. Got everybody together in Flagstaff, just trying to do the things that exempt leadership. Kyler tried to do it too. Let's get everybody together. We'll get him here. We'll get him there. We'll play. So he's trying to do those things. But in the heat of the moment, right, when you're down, and that's when you've got to lead. When things are not going well, you can't sit there and sulk and be upset and be pissed off. You got to lead. Like, you have to go pick your teammates up.
Before Perdomo did it this year for the Diamondbacks, I don't think this market has had a real leader like that since Chris Paul with the Phoenix Suns. You're a great player and you're a great leader. I think before Perdomo certainly emerged as that guy this year for the Diamondbacks.
He did. He really did.
But before that, I don't think we've really had a good one since Chris Paul that first year. Right? Even the second year, where it's just like, oh yeah, you're the leader of that basketball team, and everybody knows it
away.
Everybody knows who's in charge. Everybody, and everybody knows who to answer to in the locker room. Look, I'll say, because I give Mitch credit. He's the one who sent us the link to this and called our attention to it. And I've been thinking about it a lot today. What Whitworth said. I agree with you. He's not wrong, but we just got done in the last segment of the show talking about Kyler Murray versus Jacoby Brissett in terms of what each of them can do as a quarterback. And I'll just tell you and everybody listening and watching right now, I am 10 times more concerned about the quarterback stuff that Kyler Murray can't do than I am about the leadership stuff that he can't do.
I would agree with
10 times more. Like it's just
because we say it all the time.
I don't worry about that stuff anymore with Kyler. Like it's almost like it's almost like background noise to me. You know, it's like wallpaper. It's like, oh yeah, Kyler's a bad leader. Yeah, okay, and the sky's blue. You know, it's like whatever. I want Kyler. If he doesn't take a step forward as a leader, so what?
Yeah.
I want him to take a step forward as a quarterback, as a guy who can make all of the plays, and that's the part that I'm worried we're never going to see, not his leadership ability.
Well, what we said was very simple. Look, Kyler's doing all the things that he needs to do. He's showing up on time. He's putting in the time and the effort in the weight room. He's putting the time in the classroom. He's doing all that stuff. And if he's not good enough, he's just not good enough.
Yeah.
Right. It's not like Kyler's not good enough because, he doesn't want to work hard. Kyler's not good enough because he doesn't want to watch film. Kyler's not good enough because he doesn't want to work in the off season. He doesn't want to hit the weight room. He doesn't want to all of that stuff is gone. Like he's doing that stuff now. Maybe not to the level that everybody else, but he's doing it. Mm-hmm. So the question isn't, if Kyler fails, it's because he didn't want to do the work. If Kyler fails, it's because sometimes you're just not good enough. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all. There's only a certain amount of talent that you have. And, if he's not able to be a great quarterback, it's not going to be for lack of trying.
That's it.
It's just going to be because you have a limited amount of talent and you can't go any further.
It doesn't upset me that Kyler Murray didn't go put his arm around Amari DiMercato in his time of need and lead him in that moment. It bothers me that here we are, year 7 of Kyler Murray.
We're talking about Jacoby Brissett being better.
And we're talking about Jacoby Brissett and wondering if
as
he's actually
many
a better
sacks.
option. It's crazy.
He's better at making plays down the field. He's better at all those things.
We're sitting here at times thinking it might be better off if Jacoby Brissett gets to start this game against the Green Bay Packers. That bothers me way more than Kyler Murray providing a shoulder for Amari DiMercato to lean up against in his time of need. I mean, I hate to be cold about it, but it's just not.
Yeah.
It's
not
nice,
the most important
but it's
thing.
not the most important thing.
No,
it's not. And frankly, I'd much rather talk about the stuff that he can or can't do as a quarterback than the things that he does or doesn't do as a leader.
They're just noticing that. These guys are noticing that, and they're pointing that out because they don't watch every Cardinal game. So they're pointing out when they see the lack of leadership, and that's what they're pointing to.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, after I remind you that we're giving you another chance to win Cardinals and Sun Devil tickets, listen for the Sounder today at 4:15 p.m. for your shot to win 2 tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Packers and ASU take on Texas Tech. Again, listen at 4:15 for your chance to win tickets to both Cardinals and ASU this weekend. Football has a huge matchup this weekend. We're fast approaching the start of basketball season. We'll get the latest on ASU athletics with AD Graham Rossini next. You can watch him on video on the Arizona Sports app and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday.
Texas Tech is loaded everywhere. We got guys who were playing on Sunday everywhere on offense. We got their hands full, and we got the group that can play with anybody.
Pre-game at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz ready to help you with all of your eye care needs. Dry eye, glaucoma, cataracts, glasses, contact lenses, and of course, no better LASIK surgeon in the Valley than Dr. J. Schwartz. You can contact the Schwartz Laser Eye Center at any of their locations, Glendale, Scottsdale, Mesa. And what you're going to learn is he offers 2 years of interest-free financing for your LASIK surgery. 2 years of interest-free financing so you can get that vision corrected. Dr. J. Schwartz does a great job. Whether it's the Evo ICL, the clear lens exchange, or LASIK surgery, there is very likely a great vision correction procedure out there for you, so that way you can get rid of the glasses, the contact lenses, and very likely see the best that you can see. He's performed over 60,000 LASIK procedures right here in the Valley. Contact him by going online at teamidoc.com, because he, of course, is the team eye doctor for the Suns and the D-backs, or call him at 480-483-EYES.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season. So give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
Hey, when it's time to ride, Arizona, time to tackle all the AZ has to offer, you know what's made for the desert, a Bronco or Bronco Sport at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Take that 2025 Ford Bronco, engineered to dominate. The Bronco off-road racing legacy, it's made on meticulous design, merciless testing, from rock-crawling showdowns to grueling desert courses. It is Ford performance at its best. Even better, right now, get $399 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,709 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Big Bend SUV. Or check out the Bronco Sport, because right now, get $299 a month for 36 months on a red carpet lease with $2,219 cash due at signing. Plus, Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back when you lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend SUV. Both exclude taxes, titles, and license fees. Just click buyfordnow.com. Football is back, and it's all about the tradition, the tough defense, just like America Roofing. Hey, we went with the best in Arizona, America Roofing and Casa Calvisi. We're ready for every season. Heat, wind, rain, repair or replace, home or business. America Roofing means championship service and quality. No trick plays, just honest work, proven results. Don't settle for second string. Get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We'll start with injury updates from Cardinals practice. Quarterback Kyler Murray was working with the practice squad receivers during the open portion, while quarterbacks Jacoby Brissett and Keaton Slovis worked with the rest of the 53-man roster. In addition, Marvin Harrison Jr. did practice while wearing a yellow non-contact jersey. He is working his way through concussion protocol. Not seen during the open portion, wide receiver Zay Jones and running back Amari DiMercato. Week 7 of the NFL season kicks off tonight in Cincinnati. The Bengals host the Pittsburgh Steelers in an AFC North showdown. Kickoff is at 5:15. And then in the MLB playoffs, the LA Dodgers host the Milwaukee Brewers. Game 3 of the NLCS. Dodgers are looking to go up 3-0. First pitch is at 3:08. And then in Seattle, the Mariners look to avenge last night's loss to the Toronto Blue Jays. Seattle leads that series 2-1. Pre-game coverage will start at 5 with first pitch at 5:33, so many numbers, over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football fans, legendary quarterback Phil Simms is joining the Sunday watch parties on October 26th for a live Q&A. Don't miss it at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
The AD Update. Talking all things Sun Devil Athletics and NIL Weekly with Graham Rossini.
Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 12% on all repairs or replacements with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
It's our weekly visits with the athletic director of Arizona State University as they get ready to take on Texas Tech. And that game is coming up on Saturday at 1 p.m. And joining us right now from his office, although there's a window in front of him. Not like a window, but like a computer window. But that's okay. Graham's working around the tech as we speak. And maybe I can only see that and he can't. Anyway, Graham Rossini is joining us here on Burns and Gamble. Sorry about that, Graham. Awkward introduction. How are we doing today?
I can see you. Can you see me?
I can see you.
We can see you fine. There's just, there's just a little.
I think because I
is
saw
it
that.
us?
I saw that up with us before.
You know what? It's us.
Yeah.
You're fine.
Graham, you look
We're
great.
Good.
Yeah.
You look great. It's us. It's just the monitor I've gotten here. My bad.
We ever got him Jeremy? It's his fault. We'll get it fixed.
Yeah. No. You. There's nothing in front of your face at all. You look fine.
All right. So I want to start with this. And just your general thoughts on the way college football is going. James Franklin gets ousted from Penn State. The buyout is just absolutely ridiculous, like $50 million or so. Burnsy was just telling me Signetti, if they fired him without cause, the buyout it's a fully guaranteed like $90 million. How do universities do this? How do you prepare for this? You've got a great coach, and I hope he's here forever, and I really do, but and you know what it's like to have buyouts because of Ray and because of Herm and things like that. How difficult is it to manage an athletic department with those potential hiccups coming up?
Yeah, I mean, we've got to focus on the upside, focus on building a better business unit within the department. You see these varying degrees of buyouts. I don't know. That's a good question. We're lucky with the coaches that we have. We're lucky that we have people who want to be here. We're lucky that we've got deep connections to our university with our coaching staff, and I hope we're not faced with that for quite some time. And we don't have sensational buyouts. We certainly want to reward performance and upside, and try to design our coaches around, hey, rewarding them for their success, not protecting worst case scenarios. So, man, that's a deep question. I don't know that we have enough time to get into like State of the Union on college sports because every day it seems to be changing. But
I just fascinated by these buyouts, just absolutely fascinated by the amount of money that's being spent to buy out coaches. I think it's a problem. Like my point is, I think it's a major problem. Like Arizona State probably can't do what Penn State's doing, or maybe even what Indiana's doing. I don't know, but I just think it's an issue that these coaches. It's in all sports, right? The Sun's got to pay Mike Budenholzer for 5 years, for goodness sakes. So it's just a problem in sports in general.
Yeah, and admittedly, it's hard for our fans to follow because we're at one point talking about we're raising money for facilities. We're trying to come up with the resources to be relevant in a post-house settlement world where there's $20.5 million flowing to athletes now in a way that's never existed before. That's hard for any business to create $20 million year over year incrementally. We're hard at work. We're on our way. We've got tremendous commercial momentum, but at some point there are limits in our environment. And so, our approach has always been the best decisions or the most important decisions we're ever going to make are the coaches that we enter into our space. And I think you've got to design around what sets them up for success, what brings the university the goodwill as sports have success, and focus on the upside and unlock the coach's ability to be successful at the highest level. And we think about that every single day here.
Graham Rossini is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. ASU getting ready to take on Texas Tech on Saturday afternoon. As I mentioned, 1 o'clock kickoff, national TV audience on Fox. A tough one against Utah, and it was watching you guys try to rebound from this. What has kind of stood out to you this week after you come back after a loss like that, where it was almost demoralizing how that game went down on Saturday, and trying to recover from something like that?
Yeah, I've been really excited and impressed with the competitive spirit and the want to respond, right, from the coaches, from the players, from everybody saying like that was a uncharacteristic outcome for how we've played so well these past 2 seasons. And first time in almost 2 years, we've had a game that was just out of reach the way that one ended up being. And so it reinforces the things that the coaches have been working on, much like we saw after Mississippi State, and very different game that came down to a play at the end, but how that allows the team to tighten up during the week of practice, how that allows the coaches to really reinforce a lot of things that they've been teaching and coaching along the way. But even, being around a little bit this week around the team and just their competitive nature and the fact that like, hey, we need to show the world that's an outlier. That's not the way that we play. That's not the way that we've been operating. And we're going to tighten it up. And I like to see that response from our coaches and our players, that the competitors within them are saying like, hey, we got to get back to basics here, execute our game plan, and make sure that we can show that we're in this thing and we're going to compete hard. And what a great challenge this weekend with Texas Tech coming in. That's well documented, what they're bringing to town, what they're capable of, the start that they're off to. But we like how we're gonna stack up, and we're gonna go compete. And the outcome will be what the outcome will be, but it's not going to be for lack of preparation or response from what happened at Utah last week.
Last week we had you on, and you were on the bus on the way to the airport to Salt Lake City for that game against Utah, and the news about Sam Levitt wasn't even 12 hours old, that he wasn't going to play in that game. Kenny has stressed a couple of times since then about the honesty that the program has put forth when it comes to that injury report and making sure that it is the best. I'm sorry, I keep calling it's an availability report. I keep calling it the injury report. How important is that, if this is going to work, for everybody to embrace that list the way it was intended for and not try any kind of shenanigans? Because Kenny has been very upfront about, we're not doing anything wrong with how we're reporting the guys who are on this list for us.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna stick to that playbook. I mean, we're gonna err on the side of probably over communicating, and there's a method to the madness on how a guy ends up even on a probable category, if they've gotten treatment, if there's anything going on in the week that could create a reasonable doubt that they would be available. You know, we're gonna have the same thing in men's and women's basketball as we get into those seasons, and you know, we'll learn as a conference what adjustments or what gamesmanship's happening. We're gonna default to following the policy the way it's been presented to us, and I appreciate that out of our coaches. I think that's the right way for us to operate responsibly in the spirit of what the tool is intended to accomplish. And so can't speak for other universities and other decisions that are being made, but I think our approach on this is solid and appropriate.
Yeah, big game coming up against Texas Tech. Can't wait. Saturday, 1 o'clock. That's going to be a big one. Win that one, I still think you've got a great chance to get to the Big 12 championship game, which is the goal. Let me ask you about basketball. I know last year football was picked to finish last by the media. This year it's basketball that's picked to finish last by the media. Just give me your thoughts and expectations for Bobby Hurley this season.
Yeah, maybe it's a good omen, right? We that worked out well in football last year. I saw a quick headline that poll came out today, and they've got media day starting next week in Kansas City. You know, a lot to look forward to as basketball starts. I mean, this is a very different roster, an entirely rebuilt roster, 14 of 15 new. You know, one thing I'll give Coach a lot of credit for is after the season when we reviewed last year's personnel, there were a lot of games that we were in until the final 2 or 3 minutes, and we either fouled out, or there were injury issues, or there were reasons why the full roster wasn't available. There's a different atmosphere in that locker room, and 1 through 15 guys will be able to contribute scoring, rebounds, minutes, fouls, whatever the case may be, and not be in a situation where we're at the end of the game and you're shorthanded based on guys that can't play or aren't at that caliber. So they worked very hard to build this roster. Time will tell how competitive they're going to be. They're much more physical. They're much more connected as a team in the early goings. And so that's really encouraging out the gate. And look, Bobby's been at his best when back's against the wall. And so excited for these guys to get underway in a couple of weeks for them to compete and see where the season gets us.
Knowing that renovations are coming to Desert Financial Arena, and that's something that we've talked about, you know, a couple of weeks ago, in addition to the practice facility in the parking lot there for football, how much of that is a program changer and a game changer for men's and women's basketball, knowing that that's coming, and how different you'll be able to kind of sell that arena to recruits and whatnot and sponsors in addition?
Yeah. I think it's a tool for everything we're trying to do. You know, build a better fan experience on behalf of the fan base that's been supporting us so well, making sure that we bring the basketball arena up to modern standards and have an incredible college basketball experience. Knowing that, you know, volleyball, wrestling, gymnastics, graduation, there's a lot of other events that rely on that building, and there's an opportunity for us to do all that better. And it's most importantly, I think, a signal to the fan base, signal to the community that we want to be successful in men's and women's basketball, and having the physical infrastructure to go alongside coaching momentum. We've got that in women's basketball right now. Molly Miller is getting ready to get her season underway. We've sold more season tickets than the last 3 years combined on the women's side, and the men's interest remains strong going into the season. But when you can improve the physical plant, that does give you an opportunity to build a bigger fan base and recruit more corporate partners and recruit better athletes. So it all works in concert together, and it's a big part of what we've been working on taking our time, getting feedback. You know, we'll have some announcements coming out very quickly on the scope of what we're doing next summer, and then a plan for us to really design out some future iterations of the arena. And so, yeah, all that's in benefit of our basketball programs and the sports that compete in that arena.
All right, look forward to seeing that again. Sorry about the confusion at the beginning of the interview. That was all on us. That was not on you. Go Devils. Good luck this week. Saturday against Texas Tech. It's a big one. We'll talk to you next Thursday, Graham. We appreciate the time as always.
All right, thanks, guys. We'll see you soon.
Thanks, Graham.
Graham Rossini, AD over at ASU, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back here, as we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, The first episode of the new season of the show, Starting Five on Netflix. Kevin Durant was very candid in his final season with the Phoenix Suns. Very candid. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Burns and Gambo. The AD Update.
Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 12% on all repairs or replacements with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com.
Bickley and Marotta morning. Here's the deal with this football game. If ASU wins this game, there is a path back to the college football playoff. There is a path to the Big 12 championship game if you win this game. You lose this game, that's kind of out the window. You lose this game, and you're playing for bowl eligibility. So you talk about a pitchfork in the road, right? This is going to be a hard left or a hard right after this game for ASU's program. Can Kenny Dillingham, can Sam Levitt, can they summon the magic to take this team down?
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Pro Smile Dental Implant Center, truly second to none. You know, a lot of people between the ages of 40 and 60 kind of realize that, okay, I got to fix my teeth now. I want to fix my teeth. I'm tired. After a number of years of looking in the mirror and not liking your smile, not smiling for photos, interviews, the advent of social media has made it almost impossible, right? You're almost everywhere. It's hard not to be. And, you know, you can tell people that don't have good teeth because they just don't smile. You don't want to go through life like that. Pro Smile Dental is second to none. Locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. They offer free consults with the all-on-4 implants. So if you need your teeth fixed, if you're not happy with your smile, check out the Pro Smile difference. Everything about them is different. The lab, the mills, the technicians, the anesthesiologists, all there on site. The only place where you will find everything on site. Your entire smile designed in one place, not 4 different places. Now, here's the key. This is why a lot of people choose Pro Dental, because they use oral surgeons, not general dentists, to do your surgery. Yes, oral surgeons. Big difference there. So they've got great financing available. Up to 10 years, you could pay it off to get your smile right now. You could do interest-free financing, just loads of options for you. Check out either one of their locations. If you text PRO to 620-620, I'll get you all the info. That's text PRO to 620-620.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company.
And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Thursday afternoon here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Here's Lauren. She's got our social media poll question of the day. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, guys.
How are we doing?
We're doing well.
We're doing okay? What you got for us today?
We're talking about the Packers and their offensive weapons in this one because they've got a lot of them.
Gambo's favorite, Jordan Love. I do like him. He loves Jordan Love.
I'd put that out of my mind.
And I know what's love got to do with it?
What?
Just a secondhand emotion.
You got a little Tina Turner quoted for you today on the Burns and Gambo Show.
We've had a lot of musical quotes this week that came out of left field, this one included.
Yeah. When Gambo quotes Tina Turner, okay, it's when he starts going Barry Manilow on us that I get a little concerned for all of us.
Yeah, I will mention, off the air, I was sitting at home and my mom was talking to me about a TikTok about how people have no idea who Barry Manilow is. And I was like, that's incorrect. I do, because I work with Gambo.
Oh, I don't like Barry Manilow. I like two songs.
Yeah, but
it's okay to like two songs.
But you keep bringing him up.
I knew who he was because of you.
I think Mandy's a good song.
You keep bringing him up.
That's it. It's not like he's, two songs out of 150 or 200, whatever he's got.
He's not sliced bread for you.
No, he's not like when he's not. No,
he's not a foundational
not in my top
artist.
50 or 100. It's just. Do I like the song Mandy? Yes, I like the song Mandy.
You know what?
Sorry.
It's okay. First of all, don't be so sensitive.
Yeah.
Number two, own it. Own it. Don't apologize for it. Don't apologize to us for your love of Barry Manilow.
All right, then. You know what?
Fly your freak flag, brother. Okay. Fly it.
You know what? I'm going to go one front. There's a Barbra Streisand song I like.
There we go.
Fly it.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah. Own it. Apologize
the fighter.
for nothing.
She does it with somebody else called The Fighter.
Yeah, don't apologize for it.
Yeah, you know what? Tough. I like that song, The Fighter.
Number one, don't be so sensitive. And number two, don't apologize for this stuff.
She sings that way. So the main event. It's called The Main Event.
There you go.
Barbra Streisand, The Main Event. I like this song.
Own it. Good.
So
Good
what?
for you. Good for you.
So what? I like that song.
I feel like I'm Gambo's life coach today.
You are. You are.
This is kind of a life coach moment, is right? Like I just life coached you.
The Fighter, The Main Event. I like this song.
It's good.
Comes on. I pump it up a little bit.
I think I can leave now. I think
I'm not apologize for that.
I think my work here is done.
I would love to support you in this, Gambo. I don't know what you speak of.
The Main Event.
Yeah, but just know that you have my support in this.
Yeah, It's a good song. Check it out. Tell me you don't like. Tell me if you like it or not.
Okay.
Fly that flag. What's our poll question?
Yeah, it's about the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, okay. Let's get back to that.
Sorry, we're not a music station.
Yeah, no, we're not.
No.
You wouldn't know it half the time, but we're not.
I'm in love. Shh.
Your life coach is shushing.
Your life coach is just okay. No singing.
Okay, I'm just
Poll
going to
question.
talk
Yeah,
over
just
the
talk
quiet
over. Yeah,
singing.
it's fine.
Yes. Which of these Packers offensive players concerns you the most for this Sunday's game? Is it Josh Jacobs, Matthew Golden, Tucker Kraft, or Jordan Love?
Great question. Really good question. I'm going Jordan Love, but I think it's a very good question.
Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Josh Jacobs. Good. Like we're on Family Feud. Good answer. Good answer. Josh Jacobs. Survey says
Burnsy's right.
The number one answer. Josh Jacobs.
Hey, we're a team, so whatever counts. It counts. Let's go.
More applause for Burnsy there. 56% of our audience going with Josh Jacobs, 31% going with Jordan Love, 10% going with Tucker Kraft, and 3% going with Matthew Golden.
Okay. Thank you, Lauren. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. I'm not going to lie to you and everybody out there listening right now. I'm full when it comes to Kevin Durant content. I've had my fill. I'm good.
Oh, this is good, though.
I'm sliding the plate away from the table and said I choose not to partake on Netflix's documentary, which just dropped
I will not watch
this morning.
it.
I will not
watch it.
I'm good. I'm good on Kevin Durant content. That being
out
said,
of sight, out of mind.
The Starting Five documentary that dropped on Netflix, it was either last night or this morning. I can't remember when. And my social media feed was filled today with Kevin Durant content talking about his near trade to the Golden State Warriors in February. I got 2 cuts here. Let's play the first one about how he told Steph and the Warriors no.
I just told the Warriors, I told Steph, it's like, I don't think it's a smart move for either one of us, basketball-wise, to let us play the year out. And I think that's what stopped the trade more so than anything. But they were still listening to other teams and just trying to get a gauge on what I may cost, I guess.
Multiple new teams, though, did make some offers this weekend. That included the Minnesota Timberwolves and the Miami Heat.
This is still hypothetical. Teams are making calls, but we are following the story incredibly closely.
It was very quiet. Like, nobody really spoke to me about it. It's a weird thing, you know. Sometimes you don't really talk about the business with your teammates. You kind of let that, be what it is. When it's out of your control, you just sit back and wait and see what happens.
That's one.
Okay, and listen, and it just goes to show you, I'm Kevin freaking Durant.
Yeah.
You're going to trade me without discussing it with me? And remember how this was going to go. They want Jimmy Butler. They want Jimmy Butler. They want Jimmy Butler. Can't get him with Bradley Beal. You're doing everything you can to get him. You're doing everything you can. You can't get Jimmy Butler, the way you wanted to do it. Okay, how can we get Jimmy Butler? Trade Kevin Durant. Oh, okay. So I trade Kevin Durant and get Jimmy Butler, and I can get all these other things. And I'll go over exactly what the package was in a second. I'm going to call it up because I have it here. But that was where Durant lost his mind. You're going to try to trade me and not even tell me, like what happened with Luka? Are you guys crazy? Just couldn't handle it.
Yeah. No, and then he's talked about how he didn't want to get traded midseason.
It's become the Wild Wild West right now. Nothing is too far-fetched in this league.
From what I'm told, there are multiple teams making really aggressive calls to the Suns on Kevin Durant.
I'm hearing real people that I respect and that are credible in this business telling me that this about to go down. So I'm like, on the phone, I was heavy that whole night. I was like, no way they trying to do this behind my back. And they ain't say nothing to me. I said, I understand.
I'll read that quote for you because that's kind of, I think, the money line here. I'm hearing real people that I respected that are credible in this business telling me this bleep is about to go down. So I'm on the phones heavy. No bleeping way they're trying to do this bleep behind my back, and they ain't say nothing to me. I said, that's bleeped up, close quote. And there was more about, how, I know I'm the guy to get traded if stuff goes south. I'd be the easiest to trade anywhere but the Warriors. I don't want to go back to the storyline. I don't want to go there and gut the whole team. Not there.
It would have been a great trade for the Suns, but KD obviously nixed it. The deal would have sent Butler, Kuminga, Valanciunas, who they were going to flip for a couple of second-rounders. They were going to get 2 unprotected first-round picks from Golden State, one in 2025, one in 2030. They get a couple of pick swaps with Golden State. Not exactly sure which ones, but it probably would have been a Golden State in 25 and either a Miami or Washington later on. And then that's what the deal would have been. So you would have got Butler, Kuminga, Valanciunas. You would have flipped Valanciunas. You would get 2 unprotected first-round picks. KD would have went to Golden State. It was a great trade for the Phoenix Suns until KD said, hell no, I ain't going to Golden State. I don't want to be there.
Yeah, it was. I don't intend on watching it. I'm sure some Suns fans will. I'm good. I'm good to let this particular sleeping dog lie and move beyond this and move past it. I lived it. We lived it.
Right.
Enough. I'm good. Let's see what the next chapter brings.
Yeah.
You know?
And you know what? Good luck to you. Like, go be happy in Houston.
Yeah.
We're happy without you.
Beyond Josh Jacobs this Sunday, the Cardinals better get used to some elite running backs because they're slated to see a ton of them the rest of the way. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility with decades of experience experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait and switch pricing, fake, limited time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays are for football. That's why we're here to help you get your next DIY project done, even when the clock isn't on your side. Whether that's a new Filtrete filter or Bosch and Cobalt power tools, Lowe's has everything you need to feel like the MVP of DIY. So get it done and earn your Sunday. Shop now, in-store and online. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions, like your priceless vinyl collection. Sure, you sleep on a futon because the money most people would have spent on a bed you spent on more records. But forget the fact that you can stream just about any song ever created for a few dollars a month. No, you need to listen to music in the most difficult way possible. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Right now, get a rugged 2025 Tacoma SR or SR5 with 1.75% 48-month financing. Or get low 1.75% financing for up to 72 months on a full-size Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota. Let's go places. 1.75% with $21.59 per thousand borrowed for 48 months. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 11/3/25 and exclude TRD Pro models. See dealer for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We'll start with injury updates from Cardinals practice. Quarterback Kyler Murray was working with the practice squad receivers during the team's open portion, while quarterbacks Jacoby Brissett and Keaton Slovis worked with the rest of the 53-man roster. In addition, Marvin Harrison Jr., the wide receiver, practiced while wearing a yellow non-contact jersey. He is working his way through concussion protocol. And then per the team's injury reports, wide receiver Zay Jones, running back Amari DiMercado, and safety Keaton Crawford did not practice today. Week 7 of the NFL season kicks off tonight in Cincinnati. The Bengals host the Pittsburgh Steelers in an AFC North showdown. Kickoff is at 5:15. And then in the MLB playoffs, the LA Dodgers host the Milwaukee Brewers. Game 3 of the NLCS. Dodgers looking to go up 3-0. First pitch there is just a few minutes from now. We'll keep you updated as the show goes on. And then in Seattle, the Mariners look to avenge last night's loss to the Toronto Blue Jays. Seattle leads that series 2-1. Pre-game coverage will start at 5 with first pitch at 5:33 over on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Kevin Durant gets candid in Netflix documentary over Suns trade attempts being behind his back. Big 12 coaches pick ASU basketball to finish last, while Arizona is pegged for the top 4. And Cardinals cornerback Keitrell Clark says the NFL fined him for wearing a teeny tiny towel. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
You know, I think who are their premier players, and they got a lot of them. And then schematically, what you need to try to attack, you know, and they do a good job of negating how you want to attack them. I think they do a really good job, you know, the coaching staff with the players that they have is to marry the front to the back because they got multiple rushers that can win now. So then in the back end, they do a good job of making it hard on you, you know, and making you try to hold the ball, and it's a tough way to go. So
3 o'clock
they're playing
hour,
well right now.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo show. Jonathan Gannon answering the question yesterday. The first thing he looks at when preparing for the Packers, and I think based off of how this next conversation is going to go, I think we know what the first thing John Gambadoro looks at when he's preparing for the upcoming opponent for the Arizona Cardinals. Do they have an elite running back on their roster? Because the Green Bay Packers do. The Indianapolis Colts did. Yeah. And when you look at some of the teams that are coming up, a whole bunch of them do, and that could make this very problematic for the Cardinals.
We spent so much time in the beginning of the season talking about all the crappy quarterbacks the Cardinals were going to play.
Yes.
We did. Look at this hunk of garbage they're going to play a
Cam
quarterback.
Ward, Daniel Jones, Bryce Young.
Right.
Well, we didn't even know about
Spencer
Mac Jones.
Rattler.
We didn't even know about Mac Jones at the time. We just thought it'd be Brock Purdy, and it ended up being Mac Jones.
Sat there and said, my goodness, I mean, you've been handing on a silver platter. You've been handing this collection of garbage. You know, I'm like, listen, I don't want to say that. They're quarterbacks in the NFL, but they weren't good quarterbacks in the NFL. A lot of them have struggled. So we looked at that and we said, okay, this is where your bread's going to get butted, because you're playing these quarterbacks. They're not going to be able to lead them to wins. The problem is when you look at Maurice Jones-Drew did his top 10 running backs. And what you'll notice in this list is that in his top 10 running backs, the Cardinals still have 7 of them to face, and they've already faced one of them. 8 out of 10. Bijan Robinson, number 1. Haven't played him yet. Christian McCaffrey, they're going to play him again. Jonathan Taylor played him. James Cook and the Miami kid. How do you
Achane.
Ricky Dowdell.
Achane, right? Achane. Yeah, Achane. Okay, yeah.
Then Kyron Williams, Javonte Williams, Travis Etienne. So the Cardinals still have to face Bijan Robinson, Christian McCaffrey, Kyron Williams twice, Javonte Williams, Travis Etienne, Josh Jacobs. That's 7 games against running backs that are considered top 10 in the NFL in Maurice Jones-Drew's top 10 running back list. That's a problem.
Yeah,
okay, you don't have these great quarterbacks, but okay, you've got good running. Now, some of the quarterbacks with these teams, Michael Penix Jr. is doing a pretty good job right now. You know, McCaffrey's either going to have Mac Jones or Purdy. Kyron Williams got Matthew Stafford. Javonte's got Dak Prescott. You said it yesterday. Dak's having a great year. Mm-hmm. And then Travis Etienne has, he's got Trevor Lawrence. He's okay. He's just okay. But none of the quarterbacks that are coming up with the running backs are terrible. None of them are terrible. Nobody's like, oh, my God, that's a terrible quarterback. So you've got this combination coming up that I think is going to cause a lot of problems. It's going to be very difficult to go through that gauntlet of running backs.
Yeah, it is. And even having faced Christian McCaffrey once, he's such a unique guy because I don't really remember him killing the Cardinals with his running ability. It was his catching ability and his ability to run after the catch that was really the problem in that game for the Cardinals as it relates specifically to him. I don't recall Christian McCaffrey having that elite of a running day. This was a problem that I felt like the Cardinals were really poised to handle well until last week against the Colts when Jonathan Taylor ran all over them, right? Like before the Colts game, the only team that had really run excessively on the Cardinals defense was Seattle on Thursday night. They kind of had their way on the ground with the Cardinals. Most of the other teams, Alvin Kamara didn't really get his. Chuba Hubbard
against the 49ers.
Hubbard with the Carolina Panthers. This was before Dowdle was the running back Dowdle, there. Yeah. It was Hubbard. He didn't really get his. McCaffrey didn't really get his. The Seattle game, they got theirs. Okay, they ran. I don't remember the exact number. I think it was like 163.
Tennessee didn't do very much.
Tennessee didn't run against them, and then Jonathan Taylor ran all over him to the point where Jonathan Gannon on Monday had to answer questions about his run defense not being as good as it had been earlier in the season.
Put it all together. We better, or we're not going to win. Got to put it all together. All three phases, 60 minutes, run, pass game, red zone, backed up 2 minute, 4 minute. Short yardage, all the things that go into the game. But I know, Tyler, it's funny because I smirk too, but you really don't. I know. You really don't know where it's going to, matriculate for a game. And that's why you got to be on the details of everything, I mean, but that's the ball, you never know when that's going to show up. I thought we did a good job hunting it. The one we take the ball away. Then when we give it back, unfortunate, kind of a bad luck play, whatever. We looked at that, how can we avoid that one? But it all matters. It all counts. And you got to do it well.
Here's your rushing yard totals for the season for the Cardinals. 107 rushing yards allowed against the Saints, 49 against the Panthers, 73 against the San Francisco 49ers, 78 against the Titans. Seahawks, 155. Colts, 150. And now you've got to deal with Josh Jacobs. And then you got to deal with Javonte Williams and Clayton Adams, your old offensive line coach.
Right.
And then you got to deal with Seattle again. And then you got to deal with San Francisco again. And then you got to deal with Travis Etienne again. And who knows, by then Tampa Bay might have Bucky Irving back off the injury. He was having a really good year before he got hurt the last couple of games. I get where you're coming from.
What'd they get down against Seattle? Because they made this valiant comeback.
20 to
it fell short, but they were down
20-3. I think.
Yeah, so it allowed
17-3.
Yeah, that was the game in which the Cardinals had an incredible run-pass disparity. They didn't want to run against Seattle. They couldn't run against Seattle.
17-3 and 20-6. But I'm talking about Seattle running against the Cardinals.
Right, but I think because they got ahead, I think it kind of played into their hands.
A little bit, yeah.
They were to run the ball a little bit more.
With 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, they had a 20-6 lead.
Okay. Yeah.
With 8 minutes in the third quarter, they had a 17-3 lead.
But the interesting thing about that is that they didn't give up a lot of points, right? The defense went 4 games, 13, 22, 16, and 23. The first 4 games, there weren't a lot of points given up by the defense, but Seattle was able to run the ball against them.
They were just the one team in those first 4 games. And
had a little success
running the football.
Yeah.
The Colts one is the one. I think that's the one. I think
Jonathan Taylor had a terrific game.
What was it, 7 yards per carry that he ran for? You can't. You're doomed. You're doomed. And they were doomed because of that. I mean, they had a chance, but when Jonathan Taylor is running like that in the fourth quarter of that game, you have no shot. You can't get off the field against that. And I would share your concern. That's why I picked Josh Jacobs for the poll question today. I'm worried about him. I'm worried about what he's going to do to that defense. I'm worried about what future running backs are going to do that. And I think you're right. It's not as much about the quarterback as it is about the running back for some of these teams that they're playing.
Yeah, and you've got the gauntlet coming up. So can you stop the run? Can you prevent these teams from getting a lead? Because when they get the lead, they're going to run the ball more. You got to try to get ahead of them instead of these slow starts. Get ahead of those teams, because if you get ahead, then maybe you get them more into a passing situation, which is more beneficial to you.
We're giving you another chance to win Cardinals and Sun Devil tickets. Listen for the Sounder this today at 4:15 for your shot to win 2 tickets to see the Cardinals take on the Green Bay Packers and Arizona State to take on Texas Tech. Again, listen at 4:15 for your chance to win tickets to both the Cardinals and ASU this weekend. Is the shoe now on the other foot when it comes to quarterback health in this ASU Texas Tech game? We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday.
If we want to win this game, we can't let them win the ball, man. This is the biggest challenge we're going to have all year.
They run it kind of when they want to run it, so big-time challenge.
Pre-game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon. Cardinals. Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard.
Tippers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Talladega, Saturday at 12:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. The baseball playoffs are here, and anything can happen, so step up to your plate and watch every game with scenic views on deck, plus an outstanding selection of food that is second to none. If you're ready for all this, stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Hey, this is Jared, and Kenny Dillingham will join us live at 7:15 a.m. tomorrow to preview the big game against Texas Tech. And fun fact, the tech that they study in Texas Tech involves how to use AI to make chewing tobacco. Oh, ding dang do. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley Murata Mornings.
Two things. Number one, hello, Fountain Hills, home of Dan Bickley. Hi, Dan. Hi, Fountain Hills. Thanks for hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Number two, tip jar Silver Sun pickups for me, please. And this song Panic Switch, which is one of my favorites. I do Appreciate that.
Do you have a .3 at all about Jarrett's look ahead?
No.
It's best that way.
Yeah, I was trying to pretend it didn't happen. Gambo did the same thing. He didn't even have his headphones in.
I didn't listen. What did it say? Anything good?
Don't.
I couldn't say there was one thing that I was like blown away with.
Okay,
it wasn't worth the replay. But then that's Jarrett for you. On the official injury report for Saturday's game between ASU and Texas Tech, it was exactly as we expected. Sam Leavitt is listed as probable for the game for ASU.
Yeah.
And in an interesting role reversal, Baron Morton, the quarterback for Texas Tech, maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't. He is listed as questionable. They've been very tight-lipped in Texas Tech. I mean, they have to provide some information for this availability report. I keep calling it an injury report, and Graham Rossini corrects me every time. They have to provide something for it, but they've been very. There's not been a lot of information coming out of.
I can tell you
Lubbock.
they feel like Sam is going to play. The Lubbock thing I don't know.
Okay.
But the ASU feels like Sam will play. Now, that's not 100%, but that's the feeling. The people I speak with, yes, they think Sam will play. So that's good news right there. Out of Lubbock, we don't know for sure. We'll see how it goes. Both of their quarterbacks are very capable. They do so many other things so well. So I think if it is the backup quarterback, I still think that they're going to be okay.
Yeah, this was on Sparky's Den last night, Kenny Dillingham talking about playing these big games.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should. You should like to play these games. You should like to play in the games where you're 10-point dogs. You should want that. Those are the games you want to play in. You go play rec basketball, you don't want to pick all the good people on your team. You want to go on the team that like, oh, watch, we're going to upset these guys.
Yeah.
Like, watch this. Like, we're going to go play our best game. We'll find a way, and you have to yell and communicate and set screens. Like, you want to play in games that are difficult. They're challenging if you're a competitor. I think we're filled with competitors, and that's what I'm excited about.
They're second in college football in points per game. They're seventh in college football in points allowed per game.
Yeah, top 10 in almost every major offensive and defensive category, right?
Probably the most important name you need to know about Texas Tech going into this game is Cody Campbell.
Okay.
You know who Cody Campbell is? Cody Campbell is the oil and gas.
He's the guy that gave the money. Yeah, I thought it was, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, no, that
was the guy that funded the money.
Cody Campbell, the billionaire booster who mobilized the Matador Club NIL collective to the tune of over $28 million. And I did not realize until I read this first look Texas Tech story today that I saw on SunDevilSource.com. Gambo, I did not realize the extent to. I mean, I knew he spent money and I knew he bought himself a football team. Literally entire position groups he went out and just bought.
Yeah, defensive line, offensive line.
He just bought. Offensive line, he just bought.
Right. That's where their money went. Their money went on both lines.
I knew he spent money. Like, I really did. But it wasn't until I read this story, I'm like, oh, my God, the fans were complaining last year about the offensive line, so he went out and just bought an offensive line.
Yeah, well, they don't have, you look at a guy like Mitch. Mitch donates to ASU, but he wants all the money to go to the band. So, that's not going to help there.
But that's not fair to Mitch. Mitch, he's sitting right. He's hiding behind the computer. Okay. Mitch is not an oil and gas baron like Cody Campbell is. Mitch is.
We got any natural oil in Arizona? Can we drill somewhere?
Honestly, the only tycoons we have around here is you. I think I'm going to point this on you and wonder why you're not doing. So what? You love them.
I do love them.
You love them. You should donate your gazillions. You could be the Cody Campbell of ASU.
How about this, Gambo?
What are you doing over there?
The John Gambadoro practice facility.
Oh, it's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it? It's got a nice ring to it. You know what?
You guys have made a good living. I'm definitely one of the highest paid in the country at what I do, but I don't have that guy's oil tycoon money.
Well, neither does Mitch. If you're going to give Mitch crap, I'm going to give you crap.
Okay.
That's how that's going to work there.
And then I'll give you some oil if I can ever find it.
Yeah. What do we got here? We have any tycoons in anything here? What do we got?
Zoo tycoon. Yeah, roller coaster tycoon.
Money.
Do we have any tycoons? I don't know. But
the money matters. I mean, you look at a kid like this David Bailey kid, right? This kid, David Bailey, the edge rusher. We talked about ESPN's mock draft yesterday. Not, was that what it was called, a mock draft? And
yeah,
we were looking at where the Giants could get Jordan Tyson and the Cardinals would get an offensive lineman. They got the Cowboys taking the edge rusher out of Texas Tech, David Bailey. He leads all of college football with a pressure rate of about 25%. He gets pressure on 25% of his rushes. He's got 8.5 sacks, tied for first. Like, this kid is a beast and a half. I don't know how much money the oil tycoon paid this David Bailey, but my God, this kid is good. He is so good. So this is the best Big 12 team money can buy. That's what they are.
Yeah.
The best Big 12 team that money can buy is Texas Tech.
Yeah, last season, I'm reading from the article. Last season, Texas Tech's offensive line struggled to protect its quarterbacks, allowing 25 sacks, which ranked 11th in the Big 12. That led Cody Campbell to double down on his public promise, posting to social media that he would buy Texas Tech an offensive line. The revamped line has been one of the team's most improved units, surrendering only 6 sacks through 6 games.
Yeah.
Same thing on the defense. 7 of their 11 starters have come via the transfer portal.
Well, Bailey is the kid.
And he's one of them. Yeah, from Stanford. Yeah, he's one of them. There's a Georgia Tech transfer, Romello High. He has 4.5 sacks on the other side. Their entire defensive line. And look, it's hard not to make it about that when you're talking about Texas Tech.
Yeah.
It really is. I know they're dominant, and I'm not saying Cody Campbell is the only reason why they're dominant, but it's a big reason. It's a big reason when you can spend those kinds of dollars, and that's what makes me worry, honestly, that if he's going to keep doing it like that Texas Tech
could be that
is
team.
Going to be the centerpiece of the Big 12. Is going to be the team that's like the center of the gravity for Big 12 football. It's all going to revolve around Texas Tech if he's willing to fund it to that level, and we're living in kind of the wild, wild west of the NIL era of college football.
Yeah,
I worry about that, and I worry about ASU's ability to keep up. What they've been able to do is commendable. What Graham Rossini has been able to do is commendable. Kenny Dillingham's Activate the Valley. It's awesome. It ain't this. It's not this.
No.
This is next level type stuff. And this is like the Diamondbacks back in the day looking at the Dodgers and their payroll going, well, how the hell are we going to compete with that?
Yeah.
This is the Tampa Bay Rays back in the day.
Right.
Looking at the Yankees and the Red Sox going, how the hell are we going to compete with that?
They signed guys early. They had to take the gamble of let's sign Evan Longoria and give him this crazy contract right now when the kid's 22 years old. Look, I mean, you look at the transfers that came in. It's like, okay, their line last year was okay. So then they go out and they bring in the kid, Howard Sampson from North Carolina, Hunter Sombrano from Illinois State. They brought in a kid, Will Jados from Miami. You just have to look, my God. Like, man, the transfer portals where they just absolutely killed it. Their leading receiver was gone. What did they do? They got this transfer from Louisiana who caught 48 passes last season. Like, just everybody they got is like, wow. And that's why, you think about recruiting and college recruiting and everything, man, it's just not the same anymore when you've got money and you could go lure kids to come play here. So I was fascinated when I read the Texas Tech preview in the beginning of the year because of all the transfers, because they were good last year. They weren't great, and now they're great.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if there's a comp here or not. I know that the last 2 games before Utah, when ASU played what was considered to be a top quarterback, they shut that top quarterback down. Whether it was Sawyer Robertson at Baylor, whether it was Josh Hoover at TCU. Now, last week against Utah was a different deal. But it's interesting about Morton being questionable because he's good. He's through 6 games. He's thrown for more than 1,500 yards. He's completing a clip of about 70% of his passes. 13 touchdowns. His offensive coordinator is the Texas State guy that ASU faced a year ago. I don't know if it will be as potent without. I know he's missed a few.
He doesn't run. He doesn't run. The Morton kid doesn't run very much. He was coming off of a shoulder injury, so he's just been an injured guy. But he came into the season with 6,200 career passing yards, 49 touchdowns. He coming off a season last year, 3,300 yards and 27 touchdowns. So he's good. He's good. But I think the other guy's, good too. So
Hammond is the other guy.
Yeah.
And it's 3 games that Morton's had to leave this year. But you just wonder about the other guy, and you wonder about their running game and whether it really centers around more him than it does their quarterback, and Cameron Dickey.
Well, you always try to stop the run, but they're very talented. I think the key, like you said, is the line, because Utah had that big offensive line and it controlled the game. Texas Tech offensive line has the ability to control the game too.
Time to get the latest from Cardinals practice, and there is a lot to get you caught up on. We'll do our Red Sea review with Tyler Drake next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
One of my favorite things about going to the V's that's right down the street from my house in Gilbert is that one of the barbers there, his name is Omar, and Omar's been there forever. Omar's great because I walk in and the first thing he says, he starts talking about his Cowboys. And he starts talking about his Lakers. And then just to get under my skin, he starts talking about his Dodgers. Now, I'm not even really sure if the Dodgers are actually his or not. He just likes trying to get under my skin. I needed it. He's not the guy who cuts my hair because I couldn't stand it if he did. But I do. It's part of the reason why I love going to V's. Look, it's a great haircut. It's the best barbers in town. But I also love that comfort when I walk in of, hey, Omar knows me, and he knows what bugs me, and he knows how to start a conversation, and he knows how to keep a conversation, and it's real comfortable, and it's real easy, and most importantly, it's really fun. It's really fun to go to V's Barbershop and get your hair cut, because I know I'm going to walk in with a smile knowing I get to talk to Omar, and I know I'm going to walk out with a smile because I'm going to get a great haircut no matter which of the barbers I see at V's Barbershop. Next time you're looking for a great haircut, go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment today at V's.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
The days of waiting weeks or even months for new countertops is over. The Window Depot has a wide selection of in-stock granite and quartz countertops so you can upgrade your kitchen or bathroom now. From sleek, modern quartz to timeless granite, we have the perfect countertop to match your style and budget. And it's ready to take home today. Our team is here to help you choose the perfect countertop at the lowest price and get it home fast. Visit a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602 the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We'll start with injury updates from Cardinals practice. Quarterback Kyler Murray was with the practice squad receivers during today's open portion, while quarterbacks Jacoby Brissett and Keaton Slovis worked with the rest of the 53-man roster. In addition, wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. practiced today while wearing a yellow non-contact jersey. He's working his way through concussion protocol. Per the team's injury report, wide receiver Zay Jones, running back Amari DiMercado, and safety Keaton Crawford did not practice today. Week 7 of the NFL season kicks off tonight in Cincinnati. The Bengals host the Pittsburgh Steelers in an AFC North showdown. Kickoff is at 5:15. And then in the MLB playoffs, the Dodgers have already scored here in the bottom of the first inning. Brewers doing a bit of a bullpen game today, while Tyler Glasnow on the opposite side. Dodgers up 1-0. They actually just wrapped up the first inning, so it looks like Jacob Mizorowski was able to get through things. Brewers coming to bat top of the second. Later on tonight on ESPN 620 AM, the Blue Jays and the Mariners in Seattle. Mariners up in that series 2-1. First pitch is at 5:33, and coverage will start at 5 over on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Burns and Gambo. The Red Sea Review with Tyler Drake. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Kickoff savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Just off the I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Our weekly visits with our Cardinals guru, Tyler Drake. Joins us via the video here in Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. If you're watching on YouTube, joining us from home there. Tyler, what's up, man? How we doing today?
What's up, guys? How are we doing over there? I'm doing all right.
What's the award plaque right behind you over your right shoulder?
Oh, it's a
that one, yeah.
golf tournament, back-to-back champs.
There you go. Back-to-back golf champion. That's how we should introduce him.
Back-to-back golf champion Tyler Drake.
Here comes Tyler Drake, the back-to-back golf champion, to talk about the Arizona Cardinals.
There we go.
We'll do that if that's what you'd like. It's back-to-back golf champion Tyler Drake. You got a lot of nicknames around here, but we'll call you that if that's what you want. So you got to watch a little bit of practice today. You got to see what was going on out there, and it would seem as if, and again, not necessarily reading anything into it, unless you tell us that we should, Kyler Murray was throwing to more of the practice squad wide receivers, and Jacoby Brissett was throwing to the main wide receivers. How much should we read into that, in your opinion?
I would read into it quite a bit, just because it's similar to what we saw on Friday. Not quite exactly, but similar. And then you look and see it's every day it's been Kyler Murray throwing it to Marv, throwing it to everybody else that is usually on that starting rotation. And now it's, hey, we're going to have you work with the practice squad guys, and instead Jacoby and Keaton Slovis work with the guys on the 53-man roster, and that's what we saw a lot of today. So it's very much, we'll have to see what tomorrow looks like, and not saying that Kyler didn't look good moving around, how he was doing things, but that is a little bit of a tell of, hey, I think Jacoby's still in line to potentially start, unless Kyler can really prove something on the practice field tomorrow and get past that foot injury.
Yeah, Brunsey brought up a good point that I'm really fascinated about, too. Like, there's a reason Jacoby Brissett's been on 7 different teams and, is a backup quarterback. And that's because, when you've got time to prepare for Jacoby Brissett, you can put in a good game plan for him. So I am curious, and I'm sure you are, too, to see, the Packers have some really good defensive players led by Micah Parsons. How much different will their game plan be defensively against Jacoby Brissett after watching him go 7 times down the field, take advantage of the middle of the field? It should be a different game plan we see.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of those things because I believe Jacoby Brissett's game after he gets that spot start isn't the greatest showing. So it will be something to watch for sure. Obviously getting more tape. I think it's one of those, almost like the Josh Dobbs example I think I want to bring up is kind of, hey, can this defense figure you out after getting a week of work or after seeing you get a little bit of run with this Cardinals offense? But again, I still think it would be a lot of the same stuff. I think Jacoby Brissett, he showed a lot of great stuff out of play action under center, added a little bit of a wrinkle there. That was the biggest difference that I saw last week. And if you can marry some of that with a little bit more of the run game against, I know the Packers are a stout team against the run, but you can marry those two together. You have a fighting chance against this Packers team that came out of the gates looking like a Super Bowl contender and it's kind of faltering a little bit, to say the least.
I know he was wearing the yellow non-contact jersey today in practice, talking about Marvin Harrison Jr. And I know Jonathan Gannon, he met with the media on Wednesday. He'll meet with everybody again tomorrow. I don't know if we'll get a definitive update one way or another. Based off of your experience watching these things and what Marv was able to do today in practice, I wouldn't even want you to guess where he is in the concussion, the return to play protocol. But what would be your guesstimate about what his availability might be this week based off of what you saw today? Or is it just impossible to do that?
From what I saw today, I'd say he's probably closer to the back end of that protocol. I'd say he's probably on step 4 because he's back on the field. He's in that yellow non-contact. He was moving around just fine. So I would not put it past the team, or I wouldn't put it past anything that he would be ready to go this weekend. It just seems like that's the next step. Looks like the fact that he was back out there working was a really good sign. So we'll see tomorrow if that yellow non-contact jersey is off of him tomorrow. I think that's your sign that he's going to be good to go for Sunday.
We have really talked a lot about the run-pass differential in some of these games. The Seattle game, this last game, the just heavy pass and no real balance to the offense. When you look at the running backs, you look at Bam, you look at Carter. Now they've had a couple of games. They've been without Trey. You've been without Connor for a while, now without Trey for a few games. Do you see any difference? Do you see them try to get more balanced offensively and try to get more gains on the ground?
I don't know. I think what we saw last week was a really good game plan of kind of combining what we saw in Seattle and then throwing a little bit extra in there. So as much as, you've got to get the run game going, you've got to bring it back to at least a threatening thing. I'm not so sold on that they're just going to lean on it to win a game. I don't think they can right now. And that's nothing against the guys that are in there, but you've got Michael Carter and Amari DeMercado who missed another day of practice. And then you've got Bam Knight that, yes, they can fill in, but I just don't think they give you that same kind of oomph that you had with James Conner or Trey Benson. So you've got to look at other ways to get other guys involved to really open things up, and then maybe pick and choose your chances more times than, hey, we're going to run the rock, and see if something breaks. Now it's kind of, hey, we've got to do some play action. We've got to get back under center, and then let's take our shot in the run game more than anything. So I think last week's performance was kind of setting the stage of, let's get the run game involved, but maybe this play action can keep the defense a little more honest, and you can break some of those efficient runs that Jonathan Gannon really wants to see.
Amari, Tyler Drake is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show. Amari did not practice today, as you mentioned a second ago. We saw when he exited that game against the Colts, the roles shifted a little bit among the running backs. Would you expect that Bam would get more of those first and second down carries and that Michael Carter would be more of the third down back, as we kind of saw that was the alteration that was made when Amari left the game? Do you think there'll be a continuation of that?
I'd almost flip it. I think you put Bam maybe potentially more back there because I think they really like Michael Carter as that shifty early down back, and then Bam's got a little bit more to him, so maybe you put him in that third down role. But it's going to be really interesting to see how it all pans out, especially if Amari can't go, because that's been the one thing about Amari DeMercado is he has been solid in pass protection. So watching this, I mean, that's one of those little wrinkles that really could pay dividends this weekend. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they do and potentially who they might have to bring up from the practice squad to help fill that role in the running back room.
What's the over-under on how many catches the new tight end Kelvin Beacham's going to have? We got to get him a pass. I mean, come on, he's eligible on all these plays.
That's been I said that last week. I was like, oh, reported as eligible. Just throw one to him.
Just one. Just really mess the Packers up, you know?
We talked to Trey McBride in the locker room and actually asked him, hey, would you mind if he got any passes going his way? He's like, no, man. I need the targets. I don't even know what Beacham's hands. I don't even know how Beacham's hands are, but yeah, not going to happen. And I mean, Drew Petzing even talked about like he's not going to go run 4 verts out there. But I would love to see a little wrinkle. I think he could do it one time.
Just a little curl pattern. You know, you don't have to run. Just catch it and sit down at that first down mark. Just a little curl, catch it, sit down. You don't even have to run. First down, 4 yards.
Exactly.
3rd and 4, right to Beacham.
Exactly. I love it.
Tyler Drake is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show. From the defensive side of things, it's been Calais Campbell has been a great signing. That defensive the defensive line right now, is hurting and looking for somebody other than Calais Campbell who's kind of step into that void. What is the read at all on Darius Robinson after missing the last couple of weeks with the chest injury? He was back out there this week. I know they've been looking for somebody else on that defensive line to step up. Is it too early to count on him being that guy this week, given his limited amount?
I'm leaning towards him being back. I do think that's. I mean, it's up in the air. He's limited. We'll see what happens, but I'm leaning more towards he's going to be ready to go just because he's back on the practice field. And then the other thing, I mean, Walter Nolan coming off the pup or not coming off the pup, but practice window open. That's going to be something to watch too. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be this week, but I mean, just looking at him during the open portion looked very, very fluid, very aggressive, very explosive. So that could be maybe a potential reinforcement coming back sooner than later. Obviously, we saw Bilal Nichols come back right away after he got his practice window open. So maybe they can do the same thing with Walter. And I think he would definitely give this team a boost. Everybody continues to talk about how much they really like this guy, how explosive he is, how he can be a contributor. So I'm really interested to see how fast he can really get back and be on the active roster.
I'd be surprised if it was this week. I mean, it would shock me a little bit, but you never know, right? You never know until I hear differently. I would think it's more likely you try to come back after the bye with him because he hasn't had a padded practice and he needs these practices, and they want to do it right. They want to bring him along right so that way he could have at least a good half a season, and maybe you learn your lessons from Darius Robinson. So I am really fascinated to how they bring Walter Nolan along. My guess would be that he still has a couple weeks of practice before he'll be able to play.
Yeah, and that seems like that would be a logical thing just because, save yourself, get another week of the bye. I mean, that's the same thing we could kind of talk about with Kyler. If he's not 100%, give him that extra week of the bye. You saw Jacoby Brissett set team high or season highs in throwing or passing yards, total yards, offensive points. I mean, give him another shot if Kyler's not 100%. That's kind of where I'm leaning at.
All right, he's our resident Cardinals guru and golf champ at Arizona Sports. He is Tyler Drake.
Two-time champion.
Two-time champion.
Let's not screw that up here.
There are two little
two-time
plaques
champion
there on that trophy back there. So the two-time golf champion of Arizona Sports. Thank you, Tyler. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
You got it. Tyler Drake, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Judas Priest and Alice Cooper joining forces for an epic tour coming to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on October 22nd. Text the word Cooper to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to see them live. Again, that's Cooper to 620-620. Suns paid a pretty penny to upgrade their center position this offseason. Is Mark Williams guaranteed anything beyond this final season of his contract? Gambo's got some info. You're going to want to hear it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday. Will we see Sam or Sims at QB?
The quarterback has nothing to do with moving people forward and backwards. Has nothing to do with tackling.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You one of those people that prefer leasing over purchasing a vehicle? You just like the ability to, hey, I want to use the car for a couple of years and I want to give it back and then I'll get something new. That way I'm always in something new. Sanderson Ford, they've got you covered. Check out this. How about leasing a brand new 2025 Bronco Big Ben for just $399 a month? That's for a 36-month lease, $399 a month. That's pretty reasonable. How about leasing a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big for only $299 a month for 36 months? And you say, now we're talking $299 a month. And you said, okay, Gamble, how much down? Not a whole lot. The Bronco requires only $1,810 down. Yeah, you could lease these vehicles for 3 years with only $1,810 down on the Bronco. The Bronco Sport is $1,920. So that's what's required to put down on it. And, of course, you got to be approved by Ford Credit, and there are great deals out there right now. So if you're one of those people like, hey, I really like to lease, I want to get into something new and always be in something new, Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online for more info at sandersonford.com.
2 of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
This is Chris Berman, and the Cardinals have a big game against the Green Bay Packers. And ASU plays the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Moretta Mornings.
That's terrible. By the way, favorite Kiss song. Ace Frehley died today from Kiss.
Oh, did he really?
Ace Frehley died today.
Oh, I want to rock and roll all night.
I was made for loving you.
Party every day.
And, yeah, that's the Detroit Rock City.
I want to rock and roll all night.
I want to rock and roll all night and party every day. I was made for loving you, babe, and you were made for loving me. That's my favorite Kiss song. I didn't like a lot of them, but I liked some of them. Ace Frehley from Kiss.
Wow.
76 years old.
God, that was such
a
crazy thing when we were kids. And again,
74 years old.
We date ourselves when we say this. We make ourselves sound so old. But when Kiss, and they're wearing all that makeup, right?
Yeah.
And you used to tell them apart based off of the makeup that they were wearing.
Right, Gene Simmons,
you know, the
John
one that had
Paul,
the star.
Jones,
and it just, you knew who they were based off of that.
Yeah.
It was a long
Paul
time ago.
Stanley.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, they weren't bad. They weren't half bad.
No, they were not. They were not back in the day. So we saw a rookie extension get done in the NBA yesterday. Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
Sacramento Kings got $140 million.
He got paid.
So our buddy Bobby Marks and his crew over at ESPN, Tim Bontemps and others, took a look at other rookies from that class who are eligible for contract extensions before the deadline. I don't remember exactly when the deadline is, but it's coming up very soon for you to do that. And they're making a case for every player that's eligible and whether they should get one or not. Mark Williams of the Phoenix Suns falls into that category. Why an extension could get done, they write. That's the commitment they've shown to Williams by sending out 2 first-round picks to get him. And the fact they've already kind of invested in him, you might as well double down and keep him because you spent so much draft capital to get him. The reason why you wouldn't, same article, points out that his, and I quote, health might be the most scrutinized in the NBA. The Lakers traded for Williams in February, only for him to fail his physical. After the trade was rescinded, he played very well. He has never played more than 45 games in any season and has missed 116 games with various injuries, back, foot, and thumb, A likely approach is to evaluate Williams this season and then decide whether you want to pay him. There's the good and there's the bad when it comes to this.
Well, what's going to happen with Mark Williams is that I do not expect that he will get the rookie extension. So I'm going to say no. He will not get the rookie extension. We could just say this. It's not going to happen. He's got, because of the injury history, it makes sense to play it out. Now, the Suns, it's not like you could lose him. If he plays great, like, oh, my God, why didn't we give him the rookie extension? He still is a restricted free agent. And as a restricted free agent, you have control over the situation. Now, if he goes out there and he crushes it, well, maybe he could get $20 million instead of $12 million, that type of deal. So it could just cost more money for the Phoenix Suns. If he goes out there and just has an unbelievable year and he stays healthy, I said to you yesterday, I think the goal is to try to get him 60-plus games, 60 or more games would be a big win for them if they could do that. So my feeling is they're not going to give him the extension. If he goes out there and stays healthy and plays well and you want to keep him because they believe he's a top 15 center, and he is. If he plays well, he's a top 15 center in this league, maybe somewhere between 10 and 15, I would think. So you could always just pay him. You could always just say, okay, I got to pay you, and it's going to cost you more money than their extension would be, but so what?
Yeah, no, I'm very fine with not paying him because I think the if here is just really big. You know, I think it's too big. It's such a big if. It's the reason why acquiring him in the first place kind of felt a little risky, right? Like you know, I was on vacation, but you were on the air when everything went down on draft night. It was a wild and wacky 15 minutes, right? The Kaman Malawach maneuvering, and then almost immediately after that, the Mark Williams acquisition. If I remember right, they happened within about 15 minutes of each other, and that was it. It was done, right?
Right.
Yeah. So,
right.
And I just remember loving the one and just so unsure about the second.
Right.
I mean, just because he's always hurt.
Always has been hurt.
He's always hurt.
Lakers rescinded a trade because because they didn't like what the medical looked like.
And you know, there might have been questionable medicals on the medical, but it doesn't matter. And when you've missed as many games as Mark Williams has, you got to see more, way more than what he's given you so far before you're going to go handing him a check for 3 years and $51 million or whatever the extension might have been. I hope this one feels very risky to me. This one feels like a little bit of a crapshoot, roll of the dice. If this one doesn't work out, you're gonna regret maybe what you did on draft night to maneuver to get a player if he's injured again.
Could backfire
this one, I'm really worried about this one backfiring.
And that's what a lot of people are asking about.
Really?
Like, boy, you gave up a lot to get him. You really just want to have him for a year? Well, you'd like to have him for longer, but you don't want to make that commitment in draft capital and then money unless you want to be sure. I mean, if anything, you lose the draft capital after 1 year. If he doesn't play well and he's hurt a lot, you lose the draft capital, but you haven't put that money investment in him. But I think the thing that a lot of people are surprised about is, boy, if you were going to give up those draft picks for him, why not just say make the commitment and keep him? Because he is a good player.
I understand that logic. I mean, that's logical to think that, hey, you clearly valued him. You don't have first-round draft picks growing on trees over there. You know, you've got a very limited number. You don't have control of your first-round pick at all until 2032. If you're going to go sacrificing the ones you've got for Mark Williams, clearly you like him enough to give him the extension. And that's why I think this front office, as they kind of go into this running a basketball team really for the first time, this to me is the one that I think has the greatest risk of failure to it. Like the Kaman Malawach, loved it. The Rasheer loved it. I loved the Rasheer Fleming. I absolutely did. I liked the way they kind of put their eggs into this basket to get these two young players. The Mark Williams baffled me.
Yeah, you didn't even dislike.
It really did baffle me when they did it.
You didn't love, but neither did you dislike the Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green, and the draft pick.
No, you're right.
Because the draft pick turned into Malawach.
In fact, you're clarifying my thoughts for me, and I appreciate that. Of all the things they did this offseason, the thing I dislike the most is this. Is the Mark Williams deal. Mm-hmm. It's like by far, it's the one thing I just go, okay, I don't get that. But then I say that, and I know this was a different regime, and it was a different front office, but it also sort of reminds me of James Jones' draft maneuvering when he got Cam Johnson. Right, and it was like, wait, what have you done? You know, who did you trade? What? Because remember, that was the whole, that was Dario Saric, and that was Cam Johnson, and that was, does he know what he's doing? You know, there was, I remember on draft night, there was a very real, oh my God, does James know what he's doing with this? Does he understand draft value, and you moved up for Cam Johnson, and it worked. A different GM, but I feel that same way about that one as I do about Mark Williams. Like, God, I hope this works out for you guys, because that's an awful lot to give up for a player who never plays and you're not going to pay.
Well, it's probably likely they didn't think they were going to get Malawach, and they wanted to get a center, so they made that move, and then they still got Malawach. The great thing about Mark Williams, in my opinion, is I don't want to bring Malawach along quickly. I want to bring Malawach along slowly.
Agreed.
So if Mark Williams and Nick Richards can man that center position, and even Oso Ighodaro, and it allows you to take your time developing. We're in no rush to develop Malawach. He's 19. If it allows you to take your time developing him, I think that's a win.
It's just a very expensive price to pay for that luxury.
I don't disagree.
Very expensive price to pay for that.
So, yeah, I would say no contract extension, rookie extension for him.
Time to hit the top sports stories of the day, including news that impacts the Suns' season opener, but for their opponent. We'll get you caught up on everything going on in sports next in the Reset.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Getting into an accident is awful. Getting into an accident and not having anybody fighting for you on your side is even worse. Trust me, I've been there and done that. That was a huge mistake. Getting involved in an accident involving a truck is really, really tough. And that's why if you fall in any of those categories, you should contact Berg Simpson immediately so that they can be on your side, so that they can represent you. We didn't when we got involved in an accident years ago, and it was a huge mistake. It left really nobody advocating for us, and we thought that because we were not at fault in the accident that we'd be fine without somebody advocating for us, and we made a huge mistake in that regard. But as it relates to truck crashes, they're different. There were over 150,000 truck-involved injury-causing crashes a year ago, and these can be really, really devastating. The trucking companies have huge insurance companies that work on their side, just huge. So you choose Berg Simpson to help you after a trucking crash. You're getting over 45 years of experience and reputation on your side, and over $50 million in trucking injury claims alone recovered. Call 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard.
Tippers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Talladega, Saturday at 12:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We'll start with injury updates from Cardinals practice. Quarterback Kyler Murray was working with the practice squad receivers during today's open portion, while quarterbacks Jacoby Brissett and Keaton Slovis worked with the rest of the 53-man roster. In addition, wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. practiced today while wearing a yellow non-contact jersey. He is working his way through concussion protocol. And then per the team's injury report, wide receiver Zay Jones, running back Amari DiMercado, and safety Keaton Crawford did not practice today. Week 7 of the NFL season kicks off tonight in Cincinnati. The Bengals host the Pittsburgh Steelers in an AFC North showdown. Kickoff is at 5:15. And then let's check in on the Major League Baseball playoffs. We are going into the bottom of the third inning in Los Angeles. The Brewers and the Dodgers. Brew Crew were able to tie it up after falling behind early. It is a 1-1 game, again, going to the bottom of the third inning. And then later tonight, the Seattle Mariners and the Toronto Blue Jays in the Pacific Northwest. Mariners looking to avenge last night's loss. They still lead the series 2-1. Pre-game coverage will start at 5 with first pitch at 5:33. over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Remodeling your home from cabinets to countertops and everything in between, The Window Depot has everything you need. In stock and ready to go. Browse online at thewindowdepot.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
The midway point of this Thursday show, Lauren is here. She's got the top stories of the day in the 4 o'clock reset. Lauren, the stage is yours. Tell us what's what.
All right, well, we're going to start with the Arizona Cardinals because yesterday we got some good news, which is that Walter Nolan's practice window had opened up. Today, we saw him out on the field practicing with the rest of the team. Well, here's Buda Baker discussing just that.
Yeah, Walt comes each and every day like he's playing the game. He's in all the meetings. He's, doing the prehab stuff that he needs to do. It's great to see him on the field, looking very explosive, fast. Just a guy we saw, in the OTAs, a guy who's so explosive as a D lineman, and we're very excited to, possibly get him back.
I don't know what the time frame is. I'm excited to get him back, too. He's their first-round pick. My assumption is that he needs about 2 weeks of practice before you could consider him, put him on a football field. I'd be somewhat shocked if they practice him this week. Okay, line up against the Packers. As much as they may need the help, you got to do right by him and bring him along the right way.
He's had a single padded practice as a member of an NFL team. It's just we all want him back badly. We all know the Cardinals are kind of under the gun a little bit here with the schedule and the way things are, but they do have to be careful about this. So they have to think about him. So I would agree with Gambo. I think it's still going to be a couple of weeks until we see him.
In the Cardinals injury report today, here are some names to highlight. Keaton Crawford went from limited to did not practice today with an ankle injury. Akeem Davis-Gaither went from limited to full today with that foot injury.
That's a good one.
Bam Knight went from limited to full with a knee injury.
Can't lose another running back.
No, not at all. Mari DiMercato did not practice again today and was not seen during the open portion of practice. And Michael Wilson and Dadrian Taylor-Demerson both went from limited to full today.
Okay, good. So some guys trending in the right direction. That's good news. Yeah.
Yeah, overall some good news on that injury report there. And tonight in the Icy Hot Bowl showdown, we've got Joe
the Icy
Flacco
Hot
versus Aaron Rodgers.
Did we find out if they still sell Ben Gay?
You know what? I did not make my trip to the drugstore like I said I would a couple of days ago. Just look up Ben Gay and see if you can buy it on Amazon or something like that. While you look that up, I will tell everybody.
Oh, yeah, they got it.
They still have it?
They still got it.
Okay,
You can still get it.
Okay, good.
That was the stuff back in the day.
Was it effective?
Yeah.
It was just, I mean, it was,
Ben
it was
Gay
like
was
Icy
great.
Hot. It was like Icy Hot before there was Icy Hot. It was kind of the same thing.
It was kind of like it had like almost like a cotton ball on the end of a stick, and it was like liquid, and so you'd put it in there and then you'd rub it on. So it was almost like a metal stick, and then it wasn't like it was like a heavier type of cotton ball that you would use, and you'd. After sporting events, you lather that stuff all over you.
There are only three.
You smell terrible, but
you would smell terrible. There are only 3 times in NFL history a pair of 40-year-old quarterbacks have faced off in the same game, and they're the same 2 quarterbacks. They just met 3 times. Tom Brady and Drew Brees. And that's it.
Oh, wow.
That's the only 3 times in history where there have been 2 40-year-olds at quarterback who have played each other until tonight. So enjoy the Icy Hot Bowl.
Truly, and Trey Hendrickson, he'll be out for that game for the Bengals. And Kenny Dillingham on Sparky's Den last night discussed Sam Levitt having to watch the game from the sidelines.
Yeah, he was frustrated. You know, he's an ultimate competitor, so when we're not having success for a multitude of reasons, and he's watching, you know, and you can't help, you know, it sucks. And so I think for him that sucked. It wasn't fun. And I think he went back to work, continued his rehab process like he's been doing the last 3 weeks to get himself in the best position to, you know, potentially play this week.
And on the first availability report for ASU, they have Sam Levitt listed as probable for Saturday's matchup. Texas Tech has their QB listed as questionable.
Everything I hear from ASU, and I checked in last night, is that don't know for sure, but yeah, it's looking like Levitt's going to play. They're thinking that Sam Levitt is going to play. So if we're at Thursday and they feel good about him playing, I think it's trending really well.
I'll keep saying it about this game. I know we're looking at Texas Tech like they're the boogeyman, the $28 million boogeyman, and maybe rightfully so. If you can win this game in your ASU and you can dig deep and kind of find that spirit that guided you last year, you know, to that Big 12 championship, man, the clouds part, and it's all right there for you if you want it in terms of that Big 12 championship. I mean, it really is, given the schedule and the way it kind of breaks for them after this game. We'll see.
And a look in at the MLB playoffs, the Blue Jays got their first victory in the series against the Mariners last night, 13-4.
Hit the hell out of the ball last night.
Seriously, today is a doubleheader day in baseball. The Dodgers are taking on the Brewers right now. It is the bottom of the third, tied 1-1 in that one.
My wife was so mad last night when I got home and the Blue Jays were up 6-2.
Why?
Because she's rooting for Seattle so bad. My wife doesn't really like a lot of sports. She likes baseball because our kid plays baseball. Our son plays baseball. She loves baseball. Just loves baseball. Huge Diamondback fan. She was just so mad. It was 2-0, and then they tied it, and then they gave up the home run. Then Varsho hit the 2-run double, and it's just going on and on and on. It was 6-2. I don't know why they left this guy in. The guy who was pitching, he should have been taken out of the game. Like that's what I got home to last night. The first thing I greeted, not hi honey, how are you? Not dinner's almost ready. Nothing like that. It was just ranting and raving about it was 6-2 Blue Jays, and she was pissed.
Sounds like I need to gift the Calm app to 2 people over at the Gambadoro household.
She was so upset.
Not just one. Everybody just, the Daily Calm. It's okay.
Gotta get this guy out of the game. I can't believe they pitched him. He didn't have it, clearly. She was just going on.
She's
okay,
not
honey.
even a Mariners fan. Okay, I mean,
she's rooting for the Mariners.
I guess so.
Well, in an hour from now, Chelsea can be even more stressed out because the next game in that series starts in just about an hour from now. And in what is a hodgepodge of basketball news, if you will. Domantas Sabonis sustained a mild hamstring strain. He will miss the preseason finale versus the Lakers on Friday. questionable whether he'll be ready to go for the opener against the Suns.
That's one win for Gambo and the bet right there. Just slide it on over right now.
What do you mean, Russell Westbrook can't pick up his slack?
Listen, I think we should keep a tracker.
We had a show meeting today.
We should have a tracker.
And Gambo's like, I think we need to have a tracker on this bet that we have. I'm like, you don't think you're going to be a tracker enough? You're only going to bring it up every other day.
It's one win.
Every game you're going to bring it up. We have a tracker. His name is John Gambadoro.
Yeah.
We don't need one.
I keep forgetting how many wins they had last year, though. How many was it?
36.
One down, 36 to go, because I can't tie.
We can't tie.
There you go.
Can I ask a question? I don't mean to delay this. I'll make this real quick. Like, this is an injury-proof bet, right? Like, we didn't put any injury. No. Okay, good.
There's no injury protection.
There's no injury protection for you on this.
No.
Okay,
I have the Suns are going to be better than last year because that Kevin Durant guy and the Bradley Beal guy are gone.
I was thinking about that when I was driving home last night. I thought, if that sneaky little you-know-what put an injury clause in this and I don't remember that, I need to speak to my attorney because we're redoing this one.
You need a new one.
Okay, no, there's no injury protection.
No.
My biggest 2025 rant was there is a 0% chance that Bradley Beal will be back with the Phoenix Suns this year. 0. At the end of the season, I said that. And nobody believed me at the time, but it ended up being 0. He's gone. They'll be better because he's gone.
I was going to say, what does it have to do with... Now I know where you're going.
They'll be better because he's gone.
I cut many a social clip of Gambo saying that exact same
All right, I'm sorry. I held you up. What else?
And quickly,
Hodgepodge.
The Big 12 men's basketball preseason coaches poll was released today. U of A comes in at number 4 behind Houston, BYU, and Texas Tech. And ASU is bringing up the rear, 16 out of 16.
It's going to be a rough year for Bobby Hurley and crew.
It's going to be a final year for Bobby Hurley.
Well,
it's going to be a rough final year for Bobby Hurley.
Another way of putting it, yes. A rough final year for Bobby Hurley and crew.
And LeBron James, he will be out through at least mid-November with his nerve issues and his sciatica that he's been dealing with the past few weeks.
Okay.
And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren.
Oh, my goodness. I just saw really quick, as I was setting my fantasy football team just to see if I had any guys in tonight, the worst manager for the week was Bernsey.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. I guess I
set the worst lineup and only scored 78% of the perfect possible lineup.
Rico Dowdle was on my bench.
It's shocking I didn't mention that in the 4 o'clock reset.
I can't believe you didn't. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Micah Parsons is frustrated for a lot of different reasons. Will he take his frustrations out on the Arizona Cardinals? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday.
Texas Tech is loaded everywhere. We got guys who were playing on Sunday everywhere on offense. You know, we got our hands full, and we got the group that can play with anybody.
Pre-game at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Liberty GMC is in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere can you get a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. Don't forget that. But where they are when it comes to you and getting your car serviced, it's a question of where you are, because it's brand new at Liberty GMC, and it's an awesome service. It's concierge service when it comes to getting your vehicle serviced. They will come to you. You don't have to go to them. They will come to you. They'll pick up your vehicle, they'll perform the service, and they'll return it to you. If you're a small business owner, awesome. If you just want convenience, it's awesome. It's an exclusive service, and it's available only at Liberty GMC. You can book it on their website, as I mentioned, libertygmcaz.com. So while you can go to them, they can also come to you with concierge service. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
One last match, one unforgettable night. The regular season finale is here as Phoenix Rising Rising hosts San Antonio FC on Saturday, October 18th at 7 p.m. It's Fan Appreciation Night with special drink and food deals and end-of-season merchandise sales all night long. Celebrate the season, cheer on the squad, and send Rising into the playoffs in style. Tickets start at just $15. Lock yours in now at phxrisingfc.com. Final match, full stadium. Let's rise together.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Connor's in for the touchdown. Touchdown, Sun Devils.
Arizona Sports, home field advantage. Home field advantage.
Gambo, caller number, please. 4. Caller number 4. At 602-260-9870. Caller number 4. 602-260-9870. You're going to get 2 tickets to see the Cardinals taking on the Packers this Sunday. You'll get ASU Texas Tech tickets on Saturday. Again, caller number 4 at 602-260-9870. Packer fans are not allowed to participate.
Yeah,
don't even bother.
They'll kick you out of your seat.
We'll sniff you out. We'll know.
And don't try to hide the jersey and then put it on. We'll know.
We'll know.
We have eyes in the sky.
We are watching you. Don't do it. 602-260-9870. Thanks to everybody hanging out here with us on the Burns and Gambo Show. A special shout out to our friends in Tempe. The cleanup efforts from that incredible microburst.
Oh my God, we got hit hard.
Hurricane that hit Tempe. Yeah, the other day. So a shout out to our friends in Tempe, and hope the cleanup efforts are going well out there. Certainly. Micah Parsons. We talked about him. We've talked about him a lot, and Micah Parsons is a bad man who is not happy with his defense. He's not happy with how they're playing. He's also not happy with the holding calls that he's not getting in the NFL. I read another story, like both he
stop it,
and Matt LaFleur are both campaigning hard this week for the holding calls that Micah Parsons
he can't play a whole
getting.
game and nobody holds him. It's impossible. He's that good of a player. He's pretty upset with the Packers defense overall. 40 points given up to the Cowboys in week 4, 21 of those in the second half, 18 points to the Bengals in week 6, all in the second half. Just said overall, last 3 games, they've given up over 18 points after halftime. That's the second worst mark in the NFL, behind only the Baltimore Ravens. So that's been an issue for them. So he said, just the first half, it just shows who we are. Like, we've been trying to figure it out. We've been showing glimpses, but how can we just do it for a complete 4 quarters? Have you heard that before? We held up our end of the bargain. We held them to under 20, so I'm happy we got the win. But we want to get to the point where we get teams under 14, 10, hold them in that range all game. So this is the guy signed that big 4-year, $188 million deal. He's playing good. Like, he's got 11 total tackles, but the sacks aren't there. The pressures are there, but the sacks are not there. He's got 13 quarterback pressures, but only 2.5 sacks.
Yeah, he's got, if you look at the traditional numbers, it's funny. And this is, and Keegan Waters, by the way, congratulations to Keegan Waters for winning the tickets, the Ultimate Fan giveaway. We appreciate that. We'll be doing it again tomorrow at 4:15. 11 total tackles, 2.5 sacks, and it actually prompted us to have a conversation yesterday, a brief one, about whether Dallas has actually won the Micah Parsons trade. But you look at the advanced metrics, he's 3rd in the NFL in quarterback hurries. He's 4th in the NFL in quarterback pressures. He's 7th in the NFL in quarterback knockdowns. Pro Football Focus, not the end-all be-all, but I looked at Pro Football Focus. They have him as the highest graded pass rusher, edge rusher in the NFL this year, Michael Parsons. So somebody thinks he's doing well, right? Like, I know this, and this is the world we live in, right? Like, you can take numbers and you can twist them and you can make them tell whatever story you want to tell. You want to tell the story that Micah Parsons isn't making much of an impact, you'll point to 2.5 sacks and go, hey, come on, man, what are we paying for? 2.5 sacks? But then I can counter with all these other numbers and say, yeah, but look at everything else that he's doing. It's Micah Parsons. He's a beast. And I don't like him doing the referee thing where he's complaining about the holding calls that he's not getting. Because it's like
going into the Cardinal game? Why? Because the Cardinals will be paying attention to it? The refs will be?
The refs will be paying. It's like an NBA coach who complains about, hey, we're not getting any calls. And then the next time out, they get a bunch of calls because they're complaining about the calls they're not getting.
Like they said, like, look at the amount of snaps this guy's playing. You can tell me he hasn't been held once? Nobody's held this guy once. One of the premier defensive players in the league. Nobody's holding him. Listen, he's getting used to a new scheme, new personnel. It's kind of a work in progress. But they wanted to have more turnovers. They wanted to, be better defensively. And they just haven't been as great as they expected. Look, they gave him $188 million. But, the numbers, nobody's complaining there. It's just you look at the sack numbers. Like I was looking at something. Like if you look at the sack numbers between, like Josh Sweat has 5 sacks, Micah Parsons has 2.5 sacks, right? So Sweat's got 5, Parsons has 2.5. If I would have told you going into the season, right, and this is where stats can lie to you. If I would have said, hey, we're going to be 6 games into the season, and Josh Sweat is going to have double the amount of sacks of Micah Parsons, and they all played every game, you'd be like, really? What, Sweat's got like 10?
Yeah.
Like you would have thought like, oh, I'll take that.
Or you would have thought Micah Parsons got hurt or something like that.
No, if I said he didn't get hurt, they both played in every game, similar amount of snaps, and Josh Sweat has double the amount of sacks as Micah Parsons. You would have signed up for that any day of the week.
But I think that's the story of the Green Bay Packers so far. And we'll have a longtime Packers beat writer, Rob Domofsky. He's going to join us at 5 o'clock today. He's been covering the Packers for a long time. Everything about the Packers is kind of like Micah Parsons. Yeah, it's been good. How come it's not better? Like literally everything. Like you take Jordan Love. Yeah, he's been good. How come he hasn't been better? Golden. Yeah, he's been good. How come he hasn't? Like the whole team is kind of defined by it's good. They've only got 1 loss on the year. They look like they should be one of the elite teams in the NFL, but they're not doing the things that we thought they were going to. That's the story of Micah Parsons. That's the story of Jordan Love. That was kind of the story of Josh Jacobs up until the last couple of weeks. That's the story of Green Bay so far. They've underwhelmed, like a lot of teams have in the NFL so far this year. They've underwhelmed. And Micah Parsons, look, I think he is still one of the, I know the numbers haven't been great this year. He is still one of the elite players in the NFL, and you better. And the Cardinals aren't. Jonathan Gannon's not. Drew Petzing's not. Going into this game thinking, Micah Parsons, what's wrong with him? Yeah, you know what? He's just not the same player that he used to. No. Micah Parsons will destroy a game if you allow him to. And they are
looking as a defense for that breakthrough game. Like they're tired of giving up all these points, like what happened with the Bengals in the second half and the Cowboys game. It's like we need that game. We need to really shut somebody down. So their eyes are on the Cardinals this week, whether it's Jacoby Brissett or Kyler Murray. And it's like, hey, look, this could be a get-right game for them. If Brissett's playing and you've got no Connor and you've got no Benson, could this be a game that the Packers defense puts it all together?
And no Marvin Harrison Jr. if he's not out of concussion protocol, right? Like, I mean, there's a real chance you're going into this game very, very shorthanded if you're the Cardinals. In what amounts? And we'll talk about this a little bit later. I went and did the homework this morning, and looked at the 2-5 team thing. I'll tell you all about that a little bit later on in the show to see just how much of a problem it is starting 2-5. Well, this is a must-win game for the Arizona Cardinals. They can't.
I
Trust
believe
me when
that.
I know you do.
I believe it.
The math backs it up. Trust me when I tell you they really can't afford to fall in 2-5. It would be a really big problem if they did.
Especially because their schedule's so tough going forward.
Really big problem. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, Texas Tech is perfect coming into Tempe. Can ASU spoil that perfection? That's coming up on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday.
If we want to win this game, we can't let them win the ball, man. This is the biggest challenge we're going to have all year.
They run it kind of when they want to run it, so big-time challenge.
Pre-game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon. Cardinals. Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So when it comes to your banking needs, checking accounts and savings accounts and loans, Global Credit Union has proudly served Arizona for over a decade. You can become a member today. I'm a member of Global Credit Union. There are real, tangible benefits that come with doing your banking with Global Credit Union that are actual benefits. They are completely and totally committed to going as fee-free as you possibly can go. They understand it's your money. You want to save. You've got big things, big financial goals, and they really do want to help you get there. Global members pay low to no fees on their accounts. They get a better interest rate than they can at a bank. I've told you this number before, but it's a real number. Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference when you bank with Global Credit Union. So many benefits. Explore all of the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our Easy Trade-Up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football and the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through October 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. The game plan to score on this great deal is to get on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
America's greatest polo party, the Bentley Scottsdale Polo Championships, returns for 2 days this year on Saturday and Sunday, November 8th and 9th at Westworld of Scottsdale. 6 beautiful polo matches with the world's top players, plus hot fashions, cool cars, DJs, party and VIP tents, and cultural performances in a setting like no other. Tickets and tables on sale now at thepoloparty.com. That's thepoloparty.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We'll start with injury updates from Cardinals practice. Quarterback Kyler Murray was working with the practice squad receivers during the open portion, while quarterbacks Jacoby Brissett and Keaton Slovis worked with the rest of the 53-man roster. In addition, wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. practiced today while wearing a yellow non-contact jersey. He is working his way through concussion protocol. And then per the team's injury report, wide receiver Zay Jones, running back Amari DiMercado, and safety Keaton Crawford did not practice today. Week 7 of the NFL season kicks off tonight in Cincinnati. The Bengals host the Pittsburgh Steelers in an AFC North showdown. Kickoff is at 5:15. And then let's check in on the Major League Baseball playoffs. In the NLCS, the Dodgers are hosting the Brewers in Game 3 of that series. Dodgers up 2-0. That Game 3 is currently tied 1-1. In the top of the 5th inning, nobody on and one out for the Brewers. And then later tonight, the Seattle Mariners and the Toronto Blue Jays, Game 4 of the ALCS. Mariners up in that series 2-1. Pre-game coverage starts at 5 with first pitch at 5:33 over on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. Can ASU pull off the big upset against number 7 Texas Tech on Saturday? We'll be getting you ready for the game tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, their defensive line, 4 transfers in, beat out the 4 starters they had last year on their team, all NFL players. So they have 6 defensive linemen that are going to be drafted or play on Sundays in some capacity. So a really good front. Their linebackers are probably the best linebacker core that we've played here since I've been here. Their back end is super, super talented.
It's Kenny Dillingham last night on Sparky's Den talking about Texas
Playing
Tech.
the 85 Bears.
We're making them out to be that.
I mean, we
really are. I mean, no, you're and if you want a more maybe relevant or recent team, you could mention any of the Patriot teams, perhaps from the last 20 years or so, if you don't want to go back 40 years. But yes,
those teams sucked. They were very lucky to win. No great. Really weren't that great. That Bears team would have shut them out.
We are making them out to be this unbeatable monstrosity.
You want to know why?
Because they're an unbeatable monstrosity?
So they're 6-0.
Is that why?
They're 6-0. But
Did I get it right?
Let me give you some numbers. Ready?
Okay.
Texas Tech is the only team in the country not to trail in a game all season.
Okay, that's pretty impressive right there.
The Red Raiders also are the nation's leader with an average scoring margin of 35.3 points per game.
Impressive.
Texas Tech set a single-game school record with 9 sacks in their win over Kansas, breaking their previous mark of 8 set in 1993.
Okay.
Texas Tech enters this weekend as the college football leader with 48 offensive plays from scrimmage that have gone for 20 or more yards.
Okay.
Including 31 of them through the air.
Impressive.
I'll say that one again because it sticks out like a sore thumb. They lead college football with 48 offensive plays that have gone for 20 or more yards, 31 of them through the air.
Actually, I think the first one you mentioned was the most impressive to me.
Oh, okay, that they haven't trailed the game all season.
They're the only team that haven't trailed in the game all season this year. That to me is impressive.
Texas Tech has outscored opponents by 212 points this season. That's their average margin of victory, 35.3. They've outscored their opponents by 212 points. Mm-hmm. These numbers are ridiculous, just ridiculous when you start to look at like how good they are. So I think, that's why everybody thinks, okay, they're a lock for a top 4 spot if they just win out in the Big 12.
Yeah, and like normally I would look at stuff like that, and the first thing I would do is go to the schedule and say, okay, yeah, but who? Who
it's the one knock.
It's the one knock. Who is it? And the one knock against the one knock is Utah. That's the one where you go, okay, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
You know, and that was a game we talked about yesterday. 24 of their 34 points against Utah came in the fourth quarter. I watched a lot of that game. That was a close game for the first three quarters until it wasn't. And then Texas Tech kind of flexed, and then that was it. It was over. But the knock is the schedule. The knock within the knock is that the one team that dominated ASU this year, embarrassed ASU this year, was embarrassed by Texas Tech. And that's where I don't put all my stock into the schedule and how bad it is, because if you're looking at common opponents, oh my gosh, they did to Utah what Utah did to ASU, and that's what scares me about
ASU is the first common opponent from last year for them. But let me give you some numbers just on the non-conference
Well, look at you.
schedule.
You're like Matt Damon from Goodwill Hunting over there with all the numbers.
It's called preparation. It's called preparation.
Is that what it is?
You know, I don't just come in here and turn on the mic and just,
You're not just wowing us with your charm. Yeah, you don't just come in here and make jokes about back hair and ear hair and things like that.
That was a hilarious bit right there.
That was pretty funny. Okay, wow me with your prep.
So there's two other teams in the top 15 that have faced common opponents by Texas Tech, but not done as well. Oregon and Oklahoma. And I'll give you an example. So Oregon played Oregon State. They won 41-17. Texas Tech beat them 45-14. So about a margin right there. Oklahoma shut out Kent State 44-0. The Red Raiders blew them out 62-14. So, there is some common opponents there. But the one interesting thing that if you look at the teams they played in the Big 12 so far, those teams are a combined 6-1 in conference play, not involving the Red Raiders. So take the game against the Red Raiders out.
Okay.
The teams that they've played are 14-2 overall with a 6-1 record in conference.
Okay, that's impressive too.
Okay, that one's impressive.
Yeah.
14-2 overall, 6-1 record in conference games. That's their opponents if you take the Texas Tech game out.
Yeah, because they've played so well.
Get out, everybody.
Did you just seriously do the mic drop? I'm done. Are
no,
you leaving?
I don't have anything else. I don't have any other good notes.
They've played Utah, Houston, and Kansas so far.
Yeah. Those teams are 14-2 overall and 6-1 in conference if you take the Texas Tech game.
While you were reciting your great preparation, and while I was in awe of your ability to command the stats the way you did, and I'm not being at all sarcastic when I say that, just a little, something popped into my head.
Okay.
Texas and the Peach Bowl. And a similar sort of vibe of,
you can't play with them.
This was fun, but watch this.
Okay.
And that was the vibe by a lot of people going into that Peach Bowl game. Hey, cute little story. Fun, awesome. It was great.
Time to go home now.
Time to go home.
Time to go home now. Go home to your mom.
Hey, the grown-ups are talking now. The adults are in the room.
Yeah, you don't belong.
The kids' table is over there. We appreciate it. And we all know that if Jordan Tyson plays in that game, ASU wins. We all know if that awful penalty call at the end of the game doesn't happen, ASU wins. And I don't know if this is going to happen on Saturday. I have no idea. But the last time we got the you can't win vibes off of an ASU football game was that game. Is there any comp to that, do you think, at all? Especially when you consider this one is here and that one was 3,000 miles away in Atlanta. Is there any similarity to that at all?
The only thing is Cam Scatterbo was a one-man wrecking crew in that football game against Texas.
Yes, he was.
He had 170 yards rushing on just 16 carries. He averaged like over 10 yards a carry. He was that good. He had those big receptions with the touchdown.
So is this a Miss Cam Scatterbo game?
I don't know. I don't know.
You can't win without him game?
I'm just saying the one thing about that Texas game was, look, he was really dominant in that game against Texas, just really dominant.
Yes.
So I think he showed it. He had 30 carries for 143 yards and 2 touchdowns. He had 8 receptions for 99 yards, and he threw a 42-yard touchdown pass. Let me say that again for that game. 30 carries for 143 yards and 2 touchdowns. Added 8 receptions for 99 yards and threw for 42 yards. Add that all up. That's almost 300 yards.
Yeah.
He accounted for by himself. He was just so freaking good in that game.
But you're going to stop short of saying they can't. even though they don't have
No,
Cam.
I think that they can play with anybody in the country, ASU.
Okay.
I think that they can play with these teams.
Lauren, just do me a favor, just out of curiosity. I want a side-by-side comp of the point spreads of these two games. What the point spread was of ASU going into the Peach Bowl against Texas, and what it is at home against Texas Tech. And I bet you'll find that they're pretty close.
Oh, okay.
I bet they're pretty comparable.
So you want to know what Texas was favored by?
Yes, what Texas was favored by and how it compares to what Texas Tech is favored by.
I don't have the answer to
No,
that.
I was asking Lauren because she can look it up real quick because
Right.
I bet they're similar. I bet they're close. And I get it. I respect. This is where we're going to find out. You know what? This is, and I heard Bickley making this point on a promo that we're playing for the Bickley Murata show, and it's a point well made. This is where we're going to find out if Kenny can duplicate last year's magic or not. Because ASU last year competes in this game. You know, ASU last year, albeit with Cam Scadaboo, and that's a point well made, ASU competes in a game against the monster they can't beat. They do.
Right.
And if Kenny is this magician, and I'm not saying he's not, but if he can find a way to duplicate that effort against the unbeatable, as we've all then we'll see that last year wasn't a fluke. Then we'll go that, wow, he went and did it again. Kenny Dillingham is a magician.
I
think
your Texas Texas comparison is a very good one. I think it's a very good one.
You think so?
I do. I think because Texas Tech has played to a level where you would almost think that they're an SEC school right now with how they played.
Yes.
You would almost think they're a Big Ten school, a dominant school in one of those programs because they're literally beating the hell out of everybody they play.
Lauren, you got an answer for me?
Yes. So this weekend, Texas Tech is 10.5-point favorites against ASU.
I'm going to say 12. Texas was 12.
Texas is 13.5.
Okay. So 13.5 favorites over ASU.
10
in
and a half.
January, 10.5 now for Texas Tech at ASU.
Yep.
In a game that's here. Okay. Similar vibes. Now, go do what you did against Texas and do it a little better.
Go do what you do.
Go do. Well, I mean, this is.
Listen, this is where they excel. ASU excels in the you can't win. You can't win, Rocky. They excel in that.
You can't win.
This playing the favorite thing didn't work out so well for them. It wasn't so great. This, you're up against it. Nobody expects you to win. You got to go get slaughtered. That type of feel, they like that. They relish in that.
Although I'm telling you, I'm going to send you this Instagram video that of a buddy of mine who's a big-time ASU fan just sent me a drone camera shot of Texas Tech's facilities, like a single-take drone camera flying through the practice. Oh, my God, this guy's money is well spent. This Cody, what's the dude? What I say?
But how much money did he give them?
28. Well, it's like he found 28 million.
Was that just for NIL or was that for the facility?
I don't know. But this facility is holy crap. I'm going to send this to you, and you're going to be
looking at it now on your phone.
It's impressive. It's really impressive. I want to thank my buddy Kerry Trulick for sending this to me because it is very impressive.
If I went to college, I might just go there.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we've talked about the importance of not being 2-5 if you're the Cardinals. We'll explain why it's important to not be 2-5 if you're the Cardinals next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Murata mornings. 3-4 is disappointing, but you can talk yourself into some things at 3-4. First of all, you're only one game under 500, so you can come out of the bye week win and you're right back at 500. You can convince yourself that we could very easily insert the number of victories. It's a real heavy issue as to what they're going to do and how this team is going to look and the importance of not coming out of the bye week at 2-5, especially when, as you pointed out, you can make this argument that things could be so much better for us.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley. And Mike, you've got a great special going on if people sign up for the turf maintenance program.
Turf maintenance and cleaning is very essential to the longevity of your turf. Give us a call. We're giving up to $250 off on all cleanings, depending on size of project. We offer a 3-step process like none of our competitors in the business.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Hey folks, it's Vince Marotta here to let you know about the amazing deals being offered now at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. General Manager John Nissen and his team are marking down nearly every remaining 2025 Ford model. Like the Ford Explorer 3-row SUV, now available at 0.9% APR financing plus $2,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or America's favorite F-150 trucks with a 2.7-liter EcoBoost engine, ready to roll with 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $1,250 in Ford bonus cash. Find these deals and more on the rest of their award-winning lineup, including electric and hybrid options. Just stop in, tell them I sent you. All offers require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been looking for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, APR terms limited. 3.9% financing is $1,560 per 1,000 financed. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 11/3/25.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Hi, Lauren Sears got an update on our Twitter poll question of the day, and then we've got multiple updates on this 2 and 5 thing. Lauren, take it away. What's our
Best
poll
Kiss
question?
song ever. I should have went with Beth. Beth is a great song.
Okay.
Beth is a really good song. Oh, that's not the poll question?
These random thoughts that just pop in.
Ace Frehley died today, so
I
I'm just,
know.
I mean, yesterday D'Angelo died. I could have done a D'Angelo poll question. I don't
know
think
one
that's our
song he
audience.
sings. I don't know any of his songs.
I
I'm
don't
sorry.
think that's our audience.
I know D'Angelo Russell, but I don't know D'Angelo.
No, I also know D'Angelo
I know
Russell.
Beverly
no
D'Angelo.
relation.
I remember Beverly D'Angelo from the National Lampoon Vacation movies, but
Why, these are a lot of
random D'Angelo
polls
references,
here.
or Kiss references. Again, having nothing to do with the poll question whatsoever.
Nothing. Also,
No.
still having nothing to do with the poll question, I spent the entire break watching that video of the Texas Tech facility.
Yeah.
It almost makes you forget you're in Lubbock.
I think people on YouTube right now are spending the entire break watching the amount of colors you have on that shirt that you're wearing right now.
I got a lot.
That is a lot of colors. Show everybody on YouTube right now. Show everybody on YouTube that's watching on the YouTube channel. There's a green, there's orange, there's purple, there's red, there's blue.
I like it.
white. There's at least 17 colors on that one shirt you're wearing.
At least.
At least 17
And it looks
colors.
kind of cozy, too.
It's
You know,
very
it looks like a fireside chat kind of a sweatshirt you're wearing
It's
there.
a Mr. Rogers sweater, if you will.
Yeah. All right, go ahead. What do you got?
All right. Well, our poll question today has nothing to do with anything we just discussed leading up to it.
It never does.
It never does. Instead, it's which of these Packers offensive players concerns you the most heading into Sunday's game? Is it Josh Jacobs, Matthew Golden, Tucker Kraft, or Jordan Love?
Josh Jacobs.
I'm going to go
You're going to change your vote?
Jim Taylor.
What?
No, Jordan Love. I'll go Jordan Love.
Surprised you didn't go with Bart Starr.
Oh, man. I'll go Jordan Love.
Okay, thank you for giving an answer of the poll question answers. Right now, Josh Jacobs is running away with this one with 55% of the vote, 33% going with Jordan Love, 9% going with Tucker Kraft, and 3% going with Matthew Golden.
All right, thanks, Lauren. We appreciate it. You can find it on the Burns & Gambo X page, at Burns & Gambo. One word is where it's at. We're going to preview this Packers game with Rob Domofsky, ESPN NFL Nation Packers reporter, coming up in the next segment of the show. We've been saying all week, you don't want to be 2-5, you don't want to be 2-5, you don't want to be 2-5. A listener just sent you a message on Twitter and said, okay, get
the teams that have since 1990.
Okay.
So in the last 35 years, there have been only 7 teams that have started 2-5 and made the playoffs. Thanks to Tommy Boy, who sent that to me.
Okay.
7 teams since 1990 have started 2-5 and made the playoffs. So it's not impossible, but it's kind of rare.
So let me tell you the research that I did to emphasize what Tommy Boy, and thank you, Tommy Boy. We appreciate that.
That's what we used to call Kachuk, Tommy Boy.
He said 7 since 1990?
7 since 1990.
So I only went back to 2020 because that's when the playoffs expanded to 14 teams.
Okay.
I figured if I was going to find it, I was going to find more then because just more opportunity to get in.
Yeah.
4 of those 7 have happened since 2020. So it's actually happened in 4 of the last 5 years where a 2-5 team has made the playoffs. There's a really big but here, though. There's a really, really big but. You ready for it?
Okay.
Okay. You'll figure it out here pretty quick. In 2020, Washington started 2-5 and made the playoffs. As a 7-9 team, they won the division.
Ouch. Okay, that's not happening.
2021, the Eagles started 2-5. They made the playoffs as the last wild card team at 9-8.
Okay.
In 2022, the Jags started 2-5, and they made the playoffs at 9-8. They won the division. And in 2023, the Packers started 2-5 and made the playoffs, but at 9-8. They won the last wild card spot.
Okay,
So in 2 of the instances, a mediocre team won a really crappy division. That's not happening here. And in 2 of the other instances, 9 wins was all it took to get the last playoff spot, which is also probably not happening. It could, but it's probably not happening in this NFC.
Let me tell you why it's probably not going to happen, okay? Why it probably wouldn't happen if the Cardinals lose this game. You've got to go 7-3 to get to 9-8.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go 8-2 to get to 10 wins, which probably gets you in, right? Would you agree?
I would agree.
So now you're looking at a 7-3. Now, after this game against Green Bay, they've got one. So after this game, they've got 10 games left, right? It'll be 7 games done, 10 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those are on the road. So it's not the other way around. So 6 of the 10 are on the road. On the road at Dallas, on the road at Seattle, on the road at Houston, on the road at Tampa, on the road at Cincy, on the road at the Rams. So you don't have a balance, you don't have balance there. It's harder to win on the road.
Right.
So you've got more road games, and you're playing more teams with winning records.
Yeah.
Seattle, San Francisco, Jacksonville, Tampa, the Rams. Like the Falcons are pretty good right now. The only bad team you're playing is Cincinnati. Houston's got a losing record, but that's not going to be the easiest game on the road against Houston. So the schedule does not really favor the Cardinals being able to go 7-3, 8-2. That's why this game's important, because if you can get this win, you can make an argument that you might be able to go 6-4.
Right.
But 7-3 just becomes just a hard task.
Now, I don't know those other 3, the ones that Tommy Boy referenced. I don't know when the other 3 were, but I figured I stopped at 2020. I kept going backwards, and I stopped because I'm like, But that's when the playoffs expanded. It used to be 12 teams made the playoffs, and it went to 14 in 2020. It's just going to be easier for a 2-5 team to make it when there's 14 teams instead of 12. So it's happened. I mean, it's happened in 4 of the last 5 years, but I thought it was really interesting that twice it happened when 2 so-so teams won really bad divisions. And I saw another story today on The Athletic in which they had the playoff odds for all the NFC teams. And
5%.
And it's 5% for the Cardinals to get into the playoffs. Their win projections, and like you mentioned, man, just about every team they play, the Buccaneers, the Packers, the Rams, the Niners, the Seahawks, the Falcons, the Cowboys, they all have way better playoff odds than the Cardinals do, and you have to play all of them if you're the Cardinals. It just looks it's so hard.
The Tennessee loss looks almost like when the Diamondbacks lost 3 out of 4 to Colorado. It's like
you can't recover from that.
You can't.
No,
you can't lose 3 out of 4 to Colorado.
I can't remember who I was talking to today. It's like just one more win. San Francisco, Tennessee, somewhere.
Tennessee.
One of those games that you lost, if you just won 1 of those, it's a totally different conversation.
But we're still disappointed.
We're still disappointed.
We thought this was the easiest part of the schedule. I'd start 5-1.
But we're not having these doom and gloom conversations. It's doable, right? It's still hard, but you're not sitting at a 5% chance of making the playoffs if you're 3-3.
Right.
But because you're 2-5, it just makes all the difference in the world if they lose this week's game. So what is different about this year's Packers team? We're going to head to beautiful Green Bay, Wisconsin, and find out next on Arizona Sports.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Football season equals the tailgate season, which means the Ford F-150 at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here, just the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. All right, so how? Why? Well, it's no one thing. It's the combination of everything, right? From smart tech to powerful engines. You want productivity? How about available built-in electrical power and a convenient tailgate work surface? You can customize the F-150 pickup to fit your needs. And right now, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 in cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. Yep, get 3.9% APR Ford credit financing for 72 months plus $2,750 cash back on a 2025 Ford F-150 XLT 2.7-liter truck. But hurry, these deals won't last long at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Exclude TVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center, and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Sports fans, it's showtime at Talking Stick Resort. Rock out to ZZ Top, the global symbol of rock and roll. Laugh out loud with multi-platinum comedian Bill Engvall or viral sensation Matt Matthews. And get your country music fix with chart-topping artist Jody Messina. Or celebrate the holidays with two-time Grammy Award winner Leanne Rimes and her greatest hits Christmas concert. Talking Stick Resort is your go-to spot for incredible entertainment. Grab your tickets now at TalkingStickResort.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We'll start with injury updates from Cardinals practice. Quarterback Kyler Murray was seen working with the practice squad receivers during today's open portion. Meanwhile, quarterbacks Jacoby Brissett and Keaton Slovis worked with the rest of the 53-man roster. Wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. did practice today, and he was wearing a yellow non-contact jersey. He is working his way through concussion protocol. And per the team's injury report, wide receiver Zay Jones, running back Amari DiMercado, and safety Keaton Crawford did not practice today. Week 7 of the NFL season kicks off tonight in Cincinnati. The Bengals host the Pittsburgh Steelers in an AFC North showdown. Kickoff is just minutes away, 5:15 to be exact. And then in the MLB playoffs, we're into the bottom of the 6th inning in Los Angeles, where the Dodgers are looking to go up 3-0 on the Brewers, and they've just retaken the lead down at Dodger Stadium. It's now 2-1 Dodgers. Again, bottom of the 6th inning. There is one out and runners on the corners for Teoscar Hernandez. And then coming up in about a half hour, the Brewers are playing right now. The Mariners, that's the team, are playing the Blue Jays. That one's in Seattle. Mariners are up 2-1 in their series. We've got pregame coverage happening right now if you want to listen over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by CW7 Arizona. The race for NASCAR's Xfinity Series Championship is on. Live from Talladega Motor Speedway this Saturday at 12:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do the Arizona Cardinals need to do to take down Micah Parsons and the Green Bay Packers on Sunday? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Almost a year to the day, these two teams met last year in Green Bay, Wisconsin. They meet again this Sunday at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, and joining us right now to help us preview the Green Bay Packers 3-1-1 on the season. He's been covering them for many years for ESPN. He joins us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. His name is Rob Demofsky, and we welcome him back to the Burns and Gambo Show. Rob, we appreciate the time. I'm Dave. This is Gambo, man. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Rob, should we throw the first holding penalty on a Cardinals offensive lineman against Micah Parsons right now?
You know, my feeling is that when you go tell a referee to watch for something, He doesn't help you. He actually calls it against you.
Oh, okay.
Right? Like,
doesn't work that way in the NBA. In the NBA, you complain about foul calls, and they give it to you. If you're a star player, you're LeBron, you're Luka, hey, he's fouling me, you get the next 7 calls. You don't think Micah Parsons is going to get the benefit of the doubt here?
Sure doesn't seem like it. He says he's been dealing with this for the last 5 years, and it's kind of been the same. I asked we have some incredible research people at ESPN, but I asked if there's any way to, look up how many guys have been called for holding against Micah Parsons, and they said they couldn't find that. But the Packers' opponents have only been called for 6 holding penalties all year. That's the 3rd fewest in the NFL to this point.
All right, I'm going to go first series, Jonah Williams holding penalty. I'm calling my shot now. Jonah with the holding penalty on the first series. And I was telling my radio partner, Josh Sweat has double the amount of sacks as Micah Parsons. There's never been a more misleading stat in all of football. There's never been a more misleading stat. By all indications, Mike is having a good year, just the sack numbers aren't there.
Yeah, I believe he's leading the league in pressures. He's had, they've played 5 games. He's had 4 games with at least 5 pressures. He really is. He started hot, had a sack in the game against Detroit in week 1. But I do think he has still made an impact. The problem, guys, with their defense is it's been really good in the first, second, and even part of the third quarter. And then in the fourth quarter, they can't stop anybody, which is why they're the only team in the league that has had a double-digit lead in every game. They're also the only team in the league that's lost to the Cleveland Browns, and they have that tie against the Cowboys, who can't seem to beat anybody of late.
Yeah, which is why I'm guessing, 3-1-1, okay, fine, decent start. Everybody thinks Green Bay is still very much a Super Bowl contender. I would guess the level of satisfaction in that region right now with the Packers, both internally and externally, probably isn't super high because of everything that you just said. Would I guess right?
Yeah. Yeah, the eye test, sometimes means more to people than the record. And they don't quite look like the same team that really kind of steamrolled the first 2 weeks. I mean, they beat, a really good team in Detroit, and then of course you thought, well, maybe Detroit's not as good as we thought. Well, it turns out they look like they're still pretty good at 4-2. Washington has had some troubles, with injuries, but they're still a pretty good football team, and the Packers really played well against both of those teams. And then it sort of just kind of went a little bit south, and every game there's been something, and it's been something different that makes you kind of, that's a little off. Like the Cleveland game, their offense was terrible, right? Like they couldn't function. And then they've had games where special teams has been, a huge letdown for them. And this past week, they finally got the running game going this week, but really, didn't really put a whole lot of pressure on the quarterback in terms of sacks and hits and all that. So I think it's just a team that has shown they've got a lot of capabilities in a lot of different areas. But, what do they really do well all the time? And I think they're still looking for that.
Yeah. What does the defense need to do, in your opinion, to put it all together? I know they were complaining about the 40 points that Dallas scored, 21 in the second half, all the points the Bengals scored in the second half. Is it just a matter of just playing 4 good quarters?
I think it's a matter of getting some takeaways late in the game. Like, when the game goes deep, you've got to make a play, right? Like at some point, the greats that I've seen around here, individual greats and great defenses, the Clay Matthews, the Reggie Whites, the Charles Woodsons, Nick Collins, those guys always seem to come up with a turnover late in the game or a big play late in the game. This team only has 2 takeaways all year, and none of them have come in the second half of any games. There's only 2 other teams that doesn't have a second half takeaway. It's the Jets and the Dolphins, and both those teams stink. So they've got to get some sort of momentum changing play in the fourth quarter or the second half. I mean, last week the Bengals came out, got the ball to start the third quarter, and they ran off like a 10-minute and 15-second drive. Like the Packers just couldn't get off the field, and it sort of just set the whole tone for the Packers' inability to make a big play to change the game. And I do think this is a defense that last year under Jeff Hafley in his first year as defensive coordinator had 31 takeaways. They have 2 right now. So I do think that's missing.
Rob Domofsky, he covers the Green Bay Packers for ESPN. He's our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. I can't believe my co-host, who loves himself some Jordan Love, left me the Jordan Love question, but I'll go ahead and ask it. How's Jordan Love been so far this year in terms of that maturation and that step into being a great one or the next great one or however it is we want to define him?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the thing we've seen this year probably that we didn't see in the past, especially not last year when he had a knee injury, he's really moving outside of the pocket and scrambling and making plays with his legs. He's also been pretty good, like moving around inside the pocket, but still staying in there to throw the ball and not just taking off. It's a fine line between, when to go and when to kind of try to hang in there and make a play with your arm. But he looks really good mobility-wise this year. I think he's really, really close to being one of those, top 8 quarterbacks. Just every once in a while, he'll make a throw that is just so far off target that you're like, wait, what just happened there? Like, there was one in the game the other day where it was so far away from anybody that you weren't sure who he was actually throwing it to. And to me, that's the only thing that's really holding him back. Otherwise, he's played really well. He's only turned it over a couple of times, which, that was obviously the recipe that Aaron Rodgers used here so well. His arm strength is outstanding. He's a smart player. Rarely does he make a mental mistake. So I do think that he's got all the things that are right there to bring him on the cusp. He just needs to clean up a few things, and I think he'd probably be considered a top 6 or 8 quarterback in the league. Even the way he is right now, I still think he's probably a top 10 quarterback.
What have you guys done there to the football guards to get the football gods to get all these great quarterbacks? I mean, the last bad quarterback I remember was like Don Majkowski, the Magic guy.
And he wasn't even that bad. Like,
right. He was right. You guys go from Favre to Rodgers to Love. We're sitting here like, what are we going to do when you get rid of Kyler Murray? Like, we've had John Skelton, Kevin Cobb, Max Hall, Sean King. Like, go look at the
Sam Bradford.
Yeah, Kent Graham, Dave Brown, Sam Bradford. And you guys have gone 40 years without having a bad quarterback.
I remember when, sort of toward the end of Favre's tenure here, somebody came up with a list of all the quarterbacks the Bears started, and the Packers had only started 5. And it was like, I want to say it was like 19 or 20 or 21 quarterbacks.
Right.
Like that. Don't quote me on that.
Not the Browns, but the Bears. Okay.
Yeah, there's certain franchises that can't get certain things right. Like, around here in this division, the Bears can't seem to get a quarterback right. The one thing the Packers can never seem to get right is their special teams. Like, over the years, they've had some just atrocious special teams problems. This year, they've already had two kicks blocked, a field goal and an extra point. The extra point was actually returned for a 2-point play against by the Cowboys. So, I guess if you had a choice of whether you can't get special teams right or you can't get the quarterback right, you'd take special teams. And live with it.
If I'm gonna have a football god on my side, I want the quarterback football god on my side. The special teams football god is not as important. In all seriousness,
though, I think the one thing that they've done is, they've taken quarterbacks earlier than they've needed quarterbacks. Now that sometimes has, and really in both cases, rubbed the existing quarterback the wrong way. But, the GM, I remember the first question I asked Brian Gutekunst when he became the GM in 2018. I said something to the effect of, do you have to worry about, if you take a quarterback here in the next couple of years, ticking off your current quarterback? And he goes, look, my job isn't just to make this team good now. It's to make sure this team's good for the next 10, 15 years. And, I don't know that every organization could, or any other organization could do it this way, because the Packers don't have an owner, right? They're a shareholders owned team. It's a piece of paper that 5 million people have, and it's worthless. It's meaningless. It's technically a non-for-profit team, even though they make plenty of money. But what other team owner would allow you, to take a quarterback in the first round and then not play him for 3 years? I just think that it's sort of like it's a unique situation. I remember when it looked like Jordan Love was going to be good at the end of his first year as a starter, talking to a scout who said, every year or every time the Packers do this, I say, why doesn't everybody else in the league do it this way? And nobody does. And I do think it's the uniqueness of the ownership and sort of the situation here, where you can take a quarterback in the first round, or in the case of Jordan Love, trade up to take a quarterback in the first round. Like they didn't only take him in the first round, they traded up to do it and then not play him. So, I do think it's a smart way of doing business. It's just not a way that I think everybody can do it.
Rob, we do appreciate the time very much.
Good
Safe
stuff,
travels.
good
Good stuff. Thanks for the conversation, man. We look forward to catching up with you the next time the Cardinals play the Packers. Thank you.
Looking forward to some sunshine, that's for sure.
You'll get it. Rob Demovsky thank you, man, who covers the Packers for ESPN, our guest here.
How do you go 45 years without a bad quarterback? How do you do that?
It's like the Spurs going 45 years without or with a good center. And why, of all the teams he has to pick on, poor Lauren and the other side of the glass.
Could have went Browns.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Kyler Murray's leadership in question again. Is that the most important question we have about Kyler Murray these days? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show as we are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
One more game before the Cardinals bye week. The 3-1-1 Packers come to Glendale Sunday.
Huddle. If we want to win this game, we can't let them win the ball, man. This is the biggest chance we're going to have all year.
They run it kind of when they want to run it, so big-time challenge.
Pre-game at 8:30 Sunday morning. Kickoff 1:25 Sunday afternoon. Cardinals. Packers. Listen Sunday on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Got to tell you about some of the great specials going on right now at Christian Brothers. You're going to love it. How about a tankless water heater right now? $500 off with Christian Brothers. This is only an October special. Take advantage of it. How about $60 off any plumbing repair? You got some clogged drains you need to fix, or maybe you're not getting hot water in a certain area. Toilet bowl's not flushing properly. $60 off any single plumbing repair when you call Christian Brothers. You're going to love this one, too. $100 off any toilet replacement. You got one that's old, it's been in that house for 30 years, replace it and take $100 off, and even $150 off a standard water heater. $150 off a new water heater. If you need one, take advantage of that and save $150. Christian Brothers has been around since 1976. They do an outstanding job. Give them a call at 602-222-3535. Say, hey, Gambo mentioned some plumbing specials. Go over them with me. They'll be glad to help you. 602-222-3535.
Toyotas are always a great value. Choose from best-selling models like Camry and RAV4 or rugged and dependable trucks like Tundra and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Do you have an estate plan that protects you while you're alive and when you pass away? Imagine becoming incapacitated after a serious accident or illness. Without a living trust, your family could end up in court, fighting over your money and even your medical care. A will does nothing to protect you while you're alive. And when you pass away, a will could send your estate into probate court, costing time, stress, and thousands in legal fees. That's why more Arizonans are turning to RJP Estate Planning to set up a living trust. It protects your assets if you're incapacitated and helps your estate avoid probate, so your home and other assets transfer smoothly to your loved ones. And right now, if you're 55 or over, you can save 55% on a living trust.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 16th for your 55% savings. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
This is Chris Berman, and the Cardinals have a big game against the Green Bay Packers. And ASU plays the Texas Tech Raiders. And at 6 a.m. on Bickley and Murata Mornings.
I will not acknowledge that. I will acknowledge our listeners in Wickenburg.
Wickenburg!
Unless Jarrett lives in Wickenburg.
No, we won't acknowledge him.
I would still acknowledge our audience in Wickenburg.
Okay.
Well,
Hi,
I've got
Wickenburg.
nothing to say about that. Hi, Wickenburg. Thanks for joining us. Hey, Wickenburg, did you hear what Andrew Whitworth said on his podcast that he does with Ryan Fitzpatrick about Kyler Murray and his lack of leadership? Oh, you didn't?
I just think Kyler Murray doesn't bring it. To me, it's not like I'm not a fan of the human being. I just, on the football field and in that position and at the helm, I don't see enough moments where he's the guy in people's ears. He's the guy leading the football team, speaking life into who they are. I think if even the play that you brought up with DeMarcado, why is it Paris Johnson that's sitting there talking to that guy? You are the franchise quarterback. If there's anybody that should be in that circle, it should be you, making sure that DeMarcado knows you're still going to need him to win this game. We got to be in this thing. Like, I don't understand why you're not in the circle there talking to this guy who's upset and clearly distraught. And yeah, you're going to say, oh, man, that was that one time. No, there's countless moments we can go.
Harrison drops, the intercept.
It's countless
over
moments.
and over again.
And so I'm not bagging on him as a football player. I'm bagging on him as a leader. And I just don't see it. I don't see the energy. I don't see the positivity. I don't see him being the driving force to why this football team's going to go win a championship or do something special. For that reason, I'm not big on it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm big on Kyler either, but I think it's more of a, I don't know that you're capable of taking this team where they need to go. I have always said I don't think Kyler sucks, but I don't think he's great. I think he's middle of the pack, and middle of the pack's a tough place to be, for a quarterback. But the leadership thing, okay, he's not a great leader. We've got a long time. You mentioned Chris Paul was the last good leader this market's had. Just market.
Other than Perdomo. I mean, I think Perdomo
this year.
Yeah,
but they hadn't had the leadership with the Diamondbacks. It's hard for a pitcher to be a leader.
The last great player who was also a great leader. That to me is like it's one thing for a bench player to be a great leader or a role player to be a great. I'm talking about one of your very best players on the roster being your very best leader. Chris Paul, I mean, really is the last one I think we've had in this valley.
Yeah, no, I think Kyler's doing a lot of things to show leadership, especially like in off-season. And how do you show leadership? You as a quarterback, you bring everybody together. You go out to dinner. You bring everybody together in the off-season, and you have some practices on your own. You're the first one in the locker room. There's things you could do but on the field, leadership is what Whitworth is talking about. Like, his antics when he gets upset, when, that's a little bit different than leading off the field. It's a lot easier to, arrange a dinner for the guys or just, hey, let's do a get-together here and pay for everybody to come out because you make the most money on the team than it is during the middle of a game when you've just thrown an interception and something bad happens to be able to go up to the guy and say, it's okay, don't worry about it, we'll get him next time.
I'm smiling because you know me, I always think about the movies, right? And I think about one of my favorites is The Fugitive with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones. That scene where Harrison Ford's about to jump off the dam, and Tommy Lee Jones. Have you seen that movie?
I have, but it's so old.
It's been It's an older movie.
Watch movies every. I
so Harrison Ford's got his hands up and he says, "I didn't kill my wife," and Tommy Lee Jones is pointing his gun at him and says, "I don't care." And when it comes to Kyler's leadership, I don't really care that much about that anymore. I get it, and I'm not trying to what Andrew Whitworth is saying is important and it matters, and I appreciate his opinion on it. I care much more about Kyler Murray's ability to read a defense, throw it to the right receiver, score points, lead, win football games, than I do about him putting his arm around Amari DiMarcardo and saying, "Hey, buddy, it's okay. We'll get him next time." I mean, that's important, but it's not nearly as important his ability to be a functional quarterback, to not even be a functional quarterback, to be a great quarterback in this league. I care about that way more than I do his ability as a leader.
I think there was a time earlier in Kyler's career we questioned whether he would put the work and the effort in to be great. And I don't think we question that anymore. We don't question, is Kyler showing up? Is Kyler working in the offseason? Is Kyler hitting the weights? Kyler rehabbed really hard. I think all of those things are, is Kyler going to study the playbook? Is it like, or is he just going to play video games all day? We don't talk about that anymore. So I've always said, and I think you agree, it's like, for Kyler, it's more about, like, if you're not able to get it done now, it's not going to be because of lack of effort. It's just going to be just because you're not good enough.
Because you're not good enough. And you know what? You just might be not good enough.
But that's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people. It's
not good enough.
It's the hardest thing. One of the hardest things in all sports to do is to be a great quarterback in this league. There's only
one of the hardest jobs.
There's only about 10 guys who are doing it right now.
Yeah.
At a really high. It's hard. It's not easy.
It's hard.
And it's not. But it's also at some point, if you're the Cardinals and if you're Kyler, you can't just keep expecting it to roll it back for different results. At some point, you say, "This is it. You've taken this as far as you can take it here. You've gone as far as you can go.
Maybe a change of scenery will give you something else.
And maybe now, if he goes somewhere, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. If he goes somewhere and he's great somewhere else, there is gonna be that, man, why didn't we get that version of Kyler? What didn't we do here to make him be like that if he goes somewhere else and he plays well? But it feels like after 7 years, you've tried everything there is to try. You've done everything there is to do.
Yeah, and it's not for lack of trying, not for lack of effort. If the Cardinals move on from Kyler, we don't know if they're going to, but if they move on from Kyler, it's just going to be because it wasn't good enough.
Yeah.
It just wasn't good enough.
When we come back, he is going to be on the call for the national audience for this big showdown in Tempe. What are Connor Onion's expectations for this battle in the Big 12? We'll ask him. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
ASU hosts number 7 Texas Tech in Tempe this Saturday. Will we see Sam or Sims at QB?
The quarterback has nothing to do with moving people forward and backwards. Has nothing to do with tackling.
Pregame at 10:30 in the morning. Kickoff 1 p.m. Saturday. Listen to ASU Texas Tech on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
If you have old windows, they are probably driving up your energy bills. Cool things down with energy-efficient windows from the Window Depot. The Window Depot provides unbeatable value and a wide variety of in-stock and custom-order windows to fit your style and budget. Choose from our SI window brand, made in the USA for quality you can trust, or custom order from top manufacturers for a perfect fit. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. Experience the best prices, the biggest inventory, only at the Window Depot.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local luxury watch and jewelry business founded by my dad, Oliver Smith. We've been serving Arizona for over 40 years, and trust has always been the foundation of what we do. Dad, after all these years in the watch and jewelry business, what keeps you coming into work every day?
It's the celebrations we get to share with our clients. We're part of their engagements, anniversaries, birthdays, all those special moments. It's an honor to be trusted with those memories.
But trust alone isn't enough. Let's talk about our value.
That's right. Value means offering top quality at the best price, never compromising. It's about hitting singles rather than always swinging for a home run. We're focused on building relationships with clients that last for generations.
Your low price equals high volume seems to be working well.
It is.
Trust our family to be part of your special moments. Visit us at the shops at Gainey Village on Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, or at our new store in Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving. And we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. We'll start with injury updates from Cardinals practice today. Quarterback Kyler Murray was working with the practice squad receivers during today's open portion, while quarterbacks Jacoby Brissett and Keaton Slovis worked with the rest of the 53-man roster. Wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. practiced today while wearing a yellow non-contact jersey. He is working his way through concussion protocol. And then per the team's injury report, wide receiver Zay Jones, running back Amari DiMercato, and safety Keaton Crawford did not practice today. Week 7 of the NFL season is underway already tonight in Cincinnati. The Bengals and the Steelers in an AFC North showdown. Steelers on the board first about halfway through the first quarter. A Jonnu Smith touchdown from Aaron Rodgers has the Steel Crew above the Bengals right now. Turning to the MLB playoffs, the Dodgers have a 3-1 lead over the Brewers. That one is in the bottom of the 7th inning with 2 outs and nobody on. Dodgers have a chance to go up 3-0 on the Brew Crew in the NLCS. And then we're just minutes away from the start of Game 4 between the Blue Jays and the Mariners in Seattle. Mariners up in that series 2-1. We have the ALCS over on ESPN 620 AM that you can listen to after Burns and Gambo is done, of course. Stay around for Burns and Gambo, then you can listen to some baseball. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Termite season is here. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today to schedule your free termite inspection.
Hey, it's Luke. Can ASU pull off the big upset against number 7 Texas Tech on Saturday? We'll be getting you ready for the game tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, 2 big football games coming up this weekend, both here in the Valley. One on Sunday between the Cardinals and the Green Bay Packers, and then the one Saturday afternoon, which will be broadcast on Fox to a national audience. And joining us right now, the man who will be calling that game for Fox Sports to help us preview Texas Tech versus ASU, Connor Onion, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Connor, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Welcome to the show. We appreciate you coming on for a few. How are we doing today?
Hey, Dave. Hey, Gambo. Fun show today. God of Thunder would be my submission for my favorite Kiss song.
Oh, God of Thunder. Okay. Yeah. Ace Frehley. I think I went, like, Detroit Rock City's good. I Was Made for Loving You. Beth is still a great song. Every time that comes on, you can't change that off the radio, you know?
I agree. Spending enough time in baseball clubhouses, it's inevitable that all of those get played, like, twice a day. So,
right.
Connor, how long have you been listening to the show? Just out of curiosity.
That was a while ago.
That was a while ago. I'm pretty impressed here.
That was right when I got off the airplane. You guys were talking about that. So I think I caught your Bengay conversation and your Kiss
Oh my God!
conversation.
Yeah.
Oh no!
We're really a very good sports
Connor,
show. We have a
Connor,
lot of sports info, inside info.
I'm sorry we've troubled you today. Thank you for your time, for joining us. We really we've embarrassed ourselves.
Yeah.
Bengay and Kiss is what we've.
I do try to make people laugh. I try to make people laugh a little bit.
Stung my nostrils a little bit when you started talking about Bengay.
Yeah, back when I was a kid in my athletic days, we used to put that stuff on all the time. We bathed in it for goodness sake with our injuries.
That's hilarious.
All right, let me ask you, as we talk about this game, more fascinated by Arizona State, their ability to come out of nowhere, make it to the Big 12 championship game last year, win it, then go to the playoffs, or Texas Tech with all the money they've been able to spend, becoming a juggernaut in college football right now?
I mean, I think it's both, right? I mean, that's still hanging over the whole conference's head, is that Arizona State pulled the magic of last year of, nobody thinking that they could do any of the things that they did, and then going to the college football playoff. And then, of course, the big story in the offseason in the league was $28 million. And Cody Campbell, the millionaire, billionaire, trillionaire, gazillionaire that's pumped all the money into Texas Tech. But I mean, that's the headline to me, is Texas Tech, Big 12 favorite against Arizona State. Can they do it again as an underdog and win this game? And I think if they win this game, you look at the schedule ahead, I see the Sun Devils going back to the Big 12 championship game if they can win on Saturday.
We've talked a lot about this game all week. We're making Texas Tech out to be the boogeyman, and I don't know if we're right in doing that.
They're winning by 35 points a game.
Okay, Gambo, and he's making my point for me. We're making them out to be the boogeyman. You're obviously prepped up for this game and ready to call it on Saturday. Are they? Are they the boogeyman, or are they just like a football team like everybody else out there?
Well, fortunately, Arizona State has a safety named Boogie, so
yes.
They can counter the boogeyman with
the boogie. Yeah, right.
Watching them on tape, they're the most impressive team that I've seen this year. Our crew has had Penn State, which is a different conversation now.
Mm-hmm.
We've had USC. We had Utah week 1, and Texas Tech obviously went to Utah and did what Arizona State couldn't do last week and beat the Utes and did it pretty handedly, even with their backup quarterback in the game for a long stretch. So 85 Bears, I don't know. But
well, you really were listening to the show today, man. Jeez, this is good. I like this guy.
Well, they're so impressive with what they've been able. By the way, ASU has a guy named Man as well, if you want to look that up. They've got a running back named Man. So a boogie and a Man on ASU. But you're right. I mean, I think we just look at the common opponent, right? Texas Tech just whooped to Utah, and then Arizona State went there, lightning, rain delay, all of that stuff, and Utah just physically manhandled Arizona State. Backup quarterback, so I don't know that we were expecting ASU was going to win the game, but it was just surprising to see them just give up that many rushing yards and no answer at all for Dampier in that game. So when you just look at the common opponents, you just feel like, wow, Texas Tech's really got it going right now.
I agree. And the run defense was the most surprising thing for me watching Arizona State last week.
Not who they are.
No. I didn't recognize who they were, and maybe the rain was part of it, but I think also Jason Beck's a really good offensive coordinator. Like I said, our crew had them week 1, and what he does in the quarterback run game and moving guys around and even using some of the two-way players that they use, it's dizzying for a defensive coordinator to try to stop. But that being said, Arizona State did not tackle well. I mean, there were multiple plays that they had stopped in the backfield and they just whiffed. Which, again, watching these guys the last year plus, that's just not who Arizona State has been.
Yeah. Connor Onion is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. He'll be calling the game for a national audience on Fox on Saturday afternoon with the 1 o'clock kickoff at Mountain America Stadium. We know how quarterback dependent ASU is. That much is obvious with Sam Leavitt. given everything else they have going on and not knowing the status of Baron Morton, how quarterback dependent do you think Texas Tech is?
It is, I think your audience probably knows this pretty well, but it is a bigger deal for Arizona State to have their starting quarterback than it is for Texas Tech. And not to say it's not a difference if Will Hammond is the starter versus Baron Morton. Will Hammond is less of a downfield passing threat than Baron Morton. That doesn't mean he can't do it. But the run game will be actually more in play with Will Hammond at quarterback than if Baron Morton plays quarterback as the regular starter for Texas Tech. So the drop off from Levitt to Sims, I view as quite a bit of a bigger difference than Morton to Hammond if Texas Tech doesn't have their guy.
Yeah, I look at Texas Tech, and you're right. Cameron Dickey, their ability to run the football. I mean, they're just so talented, and their quarterback is the quarterback is very, very good. They're not going to worry about the quarterback play, but their ability to run the football is what Arizona State has to stop. Dickey had such a big game last week, dominant player. They don't stop him. They don't have a chance in this football game. And Texas Tech, I mean, every category, like top 10 offensively, top 10 defensively. I'm just shocked at how balanced they are.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Going into last week, it was them and Indiana, the only two teams that were top 5 in both scoring defense and scoring offense. And Texas Tech is still top 10 in both. So if this were week 4, I think we could say those stats are a little bit less significant, but they've played real teams now, and they're still standing there with the balance. Their pass rush is something I'm fascinated to watch with the injuries up front for Arizona State. Can they block these guys up front? That's my biggest question on that side.
Well, the Stanford transfer has just been killing. It'll probably be a top 15 pick in the draft. So the thing that I'm interested in is what if this is Texas Tech is blowing everybody out. Their point differential, the margin of victory. The Utah game was close for a while. Then they kind of turned it on. I'd like to see ASU play them close and see how they react to a close game. They're so used to burying everybody. What happens if there's 7 minutes left in the game and it's a 3-point game? Are they able to close that game out? Could that be a benefit for ASU if they could just hang around long enough, play them close to the end?
I think so. Look at the Baylor and TCU games for Arizona State. They handled those moments really well, and even falling behind 17-0 against TCU. So the closest Texas Tech has been to anything like that was last week when Baron Morton got hurt. They led 21-0. They let Kansas back in the game. It was 21-17. But that's when Will Hammond, who was his backup, started running the ball a bunch. So that's kind of what I was getting at with the difference between Morton and Hammond. You have to defend the quarterback run game if it's Hammond over Morton. So I'm with you though. Texas Tech has not had. They haven't trailed all year, which is crazy 6 weeks into the season.
Yeah. Well, put yourself on a KISS playlist on your iPhone. Grab yourself some Ben Gay and enjoy your stay here in our lovely valley, Connor. We appreciate you coming on for a few, and we'll catch up with you sometime in the near future. We look forward to hearing your call on Saturday afternoon.
Enjoyed it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, you, Connor.
Connor Onion joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, who apparently listens every minute of the show the minute he got off the plane. I was very impressed. Very impressed. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, Kevin Durant's lets loose on the trade that wasn't with the Phoenix Suns. We'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I would guess the guys inside that locker room would still vote Kyler right now because I think there's probably that tendency to be like, man,
I'm going to continue to vote Kyler.
It's like he's going to lose his starting job after 1 week. He gets hurt.
You're not going to do it for one game. You say Kyler Murray is your quarterback, and provided he's healthy, you let him play against the Green Bay Packers and let him go out and see how he performs with the bye week after it. But make no mistake, once again, if that locker room is behind Kyler Murray, you're going to go with that every time.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. My guy, Stuart Willis, sat down with him over the weekend, came out to the house, and we just put everything down on pen and paper, and we really just went over the whole retirement plan, financial plan, and just making sure, like, just a lot of, decisions. Like, do you put off Social Security, or do you wait for Social Security? Do you just go with your investments more and then let Social Security roll so you get a higher rate? There's just a lot of questions you go over, and you've got to go over with your financial advisor. Taxes is a big one, too. So many of us put money away tax deferred. So, hey, when should I pay those taxes? Am I better off like paying some of those taxes now while you're in a certain tax bracket? Like, one of the questions, like, hey, you don't want to have to pay taxes on Social Security, do you? Well, not really. So there are avenues to pay taxes on because, well, I'm a high income earner. Once I'm just going off a pension and Social Security and all of that stuff down the road, is it better to pay some of the taxes now than later? That's why you want your financial advisor to help you make the right decisions on stuff like taxes, financial plan, retirement plan. How much of your money can you take out with really not touching your big nest egg? Well, that's what Stuart can help you with. Get a free portfolio review from Asset Preservation. Call 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's go! On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
Oh! And nobody.
Contact made hard.
Tippers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Talladega, Saturday at 12:30 on CW7 Arizona.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Walt's TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Walt's?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Walt's. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
And it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. The Dodgers are going to win the whole thing, and it's going to really piss me off.
Let's go Seattle.
3-1. Dodgers are beating the Brewers right now in the bottom of the eighth.
You can't score off of them.
Like, you can't.
They don't give up any runs.
I mean, I'm looking at what's Glasnow's. Okay, Glasnow didn't go nearly as. Boy, Glasnow only went 5 2/3. He only struck out 8. Boy, he's
fire him.
He's no Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Glasnow is great. 5 2/3, 3 hits, 1 run, walked 3, struck out 8. The Dodgers bullpen has been airtight ever since. We haven't said that a whole lot. Yeah, Dodgers are going to win this series and just, man, go Mariners, go Blue Jays.
I know.
Just somebody. And he just don't.
They could throw Doug Rauch out there tomorrow and he'll throw a shutout for him.
Doug Rauch.
I was going to go Fernando Valenzuela, but he's not with us anymore. So I had to go Bert Hooton.
How do you
Doug
know
Rauch?
How do you know Doug Rauch or Bert Hooton are still with us? They might not be either. Check that.
I think Doug Rauch.
If you're not mentioning dead guys, you might want to just,
How about someone who's definitely at these games? Oral Hershiser?
Hershiser.
Sandy Koufax?
People used to make fun of the way I said that. Oral Hershiser.
I can't imagine
Yes.
why. Can't imagine why. That game's going on right now. And then at the exact same time, they're through 1 inning, and Toronto and Seattle are scoreless.
Max Scherzer on the mound.
Max Scherzer. Weird seeing him in a Blue Jays uniform. That takes some getting used to.
There's no Dave Stieb.
You want to go Jimmy Key?
I love Jimmy Key.
You didn't want to go Jimmy Key?
I love
Jack
Jimmy
Morris.
Key. One day you got to play the Jimmy Key commercial for me. You got to. I love the Jimmy Key commercial.
And then in Thursday night
ESPN.
football, Steelers are beating the Bengals 7-0 right now in the Icy Hot Bowl.
Right.
I'm looking to see Aaron Rodgers has a touchdown pass to Jonnu Smith.
I think he was going to pass. Is it Ben Roethlisberger on the all-time list today?
I have
for passing.
No idea.
I think he was going to pass Rodgers to pass Ben. Let me just say. I think that's what it is. He could pass Big Ben on the all-time list.
Okay.
For passing yards.
Oh, I didn't know that. He's 4 for 8, 59 yards with a touchdown pass right now.
Hasn't passed him yet. He's 116.
Okay.
And he'll pass Ben Roethlisberger.
So Thursday night football and a baseball double dip. That's what's on tonight. I think there's some college football on tonight as well. East Carolina versus Tulsa is on this TV up here as well. So that's what we've got. Or you could watch the Netflix special and the Netflix documentary if you were so inclined, and you could relive all of your pain and misery as a Suns fan from a year ago if you're into that kind of thing. Starting 5 is the name of the show. It's season 2. It's like a behind-the-scenes documentary of certain players in the NBA. And I'd play the audio, but it's not
a lot of cursing.
Well, it's a lot of cursing, and it's like a microphone held up to a TV speaker, so it's not the best. But there's a lot of Kevin Durant in here, and he's talking about the trade that wasn't to the Golden State Warriors in February, back when he was still a member of the Suns. Quote, "I'm hearing real people that I respected, that are credible in this business, telling me that this bleep is about to go down. So I'm on the phones heavy. No bleeping way they trying to do this bleep behind my back and they ain't saying nothing to me." I said, that's bleeped up. I know I'm the guy. If bleep was going south, I'd be the easiest to trade. But don't send me to the Warriors. Make it somewhere else but the Warriors. I didn't want to go back to the storyline, and I don't want to go there and gut the whole team. First of all, I don't even want to get traded, close quote. That was, and what's
this
funny,
guy's ego has always been so out of control. It really is so out of control.
You're right. You're right. But what I thought about the first time we mentioned this, and I'll mention it now this time we come back around to it, is that the Suns completely capitulated to that ego. They cratered to it, right? Like in the 48 hours to follow after him not getting traded, the Suns let it be known through all the NBA insiders out there, we made a mistake. We should have handled it. We should have handled it differently, and they completely, like I say, they caved kind of to the point where Kevin Durant had all the power over the Suns this past summer. He wanted to go to the Rockets. Yep. He went to the Rockets, and that was that. And the Suns weren't going to stand up to Kevin Durant because they didn't want to run afoul of him again.
The only team I focused on after the Golden State trade went down was the Rockets. You know that. I really focused on the Rockets. This is where he wants to be.
It's the only place he wants
to be with the Doka. He wants to be there. It's a good fit. It's a good team.
Yep.
You got the alpha males there. Look, Durant's been doing this forever. I mean, I tell people, Katie's he's not winning. He's not helping teams win. He does care about his scoring averages. His ego's out of control. He complains about things, but he doesn't run back on defense. He's making $60 million. He doesn't come back on defense. Everyone makes his excuses. KD's at fault too. KD's at fault too and I admire his scoring ability. Like, scoring is draining. I get it. I admire his ability, but he's not the same player he used to be. He still is a great player, but the Suns were going nowhere. They couldn't trade Beal to get Butler. They wanted Butler. They thought Butler with Booker was a much better fit. So yeah, they behind your back, they went and they tried to make a trade with Golden State. You didn't know about it. And you got all butthurt over it, and then nixed the trade and worked it out now in the offseason.
But it's not just him, though. It's not just him in that the whole league kind of reacted the same way as him. Like, ooh, wait, you did what? What did you do,
right,
Phoenix Suns?
They think he's got that power.
You didn't.
What I tried to do, I tried to get Butler.
You didn't loop him in. You didn't talk to him. You didn't tell him. Like, the whole.
I didn't do it to Luka.
The whole league was more. It's true. But the whole league was more surprised, not that Kevin reacted the way he did, but that the Suns tried to do it. That was the shock. It wasn't Durant's ego. It was, whoa, wait a minute, guys, don't you understand? There's a flow chart here. There's a way to say, and you're right, they didn't do that with Luka. And I don't know what the difference is. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I really don't. Other than maybe trading Luka, you just need to keep it more of a. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to